A meticulously crafted conspiracy sends underground boxing champion Lin Lan straight to prison. Betrayed by brothers, hunted by enemies, the world waits to see him rot behind bars. But no one expected this. Inside the darkest corner of the prison, he awakens the invincible war body. King of the cage, one punch shatters the legends of the fight rankings. New ruler of the black prison, every thug who sees him bows their head. The greater the danger, the stronger he becomes. The harsher the limit, the more unstoppable he is. The day Lin Lan walks free, the entire underground trembles. He's back, the monster even prison couldn't contain. Crime families, gangs, old enemies. All of them become mere background props on his path to rise again. Lin Lan only says one thing: lock me up? That was your biggest mistake. From prison to the peak of the world, he crushes everything in his way. Truly invincible among men, with no one left to stop him. If you enjoy Hong Kong action stories like this, don't forget to like and subscribe. The adventure is about to begin. Chapter 1. Rebirth in the white gloves of prison. There are two oldest professions in this world. Men sell their lives, women sell their meat. Lu Xiankai belongs to the former. Walking by the river often makes your shoes wet. Although his way of risking his life is not the same as wielding a knife to kill in the martial arts world, it is much more brutal in terms of danger. Because he has white gloves. The cruelest and most ruthless struggle in this world is political struggle, and as a loser in the struggle, his outcome is only one. Disappear in this world. Are you here to kill me? In the office on the top floor of Fuding Building in Hanjiang City, Lucien opened his cigarette and looked at the city under the night. He didn't turn back. Only a hint of sarcasm appeared on his face. Not only the old man behind oneself is mocked, but also one's own foolishness. In fact, he can walk. Lu Xiankai has always had a keen sense of smell, and he is probably the earliest among the old man faction to detect danger. He didn't leave because he owed his life to the old man. Moreover, the shadow in his lungs and the hospital report made him have no intention of escaping. Everyone will die. Where they die is not important. The man looked down at the city under the night sky. Amidst the hustle and bustle of traffic, countless homes are illuminated by lights. Yes, the person who came was very polite, but the indifferent look already explained everything. I'm dead, the old man thought he could pass. Lu Xian smiled with a hint of contempt in his eyes. Tell the old man, it's clear. I will convey this sentence. The person who came walked up to Lu Xiankai's side, also added a hint of politeness in his words. Let's go. The fortune teller said I was born as a white tiger and didn't end well. It seems that my 100 yuan didn't have any white flowers, murmured Lu Xiankai, looking up at the sky in the last moment of her life. The moonlight is hazy, just like the human heart. Lu Xiankai died. Being committed by suicide was the way he ended his life. The first thing Lu Xiankai saw when he opened his eyes again was a wall. Under the dim light, the wall in front of him was filled with the mottled marks of time, and even had a hint of dark yellow. White gloves naturally saw blood, so Lu Xian realized that it was not dirt, but blood stains. It's a blood stain left over from many years ago. Oh my God, have you given me another chance to live? But it seems that my current situation is not good. Calmly, Lu Xian couldn't help but grin at the cramped environment and scarred body around him. Then, the influx of unfamiliar memories into his mind made him faint again. 2 days later, Lu Xiankai, who had fully accepted his previous memories, finally figured out his current situation. He was reborn on a prisoner in another time and space. A prisoner with the same name and surname, but with completely different life experiences. In the past, although Lu Xiankai came from an ordinary background, his family was still happy and fulfilled. Even if he was ultimately killed by suicide, his life could still be considered carefree and joyful. But now the owner of this body is even more tragic. An abandoned baby who was abandoned at the doorstep of a lonely old lady struggled to grow up at the bottom from childhood to adulthood. In the memory that Lu Xiankai received, all the efforts of the original owner of this body were for survival. Born in Gangcheng, he joined a club at the age of 16 and quickly grew up as the most fierce fighter under a big brother named Lung Lao and Tun Mun, relying on his outstanding fighting talent. After the other party gave him a bite to eat, this predecessor began a life of hard work as a cold guy. I have to admit that the predecessor did have a talent for mixing in the martial arts world. He is very capable of fighting, and he is tough and loyal enough. After performing well enough in several street fights, his older brother Lung Lao spent a lot of money to send his predecessor to the boxing gym. In the boxing gym, the talent and potential demonstrated by the predecessor even made the old coach, who had seen many geniuses, burst into tears with excitement. Hello, good training. In the future, you may really represent the yellow race and stand at the pinnacle of the mixed martial arts world. This is the evaluation given by the old coach who has trained 2 Asian champions and 1 world top 10. And the predecessor indeed deserves this evaluation. In less than a year, the boxing skills of his predecessor were beyond the teaching of the old coach. Therefore, the old coach who had placed the greatest hope in his life on his predecessor did not hesitate to use his great favor to bring in a top Muay Thai coach and a retired master of ground skills to continue training him. What is even more surprising is that the predecessor showed even more terrifying talents in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and Muay Thai. In less than a year, two coaches gave the same evaluation one after another. Unprecedented physical fitness and astonishing talent. Fighting is like instinct for him. I'm sorry, I have non-human physical fitness and a stupid enough brain. This is Lu Xiankai's first evaluation of his predecessor. No wonder Lu Xian gave this evaluation in a meeting. Originally, based on the strength possessed by his predecessor, as long as he jumps out of the quagmire of the club, he will definitely achieve success and fame after years of accumulation in the fighting world. What about the choice of predecessor? He not only refused the path paved by the old coach with great affection, but also continued to work in the club to repay the kindness of the cold guy. With the help of its predecessor, Lung Lao quickly turned Tun Mun into a homogeneous area. Tun Mun is already a poor place, and the power of other clubs cannot stop Lu Xiankai, who is like a human Tyrannosaurus Rex. Unfortunately, Lung Lao's ambition also skyrocketed with the expansion of his power. Finally, when he felt the time was right, Lung Lao attempted to step into the turbulent territory of the port city. Youthful Peak, Yama Ti, Simsha Sui Mongkok. These three places are the most profitable areas in the entire port city, and also the most fierce places where the dwarf mule can stand and thrive. Here, the top red clubs from various major organizations gather. Magu, Axe Jun, Mingwang, Crazy Nine, and other influential figures from the four major clubs are almost all waving flags here. The fighting was particularly brutal. The Cold Army suffered a crushing defeat. Even though its predecessor was fierce enough, it had no choice but to face the tide of fugitives rushing in. Even when covering for the Cold Guy's retreat, the predecessor was forced to take action, for people died at the hands of their predecessors. At that time, the fight caused a sensation throughout the port city, and the most unfortunate thing was that the photo of the person killed in the previous incident happened to be taken by a paparazzi who secretly took it. In front of angry officials, the predecessor was naturally abandoned by the club. Howdy. Upon opening, it appears that I am a lamb. So the predecessor was imprisoned. Although it was a charge of manslaughter, 13 years in prison were equivalent to losing everything to my ex-partner. But it's not all bad news. At least this body is really his mother scary. Lu Xiankai, who had already died once, even uttered a vulgar sentence to express his shock at the terrifying strength of his predecessor. He despised the foolishness of his predecessor, but was surprisingly satisfied with the body left behind by his predecessor. Until now, it's hard for Lu Xiankai to imagine a person being able to train themselves to such a strong level. With muscles as sharp as knives and axes, and a height of nearly 1.85 meters, Lu Xiankai's flexibility and coordination surprised him, and he couldn't close his mouth for half a day. He couldn't imagine that a person with such severe injuries still had almost beast-like strength and jumping ability. Lu Xiankai is still reading the memories of his predecessor. He found his own reasons for traveling. The predecessor died in a fight in a prison bathroom. 7 people killed him. Just 3 days ago, 7 other clubs joined forces and attacked the predecessor in the bathroom. You should know that in martial arts battles, there is never any fairness to speak of. The predecessor was a person whose only weapon was a white towel, and they were ambushed without any preparation. Where are the opponents? 7 people, holding sharp blades. But it was such a disadvantage that the predecessor forcibly disabled 3 of the opposing thugs and killed 1. Despite being covered in blood and suffering fatal injuries to many vital parts of the body, the ex, who had strong enough vitality, still couldn't stand down. It wasn't until he was locked up in the deepest confinement room of the prison for 3 days that he finally lost his life. And it was at this moment that Lu Xian, who was as cunning as a fox in another time and space, opened his eyes. Chapter 2. Lousy lives to conquer his arrogance. One must eat bite by bite, and tread the path one step at a time. No one knows that Lu Xiankai, confined in solitary confinement, has undergone a transformation of soul. With a mere 10 days left before his release, Lu Xiankai possesses ample time to contemplate his future. Struggling to swallow food that has begun to sour, his body riddled with wounds, Lu Xiankai reflects upon the peculiar circumstances surrounding his predecessor's demise. Firstly, why was he besieged by 7 inmates, each wielding the prowess of a red stick? In the memories he inherited, these assailants were not affiliated with the same gang. Beyond the numbered gang to which his predecessor belonged, 3 other formidable organizations, New G, and the infamous 14K, operating within the confines of this prison known as Chihu, were inexplicably involved. What a monumental failure. Lu Xiankai shook his head, lamenting the folly of his predecessor. Through introspection, he surmised the reason, though it was so simplistic, naive, and almost absurd that it defied belief. His predecessor had thought that entering prison absolved him of all debts of gratitude, and that he should thus repent and reform. As if mere repentance sufficed, this fool even aspired to be a savior. Not only did he intervene in various bullying incidents within the prison, but he also had the audacity to disrupt some illicit businesses operating in the shadows, attempting to create a sanctuary. What a ridiculous notion. Lu Xiankai found it difficult to comprehend the thought process of his predecessor. He was acutely aware of the consequences of flouting the rules. In this timeline, the concept of the Huaxia nation did not exist. Instead, there was an empire known as the Shun, which had endured for over 7 centuries, rife with corruption. If the outside world was so depraved, the prison was even darker than ink. The predecessor had antagonized nearly every faction. Not only the gangs, but also the corrupt guards colluding with the inmates. Who else could possibly survive such a predicament? This was a prison, a domain governed by the law of the jungle, teeming with desperate individuals. In such a place, human life held little value. Lu Xiankai believed that the fact he had lasted a year before meeting his end was a testament to the ferocity of his predecessor. Each time the terrifying prowess of his predecessor's training surfaced in his mind, Lu Xiankai found it hard to fathom. With no respite, he had trained for nearly 14 hours a day, treating himself with the same brutality one would reserve for a sworn enemy, leaving Lu Xiankai, who could empathize, utterly astounded. Not everyone could obliterate a punching bag through sheer force in a single day, nor could just anyone endure several hours of being struck by 4 or 5 men wielding rubber batons, emerging bruised and battered. Yet, alas, he still died. No matter how skilled one might be, it was impossible to confront the world single-handedly. In a realm dominated by firearms, no one could rely solely on their own strength to dismantle the established order. Lu Xiankai sighed. In the next moment, a sudden appearance of green subtitles jolted him, leaving Lu Xiankai, known for his stoic demeanor in another timeline, momentarily dumbfounded. Why was it impossible? The green text danced before his eyes, reminiscent of a film he had watched titled The Matrix, ultimately coalescing into 6 chilling words: system binding in progress. The green subtitles continued to swirl frantically, and as minutes passed, a jolt of excruciating pain coursed through him, rendering Lu Xiankai speechless, like a fool, before the re-emerging text. Only when humanity pushes the limits of body and spirit does a new world reveal itself. System task formation in progress, implanting program. The abrupt emergence of the system seemed to dismiss Lu Xiankai's intentions, instead focusing on the incessant scrolling of text that captured his attention. Main mission, unrivaled in the mortal realm, a single foe against a nation. Current side mission, conquer the prison, reducing this den of vice to submission at your feet. Newbie rewards. 1. Correct the host's flawed techniques in boxing, Muay Thai, and Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, while providing the most optimized training methods. 2. Detecting numerous hidden injuries within the host's body, offering a restorative formula. Note 1. This formula has been calculated to effectively mend hidden injuries. Note 2. This concoction will allow the human body to gradually strengthen during the healing process, without granting Lu Xiankai any time to prepare. A torrent of combat skills surged into his consciousness, along with the names of dozens of herbs he had never encountered, etched into his mind. An illusion? The sudden appearance of the green subtitles was as fleeting as it was abrupt. When Lu Xiankai regained his senses, he found himself once more facing the cold wall, as if nothing had transpired. Then, his eyes widened in realization. The memories merging within his mind revealed the simplicity of the combat techniques he had once revered in his predecessor. The corrected methods and principles imparted by the system were akin to an art form, the art of slaughter. Had the system been in place, the 7 assailants who had ambushed him in the bathroom would not have prevailed. Now Lu Xiankai had complete mastery over this powerful, beast-like body. His instincts informed him of the absurdity of the mistakes he had made during that deadly encounter. When the assailant charged, his punch had been a mere 3 centimeters too high, preventing him from delivering a decisive blow and causing a delay of 0.2 of a second in his subsequent movement. This minuscule hesitation allowed the knife-wielding adversary to injure his support leg. A towel was also an extension of the body at that moment. Utilizing the 3-step movement of Muay Thai could have easily subdued an opponent. The deeper his understanding, the brighter Lu Xiankai's eyes became. In the brief span of mere seconds, he identified no fewer than 9 mistakes his predecessor had made during the confrontation. Had it been the current version of himself, the casualties would undoubtedly have been the 7 assassins. In his past life, though he had lived flamboyantly, he was but a tool for the powerful, reliant on others' strength and bound by their whims. Power is worth more than mere force. Indeed, it is true. It is true. As he began to slowly lay his plans, the powerful figure behind him met with defeat in a struggle occurring on another level. Perhaps that influential individual had sensed the ambition lurking within his white glove, prompting them to swiftly eliminate the most destabilizing factor. Nevertheless, all of that is now but a distant memory. In this rebirth, Lu Xiankai has been granted the opportunity to embark on a different path, one where he can ascend to the pinnacle of this world solely through his own strength. Yet, Within Lu Xinkai's heart lies a profound concern, a worry so deep that even the inexplicable marvel of the system could not alleviate it. This is a world armed with firearms. The memories Lu Xiankai has absorbed reveal a stark contrast between this timeline and another he once inhabited. In this reality, the land of Huaxia and the Lighthouse Nation have vanished, replaced by an empire known as Dashun and a republic called the Democratic Federation. The other nations differ entirely as well. However, that is not the crux of the matter. The essence lies in the names and political landscapes of these nations, which may vary greatly, yet the development of weaponry bears an astonishing resemblance. Lu Xiankai cannot fathom the extent of training necessary to survive the onslaught of firearms. Not to mention nuclear weapons, even the heavy artillery would be insurmountable. When a person pushes their body and mind to the limit, nothing is impossible. Perhaps sensing Lu Xiankai's doubts, the elusive system unexpectedly provided a green subtitle that was not quite an answer. In this age where missiles and nuclear bombs can strike the opposite side of the globe, where humanity has already set foot on the moon, is it truly conceivable for one individual, through rigorous training, to attain a level of prowess that could rival an entire nation? Lu Xiankai endeavored to ascertain the answer within his mind. Anything is possible. The green subtitle reappeared without warning. Despite having evolved for millennia, humanity has never truly understood how to unlock their greatest treasure. The fool is about to emerge. Recently, the most fervent topic of discussion in Chihu prison has been the impending release of Lu Xiankai from solitary confinement. As for why he is referred to as a fool, it is because these desperate individuals, much like Lu Xiankai, cannot comprehend the naivety of the predecessor who dared to shatter all the rules. Even some inmates he once protected share the same sentiment. This world is indeed peculiar. To fear authority, yet lack virtue, is human nature. Foolish though he may be, he is undeniably formidable. Currently, Heizai is yet to return from the hospital. According to the news I received, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he will likely be left a true imbecile for life, even more so than Lu Xiankai. The expression of the leader of the number gang, Brother Lai, appeared grim. Brother Lai, shall we organize another group? If 7 is insufficient, we can gather 10. No matter how formidable he is, I refuse to believe he can take on 10. A subordinate of the number gang lowered his voice. You're going? Brother Lai shot a cold glance at him. 7 red stick-level enforcers couldn't finish off this wretch. And now with some dead and others crippled, who would dare step forward? All the men surrounding Brother Lai fell into an uneasy silence. They had all witnessed the infernal scene in the shower room. None could summon the courage to confront that madman. Indeed, no one could take on 10. But who could guarantee that those 10 wouldn't suffer casualties when facing the King of Hell? What if one were the unluckiest among them? Amidst the hushed whispers, Lu Xiankai slowly emerged, escorted by 2 guards, into the corridor flanked by rows of cells. The man's gait was not swift. Many of his wounds had yet to heal, and each step elicited sharp pain that caused him to tremble slightly. Yet, Lu Xiankai endeavored to maintain a posture as upright as a spear. He walked expressionlessly, countering every malevolent gaze with a fierce and piercing stare. Lu Xiankai was no longer the naive individual he once was. He not only shed that innocence, but also gained the cunning and ruthlessness inherent in a white glove. He understood that this prison was akin to a dark forest, where every person was a beast lurking in the shadows. To prevent these beasts from attacking, one must not exhibit any weakness. This is the law of the jungle. The 39th cell where Lu Xiankai resided was not far. As he walked amidst the complex and varied gazes of the prisoners, many exhaled a long sigh of relief. One inmate could not help but murmur, I feel like Lu Xiankai has transformed into a different person. His eyes were never this terrifying before. He is a malevolent spirit. A demon just risen from the depths of hell, replied another, an elderly prisoner with graying hair. Someone who has faced death once is bound to be different. He has changed. We may never see that fool who preached redemption again. What will he become? Inquired a prisoner with yellowing teeth, curiosity evident in his voice. Do not provoke him. I have seen his eyes just now, the old inmate cautioned, offering a suggestion instead. Do you recall the massacre in Mongkok 13 years ago? That maniac who wiped out an entire family bore the same look, identical. Chapter 4, Infinite Possibilities. Where is the most hierarchical place? Perhaps everyone has a completely different answer to this question. Some may believe it is in the political arena, others in the workplace. But many are certain it lies within the military. All are mistaken, or at least inaccurate in the context of Hong Kong. For in Hong Kong, the most hierarchically rigid place is singular, Chihu prison. Within this prison, deemed a den of scum, murderers, and various desperate fugitives, the hierarchy is so severe that it is hard for ordinary people to fathom. Bullying is almost the norm here. Those at the top of the food chain regard the lower tiers as less than human, and countless individuals have been toyed with and left broken. So, how does one position themselves at the apex of this food chain in such a hellish environment? The answer is straightforward. Either you possess wealth, or you wield power. If you lack both, the only remaining option to compel others to submit is through violence. In this place, status can indeed be fought for. In recent months, the most sensational event at Chihu prison has been the shower room brawl. Why did this incident generate such a stir? First, the 7 individuals involved were the fiercest fighters selected from all factions within the prison. They set aside past grievances to collaborate with a singular objective, to ensure absolute success. The chosen fighters were notorious for their brutality. Indeed, some speculated that any one of them could easily hold a position within the triad hierarchy. Second, the outcome defied all expectations. In other words, the seemingly naive Lu Xiankai exhibited a ferocity and ruthlessness that shattered everyone's preconceived notions. In this prison, few secrets remain hidden. Upon entering, it was well known that Lu Xiankai was a formidable fighter, notorious for his moniker as one of the most vicious of the 4-9 gang. However, no one could have anticipated the depths of brutality to which this gang member could descend. 7 against 1. A surprise attack. Each assailant wielded a weapon of sufficient sharpness to inflict grievous harm. Those acquainted with the underworld understand that the presence or absence of weaponry constitutes a stark dichotomy. A capable fighter may pose little threat to a few ordinary individuals, but should those ordinary folks possess lethal tools, the scales of victory can swiftly tilt. 7 armed men confronted an unarmed Lu Xiankai. The outcome was 2 individuals sustaining injuries so severe that the least affected among them suffered a concussion. To this day, even a brisk walk induces dizziness. The one who charged ahead, known as A Chong, received word from the medical unit that he had been struck so forcefully that he was left in a state of utter mental incapacity. Unless a miracle occurs, this unfortunate soul will likely wander through life with an intellect akin to that of a 10-year-old. Many bore witness to the grim fate of De Kong, a notorious figure. His robust leg bones were grotesquely twisted. The stark white of exposed bone juxtaposed with the dark crimson of flesh left many pale and shaken. There was no need for a hospital's verdict. Seasoned inmates could ascertain with a glance that De Kong would forever rely on a cane, rendered entirely disabled. The mention of this bloody melee still evokes terror in the hearts of many observers. These men, typically emboldened and ready to draw their blades, are now reluctant to recount the events of that fateful clash. They can never erase from memory the sight of their adversary, drenched in blood, yet exhibiting the ferocity of a raging tiger. Regardless of Lu Xiankai's future, his deeds have now become a legend within the annals of Chihu, destined to be recounted by generations of prisoners to come. Brother Kai, please take a seat here. As Lu Xiankai's handcuffs were removed by the prison guards and he was ushered into the cell, the previously dominant figure, Hamster, leapt forward in a manner akin to an arrow, almost obsequiously assisting Lu Xiankai to the most advantageous bunk. Once the guards departed, he quickly retrieved a cigarette from beneath the bed and presented it respectfully to Lu Xiankai. No one found fault with Hamster's demeanor. Lu Xiankai had now earned the right to command respect within this cell, a status validated by the blood-soaked reality of his actions. Hamster, not receiving the cigarette, squinted at the short, plump man before him, resembling a hamster, and inquired, "Is it possible to procure some drugs? The blue smurfs belong to the traders. I cannot touch them. As for other substances, narcotics and poisons spell death for those who handle them." "What kind of drugs do you require, Brother Kai?" Hamster asked, his voice trembling. Cell 29 was rather unremarkable, lacking any truly ruthless characters, which is why this man, having spent his life in confinement since the age of 18, could exert influence here. Of course, tenure alone does not guarantee a position of power. Hamster had risen to prominence prior to Lu Xiankai due to his other role as a prison broker, a middleman of sorts. Not everyone qualifies for this role, as this industry is rife with profit, necessitating connections with numerous guards. Otherwise, many items would be confiscated before reaching one's hands. From age 18 to 35, Hamster had spent 17 years in prison and, barring unforeseen circumstances, would likely remain for another 2 decades. Throughout these years, Hamster, lacking any significant background, had perfected the art of subtlety and caution. It is precisely for this reason that he earned the trust of certain guards, ultimately securing his position as a prison broker 6 years ago. Brokers wield substantial influence, primarily responsible for smuggling various contraband into the prison, such as cigarettes, alcohol, and, for a hefty price, even mobile phones or women. Though the business is lucrative, Hamster's profits are modest. In this well-established gray market, he is but a minor player. "I'm not referring to narcotics," Lu Xiankai interjected, frowning. Under the dim light of the corridor, his impassive expression sent a chill down Hamster's spine. 12-year-old Longyan, 20-plus-year-old Chinpi, over 10-year-old Ginseng, and Duzhong. Ignoring Hamster's apprehension, Lu Xiankai coldly listed an array of medicinal herbs, some of which were exorbitantly priced. This caused Hamster's expression to sour immediately. "Brother Kai, that requires a substantial amount of money," he replied candidly, I don't have that kind of capital to honor your request. I will find a way to gather the funds. I merely need to know if you can acquire them, Lu Xiankai asserted. The herbs he mentioned were the formula for a restorative potion provided by the system, and his concern lay not with the money but with the inability to obtain these potions even if he had the funds at his disposal. The system would not deceive him. Lu Xiankai was highly anticipatory of the effects of this massage potion, for he would forever remember the last line of the system's note. Note 1. This formula has been calculated to completely mend bodily injuries. Note 2. This remedy allows the human physique to undergo gradual enhancement while healing, enhancing the body. These 4 words represented boundless potential. Chapter 5. Tattoos. 9 ghosts carrying the coffin. As long as it exists in the market and one is willing to spend, it can be procured. Under Lu Xiankai's piercing gaze. After much contemplation, Hamster finally responded, it should be feasible, though it may be a bit of a hassle. A hassle? Lu Xiankai raised an eyebrow. Indeed. For obtaining the drugs is quite challenging. Therefore, we need to adopt an alternative approach. My plan is to have some inmates feign illness based on the herbs you require. Then file treatment requests under their names. As long as the money is forthcoming, these requests will be approved. Hamster demonstrated a thorough understanding of the processes within the prison, detailing how the drugs would be consolidated in the medical unit and then smuggled in through bribery. However, I must forewarn you, Hamster's expression turned anxious, fully aware of the vicious nature of the man before him, fearing Lu Xiankai's sudden wrath. What is it? Lu Xiankai narrowed his eyes. The more procedures involved, the more expensive the items become. By the usual standards, the funds required for these drugs could be 3 times or even more than what is needed outside. Lu Xiankai was not surprised by this price. His expression darkened slightly, as the inheritance left to him, aside from his formidable physique, was virtually non-existent. The second issue. Lu Xiankai did not mask his financial struggles. He turned to Hamster and bluntly stated, how can I acquire a considerable sum of money within these confines? Although the system did not list prices for the herbs, Lu Xiankai understood that they would undoubtedly be expensive. Thus, accumulating wealth had become his most pressing concern. He never imagined that even in prison, he would be unable to escape the grind of earning money. This left Lu Xiankai with a sense of wistfulness. Earn a fortune? The expression on the hamster's face momentarily froze. In this place, aside from the few prominent figures of the major factions, only a handful of captains among the constables could reap substantial benefits. How could an ordinary prisoner possibly make money? I owe you a favor. Lu Xiankai stipulated his own terms. He was no longer the fool he once was, fully aware of the formidable presence he held in this realm. If the hamster were not a simpleton, he would surely engage his intellect. There was indeed a method. As Lu Xiankai had envisioned, the hamster's eyes lit up, and after a prolonged contemplation, he uttered a name, Zhou Muron, young Master Zhou, the scion of the Zhou family. In the memories that Lu Xiankai had absorbed, this young Master Zhou was an exceptionally unique figure within the confines of Stanley Prison. Firstly, he was the legitimate eldest grandson of the Zhou family, one of the 5 great affluent clans of the harbor city. The Zhou family was not merely a wealthy family. It dominated multiple industries, including shipping, construction materials, and real estate. It was indeed peculiar for a scion of such a family to be incarcerated among hardened criminals in Stanley. Even more astonishing was that young Master Zhou's crime was merely a hit-and-run resulting in death while intoxicated. Lu Xiankai immediately sensed the incongruity. Through the memories he had digested, he discerned that this world differed significantly from his previous one. Here, the empire was entirely governed by families of varying sizes, with several powerful clans wielding influence that could rival the imperial court. The island he was born on exemplified the maxim that capital reigns supreme. Under such circumstances, how could the eldest son of the Zhou family end up in prison for a mere act of manslaughter? Absurd. While this offense might be grave for an ordinary individual, what was it for the Zhou family? A trifling matter. Although some opined that this was merely a concession made by the Zhou family under public pressure, Lu Xiankai, having a profound understanding of how elite families operated in another timeline, scoffed at this explanation. To alleviate public scrutiny? Why would the young Master Zhou be placed in the perilous confines of Stanley when there were numerous prisons catering to the affluent? What rationale could justify this choice? The innate instincts of a puppet master in another timeline led Lu Xiankai to analyze the abnormal clues and rumors circulating outside regarding the true reason for young Master Zhou's incarceration. Rumors suggested that the patriarch of the Zhou family was gravely ill and in a coma. The second generation of the family was embroiled in fierce power struggles for control of the Zhou conglomerate. The fact that Zhou Muron, as the eldest grandson, had ended up in prison indicated that internal strife within the Zhou family had escalated to an alarming degree. In other words, there were those within the family who wished for young Master Zhou to perish behind bars. Truly, he was indeed a young Master Zhou. The hamster glanced at the other inmates before lowering his voice. According to my sources, This young master had 3 million added to his account the moment he entered prison. As he spoke of the 3 million, the glimmer of envy sparkled in the hamster's eyes. This sum was a fortune that an ordinary person could scarcely accumulate in a lifetime, yet for the elite of the harbor city, it was merely pocket change. The disparity between individuals was indeed vast. Young Master Zhou must have offended someone. He is desperately spending to secure personal protection within the prison. Brother Kai, you are quite formidable. Surely, you can negotiate a handsome price with him. The hamster rubbed his hands together with a somewhat lewd demeanor for the wealthy. Money is like paper. You could certainly profit handsomely. Intriguing, Lu Xiankai nodded. I shall meet him tomorrow during exercise time. If he is indeed capable of paying the price, I won't hesitate to assist him in a rather lethal manner. Time passes swiftly. As dawn broke in the eastern sky, the shrill sound of the wake-up bell reverberated throughout the prison. Unlike the cacophony of complaints heard in other prisons, the prisoners in cell 29 appeared utterly lethargic, their dark circles rendering them akin to national treasures of the Great Shun Empire. Their sleeplessness was not due to Lu Xiankai's tyranny, but rather because everyone was fixated on watching this fierce individual getting tattooed. The hamster's hand trembled as he held the needle. He now deeply regretted boasting to Lu Xiankai about having learned the craft from the late Chu Daoren a decade ago after the lights went out. This piqued Lu Xiankai's interest. After all, in his memories, Chu Daoren was widely recognized as a master tattoo artist, with a southern style of needlework that could bring tattoos to life. However, after Chu Daoren's death a decade ago, his skills had been lost to time. Thus, Lu Xiankai, suddenly intrigued, decided to have the hamster inscribe a design on his back. The pattern he proposed was most peculiar, a scene he had glimpsed on a bronze cauldron in another timeline. 9 blood-red specters with heads bowed, dragging chains, while on the other end of the chains stood a coffin, within which loomed a shadowy figure adorned with an imperial crown. Upon seeing this image, Lu Xiankai had become utterly entranced, eventually going to great lengths to acquire that bronze cauldron, even incurring the ire of influential individuals in the process. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Lu Xiankai felt an inexplicable connection between his inexplicable arrival in this world following his demise and this very design. The night march of the 9 ghosts? The king of hell emerging from the coffin? Upon seeing the design Lu Xiankai had sketched, the hamster was immediately taken aback. Brother Kai, tattoos are somewhat ominous. Perhaps sensing an opportunity due to Lu Xiankai's apparent naivety regarding the tattooing industry, the hamster earnestly explained, the Azure Dragon and White Tiger and Lord Guan are protective against evil spirits. Ordinary individuals cannot bear them and should not have them inked on their bodies. As for the king of hell, the hamster's expression turned fearful. He is the deity who governs life and death. Having such a tattoo on one's back is something very few can withstand. Cannot withstand? Lu Xiankai chuckled coldly. What happens if one cannot? They die, the hamster replied in a somber tone. Chu Daoren once told me that the king of hell is the most fearsome. Everyone experiences periods of decline and prosperity. Once in a period of decline, the king of hell will consume you. My life is resilient. I wish to see how he consumes me. Lu Xiankai's gaze was defiant and arrogant. I revel in the matters of life and death. Thus he is the one. That is a grave taboo, a significant taboo. Despite the hamster's incessant chatter, he began his work under Lu Xiankai's piercing gaze. For the first time, all the inmates in the cell witnessed Lu Xiankai's ferocity. Although the hamster insisted that tattooing could not be rushed and required a step-by-step approach, Lu Xiankai merely scoffed, silencing all of the hamster's objections. Thus, in the days that followed, the hamster nearly became a national treasure in another timeline. Day and night, he toiled, while the others watched incessantly. Chapter 6, It's Wonderful to Be Alive. It's done, Brother Kai. The moment the wake-up bell rang, the hamster wiped away the last trace of blood from Lu Xiankai's back. He gazed at Lu Xiankai as silhouette, his eyes brimming with awe. To claim that he had fully inherited Chu Daoren's techniques would be an exaggeration, but he had indeed achieved an 8/10 mastery, as was Chu Daoren's assessment before his demise. Thus, he was able to endure the piercing of hundreds of thousands of needles in a single night without collapsing to the ground. The little hamster never imagined that anyone could be so formidable. After all, in this wretched prison, there is no access to such luxury as anesthetics. Yet, in the absence of any numbing agents, this man bore the agony of countless needles without so much as furrowing his brow. Impressive. The little hamster and all the inmates were left in awe of the bizarre spectacle of Lu Xiankai's back, adorned with the peculiar 9 ghosts coffin tattoo, even causing the most timid prisoner in the cell to collapse onto the ground in fear. This reaction was hardly surprising. Lu Xiankai's latissimus dorsi bulged prominently, and even the fascia of his chest and waist, muscles typically not developed to such extremes, protruded impressively, compounded by the astonishing cross-section of his erector spinae, rendering his back reminiscent of a fearsome, ghastly visage. The excessively developed muscles around Lu Xiankai's scapula formed 2 swirling vortices, appearing as if a demon had opened its eyes at first glance. The ghastly back, coupled with the eerie tattoos, delivered such a visual shock that even the battle-hardened prisoners remained speechless for an extended period. As the time for outdoor exercise arrived, Lu Xiankai slowly donned the loose-fitting brown prison uniform, concealing his terrifying physique. "Brother Kai, I do not seek your favors." In an unexpected surge of courage, the little hamster made a life-altering decision. This individual, often seen as timid and unassuming, boldly called out to Lu Xiankai, who had already reached the door of the cell. "What do you want, if not a favor?" Lu Xiankai did not turn back. "I want to be with you," the little hamster proclaimed earnestly, as if taking an oath. The little hamster was a merchant in Stanley Prison. One should not presume that prison exists outside the realm of society. Wealth circulates within its confines, and brokers who procure goods for substantial profit also thrive here. The little hamster was one such merchant. No one could underestimate this not particularly tall man, who stuttered slightly, for he was one of the 5 most significant merchants in the entire prison. As long as one could afford it, he could procure cigarettes, alluring pin-up magazines, playing cards, and even some illicit white powder. Of course, lethal weapons or escape tools were excluded. Many lamented this man's apparent fortune, yet few envied him. After all, in Stanley, everyone understood the hardships faced by brokers and the dangers they encountered. The greatest profits from such endeavors ultimately flowed to the prison authorities, leaving brokers with meager returns. While they might lead relatively comfortable lives, any misstep could result in a tragic downfall. Every few years, the prison would conduct a major inspection, and should any issues arise, the little hamster would undoubtedly be the perfect scapegoat. Once he was gone, the authorities would have their explanation, and the inmates would have their closure. Would anyone care about the fate of a prisoner with no connections? Certainly not. No one was naive enough to believe that the demise of the little hamster's predecessor, Brother Black, was truly a suicide. Thus, the little hamster had been in search of a patron. But he understood that the gang leaders would not genuinely believe in him until he beheld the extraordinary Lu Xiankai. He decided to take a gamble. "You had better demonstrate your worth, for I have no need for a worthless individual." As Lu Xiankai stepped out of the cell, the little hamster, filled with anxious anticipation, could not prevent himself from fiercely clenching his fist, then bowed to Lu Xiankai's departing figure. The temporary task was complete. He had secured the little hamster's loyalty. Even the solitary warrior striving for the pinnacle requires sufficient logistical support. "Congratulations, host. You have received a reward, the training methods for Iron Shirt and the formula for the medicinal brew." The pale green subtitles reappeared before Lu Xiankai's eyes. Upon seeing the green text, for reasons unknown, Lu Xiankai's first reaction was still to think of making money. Indeed, it was about profit. The system within his body was so rudimentary that Lu Xiankai could hardly suppress his disdain. He was merely a prisoner. If he were outside, even in 2 entirely different worlds, it would not be difficult to generate income with such a robust physique and his intellect. However, for now, setting aside the bizarre training methods of the Iron Shirt, even the ingredients listed for the medicinal brews made Lu Xiankai's scalp tingle. Unlike the previous concoctions, the medicines required for the Iron Shirt were evidently exorbitantly priced. 18-year-old ginseng, 15-year-old Hisho Wu, tiger bones. Just the few ingredients Lu Xiankai recognized were already quite valuable. The other ingredients, such as agarwood and longan flesh, were likely not inexpensive either. It seemed he would not only need to establish a connection with young Master Zhou, but also hasten to complete the task of becoming the king of the prison. Otherwise, he would struggle even to procure the necessary medicines, let alone cultivate his skills. Muttering to himself, he shifted his attention to the training methods for the Iron Shirt provided in the subtitles, and Lu Xiankai could not help but gasp in disbelief. The densely packed, intricate instructions could be distilled into one phrase: extreme self-mortification. Just examining the first segment, which spoke of the body and bones making contact with hard objects for training, one would gradually toughen over time. The green subtitles conveyed this lightly, yet the pain and bodily harm involved were something the average person could hardly endure. Iron sand rubbing against the skin, blunt objects striking. Lu Xiankai could barely contain his grimace as he continued reading. The lengthy final section detailed the methods of breathing. The system provided thorough instructions on how to breathe, visualize, and even the rhythm of breathing when struck by blunt objects. It was clear that this segment contained the most precious secrets. Evidently, mastering the Iron Shirt would require an extensive period of dedication. As Lu Xiankai walked toward the exercise yard under the escort of the guards, he pondered. The green subtitles surfaced once more. The host must consume the medicinal brews provided by the system while practicing Iron Shirt. Otherwise, bodily functions will collapse after 3 months. More crucial was the next line. The system lacked the capability to restore the host's health. Lu Xiankai staggered slightly. He finally comprehended the nature of this system. It cared not whether the host perished, from beginning to end. This program was solely responsible for offering various training methods. If the goal was achieved, the program would continue to cultivate. If failure occurred, the consequences were to be borne by the individual. 5 minutes later, Lu Xiankai, having traversed many days, finally beheld the true sky for the first time. He inhaled deeply, then erupted into wild laughter, much to the astonishment of those around him. How wonderful it is to be alive. Lu Xiankai had never before realized how beautiful the blue sky and white clouds could be. Chapter 7, including the left hand? Perhaps it was mere coincidence, or perhaps it was fate at play. As Lu Xiankai laughed heartily while gazing at the sky, a prison transport vehicle entered the view of all present. Instantly, all the inmates lingering in the yard unleashed a fervent cacophony of howls and whistles towards the prison van, wagering on an array of cigarettes. This was an age-old tradition in Stanley. Life within the prison was devoid of amusement, and the act of intimidating newcomers, particularly when observing their trembling limbs and pallid faces, seemed to offer a modicum of joy in this hellish abode. The guards watched with bemusement as the scene unfolded before them. They did not intervene in the veterans' intimidation of the fresh arrivals, for it was only through such displays that they could secure further benefits from the outside and discern which individuals warranted scrutiny and which could be coaxed into becoming informants. The raucous atmosphere persisted until the arrival of an individual. A towering man, bearing a scar across his cheek, descended from the prison van. And as if by an unspoken command, the clamorous cries fell silent. A handful of bald men seated on the sparse benches in the square rose with grins, greeting the newcomer with cordiality. This prompted a collective gasp among many inmates who were unaware of the man's identity, though they did not recognize him. The deference shown by those who greeted him spoke volumes. The likes of Big Chihu from Sun Yan, Brother Lai from the Number Gang, and the formidable figure from the 14K were all notably gentle in their demeanor, with some visibly forcing smiles. It was evident that this man held a position of considerable influence, and an intimidating one at that. Brother Left Hand, one of the key figures of Sun Yan and Stanley, was a veteran of the Underworld. Even Brother Chihu, a seasoned player in the game, lowered his stature to offer a nod of acknowledgement. Brother Big Chihu, with a dispassionate expression, raised his shackled hands in response before continuing on his way into the prison's inspection room. Throughout this exchange, his gaze never faltered towards anyone else. Clearly, in Brother Left Hand's eyes, apart from the fellow member from his own organization, none had the privilege to engage with him. Who is this? What is his background? Hamster Boy wore a perplexed expression. Despite being well informed within the prison's confines, he was not immune to societal disconnection. Having been sentenced to 30 years for manslaughter at the tender age of 16, he was now utterly unfamiliar with the influential figures outside. The only conclusion he could draw was that this Brother Left Hand was exceedingly arrogant and possessed a terrifying prowess that instilled fear in all. With a questioning glance, he turned to his companion nearby, Black Guy, a friend with ties to Sun Yan, who had just entered prison 2 years prior. Black Guy, a prominent figure from North Point and one of the 5 tigers of Sun Yan, had single-handedly established their presence in Mongkok 3 years ago. His expression towards Brother Left Hand was one of awe. It was said that Brother Left Hand was among the most formidable and daring figures in Sun Yan, capable of holding his own against the likes of Prince Brother, who was the runner-up in Southeast Asia's free fighting championships. In stark contrast to Black Guy's enthusiastic admiration, Hamster Boy's initial reaction was one of confusion, swiftly followed by dread. He pondered how a small-time thug could end up in prison under such a powerful figure. His fears stemmed from the turbulent reshuffling that ensued whenever such notorious individuals were incarcerated. After years of observing, he had discerned a troubling pattern. Each time a heavyweight from a gang entered, the already fragile balance of power would be irrevocably disrupted. If all proceeded as expected, Brother Left Hand's arrival would undoubtedly herald a new wave of bloodshed. I must steer clear of this impending storm, Hamster Boy muttered to himself. He had thrived in the underworld by being astutely adaptable, but this very trait rendered him vulnerable, making him an easy target amid gang rivalries. In the cutthroat world of gang conflict, the privileges and connections he had managed to secure were negligible. Memories of past upheavals flooded his mind. He recalled the last major incident 6 years prior, when the notorious killer, Jiao Jiao of the 14K, was incarcerated, resulting in 7 deaths within a month due to rampant violence. It was during that tumultuous time that someone, envious of his merchant status, had attempted to take his life amidst the chaos. Had fortune not favored him, that blade would have surely claimed his life. Even so, he spent 3 months in the infirmary recovering from severe injuries. Fortune and misfortune are often intertwined. It was precisely during those 3 months that Hamster Boy evaded the fiercest of storms. When he emerged, 2 of the original 5 merchants had already perished. A profound fear of death led his darting gaze to fixate on a solitary figure standing at the entrance of the square, a man who stood apart, coldly observing the unfolding events. Lu Xiankai. Only this formidable warrior, known for his willingness to confront anyone, might offer him safety amidst the ensuing turmoil. Equally troubled was young Master Zhou, who stood in the northwestern corner of the square, the scion of a wealthy family, dressed in a brown prison uniform. His pale skin and slender hands starkly contrasted with the rough surroundings. To other inmates, Brother Left Hand's entrance was merely another incident on the tumultuous path of the underworld. In this life, who could guarantee their safety from trouble? Yet, only young Master Zhou understood the gravity of the situation. Brother Left Hand had not committed any crime, but had been sent here with one singular purpose: to kill him. Fourth uncle, you truly are ruthless. Well informed, young Master Zhou recognized that his fourth uncle was the most influential figure within Sun Yian, and he was certain this was all part of his machinations. First, he maneuvered through the judicial system to have him convicted, then cast him into this wretched place, and finally intended for Brother Left Hand to eliminate him. It seemed he had indeed learned a great deal from the old man. Realizing the peril he faced, young Master Zhou glanced at the burly men surrounding him, hired muscle he had secured upon entering to ensure his safety within these walls. He had anticipated a relatively uneventful stay in prison while awaiting his grandfather's recovery, but now he felt a chill creeping over him. Although regarded as a frivolous wastrel in the upper echelons of Hong Kong society, the second-generation heirs raised in affluent families were far from inept. Reading the room was young Master Zhou's forte, and he discerned the unmistakable fear etched in the eyes of the men around him. Unmasked trepidation. Clearly, even before Brother Left Hand had taken any action, he had already instilled fear in these boastful brutes. Is young Master Zhou afraid? A sudden voice broke the tension from behind him. Startled, young Master Zhou turned sharply to find a man smiling at him. He instantly recognized the figure as Lu Xiankai, the most ruthless criminal in the prison, already dubbed the King of Hell by many. Since Brother Left Hand's arrival, his gaze had not strayed from the latter. Lu Xiankai gazed intently at the well-known playboy before him, adorned with a smile. The arrival of the Zhou family scion and Stanley had already become a grand jest. Now, there were those who sought to bring about your demise. It seems the whispers regarding old Master Zhou's coma hold a kernel of truth. How did you come by this information? Zhou Gongzi's expression immediately turned frigid, and several inmates tasked with his protection astutely encircled Lu Xiankai. This is not difficult to deduce. Lu Xiankai maintained a serene demeanor, his eyes betraying no hint of trepidation despite being surrounded by formidable prisoners. Clearly, the Zhou family's internal strife had surfaced. Otherwise, a legitimate grandson such as yourself would not be sentenced to a year in prison for drunk driving, nor would you find yourself in this den of hardened criminals. Lu Xiankai's calm tone was suffused with confidence. Casting you into this place was merely the first step. From the way you glanced at your left hand, I discerned that it serves as a backup plan devised by your family elders to deal with you. You are quite astute, a quality that contradicts many of the opinions held about you. Zhou Gongzi did not refute this. Anyone who crawls back from the brink of death emerges wiser. Lu Xiankai flashed a grin, remarking, I have heard that Zhou Gongzi lacks nothing save for money. Ironically, I find myself in need of funds. Thus, we are the ideal partners in collaboration. How shall we cooperate? Zhou Gongzi inquired. 6 million, with half paid up front. Lu Xiankai fixed his gaze on Zhou Muruan, assuring, I guarantee your safety in prison. Including your left hand? Zhou Gongzi squinted. Including your left hand, Lu Xiankai confirmed. Chapter 8. The Transaction. I am not in want of money. Zhou Gongzi stated this with a calmness tinged with arrogance. No one could doubt the conviction behind his words. In Hong Kong, the Zhou family's Hang Seng Group boasts a market value in the hundreds of billions of imperial currency, ranking among the 5 great families. In this era, wealth alone does not suffice to establish a family. One must possess a profound foundation in both political and business realms, alongside control over essential industries to qualify. The Zhou family oversees the most critical natural gas supply in Hong Kong, as long as they do not impulsively engage in the highest echelons of political strife. Their standing is assured. This family has remained steadfast for decades, their legacy formidable. However, I have a habit when it comes to spending. I must feel that my expenditure is justified. Whenever wealth is mentioned, Zhou Gongzi reverts to the brash demeanor of his former playboy self. 6 million is but a trifling sum. The last time I was charmed by a girl's smile, I gifted her a car worth $1 million. Do you deem it unworthy? Zhou Gongzi's smile revealed his disdain for poverty, yet I countered that they do not comprehend. Each of them received a mere 200,000, for that is all I deemed them worth. So, you imply that these men combined are not even worth half of you? Zhou Gongzi gestured toward the men surrounding him, slowly spreading his hands. I require you to prove this to me. The expressions of the inmates encircling Lu Xiankai darkened, and their gazes toward him brimmed with resentment. It appears I am still not fierce enough. Lu Xiankai grinned, surveying the men encircling him. I assumed that after our previous encounter in the shower, you would fear me. Yet I was mistaken. Thus, I must escalate my ferocity. As his words fell, Lu Xiankai sprang into action. With a textbook boxing maneuver, he sidestepped, breaking free from the encirclement, and delivered a vicious uppercut to the nearest inmate. Though still not fully recovered, his strike retained formidable force. The unfortunate inmate's jaw shattered under the impact, blood and teeth erupting from his mouth as he was sent sprawling through the air. Without a moment's pause after his first blow, Lu Xiankai executed a downward sidestep followed by a powerful left hook, bending another corpulent thug into a crumpled heap. Seize the opportunity to vanquish your adversary. This principle reigns supreme in street brawls. Denying them a moment's respite, Lu Xiankai's right fist arced beautifully, crashing into the opponent's temple. The once brawny inmate collapsed to the ground, the dark crimson pooling at his eye indicating severe, potentially irreparable brain trauma from Lu Xiankai's strike. The remaining inmates charged in fury. Strategic placements must occur before your opponent perceives any signs. Only then can you maximize your gains. If there is one phrase that has lingered in Lu Xiankai's memory from his previous life, it is this sentiment. It is this very wisdom that allowed him to become a renowned figure, achieving what most could only dream of in terms of wealth before even reaching 30. Instinctively, Lu Xiankai made a decision. This confrontation could employ any means necessary, but he must conceal his ground techniques. The sole purpose of this maneuver was to deceive the left hand. Zhou Gongzi's money would not be easily acquired. Securing this sum equated to a confrontation with the left hand. This was the left hand, not the second-rate thugs who had besieged him in the shower. This was the man of influence in North Point, the one whom the major players in the underworld would treat with a modicum of respect. Though the memories of the left hand were scant in Lu Xiankai's mind, they were largely tales of his fierce exploits in the underworld. Among the embellished accounts, Lu Xiankai could ascertain one certainty. The left hand was a master of Muay Thai, and against such a devastating fighting style, the most effective counter is ground techniques. Thus, Lu Xiankai resolved to stage a performance, one designed to mislead the left hand. Why do fierce beasts fall short against adept hunters? Because beasts lack the cunning of their pursuers. Inheriting the formidable physique of his predecessor, Lu Xiankai had effectively overcome this shortcoming. No one could discern his thoughts. Rather, they were captivated by the fluidity of his movements. His actions flowed seamlessly, demonstrating to all the essence of true boxing. The man danced like a butterfly amid a garden. Facing the first inmate's flying kick, Lu Xiankai sidestepped gracefully, his right hook landing with a resounding crack upon the opponent's jaw. Having absorbed the memories of his past life, attacks relying solely on brute force were now a trivial endeavor for him. Everyone witnessed the ferocity of that right hook. The first inmate's eyes glazed over as he collapsed heavily to the ground. In the realm of underworld conflicts, no one adheres to any rules. The second inmate, evidently possessing some boxing foundation, leapt into the air, launching a fierce high kick. Lu Xiankai executed a flawless retreat, parrying with his arm while delivering a precise jab that struck the opponent's left cheek. The nearly 2-meter reach of his frame unleashed with sudden ferocity, terrifyingly accurate. Bang! The second prisoner was struck down with a resounding thud, and his bloodied molar flew through the air, glinting in the sunlight like an abstract ink splash. The third man's complexion visibly shifted to one of panic. He even hesitated briefly in his charge, but Mr. Lu's ferocious left hook struck him at lightning speed, landing squarely on his temple. The crack of fist meeting skull caused young Master Zhou, who was observing the unfolding battle, to furrow his brow in concern. In just a minute, 5 prisoners lay defeated at Mr. Lu's feet, and he beckoned towards the only remaining man yet to engage. I know you. You used to be the blade of the white-haired brother, Akong. I've heard you boast about having taken lives. Whether you've done so or not, you shall soon find out. Atsung slowly positioned himself before Lu, the only one capable of earning 500,000 from young Master Zhou. And his calm demeanor at this moment made Zhou feel that the money spent on him wasn't wasted. Enough of your prattle. Mr. Lu initiated his assault. In the realm of combat sports, boxing is the most lucrative. It is common for a single bout to command appearance fees in the millions, even tens of millions of federal currency. Yet, curiously, many athletes from other disciplines scoff at the genuine combat prowess of boxers. They believe that the power of a punch pales in comparison to the lethality of a kick. In a no-holds-barred fight, the rigidly structured movements of boxing expose numerous vulnerabilities when confronted with attacks aimed at the lower body. This was Atsung's confidence. He had earned his reputation in street fights and had trained in boxing, so he did not feel that victory against the unhinged Mr. Lu was beyond his reach. In fact, when he saw Lu charge at him, a sinister grin spread across his face. Having practiced imperial free fighting, Atsung wasted no time delivering a sweeping kick aimed at Lu's midsection. Details determine success or failure. In genuine combat, unless there is a significant disparity in strength, flashy high kicks rarely come into play. After all, while they may look impressive, their wide movements hinder rapid retraction, and should an opponent seize the opportunity, the result could be fatal. Atsung, a veteran of many battles, would not have established his own name in such a hellish place otherwise. His sweeping kick, both swift and angular, was indeed impressive. Mid-level sweep, targeting the waist. Crack. In his mind, Atsung had anticipated no fewer than 5 possible counterattacks from Lu. Yet he was utterly unprepared for Lu's complete lack of evasive intent. Lu sidestepped and, with a downward motion of his left arm, firmly blocked the sweeping attack. Then, with a sudden shift in his body, he closed the distance with rapid footwork. Many street fighters look down upon boxing. Yet they must concede one undeniable truth: the footwork of boxing. After centuries of scientific study, boxing footwork, while seemingly simple, has become the most pragmatic form of movement. With an uncanny upper body sway, minimal yet deceptive shifts, and highly misleading feints, Lu's exceptional combat prowess left ordinary onlookers bewildered. Raise your hands. Elbow strike. A single elbow can surpass 100 punches. The moment Atsung's cheek was struck, he stumbled backward. Seize the opportunity to take your opponent's life. This is an iron rule of street combat. Hook punches, jabs, and sweeping elbows rained down upon Atsung like a tempest, leaving him as vulnerable as a small boat caught in a storm, crying out in agony. Clearly, Lu's intent was to establish his dominance by beating his opponent to a pulp. Thus, Atsung found himself devoid of any will to resist, even pleading for mercy. Yet Lu showed no signs of relenting, continuing his relentless barrage of fists. Only when the prison guards discharged their warning shots did Lu finally cease his astonishingly brutal assault, leaving Atsung, devoid of any semblance of life, to slump to the ground like a rag doll. Am I worth this price? Fixated on young Master Zhou, Lu disregarded the approaching guards. This exhilarating battle had invigorated him like never before. In a sudden burst of ferocity, he tore off his prisoner garb. His chiseled muscles, scarred and adorned with menacing tattoos, glimmered in the golden sunlight, etching this moment into the memories of all present. From that day forth, Lu acquired a new moniker, Yama, the King of Death. Young Master Zhou's capabilities were indeed formidable. Through his machinations, Lu's defeat of Atsung and the crippling of 5 prisoners was spun into a narrative of self-defense. Even more astonishing was Lu's realization of the pervasive corruption within the prison, as he was effortlessly transferred to cell number 7. To further curry favor with Lu, young Master Zhou even arranged for Hamster, his companion, to be transferred alongside him. This was no trivial matter. After all, the conditions in the top 10 cells of Chihu were incomparable to those in other cells. Hot water, private restrooms, sunlight streaming in daily, along with a selection of books. Gaining entry into one of the top 10 cells was not particularly difficult, with only one stipulation: an annual bribe of 300,000. The phrase capital controls everything was rendered all the more explicit in this context. You are worth this price. I have already deposited the requisite sum into your prison account. When they met again, young Master Zhou's usual arrogance had faded, replaced by a pallid complexion. Everyone else I tried to recruit has turned me down, apart from you. The rest have been utterly terrified by the left hand. Zhou appeared to be caught between anger and fear, his face unnaturally pale. I want to know everything, Lu demanded, narrowing his eyes. Unlike his predecessor, he understood that this was the prime opportunity to make his demands known, yet he maintained a semblance of patience. In the past month, there have been 2 attempts on my life, but the news has been suppressed, so you are unaware. My money has not been wasted, but the situation has changed. This time, my 4th uncle has even summoned the left hand, evidently determined to succeed. Terrified, young Master Zhou dropped all pretense. I have witnessed that fiend's combat prowess, and it is truly terrifying. Lu gleaned much from Zhou's fearful and anxious demeanor. Clearly, this dandy had recently received significant insider information, and his faction within the Zhou family was not faring well amidst internal strife. The left hand, Lu mused, for him to be sent to prison specifically to eliminate you. The Zhou family must have paid a hefty price. I have heard he is to serve 5 years in prison. Isn't that a bit excessive? Lu inquired. Not at all. My 4th uncle, Zhou Shanha, has always been a major player in the triad, which is why he could mobilize the left hand into prison. Young Master Zhou's information was well informed, though his nervousness rendered his explanations somewhat verbose. The left hand is a person who already has his own turf in North Point and Yao Ma Ti, with so many underlings. How could no one take the fall for him? His imprisonment must be a deliberate act. Zhou Muron is not an unrepentant libertine. His analysis is astute. Should he eliminate me, there would undoubtedly be someone ready to take the fall, ensuring his imprisonment would be brief. I have gathered information with great clarity. The case against Suishou involves a grievous assault leading to death, an old case indeed. Young Master Zhou swallows hard, recognizing that the entire adjudication process is shrouded in ambiguity. Reports suggest that my 4th uncle has made a promise, following my demise. A key witness would emerge to overturn the verdict, leading to his exoneration. Zhou Muron, this information has come at a significant cost, and it must be accurate. What do you imply? Lu Xiankai squints at Zhou Muron. much like gazing upon a glittering lamb ready for slaughter. Protect me. I cannot perish. My aunt and third uncle support me, and now it is my fourth uncle, the one most likely to inherit the group, who seeks my life. Grant me some time. If I can endure until the old man awakens, my uncle will have lost. In moments of deathly peril, young Master Zhou, ever impeccably dressed and donned with gold-rimmed spectacles, seems no different in essence from those vagrants he so despises. The same fear and helplessness grip him. Not only has he naively divulged the Zhou family's secrets, but his voice quivers with trepidation. Years ago, I witnessed Zhuo in a boxing match. He dispatched my fourth uncle's bodyguard with but 3 punches. A truly formidable individual. Are you confident in your prowess? He is indeed a skilled fighter, and I shall uphold my promise. Lu Xiankai nodded. However, additional funds are required. In that moment, Lu Xiankai bore no resemblance to the feared king of hell. He resembled a mercantile opportunist instead. In truth, Lu Xiankai harbors no fear of Zhuo. The battle that resulted in Tsong's death has granted Lu Xiankai complete control over his own body. His overwhelming strength leads him to believe that in a one-on-one confrontation, no one could best him. Under Zhou Muron's astonished gaze, Lu Xiankai presented him with a pre-prepared note. I currently require 10 bottles of this specially formulated massage oil and 30 pills made from these herbs. As long as you can consistently supply me with these items. The man revealed a menacing grin. In prison, no one can touch you, not even the king of hell, this I assure you. And you, have you been proclaiming that Zhuo's arrival will herald a change? You are mistaken. His sole intention upon entering is to kill, and it was never meant to involve you. Yet now it seems you have entangled yourself in this affair. Lu Xiankai patted the now dazed hamster's eye, saying, you have no room for regret, for the path you chose is yours alone. The man laughed heartily, the sound echoing like clashing swords within cell number 7. Zhuo's imprisonment at Chihu prison is akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake. Ripples of unrest spreading across the surface. Many factions, indeed, share the same apprehension as Hamster's Eye, fearing that the 14K might suddenly ignite conflict. Tomorrow, during the outdoor exercise, arrange for the King of Hell to meet. Perhaps this time he has gained insight after being struck, and we can forge an alliance. After all, we are all under the same banner, and Zhuo is a domineering figure. We require the strength of the King of Hell. Within cell number 4, the leaders of the number gang reached a consensus. Inform A Xiong that those on the playground must be prepared. Who knows if this madman Zhuo will suddenly stir trouble. Caution is paramount. The term madman in Chihu refers to all sharp objects wrapped with woven materials. The outdoor square at Chihu serves as the sole battleground for conflicts among various factions. In this seemingly flat and open expanse, each faction claims its territory. Beneath every unassuming blade of grass lies the potential for lethal weaponry. Brother Zhendong, do you believe Zhuo's arrival will prompt those societies to unite against us? After all, they all originally branched from the Triad, and we have long been ostracized by these scoundrels. This exchange took place within cell number 6. Among the ranks of the number gang. What is the number gang? In this realm, the position of Hong Kong Island and its role within the empire bears resemblance to Lu Xiankai's other world. Both are free ports, and the lax currency circulation policies contribute to a level of prosperity that surpasses most of the empire's territories, drawing throngs of outsiders eager to risk their lives for fortune. Due to the prohibition of normal entry channels for these individuals, most undocumented immigrants resort to floating on tires or other circular objects across the river, hence they are dubbed Big Circle Boys. Money is not easily earned, especially in the fiercely exclusionary environment of Hong Kong Island. Naturally, these individuals band together, with many opting for the shadows in pursuit of wealth. Over time, the Big Circle Gang has become synonymous with the island's foreign criminal elements. Chapter 9, The Ascendance of the King. When discussing the Big Circle, nearly everyone on Hong Kong Island shares a singular impression: reckless, ruthless, and heavily armed. These individuals, compared to traditional gangs, operate with far greater impudence, seemingly disregarding both the empire's laws and the local constabulary. A singular statistic illustrates this assertion's validity. Amidst the gold shops lining Nathan Road, where every inch is invaluable, street bloodshed occurs approximately every 3 days. Among these outlaws, the Big Circle Boys comprise an astonishing 85%. This means that in nearly 8 out of every 10 robbery incidents, the perpetrators are the Big Circle Boys. Furthermore, these individuals display no fear when confronted by law enforcement. The most notorious battle involving the Big Circle Boys was the legendary clash between Yi Guohuan, Yi Jihuan, and Li Zhendong against 36 members of the Hong Kong Island Black Cloak Squad in the Kuntong district. The 11 gold and jewelry shops were emptied, and over 800 shots rang out in the streets. Ultimately, the Yi brothers departed unscathed, leaving only Li Zhendong apprehended. Consequently, Li Zhendong was condemned to a lifetime of incarceration within Chihu prison. The saying goes, wolves travel thousands of miles for flesh. And it was precisely Li Zhendong's imprisonment that provided the scattered Big Circle boys within Chihu prison with a unifying figure. As time passed, they gradually emerged as formidable leaders within this hellish environment. Are you suggesting that the number gang, 14K, and the four major societies will unite? Dude is Wisho. Listening to the concerns of his underlings, Li Zhendong scoffed dismissively. Rest assured, these factions have been embroiled in infighting for decades, lacking a common interest. They will only fight to the death. Wisho may be fierce, but that fact will not alter the reality. Extinguishing his cigarette, Li Zhendong wore a chilling smile. Even if they sought to confront us, it merely turns into a contest of brutality, does it not? Have we ever feared that? Remember this. Peering through the small window in the roof, Li Zhendong gazed at the moon in the night sky. There are not so many madmen in this world. One like Lu Xiankai is already quite sufficient. This evening's moon appears particularly mournful. Dark clouds have begun to accumulate in the night sky, obscuring the twinkling stars one by one. The moonlight enveloping Chihu prison is gradually devoured by darkness, foreshadowing a night of restless slumber for many. Were it not for the scar on his face resembling a centipede, Zwisho's visage could indeed be described as handsome. His handsomeness does not belong to the polished charm of a film star, but rather to the rugged allure of the underworld. With prominent brows, a high nose, and strong cheekbones, the first impression a woman receives is one filled with masculine vigor and untamed wildness. Regrettably, all of this allure is marred by a disfiguring scar. This gruesome mark stretches from the brow across the left cheek and extends down to the neck, resembling a centipede quietly resting on his left cheek, particularly when he smiles. The scar undulates as if the centipede has come to life, lending an air of both ferocity and an eerie charm to his demeanor. Everyone is aware of the source of this mark. It is none other than the handiwork of the notorious Tiger of Jordan, Li Guangtu. Hailed as the most fearsome figure in the underworld of Hong Kong for nearly 2 decades. Who is Li Guangtu? He is the most formidable enforcer of the Heji gang, a presence that all gang leaders must greet with a smile. He dominates the territories of Mong Kok and Jordan, where no other gang dares to stake a claim. And he is the top-tier red pole that the Li family invites during festive occasions. In the past 2 years, the left-handed man has been the only one daring enough to attempt to carve a piece of the pie from Li Guangtu. Although he ultimately failed in a confrontation with him, it has not diminished his fearsome reputation in the dark underbelly of society. Entering Stanley Prison is at the behest of Uncle Ben and the directive of Master Zhou. The left-handed man boldly occupies the central position of cell number 3, forcing even the most senior member, Brother Chihu, to stand obediently at his side, his expression devoid of any discontent. Here, I have but one task to accomplish before departing. You need not fear my lingering presence, for this place is devoid of value and riddled with absurd regulations. The left-handed man squints as he surveys all the new members of the gang within cell number 3, his tone chillingly cold. By any means necessary. Master Zhou desires the demise of that dandy from the Zhou family within these prison walls. However, before proceeding, Uncle Ben specifically treated me to a roast goose at Fu Xing Tea House and imparted a crucial lesson. He stated that the longevity of the gang in Hong Kong is not built on ruthlessness, but rather on the intricacies of human relationships and adherence to rules. What constitutes these rules? Respect for the elders and care for the young. Everyone ages, territories vanish, subordinates fade, and one can no longer fight. Should the younger generation then disregard the hierarchy? Or do you believe that when one grows old, they should relinquish everything? Do not forget, everyone ages. As the left-handed man's admonition echoed, all but Brother Chihu turned pale with fear. Nothing in this world exists in isolation, and Stanley Prison is no exception. 6 months ago, the gang was embroiled in a major smuggling case. Numerous clues indicated that there was a traitor within. The gang, now prosperous, could endure financial losses. But the traitor must die. This is the rule for survival in the underworld. And what was the outcome? That traitor-turned-witness survived 1.5 years in Stanley Prison before ultimately perishing in another facility. 1.5 years to eliminate one traitor not only left many gangs laughing in disbelief, but also signified the complete loss of enforcement power within Stanley Prison, revealing that Brother Chihu, the nominal leader, had lost control over his subordinates. Brother Chihu is aging, and many harbor doubts and resentment. Thus, the solution for the gang is simple. If you doubt Brother Chihu's authority, then let the most ruthless among us restore order. By along. If you believe Brother Chihu is unworthy, then I pose a question. If I execute the family law upon you today, will you accept it? Not just you, but all of you. The left-handed man turned his gaze toward a bald man and pointed at each of them. De Tian, Xiao Shi, Kong Huizi. All 4 of you shall meet your end at my hands today, or you may kill me instead. In the dim light, the left-handed man spoke languidly, asserting that in this world, might makes right. One step leads to death. Should you slay me, Uncle Ben will not hold it against you. Chapter 10. The Fierce Left Hand. Underworld battles are not like a boxing ring, where a bell signifies the start, especially for a ruthless figure like the left-handed man. He understands better than anyone that the first strike is paramount. After proclaiming that one step can lead to death, he seized the moment when several were momentarily stunned by his fearsome reputation. The left-handed man sprang into action. Once he moved, it was a lethal assault. His hands grasped the beam between the upper and lower bunks, propelling him into the air, and his right leg whipped through the air, delivering a devastating kick to Dation's neck. The latter crumpled to the ground. The left-handed man's kick bore the hallmark of Muay Thai. An ordinary person's neck cannot withstand the force capable of breaking a banana tree with just 6 sweeping kicks. Dation's neck contorted at an unnatural angle. Before anyone could gasp in shock, the left-handed man's next move followed swiftly. This time, his target was the horrified Ba Yalong sliding step, sweeping kick, followed by a precise elbow strike. The sweeping kick rendered Ba Yalong off balance, while the left-handed man accurately anticipated his fall. Bam! The collision of the hardened elbow with the temple produced a sound that could make one's teeth ache. Ba Yalong immediately fell stiff as a puppet. With a burst of realization, Xiao Shi and Kong Huizi rushed forward, one of them gripping a sharp toothbrush, unbeknownst to when it had appeared in his hand. With a sidestep and a hook, the left-handed man executed a near-cinematic maneuver, effortlessly disarming his opponent of the weapon, then delivering a high kick to Xiao Shi's temple. A reverse thrust. The toothbrush penetrated with precision into Kong Huizi's throat, who had remained defenseless after losing his weapon. 1 against 4. From the initiation of the attack to the kills, the left-handed man's movements were swift and clean, showcasing unparalleled ferocity. The other inmates' faces contorted in fear, clearly intimidated by the left-handed man's ruthlessness. Minutes later, Brother Chihu finally stammered, "Good skill, quite impressive." The left-handed man coldly tossed the bloodied toothbrush to Brother Chihu, stating that Uncle Ben had already coordinated with the prison authorities. These individuals would be deemed victims of an internal conflict, and how to spin this narrative was up to him. Brother Chihu nodded vigorously. Although he had aged and could no longer fight, his wealth of experience was invaluable. Besides, with Uncle Ben's prior arrangements, there would be no issues. With the trivial matters settled, the left-handed man inquired about the daily habits and life trajectory of young Master Zhou. As he accepted a towel from an aide to wipe the blood from his hands, he mused that he was merely dealing with a wealthy young master. The sooner this was concluded, the sooner he could leave. Lately, he had developed a fondness for a particular sauna in Yuanlong, where several masters possess commendable skills. Previously, it may not have been difficult to eliminate Zhou Murang, but now it seemed more troublesome. Brother Chihu, observing the left-handed man, who resembled a harbinger of death, hesitated before continuing. The King of Hell has just been transferred to young Master Zhou's cell. It appears he has accepted a bribe to protect him. The King of Hell? Who is that? The left-handed man frowned. Lucien Kai, a thug from the Number Gang, once a notorious figure among the 4-9 gang in Kuntong. He found himself embroiled in discord with the Number Gang after his imprisonment, transforming into a veritable madman. Brother Chihu responded, "Madman? I have not heard of this title. King of Hell. Is he truly fierce?" The madness stems from his audacious demand that all gangs within the prison adhere to his rules. As for his ferocity, Brother Chihu's gaze drifted to an unoccupied bunk. Ah Tang, once a prominent member of the gang, had been rendered a fool by a single punch from him and remained confined to the medical ward. Brother Chihu possessed remarkable eloquence, as he meticulously recounted every detail about Lucien Kai in just over 10 minutes. Upon hearing that 7 prominent members attempted to ambush Lucien Kai in the bathroom and failed, a flicker of seriousness crossed Zuosho's face. Intriguing. When did the Number Gang become so blind to talent, allowing such a formidable individual to merely be a 4-9 thug, and to follow someone as cowardly as Cold Low? Zuosho shook his head, resolved to seek an opportunity to converse with him tomorrow. I find this individual quite appealing. Perhaps I can entice him to join New Key. If negotiations falter, so be it. He is rather unpredictable and may not be inclined to engage. Brother Chihu did not believe that the madman would acquiesce to Zuosho's overtures. If even the crazed Zhou could transition from the Number Gang to the 14K, with sufficient remuneration, anything is possible. I have long sought a capable leader who can stand independently. Zuosho's eyes gleamed with unmasked ferocity. I will inevitably conquer Jordan and Yao Ma Ti, thus I can offer him enticing terms. Clearly, for this fierce individual, the Tiger of Jordan and the madman represent haunting specters in his life. And if he still refuses? Brother Chihu inquired further. Then I shall kill him. After all, even the most notorious 4-9 thug remains merely a thug, Zuosho replied. At last, dawn broke, as the sun painted the sky with hues of gold. A new day unfurled. In cell number 7, the bleary-eyed hamster and the other inhabitants stared in awe at Lucien Kai, their faces brimming with admiration. They finally comprehended that Rome was not built in a day. No, they understood why the king of hell was so formidable. At around 4 a.m, Lucien Kai commenced his daily regimen, particularly as he performed push-ups against the wall in an inverted position. The bulging muscles and the fearsome tattoos on his back constantly testified to his might. The initial conditions required the addition of some equipment. After warming up, Lucien Kai turned to the day's Zhou de Shao and called for empty strikes, 6 sandbags weighing approximately 15 kilograms each. Ignoring Zhou Mu Rant's increasingly sullen expression, Lucien Kai listed 7 or 8 types of equipment before continuing to refine his punching arcs and speed in the air. Without maintaining my condition, I cannot guarantee victory over Zhuo. If I cannot defeat Zhuo, I will perish. Zhou de Shao, grinding his molars, nodded, while Hamster had already sidled up beside him, extending his palm. I've calculated, Zhou de Shao. These items will cost at least 100,000 imperial dollars. And this is with my generous discount. Casting a glance at Lucien Kai, Hamster's face was a mask of flattery, for I must show respect to brother Yin Wang. Chapter 11. The Butcher of Rainy Nights. In a place like prison, irrespective of the individuals incarcerated, there exists a commonality, an extreme sense of order. Time for exercise, meals, leisure, and work. All aspects of a prisoner's existence are meticulously scheduled. This is not without merit. In the original Stanley prison, inmates were subjected to 10-hour workdays. The justification from the prison authorities was compelling. Excessive energy leads to trouble. Only through sufficient engagement can these prisoners be prevented from causing disturbances. Initially, this management strategy yielded positive results. The prison's factory garnered substantial profits, and the inmates, exhausted from strenuous labor, naturally engaged in fewer conflicts. Yet, in every timeline, decisions by those at the top can drastically alter conditions in subordinate sectors. The prison is no exception. In recent years, the royal family has weakened, while various families and alliances have surged, leading to intense rivalry. Both sides appear to suppress one another across multiple dimensions. It is unclear when the royal family began publicly denouncing the wealth accumulation of prominent families and their monopolistic practices. In turn, these families and local officials criticized the monarchy for its disregard of human rights and harsh treatment of commoners. Their battle, while neglecting the plight of ordinary individuals in other sectors, has indeed improved conditions within the prison. The most apparent change has been the significant increase in so-called free time and recreational activities. The policies themselves were not misguided. They even garnered praise from many. After all, in the eyes of numerous compassionate individuals, ordinary people are human, and so are prisoners. Both should be afforded equal rights. While these reforms may not have had a considerable impact on ordinary prisons, they could spell disaster in a place like Stanley, filled with aggressive individuals and the most despicable of criminals. The most direct manifestation of this was the difficulty in management and the incessant conflicts. The period from 8 to 9:20 in the morning became the designated time for all prisoners to exercise following the reforms. Originally, the allotted time for exercise in Stanley was a mere 45 minutes. However, following media coverage and protests, it was forcibly extended to 80 minutes. The media was pleased, viewing it as a sign of respect for the prisoners and an advancement in the empire's legal system. Yet, those extra 35 minutes proved to be a monumental headache for the prison authorities. The reason is simple. This time frame is unequivocally the most perilous, without exception. Even in a 45-minute window, incidents occurred regularly. What chaos could ensue in 1 hour and 20 minutes? Thus, as this time approached, the prison authorities braced themselves for impending turmoil. Various factions congregated in the square. Although they appeared to coexist harmoniously, the slightest spark could ignite a powder keg. Moreover, Zhuo's presence heightened the prison's vigilance during this exercise period, prompting the recall of several guards from leave. Not only were additional guards stationed in the watchtower, but the number of patrolling officers around the iron fence also increased significantly. The layout of Stanley Square is quite intriguing. At first glance, this prison, dubbed Hell, resembles Lucien Kai's schoolyard in another timeline. It boasts sports facilities like a basketball court, the only distinction being that it is entirely encircled by sturdy iron fencing. In the corners surrounding the exercise square, 6 cement benches constructed from bricks and mortar are thoughtfully provided for resting. These benches have endured the test of time, appearing particularly dilapidated under the passage of years. Their grayish hue and weathered surfaces tell tales of neglect. Yet, one must not underestimate the significance of these benches due to their shabby appearance. Although their length and width can accommodate only 4 or 5 individuals sitting side by side, each seat symbolizes honor and status within Stanley. Wherever there are people, hierarchies inevitably emerge. Even as time progresses, each cement platform embodies the territory of a faction, symbolizing the throne of its leader. Whenever the inmates are allowed outside, a glance from above reveals that the seemingly jostling crowd is, in fact, harmoniously congregated within specific circles. At the very center of each circle stand those dilapidated cement platforms. In other words, the 5 powerful factions in Chihu have tacitly delineated their domains according to their respective benches. The smaller factions, reliant on them, obediently remain on the periphery. Only the leaders or sufficiently formidable enforcers within the organization are deemed worthy to ascend the platform. Under the rigid hierarchy of Chihu, the number of individuals qualified to sit on the platform is perpetually limited to a mere handful. No one dares to contest this order, for it is the unwritten rule that governs survival in this dark realm of lawlessness. With 6 cement platforms and 5 dominant factions, it is only natural that one platform remains unoccupied. Consequently, the platform situated in the northwest corner has become a gathering place for the solitary predators and murderers within the prison. Of course, some affluent individuals also qualify to occupy this space. In this dark forest composed of various criminals, wealth, alongside ruthlessness, commands respect. Although these individuals do not belong to any faction, their brutality or wealth still affords them a place. Such is the harsh reality. As the shrill bell tolls, the iron gates leading to the exercise yard swing open, and inmates attired in brown uniforms line up to exit through their designated exits. As usual, the members of each faction swiftly make their way to their respective territories, embarking on what is undoubtedly the most joyous part of their day. Smoking, boasting, gambling, and even engaging in transactions that fall outside the bounds of accepted conduct. Young Master Zhou, upon the disbanding of the queue, promptly strides toward the cement platform in the northwest corner, for with the wealth and influence of the Zhou family, he naturally secures a place upon this platform. Lu Xiankai closely follows young Master Zhou, casting a keen eye upon their surroundings. Not only Lu Xiankai, but all inmates are acutely aware that today's exercise period could potentially ignite conflict, resulting in a palpable tension filled with both vigilance and a frenzied eagerness. Young Master Zhou, too, appears cautious. Upon reaching the platform, he refrains from immediately taking a seat and instead engages in conversation with several other formidable individuals who are also qualified to sit. The phrase suspicion and anxiety perfectly encapsulates Zhou Murang's current state. He remains oblivious to whether his would-be assailant is merely one man. Hence he cannot afford to turn his back on these lunatics. Who knows when one of them might choose to strike from behind? Are you afraid? Lu Xiankai, feeling bored, observes young Master Zhou, who feigns calmness, and a slight smile creeps across his lips. Not at all. Young Master Zhou stubbornly maintains his facade, insisting that sitting idly serves no purpose. Standing allows for a bit of movement. Oh, I'm tired. Lu Xiankai nods, then leisurely approaches the cement platform. From today onward, only 3 individuals may occupy this platform, he declares, pointing to himself, then to the pale-faced young Master Zhou and the timid hamster boy. It's just the 3 of us. Young Master Zhou appears relatively unfazed, while hamster boy trembles on his legs. They all recognize the tyrannical ferocity of Yin Wang. Yet none anticipated that on this very first day, Lu Xiankai would dare to challenge these monsters. Is there anyone who opposes? As Lu Xiankai utters these words, an oppressive silence envelopes the northwest corner. The affluent individuals seated on the platform dutifully rise, their eyes simmering with rage, yet none dare to voice their dissent. Clearly, within the dark forest of Chihu, brutality wields greater authority than the threat of wealth. A minute later, the previously crowded platform is left with just 2 individuals seated. One is a middle-aged man adorned with tattoos on his cheeks and neck, and the other, a weathered figure sporting a buzz cut. Young Master Zhou nervously tugs at Lu Xiankai's sleeve, his gaze betraying fear. Having spent 2 months in Chihu, young Master Zhou is well aware of who these 2 seated figures are. One is Lin Guiyun, the serial killer nicknamed the Rainy Night Butcher, who gruesomely murdered and dismembered 27 girls on a stormy night. During his most brutal spree, even the entire police force of Hong Kong, comprising 90,000 officers, failed to apprehend him, leaving millions of women too fearful to venture outside when it rained. This indicates the extent of his depravity. The other is Huang Xingyi, a madman behind 4 explosive incidents, who nearly succeeded in taking the governor's life. With his remarkable skills in demolition, this individual wreaked havoc upon society, resulting in hundreds of casualties. Are you defiant, or merely mute? Lu Xiankai leaned forward, articulating each word with precision. 3 minutes. If you do not vacate, I shall not hesitate to incapacitate you. He patted young Master Zhou on the shoulder. Keep track of time. Let me know when it's up. Are you ordering me to leave? The tattooed middle-aged man slowly raised his head, his gaze as cold as a serpent. I know you, the Rainy Night Butcher. Lu Xiankai licked his lips, his eyes filled with condescension. Is that all it takes for you to earn your place here? Just being someone who slaughtered numerous women in the rain? The man flexed his neck, the cracking of his bones sending chills down the spine. Discussing matters with a scum like you is quite displeasing. Thus, to enhance my own comfort, I have decided you should vanish from my presence forever. Chapter 12. The ferocity of a punch and a knee. Don't push your luck. I kill men too. Staring defiantly at Lu Xiankai. Lin Guiyun's facial muscles twitched with a nervous energy. 2 years ago, a cop called me trash, a piece of dog excrement. Guess what happened next? What? Lu Xiankai rubbed his chin, his eyes gleaming with a peculiar excitement. Did you kill him? I bit off his ear and swallowed it. Lin Guiyun, a notorious figure etched deeply into the annals of Hong Kong's murder history, laughed maniacally. His ear was quite tender, very chewy. Oh. In the horrified gazes of young Master Zhou and Hamster Boy, Lu Xiankai slowly leaned his head toward Lin Guiyun. My ears are also quite chewy. Would you like to give them a try? The two men's faces were less than an inch apart, each able to feel the other's breath. Lin Guiyun's frenzied gaze remained fixed on Lu Xiankai. He found no trace of fear in the eyes of this provocateur, only calmness and a hint of disdain that he was reluctant to acknowledge. For reasons unknown, his hands began to tremble. One of my greatest grievances with imperial law is the absence of the death penalty, allowing scum like you to continue existing. I've heard that for every girl you kill, you tattoo a new design on your body? Lu Xiankai continued to provoke the notorious murderer within the prison, a figure that many spoke of with trepidation, with his reckless antics. He struck Lin Guiyun's cheek with the same nonchalance one would discipline a pet. Slap, slap. The sound of his palm meeting flesh resonated with a force that, while not substantial, was laced with deep humiliation. Do you not realize that such actions only serve to reveal your cowardice? They merely illustrate that you are a weakling, one who has suffered abuse since childhood, perhaps even violated by your own father, Lu continued. Lin Guiyun's eyes reddened, a harbinger of his impending madness. Yes, when I ran out of space on my body, I began to tattoo my face. Do you wish to become a part of my ink? He attempted to extract a semblance of dignity from his own twistedness. You may give it a try, Lu Xiankai grinned. The relentless sting from repeated slaps had pushed Lin Guiyun's endurance to its limits. Had it not been for Lu Xiankai, the madman who had incapacitated 4 gangsters in the bathroom, Lin Guiyun would have long since lost all rationality. Evil men instill fear in both gods and demons. It was Lu Xiankai's fearsome reputation that allowed Lin Guiyun to cling to the last vestige of sanity. You possess remarkable patience, Lu noted with satisfaction, straightening up and flashing a grin that revealed his stark white teeth. But I am eager to see just how much you can endure. With that, the man's hand began to strike harder. Each slap echoed with a sharp crack. Blood began to trickle from Lin Guiyun's shattered brow, pooling on the ground in a glaring dark red. I will kill you. No one could withstand such indignities. Not even in the face of a fearsome figure like the King of Hell. Lin Guiyun felt the gaze of every prisoner in the square upon him. And he finally erupted. Suddenly, he produced a shard of glass that he had concealed within the crevice of the long platform and viciously swung it towards Lu Xiankai's neck. Now that is more like it. Lu, unimpressed by the reckless attack, did not even bother to dodge. Instead, he delivered a stunning counterpunch that landed squarely on Lin Guiyun's nose. Crack. The sound of a fractured nose accompanied by a spray of blood filled the air. Lin Guiyun stumbled backward, clutching his face. Lu Xiankai offered no respite, swiftly stepping forward to seize Lin Guiyun's neck, delivering a textbook knee strike from Muay Thai. The latter collapsed with a thunderous crash. This knee strike was devastating, transforming the blood that had merely splattered on Lin Guiyun's cheek into a gushing torrent, akin to a fully opened faucet. How utterly overwhelming was the thought that surged through the mind of Zhou Dashao, who stood by in stunned silence, witnessing the bloodshed. He struck first to help me deal with the constables. As the officers rushed towards them, Lu Xiankai disregarded the unconscious Lin Guiyun on the ground and instead patted Zhou Murong's shoulder, lowering his voice to speak earnestly. I refuse to believe your relatives have not arranged for additional support for you. Zhou Dashao, perplexed, nodded and snapped his fingers at a man who had been standing nearby, gesturing towards Lin Guiyun on the ground. The man first appeared taken aback, then immediately lunged at Lin Guiyun, unleashing a flurry of fists that were so ferocious and frenzied that even Lu Xiankai couldn't help but grimace, puzzled. Did he bear some deep-seated grudge against Lin Guiyun? Had Lin Guiyun harmed a female relative of his? No, Zhou Dashao replied candidly. He is attempting to demonstrate his loyalty and capability before me. And in return for this confinement, he expects a reward and relief from the wrath of the left-hand man. Very astute, Lu Xiankai nodded in agreement, stroking his chin as he observed the so-called bomb enthusiast. Time is of the essence. What do you mean by that? The constables arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, taking with them the now unconscious Lin Guiyun, while the fervor of the square returned to calm. This was Stanley Prison. In other penitentiaries, brawls that could easily result in life or death would have triggered alarms. Yet in this establishment, hailed as the foremost institution of the underworld on Hong Kong Island, it was merely a ripple upon the surface of the sea. Once the tumult settled, Lu Xiankai turned his gaze towards the last man still seated on the concrete bench. his eyes filled with indifference, a stark disregard for life itself. Fate can be as tempestuous as the weather, and calamity can befall the reckless. Huang Xingyi, who had been sitting there smoking, finally spoke. Youngster, be wary of the treacherous paths you tread by night. Huang's appearance was unremarkable, his features worn as if he were an old man. The only distinguishing mark was an eagle in flight tattooed on his arm. The notorious architect of the infamous West Kowloon bombing. I am aware of your identity, Lu Xiankai remarked, his latent hostility unmasked. I've heard you have a penchant for employing explosives to kill. I find myself curious. How would you manage to annihilate me in a place like Stanley? The world of the streets is vast. We shall take our time, Huang Xingyi replied, rising to vacate the spot on the concrete platform. With Huang's departure, the concrete long bench in the northwest corner felt emptier than it had in years. Now we can finally relax, young Master Zhou, Lu Xiankai said, his demeanor lighthearted, causing Zhou Daxiao to wear a look of concern. The rainy night butcher is a lunatic. Once he is out, he will stop at nothing to kill you. Are you truly unconcerned? With a full stomach and a well-prepared body, my punch and knee strike possess enough force to render him a fool. Lu Xiankai's smile sent shivers down the spines of those standing beside him. Sometimes, a fool can be preferable to a madman. At least a fool lacks the capacity to inflict further harm upon society. Unconsciously, everyone edged away from Lu Xiankai. No one relishes the company of a lunatic who might easily reduce someone to a fool, not even these prisoners. Is this the king of hell you speak of? Lu Xiankai? Indeed, left-hand man. His style is entirely modern combat, leaning more towards boxing. His techniques are sharp and agile. He is quite the fighter. In the southeastern corner of the concrete platform, the solitary left-hand man withdrew his gaze. He turned to Brother Chihu, stating, this king of hell is quite the talent. Find an opportunity to speak with him. I assure you he can turn the tide. Upon his release, I will arrange for him 3 lucrative night shifts. One condition, he must eliminate young Master Zhou and then assist me in infiltrating Jordan. The left-hand man laid out his terms. Chapter 13, The Wind Rises. Lu Xiankai is a madman with formidable skills. This consensus was shared among all factions within Stanley. Thus, when a lunatic encountered a neurotic with a penchant for torturing women, any ensuing conflict would hardly raise eyebrows among the other inmates. As for Lin Guiyun, who found himself incapacitated on the ground, it was a development that elicited no surprise. Though mad and depraved, Lin Guiyun could not withstand the sheer fighting prowess of the King of Hell, a reality that everyone understood. Consequently, the commotion in the northwest corner failed to create significant waves in the exercise yard. Most onlookers merely cast a glance before returning to their own affairs. Only a few enthusiastic spectators let out a few loud whistles, serving as applause for the bout. The influence of the new society stands in stark contrast to that of Lu Xiankai. Originally, the new society was one of the premier gangs in Stanley, and their actions would inevitably instill fear in other factions. Furthermore, the incarceration of the notorious Left Hand has drawn particular scrutiny to the new society today. As Brother Chihu of the Southeast New Society emerged from the crowd, nearly every gaze in the bustling square converged upon him. Observing Brother Chihu stride towards the northwest corner where Lu Xiankai was situated, the excitement in the eyes of the onlookers was palpable. At this moment, Brother Chihu epitomized the new society, embodying the formidable reputation of the Left Hand. Everyone was eager to discover whether the King of Hell, having narrowly escaped death in the bathhouse, still retained his audacious arrogance in the face of Brother Chihu from the new society. You sought me out? Lu Xiankai mused, feeling quite satisfied with the power of his fists. He finally comprehended why his predecessor was so fixated on honing his physique. The allure of resolving everything through sheer strength was undeniably captivating. From this moment forth, Lu Xiankai truly began to relish this sensation. For the first time, he mused that the wretched system might not be so terrible after all. At the very least, it provided him with a pathway to strength and enlightenment. Left Hand has asked me to discuss matters with you. You should feel honored. Although Brother Chihu was advanced in years, his status as a prominent figure in the new society was indisputable, having once held the title of Second Marshal. According to the rules of the Underworld, his personal visit was indeed a significant show of respect towards Lu Xiankai, who bore the mere identity of a lowly 4'9" boy. This statement was not an exaggeration. What shall we discuss? Lu Xiankai accepted a cigarette offered by the adoring hamster boy beside him and lit it. Left Hand extends his regard, promising that if you are willing to transition to the new society, he will persuade Uncle Ben to open the gates, granting you a resounding entry into the 426 red poles, ensuring you are adorned with dual flowers. From the day you make the transition, you will lead your own crew, and Left Hand will allocate 3 venues to you, with the new society refraining from any claims on the protection fees for the territories you conquer within 3 years. Upon Brother Chihu's proclamation, the astonishment among the surrounding onlookers reached a crescendo. The geopolitical landscape of this world diverged significantly from the Earth Lu Xiankai once knew. Firstly, there existed an empire in this realm, which had been free from the shackles of humiliating history for over 600 years. Secondly, this world lacked the tranquility of another realm. Although large-scale wars had not erupted, friction persisted between the empire, the Federation across the ocean, and the religious alliances in the Middle East. This led to a stark contrast between the island of Hong Kong and the island Lu Xiankai once inhabited. Despite the presence of the empire's black guards and security forces, their power merely served to assert the empire's ownership over this free port. Due to unique circumstances, the empire never intervened in the affairs of Hong Kong, resulting in the reality that the ecological system of the island was largely controlled by several prominent families. The relationship between the gangs and these powerful families was no secret. They complemented one another, with the gangs acting as the white gloves of the elite and serving as an additional tool for controlling the island. In a world with such rigid social hierarchies, it was not uncommon for ordinary individuals to become members of gangs, with many celebrities and political figures boasting gang affiliations. To ascend to the rank of 426 while donning dual flowers was a remarkable breach of class barriers. Given Lu Xiankai's fierce and formidable demeanor, if fortune favored him in the future, there was a possibility he could ascend to the positions of 489 or even the Dragon Head Incense Master within the new society. In other words, this was a golden path unimaginable to ordinary people. Do not worry, we are not issuing empty promises. Your former brother, Cold Lao, was a mere street thug. Your taking the fall for him is no secret. As long as you agree, Uncle Ben will have this case overturned. Brother Dechio dropped another heavy chip into the conversation. There are many benefits. Let us discuss the terms. Unlike the others, Lu Xiankai, exhaling a plume of smoke, first cast a glance at the increasingly anxious young Master Zhou before smilingly addressing Brother Dechio. This man must die. The new society was notorious for its ruthless conduct. And following the arrival of Left Hand, Brother Dechio paid little heed to a young master who was already ensnared in the clutches of the Zhou family. Brother Dechio gestured towards young Master Zhou and continued, Left Hand is aware of your combat prowess. He desires you to follow him into Jordan upon your release. Lu Xiankai appeared contemplative, as if weighing the gains and losses. System, may I accept his offer and switch tasks? The system offered no response. With a resolution forming, Lu Xiankai slowly raised his head, fully aware that the system's silence signified the immutable nature of the task at hand. You wish for me to act as a blade? To confront the madman? Within the memories he absorbed, Lu Xiankai's predecessor seemed to harbor a considerable fear of that name. Quick-witted, he instantly grasped that Left Hand's invitation to join him in Jordan implied something significant. Young Master Zhou remained silent, his complexion growing increasingly pale. His reputation was indeed formidable. Everyone recognized him as the eldest son of the Zhou family, yet in reality, he was merely a debonair playboy. Although he possessed some influence and considerable wealth, he found himself utterly powerless against the conditions proposed by Left Hand. All he could do was helplessly watch as Lu Xiankai made his decision. Sit down. Lu Xiankai did not respond directly. Instead, he suddenly addressed young Master Zhou. Young Master Zhou, though perplexed, obediently complied and took a seat. Stand up. Lu Xiankai waved his hand. Young Master Zhou rose once more. Have you given the money to Hamster Boy? Lu Xiankai inquired. I have, young Master Zhou replied. Honest to a fault. After completing these exchanges, Lu Xiankai turned to Brother Dechio. Do you understand? If you do not, return and explain it to Left Hand. He will grasp my meaning. A perplexed Brother Dechio nodded and turned to leave. What does the King of Hell mean? After Brother Dechio recounted the entire process, he gazed at Left Hand with a look of confusion. He rejected it, and with such arrogance. Left Hand narrowed his eyes as he regarded Lu Xiankai in the northwest corner, his tone cold. He wishes for you to convey to me that he is neither young Master Zhou's dog, nor anyone else's. The scar on Left Hand's face reddened, a manifestation of his extreme anger. He wants you to tell me that if Uncle Ben and I could be as obedient as that waste of young Master Zhou, he would be more than willing to assist me once. He is courting death. Left Hand slowly rose. I shall see for myself whether he possesses such audacity. The winds began to howl. A sudden gust swept across the square, stirring up clouds of dust. Chapter 14. The gunshot rings out. The names of men echo like the shadows of trees. The moment Left Hand stood, the entire square fell into an immediate hush. Every pair of eyes focused intently on him. Even the leaders of other gangs turned grave in expression. Several prisoners had already approached the concealed weapons buried in the ground. The most fearsome and ruthless dual flower red poles of the new society commanded an awe-inspiring presence. Left Hand moved through the square like a tiger surveying its territory, slowly making his way to the center before beckoning with his finger towards Lu Xiankai in the northwest corner. The streets are rife with turmoil. I could easily bring your demise. The Left Hand opens wide. The new era 5 tigers, with the most formidable left-hand brother at the forefront. I must ascertain whether you truly possess such prowess. Almost simultaneously, after murmuring a phrase, Lu Xiankai also rose to his feet and strode toward the center of the square. His pace was unhurried, yet each step resonated with an extraordinary steadiness. Concurrently, the green subtitles flashing before Lu Xiankai's eyes proclaimed, "Defeat the left hand to acquire the ancient boxing techniques of the 12 hard intentions, along with breathing techniques. Gain the fusion skills of ancient Thai boxing, and obtain the memories of the 3 greatest boxing champions from the host's previous world." The rewards were substantial, foreshadowing the left hand's formidable nature. The wind in the square intensified, swirling debris and causing the barbed wire to rattle violently, while the rising dust obscured the sky. Is the showdown between dragons and tigers about to commence? The little hamster trembled with excitement. Not only he, but also Brother Lai and Li Zhendong, along with other fierce individuals, wore expressions of grave concern. Though the left hand had indeed flourished in recent years, the king of hell, Lu Xiankai, had carved out his own reputation in Chihu through equally ruthless means. None could predict the outcome between these two unparalleled fiends. "Brother Lai, should we lend our assistance?" whispered Chong Laifu, the eldest of the Chong family brothers, into Brother Lai's ear, reminding him that the king of hell was one of their number gang members, and he had recently expressed a desire to collaborate with them. The wolf cub cannot be tamed. Brother Lai shook his head. Despite his ambitions to unify Chihu through the number gang's strength, he questioned the benefits of such a skirmish. The fighting would merely attract more factions to this minuscule territory, perpetuating a cycle of violence. "What do you mean, Brother Lai?" Chong Laifu inquired, perplexed. "I only have 3 years left before I am released. Why be so aggressive when the outside world is so splendid?" Brother Lai smacked Chong Laifu on the forehead, emphasizing that survival in this realm is not solely about bloodshed. One must possess cunning. What if Lu Xiankai emerges victorious? Although Chong Laifu lacked insight, he shared a common trait with everyone in this legal gray area, a fervent admiration for strength and ferocity. If Lu Xiankai wins, he becomes the face of our number gang. Should he withstand the retribution from the new era, even the dragon head, Brother Shursan, would personally lend him a hand. For now, Brother Lai stretched lazily. "Let us quietly observe the spectacle. If you are interested, you might even consider placing a bet. The business could be quite lucrative." As Lu Xiankai advanced step by step toward the square's center, the crowd instinctively parted to create a space. Viewed from above, the vast expanse of the square now contained only the left hand, facing off against Lu Xiankai. This clash was destined to be etched into Chihu's history, while the guards surrounding the area wore expressions of excitement. For them, the demise of such scum was a blessing. Since no explicit orders to intervene had been issued from above, they relished the prospect of an enthralling spectacle. The left hand squinted, exuding audacious arrogance. Yet he maintained a cautious stance, adopting a standard Thai boxing guard to protect his head while executing a knee defense maneuver. Combat is never merely a performance. The left hand's enduring presence in this realm stemmed from his refusal to underestimate anyone. In battle, even the slightest lapse could lead to irreversible failure. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. At the moment Lu Xiankai entered the left hand's striking range, the left hand immediately launched his assault. A front leg sweep kick. This is a favored move among Thai boxers, as it is both discreet and allows for rapid retraction of the leg, ensuring the fighter remains balanced. This choice reveals that the left hand is not as brash as he appears. Rather, he is remarkably cautious in combat. Lu Xiankai, in response to the left hand's attack, swiftly executed a side stab while simultaneously performing a backward glide. Alas, no one cheered, for Lu Xiankai's nimble footwork closely mirrored the renowned retreating jab of Roy Jones Jr. From another reality, the two combatants parted without haste, neither eager to continue their assault. Lu Xiankai alternated his feet in a series of agile leaps, his hands guarding his head while his upper body swayed subtly, clearly demonstrating the utmost finesse in boxing footwork and evasion. "You specialize in boxing?" The left hand licked his lips, his demeanor akin to that of a prowling tiger, as he slowly turned his body, fixating his gaze intently on Lu Xiankai, evidently searching for a flaw to exploit with a rapid-fire volley of strikes. Having navigated the martial world for many years, he had encountered numerous fighters from boxing gyms. In street combat, boxing inherently possesses a disadvantage against Thai boxing. Though boxing footwork is indeed agile and its punches sharp and vicious, even the defensive maneuvers of boxers cannot compare to those of Thai fighters. However, one critical weakness exists: the legs. Boxers instinctively protect their bodies and heads, yet their defense against lower body attacks is notably clumsy. Given the opportunity, the left hand's meticulously honed knee strikes, leg techniques, and even elbow strikes could easily destabilize his opponent. In battles of such magnitude, losing one's balance equates to death. An opportunity. Just as Lu Xiankai attempted to maneuver to the left hand's left side, the left hand astutely detected a slight hesitation in Lu Xiankai's footwork. Without a moment's hesitation, he pivoted his hips and unleashed a powerful whip kick. Simultaneously, Lu Xiankai retaliated with a fierce, swinging punch delivered from an unconventional angle. In the next moment, beep! The piercing and persistent alarm blared across the prison's expanse, promptly followed by an announcement declaring that all must adhere to the orders. All prisoners, assemble immediately. All prisoners, assemble immediately. The speaker's voice remained audible amidst the shrill alarm, announcing the latest update. Super Typhoon Mangkhut had made landfall on Hong Kong Island. With wind speeds reaching at least 157 miles per hour, equivalent to a Category 5 Atlantic hurricane. All individuals must promptly line up to return to their cells, as the prison was now under a Level 3 alert, in an apparent attempt to prevent the two combatants from escalating their conflict. The patrolling guards in the watchtower fired their weapons into the sky. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 15, The Inevitable Outcome. Just as the gunfire erupted, the shrill sound of police sirens echoed above the prison. Everyone quickly lined up to return to their cells. Typhoon warning. The announcement from the speaker was particularly stern, reiterating the implementation of disaster emergency management regulations, once again stressing, disaster emergency management regulations are now in effect. Consider yourself fortunate, you scoundrel. The instant the phrase disaster emergency management regulations resonated from the speaker, the left hand's expression shifted from ferocity to solemnity. He took a step back, slowly cradling his head, and knelt on the ground. Lu Xiankai mirrored his actions. The two fierce individuals, who had moments ago sought to engage in a deadly brawl, now bore expressions of compliance. Lu Xiankai's mind was instantly flooded with the dread of these emergency regulations. In this reality, the typhoon disasters faced by Hong Kong Island far exceeded those encountered in Lu Xiankai's previous world. Moreover, the natural disasters in this realm appeared to possess astonishing destructive capabilities. In Lu Xiankai's recollections of another dimension's Hong Kong Island, he has never heard of any so-called temporary management regulations concerning typhoons being enacted. Within the memories he has absorbed and assimilated, this temporary management regulation is exceedingly stringent. Certain specific law enforcement departments are surprisingly permitted to open fire in the face of catastrophic natural disasters. No one is without fear of death. Thus, at the very moment the gunfire erupted, every individual in the square immediately dropped to the ground, hands clasped over their heads, obedient as primary school children. Clearly, they all understood the consequences. It is vital to note that in such circumstances, disobedience leading to chaos could result in the patrolling officers having the authority to pull the trigger and unleash live ammunition. Life is singular, and even the most desperate individuals comprehend this truth. The scene appeared somewhat bizarre and comical. Just moments ago, two men were engaged in a life-and-death struggle. Now they lay on the ground, staring fiercely at each other, each gaze more menacing than the last. "I will beat you to death," declared the left hand. "You can certainly try and see who meets their demise first." Lu Xiankai grinned, revealing a sinister smile that even made the left hand's heart tremble. Subsequently, the two particularly notorious individuals, under the ominous black muzzles, were handcuffed and pushed into the already formed line. The typhoon and torrential rain persisted for an entire day and night. During this period, the atmosphere in Stanley Prison was exceptionally oppressive. All prisoners were confined back to their cells, and any recreational activities were entirely suspended. It is not surprising that the prison authorities were on high alert, for Stanley has experienced several jailbreaks during severe storms and typhoons, thus they were particularly vigilant about discipline during this time frame. This situation is markedly different from the prisoner's own internal struggles. Conflicts among prisoners are easily suppressed and kept confidential, which the authorities are often content to see. However, should a jailbreak or riot occur amidst the chaos, many would lose their positions or even their livelihoods, in stark contrast to the raucous scenes in other cells. Cell number 7 was remarkably quiet. Everyone was dumbfounded, gazing at Lu Xiankai, who was honing his physique. This man displayed an astonishing strength that left others in awe. He was performing squats while carrying a shocked hamster, his legs bulging with muscles that strained against the oversized prison uniform. After completing 200 squats, the initially alert hamster was left dazed, resembling someone intoxicated. Beneath Lu Xiankai's calm demeanor, there was a hint of excitement. The financial support from young Master Zhou and the hamster-esque connections proved to be quite advantageous, as some massage oils and medicinal herbs had already reached his hands. After the first application of the massage oil, Lu Xiankai could even feel his long-ailing muscles and bones beginning to recover slowly. This renewed his amazement at the system's marvels. "Yama, you in the left hand will surely face a life-and-death reckoning. He will not spare me, nor will he spare you." After witnessing Lu Xiankai's series of astonishing training exercises, young Master Zhou, with a face full of concern, spoke, "I want to know if you can truly defeat him?" Clearly, Young Master Zhou was intimidated by the ferocity displayed by the left hand today. After a pause, young Master Zhou hesitated before continuing. If you lack confidence, I can spend a considerable sum to procure a genuine knife, not one of those sharpened toothbrushes or other worthless items. However, if this knife is discovered, even if you defeat the left hand, you would face an additional 5 years in your sentence. But I believe survival is paramount. In a life or death struggle between us, whether or not there is a knife makes little difference. Lu Xiankai shook his head. Rest assured, I will not lose to him. For he has grown complacent in recent years, having become somewhat lax in his skills. The most critical point is that he is not sufficiently intelligent. Lu Xiankai uttered a statement that young Master Zhou did not comprehend. He patted young Master Zhou on the shoulder. If you're worried about my defeat, then do your best to bring me more massage oil and medicinal herbs. Lu Xiankai was not speaking falsely. Combat is a game for the astute. From the very beginning, he had been deceiving the left hand. Thus, when confronting the Rainy Night Butcher, he deliberately showcased his talent in boxing while concealing his proficiency in leg techniques. Even engaging the Rainy Night Butcher was a ploy orchestrated by Lu Xiankai, creating a ruse that led the left hand to believe his strongest fighting skill was boxing. Lu Xiankai was certain that the left hand would analyze his fighting habits based on his movements, which is why he purposefully executed an exceptionally standard jab. He trusted the left hand's perception. While others might overlook it, the left hand would undoubtedly recognize it. The left hand operated in the light, while he remained in the shadows. The left hand's record over the years spoke for itself. Everyone knew he was a master of Muay Thai. Yet few were aware that Lu Xiankai, besides boxing and Muay Thai, was also skilled in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. This was an opportunity. It was akin to two gamblers at a table, where a hidden card unknown to the opponent could determine the outcome of the entire game. Lu Xiankai, well-versed in Muay Thai, understood the disdain Muay Thai practitioners held for boxers. Boxing relies on sharp punches and agile dodges. Although it has a century-long history in the ring, it is undeniable that boxing experts often lack solid defenses for their lower bodies. If an opponent believes their weakness lies in their lower body defense, it presents the best opportunity for Lu Xiankai. Should an opportunity arise, he would take the fight to the ground. At that point, even if the left hand's combat ability were astounding, the grappling inherent in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu would reveal to him the true meaning of despair. Simultaneously, Lu Xiankai held the system in renewed regard. Although the system was cold and mechanical, he could not deny that the training methods it provided were indeed advanced and formidable, likely among the highest caliber. Take, for instance, the kick the left hand delivered today. Lu Xiankai discerned discrepancies. This kick was the most standard and fundamental push kick in Muay Thai. Moreover, it was an inward push kick, and had the subsequent move not been interrupted, it would likely have transitioned into a follow-up kick or knee strike. There was nothing amiss there. The issue lay in the details of the left hand's hip rotation and power generation, which deviated from the basic three-step movement of Muay Thai that Lu Xiankai practiced. After returning to his cell, Lu Xiankai simulated the left hand's attack and then executed the same kick using the system's training method. Lu Xiankai acknowledged that the left hand's combat prowess was indeed formidable, to the extent that it was terrifying for an ordinary person. However, his kick was evidently about 0.1 seconds slower than the system's power generation method. The footwork and rhythm were also slightly slower in transition compared to the system's guidance. For if he could withstand that kick, the left hand would be unable to maintain the triangular stance with both feet during any lateral movements or retreats. Without the three-step movement, a Muay Thai practitioner's foundation would undoubtedly be less stable. Do not underestimate such a minor detail. A slight deviation can lead to significant consequences. This very slight difference could mean the difference between life and death. This revelation not only bolstered Lu Xiankai's confidence in defeating the left hand, but also heightened his anticipation for the training methods offered by the system. To strike, one must first learn to endure strikes. The system describes the iron cloth technique with a particularly striking passage. Once mastered, ordinary iron spikes cannot harm the skin. Striking them feels akin to hitting gold or stone. For Lu Xiankai, who traversed into this realm, confidence surged as he contemplated the completion of the prison's side quest. Unlike his predecessor, who was merely brawn without brains, Lu understood precisely what he needed to do. His first step would be to seize an opportunity to brutally eliminate his left-handed adversary, thereby instilling fear in the hearts of all within the prison. This would grant him ample time to practice the iron cloth technique. With the wealth of young Master Zhou at his disposal, he could achieve mastery in the iron cloth. And when the time came, he was certain that no one in this prison could stand against him. Ultimately, this place is but a dark forest that venerates power. When all perceive you as formidable enough to be looked up to, everything will fall into place effortlessly. Chapter 16, The Behemoth. After a day and night of unbridled tempest, the raging storm finally subsided. As dawn broke the following day, the chilling howls of the wind had completely vanished. Were it not for the chaos strewn across the ground outside, one might believe that nothing had transpired. Once again, sunlight bathed the square in Chihu. The flora, once planted to beautify the surroundings, had been uprooted, and a section of the wire fence leaned precariously, a testament to the storm's formidable destructive power. The prison authorities commenced urgent repairs. Upon receiving news of the cancelled outdoor time, the prisoners' faces were etched with disappointment, not merely for losing the chance to bask in the sun, but because they felt robbed of an opportunity to witness a spectacle. Today, no brawl would unfold. This was the consensus among all, each person brimming with regret. In this world, the gambling instinct of the Empire's denizens was deeply ingrained. In the brief span of a day and night, a wager had silently brewed and spread among the prisoners. Centered around the impending clash between the left-handed fighter and Lu Xiankai, both recognized as the most formidable men within these walls. The bookmakers were the likes of Brother Lai from the Number Gang and the Behemoth from the 14K. Even some prison guards had joined in. Rumor had it that Li Zhendong from the Big Circle had placed substantial bets, indicating that all factions had entered this gambling fray. The life-and-death struggle between the two was viewed by these individuals as a carnival amidst their dreary existence. Whispers suggested that the pot had swelled to an astonishing sum of 600,000. One should not underestimate the wealth possessed by the prisoners. In this era, the prisons of Hong Kong Island functioned as vast factories, with the inmates serving as the most inexpensive labor. However, even the most inexpensive workers, having been denied opportunities to spend their earnings over the years, possessed some savings in their accounts. In such a monotonous environment, even a mere scuffle between a few rats could evoke excitement among these ruffians, let alone the life-and-death struggle between the Thunder Tiger of the New Gang and the King of Chihu. The odds favored the left hand at 4-1, while Lu Xiankai's odds were 3-1. This disparity led many to believe in the left hand's impending victory, a conclusion drawn from analyses of past performances. Yet, all had overlooked one crucial aspect, the left hand's defiance. Few knew that the left hand, after being dealt a significant blow, had resolved not to bow to Ma Gu. He had even relinquished his position in Sim Sha Sui's hall at the behest of the New Gang. Would such an individual allow a group of lowlifes, whom he deemed beneath him, to pass judgment upon him? Would he consent to be seen as a mere fighting dog in a gambling arena? After all, 60,000 was but a trifling sum to him. He had previously spent far more on a single night for a woman. Thus, upon receiving the news, the left hand's initial reaction was one of uncontainable fury. Before his incarceration, Ben Shu had advised him to take a page from Giao Jio's book to ensure the New Gang held greater sway within the prison. Within cell number 3, the left hand's face darkened as he learned of the wager placed against him. He turned to Brother Daikyu and spoke coldly, but I declined. It was not that he was unwilling to serve the gang, but rather that he saw no necessity. The left hand did not disguise his disdain for Chihu. The prison was a confined space, lacking in opportunities for profit. What good was it to wield more power? Brother Daikyu wore a forced smile. Ben Shu said this would create an impression on our brothers outside, showcasing that even in the depths of despair, the gang remains formidable. Yet, the left hand remained unconvinced. I am not a lunatic like Giao Jio. I cannot endure a day without bloodshed. And now they dare to wager against me? His expression grew menacing at the thought of being treated as a mere dog for their amusement. They are courting death. The left hand fixed his gaze upon Brother Daikyu. Didn't you say the Mad King of Hell has clashed with every gang? Send him a message for me. What message? Brother Daikyu felt a twinge of trepidation, as he had quietly wagered 20,000 on the left hand's victory, though the odds were slightly less favorable, having witnessed the left hand's lethal prowess. Brother Daikyu was filled with unwavering confidence. Yet, upon seeing the left hand's demeanor, he feared for his own neck, worried that the next moment might see him disregarding gang rules and ending his life. The battle between two tigers should not be subject to judgment by mere curs. Ask him if he'd be interested in teaming up with others to show these lowlifes what respect truly means before I strike him down. The left hand grinned wickedly. Deep down, he still harbored the desire to subdue Lu Xiankai. Would he agree? Brother Daikyu questioned, puzzled. He would. I recognized that look in his eyes. It mirrors my own from years past. Half an hour later, Lu Xiankai provided his response. I am one with a stubborn spirit. I have never taken kindly to being treated like a dog, so let us play. The left hand erupted in laughter. He turned to Brother Daikyu. So, who shall we strike down first? Brother Daikyu wore a pained expression before finally speaking. After Giao Jio's imprisonment, the 14K have made no small number of moves against us in the New Gang. If I had to choose, it would be the Behemoth. In the prison, the most pressing concern is sustenance. Especially in Chihu, where 80% of the inmates are ruthless and depraved, they care little for weather or finance. Their sole focus is on filling their bellies. Particularly under such adverse weather conditions with no outdoor time, the prison typically provides better meals than usual. The principle is simple. Keep them well fed to prevent disturbances, and it proves highly effective. Today's meal was quite satisfactory, and within the expansive cafeteria. The faces of all prisoners radiated satisfaction, as each held thick, juicy steaks drenched in savory sauce that whetted many appetites. Much like the outdoor square, the cafeteria at Chihu is distinctly divided. Each faction claims its own corner. Everyone quietly queued to enter, receive their meals, and then sat at their designated spots to eat. All of this appeared no different from any other day. Yet, even while dining, many eyes constantly drifted toward Lu Xiankai and the left hand, because they didn't know when these two unruly villains would erupt into war. They were afraid that if they didn't pay attention, they would miss the most exciting battle scene. Lu Xiankai ignored everyone's gaze. He just quietly chewed his own food. The benefits of being a hamster cub's own little brother have once again been demonstrated, because Lu Xiankai was shocked to find that beneath his iron plate of rice, there were 3 equally plump steaks. Kai go, from now on, I'll leave this small matter of cooking to my younger brother. Eating more is the key to strength. The hamster sitting across from Lu Xiankai quietly blinked its eyes at him with a smug expression. Add another 5 yuan in the future, I need enough nutrition. I'll leave it to you. The daily intense exercise made Lu Xiankai have a very strong demand for food. Seeing the hamster cub's face change from flattery to bitterness, Lu Xiankai nodded in satisfaction. Kaiga, you must win. Hamster boy also placed the steak from his plate into Lu Xian's plate. If you kill your left hand, then I can get the supply rights from Shinji. That little black must not dare to compete with me. You can eat as much as you want when the time comes. Knowing that he was completely tied up with Lu Xiankai, he actually showed even more enthusiasm. I also know that a few pieces of steak don't seem to be enough to impress Lu Xiankai, the hamster continued. Kai go, in fact. Prison is also a good place to make money. The money Lao Pu has earned over the years has allowed his daughter to drive a Ferrari outside. Don't be fooled by the fact that we don't have much money to spend inside the prison, but we need money for everything we go out of. We as people have become disconnected from society and can only survive with a slightly inflated wallet. After expanding, I will definitely keep a copy for you. The hamster cub, who has always been obsequious, is excited when it comes to this topic. Have you ever thought about the days after going out? Lu Xian's eyes are very poisonous. Although the hamster cub's face is excited when it comes to making money, there is a sense of fear in his eyes about the unfamiliar world outside. This reminded Lu Xiankai of a movie in his original time and space, The Shawshank Redemption. In that movie, the 3 words of institutionalization have an ubiquitous impact on a person, especially for ordinary people like hamster cubs who have spent almost their entire lives in prison. There are indeed many who choose to end their lives after leaving. I don't know. I still have many years left before I go out. I just hope that in the future, when I stand outside, I won't starve to death. If given the opportunity, I would like to see the real ocean. Driving a boat under the blue sky and white clouds, basking in the sun, without thinking about anything, and sleeping until the end of time. The hamster cub's face darkened as he gave the answer. Don't worry, you will earn a lot of money. So much so that after you go out, you can hug many beautiful girls and curse them to death. Thinking of his main task, Lu Xiankai calmly answered. Really? The hamster cub smiled happily. Just as he was about to continue chatting, he saw his boss almost swallow the food on his plate in just a few bites, and then suddenly get up and walk towards the southwest corner of the cafeteria. At the same time, the left hand in another corner also put down its chopsticks. Achong. I tapped the table with my left hand, then nodded and started working. Chapter 17. The Eagle. As soon as the words do something were spoken with his left hand, Achong, who was named, immediately stood up and smashed his tray fiercely on the head of the 14K members who were a few meters away. Pujia, are you looking for death? The members of the 14K, whose heads and faces were covered in soup, immediately became furious. And all members of the 14 forces also stood up at the same time. Drop it. The piercing whistle has already sounded, indicating that the patrolling catchers have noticed the confrontation between Shinji and the members of the 14K. Sit down and eat now, or you'll be locked up. Several constables have quickly walked towards the location of the conflict. No one paid attention. 14K and XING's troops all stood up and glared at each other angrily. The club has a strict hierarchy. Although all members of both sides have stood up, everyone's gaze is focused on their respective speakers. Left hand, are you causing trouble? The big guy eating slowly looked at his left hand and spoke slowly. Big guy, in Hong Kong slang, it is used to describe a man with a strong physique and prominent muscles. And the big guy who inherited the former position of Crazy Nine, Zheng Yongqiang, fully demonstrated what a big guy is. He may be the only prisoner in the entire history of Stanley who needs a special prisoner, especially his arms, which are as thick as ordinary people's thighs, and chest muscles that can fully support loose prisoners. Give people a strong sense of pressure. Left hand, what are you doing? The big guy squinted his eyes and looked at the left hand sitting across from him. Aren't you going to fight and kill that crazy man in hell? Are you causing trouble for us? Everyone's attention was already drawn to the confrontation between the left hand and the big guy. Even the constables who were running towards the accident site did not notice that Lu Xiankai was slowly approaching the big guy. Where did all this nonsense come from? With your left hand picking your teeth, you street bumpkin has the courage to use me to start a game. Why? Watching the big guy develop muscles like a giant beast, the tone of his left hand is full of emotion. Is it just the dead muscles you've trained with steroids? Let me tell you, your older brother doesn't even have the courage to start with me. Today, of course, I want to tell you what respect for the elderly is. I don't like to talk too much nonsense with a gorilla. After speaking, his left hand glanced at Tegu. The latter's face turned bitter, but without any hesitation. He immediately picked up the stool and smashed it fiercely towards the only camera on the southwest corner of the roof that could capture the scene. The screen in the monitoring room immediately turned into snowflakes covering the entire screen. This action made all the 14K people's faces pale. Especially the big guy's face was even uglier, because he knew very well that instantly. Only when there was a division of life and death would someone intentionally smash that thing. 30 days of confinement, plus 6 months of imprisonment. Such severe punishment results are almost unbearable for few prisoners, so only when the club wants to kill people will there be dedicated scapegoat to do this. No wonder Tegu's face turned bitter. Obviously, the left hand has already learned about the news of his secret bet. You're really his mother crazy. The big guy stood up and first glanced at the constables who were whistling wildly. As expected, several constables had already been surrounded by members of other factions' clubs. These prisoners, who watched the excitement and didn't mind the importance of the matter, raised their hands high, unwilling to move even as the constables' batons fiercely beat them. Obviously, these guys are going to see a winner between 14K and the new score. Move it. The big guy made the most correct decision and killed these bastards. With his command, many members of the 14K have already found sharpened objects from various corners and rushed towards the direction of XNG fiercely. At this point, Lucien Kai was still 8 meters away from the big guy. What is a red stick? Is it still the well-deserved double flower red stick? That's a fierce person who can break through the situation and fight on the street in the club. The left hand is praised by the entire martial arts world as the most beautiful double flower red stick in the past decade, and it really doesn't have any moisture. He did not simply allow those below him to fight to the death. Rather, the moment the camera was smashed, he sprang to his feet and charged to the forefront. Instantly, dozens of new members of the gang surged forward with the audacity of their leader. At the vanguard, he demonstrated, in the most brutal and ferocious manner, why he was entitled to sip the first cup of tea from Uncle Ben when the gang was initially established. The first short thug he encountered barely had time to react before his knee struck him, sending him flying across the room. Crash. The thug's hefty frame crashed heavily onto a nearby dining table, and the convulsions and blood oozing from his mouth clearly indicated he had lost all ability to rise again. The leader's momentum did not falter. With a swift slide, he delivered a vicious kick to the abdomen of another member of the gang. It is no exaggeration to say that many witnesses saw the short thug being launched into the air by that single kick. The leader coiled his leg for power. Another punch was unleashed. A ruffian wielding a toothbrush was promptly knocked to the ground, and the leader, grinning at the terrified giant, declared that no one could set him up. Get moving, he shouted at Lucien Kai. The whistle-blowing guards were on the verge of breaching the barricade formed by the prisoners. After all, the giant was not like the other ordinary inmates. The gang had its own network and interests even in Chaiwan. Thus, those guards would never stand idly by while the leader brutally dispatched the giant before their eyes. You can't kill me, left hand. The giant's strength was indeed formidable. Though he lacked the courage to confront the leader directly, he was undeterred in hurling objects nearby. With a furious roar, he hoisted a dining table weighing over 200 pounds and hurled it with all his might. Watch out, Brother Yong, exclaimed a flunky nearby. The giant suddenly turned, realizing that another notorious figure in the prison, the infamous Yen Wang Lucien Kai, had closed into within 3 meters of him without his notice. I don't like being treated like a fighting dog. Use your fate to show everyone that I demand sufficient respect. Lucien Kai's ferocity matched that of the leader, employing boxing techniques with every strike. With a powerful run-up, he delivered a devastating backhand punch to a howling ruffian, propelling himself forward with speed. Suddenly, he leapt into the air, launching himself directly at the giant like an eagle. This was the most vivid impression in the minds of Zhou Xiao and Hamster, observing from a distance. Chapter 18. The art of war is deceit. In life and death struggles, what is most crucial? Courage. Without courage, one cannot remain calm. Once calmness is lost, no matter how perfected one's training may be, it may never manifest. In the face of death, terror looms. It is common for anyone overshadowed by the specter of death to experience a blank mind. The intensity of Lucien Kai's airborne assault was as sharp as a blade. The giant, acutely aware of how ruthless the Yen Wang was, found himself momentarily paralyzed by tension. This fleeting moment determined life or death. It was not his fault. Having not faced such a struggle for a long time, the giant, beneath his fierce exterior, had long since lost his courage. The leader was a villain capable of matching strength with the notorious Diaogio. Lu Xiankai was a man who could incapacitate 4 red sticks with his bare hands in a shower. The giant could hardly fathom that this gamble with a few other bosses would ultimately cost him his life. Life and death hinged on that instant. As the giant momentarily lost focus, Lu Xiankai's whip-like kick struck his temple. At the moment Lu Xiankai's calf made contact with the giant's head, he suddenly restrained his full force. Though the kick appeared vicious, the giant merely staggered backward, bloodshot eyes wide open, yet he did not fall. The leader, observing Lu Xiankai's actions with a hint of disdain, quickly concealed his feelings. The battle between Lu Xiankai and the giant continued. Upon landing, Lu Xiankai executed a beautifully arched uppercut, landing a heavy blow to the giant's chin. Compared to the earlier awe-inspiring kick, this punch seemed ordinary. Yet its power was astonishing. The giant's massive frame, akin to that of a bear, was sent soaring by Lu Xiankai's punch, crashing heavily at the feet of the leader, who wasted no time. In the instant the giant hit the ground, unable to react, the leader's right leg swung in an unusual motion, ensnaring the giant's thick neck with his knee, then twisting his hips to exert force. Downward. Crack. The sharp sound of bones breaking caused the fighting prisoners to halt their movements in unison. The sight of the giant's bulging, bloodshot eyes and the grotesque angle of his neck struck fear into their hearts. The leader's legs possessed the strength to snap a banana tree with 7 sweeping kicks. With a single blow, he had brutally broken the giant's thick neck. The vast dining hall fell silent, as if a pin could be heard dropping, under the clean and lethal assaults of Lu Xiankai and the leader. The giant never managed to unleash a single one of the 500-pound punches he had so often boasted about. In a few more years, I might not be able to kill you. Give me another chance. The same conditions apply. Come to me. As the leader obediently knelt down, his previously disdainful gaze towards Lu Xiankai became somewhat grave. The swift and decisive attack earlier had revealed Lu Xiankai's true strength. This young man, known as the Yin Wang, though average in leg techniques, possessed fists deserving of respect. The power behind the 200-pound giant being sent airborne was astonishing, and the fact that Lu Xiankai managed to control the giant's landing position further shocked the leader. Nonetheless, the leader maintained unwavering confidence in his ability to defeat Lu Xiankai. Hence, his pride remained intact in this recruitment. He believed he had absolute certainty in defeating his opponent. Your boxing skills are quite high, and you've practiced some Muay Thai, but evidently, your efforts have been focused on boxing. The cold-hearted fellow likely wants to leverage you for boxing matches to earn money, which is why you've not trained in street fighting techniques. With a few more years of practice, you might have a chance to compete professionally. But now, you have no choice. The leader chuckled coldly. I admit that the upper body evasive maneuvers of boxers are indeed among the best in the world, and their guard can deflect quite a few attacks. However, our struggle is not in a ring. There are no rules. Your lower body is your greatest weakness. The leader did not hesitate to point out the flaw he had discerned, knowing that even if Lu Xiankai possessed remarkable talent, it was impossible for him to rectify his shortcomings to the point of competing with him in such a short time. I will not be anyone's subordinate. I am merely myself. Lu Xiankai grinned, then turned and obediently knelt on the ground before the guards could rush in. I hope you won't regret this in the future. With his left hand resting on the ground, 2 constables bound him with heavy handcuffs. He harbored no concerns about facing repercussions for the death of the hulking brute. He had secured Uncle Ben's consent prior to today's operation. Left Hand had always held a profound respect for Uncle Ben's intricate web of connections within the new record. Moreover, there were no surveillance cameras to document the incident, and plenty of individuals willing to take the blame for him. As he was led away, Left Hand posed another question. Did you deliberately let me handle the big guy? What, afraid of being put in solitary confinement? Lu Xiankai remained silent. Left Hand laughed heartily. He was indeed a fierce character, even under the control of 2 prison guards. He managed to grin at Lu Xiankai. I am Left Hand. Aside from Uncle Ben and Brother Gio, no one can treat me like a mere pawn. What is so remarkable about taking out washed-up figures languishing in Chaiwan? Is it just because of that? One of the gamblers in the crowd, Brother Lai, spoke up languidly. Left Hand, with an audacious expression, turned his gaze to Brother Lai of the Numbers Gang, challenging. If a madman like Li Kuang-tu were to enter Chaiwan, who would dare to open such a betting line? The scarred visage on his face contorted with rage, as if it had come to life with his roar. Silence enveloped the room. Indeed, if it were Li Kuang-tu, no one would dare to treat that lunatic as a dog in a gambling match. Lu Xiankai fixed his gaze on Left Hand, a glimmer of admiration flickering in his eyes. Although this adversary would one day be his equal in a battle for life and death, his ferocity and defiance earned Lu Xiankai's respect. I promise you, if you fall to me in the future, I will procure a chance against Li Kuang-tu for you. Observing Left Hand being escorted away, Lu Xiankai lowered his voice to make his vow. Throughout, Lu Xiankai had been calculating his every move regarding Left Hand, including the collaboration to eliminate the hulking brute. During the brutal encounter in the bathroom, The hulking figure had also participated in the ambush against the previous leader. Lu Xiankai was well aware of the brute's strength. The man was immense, obsessively relying on drugs and equipment to bulk up. Yet, he overlooked a crucial point. Dead muscle cannot kill, and the larger the muscle, the less agile it becomes. Most importantly, this man lacked the inherent ferocity. A particular scene from the memory of the bathroom brawl remained vividly etched in Lu Xiankai's mind, when the previous leader was drenched in blood, resembling a madman. The hulking brute's eyes reflected not the fierce determination to fight to the death, but rather shock and terror. Before making his move, Lu Xiankai was confident of one thing. This successor to the position of Mad 9 had never faced a true battle in his life. Armed with this judgment, Lu Xiankai boldly chose to conceal his capabilities. Hence, he had the confidence to execute a seemingly powerful, yet fundamentally flawed flying kick. The subsequent heavy strikes were also intentional on Lu Xiankai's part. His previous record was impressive, so he could not afford to appear completely inept. Otherwise, Left Hand would suspect his motives. Judging by Left Hand's reaction, Lu Xiankai had evidently succeeded. In warfare, deception is paramount. Thus, one must appear incapable while demonstrating capability. And vice versa. He was not the same martial enthusiast as the previous leader. In another timeline, Lu Xiankai held a rather unsavory nickname in the industry, the Cunning Rogue. Chapter 19, The Calm Before the Storm. Prisons and the outside world may seem like two distinct realms, yet they are intricately interconnected. Uncle Ben of the new record wielded tremendous influence. Despite numerous witnesses to the brutal act of Left Hand snapping the hulking brute's neck, with someone taking the blame, Left Hand's punishment was a mere trifling 3 days in solitary confinement. The scapegoat was Brother Daikyu. Officially, the narrative claimed that a dispute arose between the hulking brute and Brother Daikyu while dining, resulting in a fatal fall during the ensuing altercation. It appeared that matters had settled down. Whether the 14K would seek retribution, or if other Red Poles would come to reclaim their honor, were still distant concerns. For now, the prisoners in the jail focused their attention on two other gamblers, Brother Lai from the Numbers Gang and the imposing tyrant from the Ho Gang. Everyone understood that in this world, maintaining face was paramount. Left Hand, fiercely audacious, had brazenly taken action against the hulking brute for daring to open a betting line. Thus, the nature of the betting line in question carried significant implications. Continuing the bets would signify that the Numbers Gang and the Ho Gang were unwilling to back down, undoubtedly leading to further conflict given Left Hand's fierce temperament. Conversely, refraining from placing bets would indicate surrender, implying that as long as Left Hand remained, Chihu belonged to the new record. Such scenarios had occurred before, the last being when the madman Mad 9 entered the fray. Mad 9 was far more unhinged than Left Hand. From the very first day of his imprisonment, he issued a proclamation to all factions. This place is too small. If a dragon lies down, it lies down. If a tiger lies down, it lies down. During my time here, everyone must give face. 14K will speak. The old adage rings true. In the world of the underbelly, maintaining face is of utmost importance. Mad 9's madness prompted other organizations to retaliate, though the outcomes were often disastrous. After several chaotic battles, Mad 9 relentlessly kicked down 3 leaders from rival factions. A hushed silence fell over everyone. Mad 9's dominance did not end there. In a bid for retribution, the Ho Gang sent 3 enforcers to prison, igniting another wave of bloodshed. Ultimately, Mad 9 emerged victorious. In the end, Mad 9's ferocity deterred the heads of other factions from allowing their Red Poles to participate further. This led to a period when Chihu was entirely under the control of the 14K. Had it not been for the 14K's conflict with the new record on Bao Lane, forcing the head of the dragon to pull strings and spend a fortune to extricate Mad 9, this period could have been even longer. Chihu, laundry room. The rising mist rendered visibility in the somewhat cramped room quite low. To fight or not to fight? The voice of the Ho Gang's tyrant wavered amidst the fog. Aren't you afraid that Left Hand is the second coming of Mad 9? Brother Lai, casually puffing on a cigarette, replied languidly. We want to fight. But who knows if that madman Left Hand will instigate trouble again once he emerges from solitary. Especially since that bastard managed to enlist the help of the lunatic Lu Xiankai. A flicker of fear crossed Tyrant's face. Rest assured, Left Hand is not like Mad 9. As long as we show humility, he won't have the energy to toy with us for long. Brother Lai, a stout man with well-developed trapezius muscles, clearly had put considerable effort into his fighting skills. Mad 9 was merely a thug, a neurotic who thrived on chaos. Unburdened by territory, Left Hand, with so many connections, would not linger in prison for long. Brother Lai patted Tyrant's shoulder. Let us drop the betting. You and I can be out in a few years. We are not the apple of the old boss SI. If trouble arises, we'll have to bear the brunt ourselves, and no one will pay a hefty price to protect us. Tyrant nodded. I'll clarify things with Left Hand. Might you believe that Yin Wang Lu Xiankai would seek retribution for our ambush against him in the bathroom? He remains affiliated with your gang. What are your thoughts? That madman emerged from solitary confinement as though transformed into another being, and the Chang brothers fell victim to his manipulation. Upon mentioning Lu Xiankai, a flicker of pallor crossed Brother Lai's face. Let us not concern ourselves with him for now. Allow him and the left-handed dog to engage in their own conflict. Brother Lai responded. Was the left-handed only confined for 3 days? Despite retaining memories from his predecessor, Lu Xiankai remained astonished by the darkness within the prison. He had anticipated that the left-handed would be imprisoned for at least 10 days, if not longer. Lu Xiankai had intended to use this time to diligently restore his own physique. The miraculous effects of the massage oil concocted according to the system's formula left him incredulous. In just a few days, not only had most of his hidden injuries been mended, but he also perceived a slight enhancement in his strength and speed. This foretold that the longer he delayed, the greater his chances of overcoming the left-handed would become. Remarkably, this was all without even commencing his training in the ancient art of Iron Shirt. If the effects of Iron Shirt mirrored those provided by the system, with inhuman resilience to blows, Lu Xiankai believed it plausible that he could, indeed, subdue this prison through sheer force of will. Tell me about the history of Hong Kong. Observing the audacious bribery within the prison perpetrated by the new record, Lu Xiankai resolved to gain a thorough understanding of the disparities between these two worlds from young Master Zhou. The greatest fortune left to Lu Xiankai by his predecessor was a robust physique and the experience of combat training. However, a significant shortcoming remained. His lowly status confined his comprehension of this world to the boxing arenas in Hong Kong. Lu Xiankai endeavored to learn more about the world from young Master Zhou. What do you wish to know? Having witnessed the scene of the large man being struck by Lu Xiankai's punch, young Master Zhou's demeanor grew increasingly respectful. I never imagined the judicial system in Hong Kong could be so chaotic. Speak to me from all perspectives. Share everything you know. Lu Xiankai replied slowly. After more than 2 hours of description, young Master Zhou finally ceased speaking, his throat parched and hoarse, and Lu Xiankai felt a sense of satisfaction in his release. Firstly, he could ascertain that the technological development in this timeline was likely comparable to that of his own. The chaos in Hong Kong stemmed from a completely divergent political landscape. In this peculiar timeline, the Yin Huang Empire not only endured for centuries, but also harbored alternative royal families. The root of the disorder on this island lay in the fact that, although nominally under imperial rule, it was effectively controlled by several prominent families. The empire merely dispatched troops to affirm ownership, refraining from any further involvement. After absorbing young Master Zhou's account, Lu Xiankai gained a deeper understanding. The societal environment in Hong Kong bore a striking resemblance to the tumultuous 1950s and 60s of his former timeline, equally chaotic and rife with darkness. Not only were gangs prevalent, but various noble families also belonged to different factions, rendering the situation exceedingly intricate. Having thoroughly grasped the larger context of his surroundings, Lu Xiankai focused entirely on the training prescribed by the system. In such a discordant world, possessing a sufficiently formidable physique would grant him the security he sought. Furthermore, on a personal level, Lu Xiankai had grown fond of resolving all matters through physical prowess rather than through deceit and manipulation. The training regimen for Iron Shirt became increasingly unsettling. Regardless of how many times they witnessed it, every inmate in cell No. 7 felt a chill run down their spine at the sight of Lu Xiankai honing his body. Observing Lu Xiankai commanding Hamster and another inmate to rub iron sand against his skin, young Master Zhou found it difficult to fathom what kind of mental fortitude could compel a person to treat themselves with such severity. Beads of sweat trickled down Lu Xiankai's terrifying tattooed back, prompting everyone to instinctively avert their gaze. Days turned into weeks. Lu Xiankai had become synonymous with the inhuman within cell number 7. Every morning and late at night, Hamster would grit his teeth and relentlessly strike Lu Xiankai with steel bars procured from the factory. While Lu Xiankai endured the blows with an expression of tranquility, Hamster's face bore an expression of dread. After each strike, he would nod in trepidation, pondering whether Lu Xiankai's body was indeed forged from iron. As he pummeled until his hands grew weary, while Lu Xiankai remained unfazed. This terrified Hamster. Lu Xiankai opened his eyes and rose to wipe the bruises from his body, only to have someone immediately take over Hamster's duties. The last time he applied the massage oil, the effects had seemingly failed to penetrate the area around his shoulder blades. And today he felt some discomfort in his bones. I must be vigilant. I must be vigilant. Standing behind Lu Xiankai was an exceptionally robust inmate, who at that moment appeared as pitiful as a scorned spouse. He deftly applied the golden liquid to Lu Xiankai's back, then fervently commenced slapping it. Nicknamed Xiong, Wu Youxiong felt genuinely aggrieved. He never imagined that a mere boast about his grandfather's past as a court physician, combined with his own knowledge of massage techniques, would lead him to be designated as the madman's personal masseur. Massage was one thing, but enduring 2 hours of it, where every technique required maximum effort, was utterly exhausting. Chapter 20. The Essence of the Straight Punch. Lu Xiankai originally believed he would be unable to withstand the frenzied training akin to that of his predecessor. However, upon discovering that the medicinal materials provided by the system truly facilitated rapid progress, Lu Xiankai transformed into a fervent practitioner. One must admit that one gets what one pays for. Medicinal materials, particularly traditional Chinese herbs, are unlike luxury goods. Their high cost is indeed justified. Behind him, Wu Zhixiong was drenched in sweat as Lu Xiankai closed his eyes to sense the transformations within his body. As the medicinal properties permeated his waist, back, legs, shoulders, arms, abdomen, and knees, warmth began to radiate from various areas. Lu Xiankai could now feel that the soreness resulting from intense training in many of his body's hidden meridians had completely dissipated. Certain areas of his skin were gradually becoming tougher. The system's offerings were undoubtedly of exceptional quality. That will suffice. After a full hour and a half, Lu Xiankai finally opened his eyes, and his masseur, Xiong, promptly collapsed onto the ground. Xiong was genuinely exhausted. He had never anticipated that a massage could so thoroughly drain his physical reserves. Each massage session demanded complete exertion, and his attempts at slacking off had only resulted in the bruising at the corner of his eye. All were immersed in the underworld. Why should one be beaten for merely providing a massage? Xiong felt particularly wronged. Lu Xiankai's next words plunged him further into despair. Your techniques possess some merit, yet they remain quite unrefined. Should your skills not improve by tomorrow's massage, I will continue to strike you, allowing you to comprehend the consequences of negligence. Upon regaining his strength, Lu Xiankai resumed his practice of the straight punch, a technique that seamlessly integrates boxing and Muay Thai. While accepting knowledge is one thing, experiencing it firsthand is entirely another. After enduring several bouts, Lu Xiankai recognized the shortcomings of his predecessor. He conceded that his predecessor possessed exceptional physical attributes. Yet he also acknowledged that the former was not particularly astute, especially in terms of the training methods provided by the system. It seemed his predecessor lacked the ability to summarize effectively. The former was stubbornly reliant on a singular boxing style in combat. Reflecting on that time in the shower, Lu Xiankai realized that a mere shift in strategy could have led to a far more glorious outcome, yet the predecessor proved somewhat obtuse. Consequently, he suffered significant injuries. For instance, during the third strike, a combination of a boxing hook and a knee strike from Muay Thai could have utterly incapacitated the opponent. Lu Xiankai understood that pondering such matters was futile. What he aimed to achieve now was to thoroughly integrate the techniques of various systems through practice, as this presented the most rapid path to improvement. The lead straight punch, the most frequently employed technique in combat, is also one of the most crucial. However, his predecessor merely trained the two styles mechanically, showing no intention of amalgamating all his techniques into a cohesive whole. What if the rhythm of Muay Thai were to be blended with the deceptive angles of boxing? Lu Xiankai's eyes gleamed with enthusiasm. Within the confines of cell number 7, all eyes were fixed on Lu Xiankai as he tirelessly threw punches into the air, repeating the same simple straight punch for hours on end. He felt neither fatigue nor boredom. Rather, with each strike, his spirits soared. Heavy jabs, rapid thrusts, up and down movements, back and forth, controlling the rhythm, adjusting body angles, and corresponding shifts. What does it mean to cast a flirtatious glance at a blind man? What constitutes an incomprehensible brilliance? If his left hand were present, or if any seasoned fighter with over 5 years of experience were around, they would undoubtedly applaud fervently. For Lu Xiankai's punches had nearly reached the realm of artistry. Every subtle variation flowed naturally, appearing deceptively simple, yet a single thought could alter the trajectory of his fist in bizarrely precise ways, as if responding to an unseen force. The system's green subtitles once again materialized before Lu Xiankai's eyes. Congratulations to the host for making another small step forward. The lead straight punch has achieved perfection. It is advised that the host contemplate further integrating the footwork of boxing with the triangular steps of Muay Thai. Are you Adao? In the astonished gaze of those around him, Lu Xiankai turned to the young man who had been quietly sitting in the corner. It's me, Brother Yin Wang. Adao replied, somewhat taken aback, yet still respectful. I recall you were once a blade wielder for the number gang, and quite skilled at that. Lu Xiankai gazed at the reticent Adao, memories of the man's past flooding his mind. Chen Dao, nicknamed Adao, had once been the head horseman for the number gang under Xiang Qi, and had dealt with several formidable adversaries. It could be said that had Xiang Qi not met his untimely demise on the streets, this Chen Dao might have secured a notable position in the underworld. I was merely mediocre, having trained haphazardly for a few months under a southern master. I could hold my own against street thugs. But if I faced a master like you, my blade would be of no use, Adao answered honestly. What kind of knife do you prefer to use? Lu Xiankai inquired. I practice a niche knife technique from the south, known as the Taisha knife. I typically prefer the Nepalese kukri for my tasks, Dao responded. My expertise lies in the reverse grip. The kukri suits my grip style well. With a somewhat naive smile, Dao added, plus, I think the kukri looks cooler. I'll procure a realistic kukri for you. Lu Xiankai turned to Hamster. Is that feasible? A replica should be doable, but the quality will likely be subpar. After all, those hardened, sharp items are too risky for the channels controlled by those big shots. Hamster contemplated for a few moments before responding. Lu Xiankai nodded, then addressed Dao. Once you have the knife, starting daily at this time, you'll attack me with it. I need to practice my evasion. Dao, bewildered, nodded in agreement. Lu Xiankai's expression remained calm. I require a skilled knife handler to assist me with my footwork. Do not disappoint me. At this moment, Lu Xiankai had garnered quite the fearsome reputation in the eyes of many. He was no longer merely a lowly thug, but a formidable figure who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the king of hell. A somewhat pale, Dao trembled as he assented. Lu Xiankai nodded in satisfaction. He was well aware that the fusion of any techniques cannot be achieved in isolation, particularly as the footwork of boxing and Muay Thai inherently conflict. Boxing footwork is limited, essentially comprising advancing, retreating, lateral shuffles, and circling steps. These maneuvers, having withstood the test of time within the century-old sport of boxing, are virtually beyond improvement, achieving a state of perfection. Yet, one must remember that these steps are designed for the ring. This means that even if boxing footwork is sufficiently nimble, it does not account for the flaws in real combat scenarios. How does one defend the lower body? How does one evade obstacles? The details of leg power generation are entirely mismatched. The footwork of Muay Thai, a more ancient martial art compared to boxing, is primarily prepared for leg-driven attacks, especially as each triangular step must form a sufficiently perfect triangle. A perfect triangle allows for fluid transitions between kicks and knee strikes. However, this gives rise to another issue. The triangular footwork can render a Muay Thai practitioner's upper body less agile, requiring more time to generate power for striking. Most significant scientific achievements require a moment of genius insight, and martial arts are no exception. Chapter 21 Must Die. After Left Hand's confinement, an inexplicable silence enveloped the environment. With time on his hands, Lu Xiankai immersed himself in rigorous training. An eerie calm settled over the prison. The once boisterous gambling frenzy suddenly dissipated. Everyone understood that he and the number gang had capitulated. All were increasingly in awe of Left Hand's ferocity. The end of the gambling does not signify the cessation of Lu Xiankai's life-and-death struggle with Left Hand. It is merely the calm before the storm. Few are aware of the true reason behind Left Hand's sudden silence following his release. Uncle Ben. The root of it all lies in Uncle Ben of the New G gang, who is pursuing maximal profit, no matter how fierce Left Hand is. He is ultimately just a pawn of New G. The direction of the prison can only be determined by those big shots outside. Life is tranquil for the other inmates. Yet during this period, apart from young Master Zhou, everyone in cell number 7 has been suffering immensely. The reason is simple. Recently, it is unclear what has possessed Lu Xiankai, as he merely sits in deep contemplation. Then, suddenly, during the quiet hours of the night while you rest, a wooden blade may be hurled at you. Strike me. Without any preamble, under the dim light of the corridor, Lu Xiankai's countenance is cold and menacing. At this moment, the inmate in cell number 7, struck by the wooden sword, cannot afford any hesitation. Otherwise, Lu Xiankai's fierce kick will swiftly teach you the meaning of why the flowers bloom so red. Chen Dao, having been too fatigued on 2 occasions, was slow to react when called, leaving his cheeks swollen as if he were harboring an egg in his mouth. However, Chen Dao's physique is merely a tad sturdier than the average person. Lu Xiankai trains with such fervor that he cannot endure it. Within a single day, he nearly swings his sword for 7 to 8 hours, leaving even the toughest individuals utterly exhausted. Ultimately, he becomes so weary that he would prefer to be knocked unconscious by Lu Xiankai's kick, wearing an expression of relief as if granted a pardon. Chen Dao finds liberation. Yet the other inmates in cell number 7 find themselves in dire straits. After 3 days, Chen Dao is completely worn out. Meanwhile, it seems Lu Xiankai has begun to capture some inspiration, thus extending his malevolent grasp to others. Everyone is utterly fatigued. This leads to their oblivion regarding Lu Xiankai's increasingly agile movements, resulting in fewer strikes landing on the King of Hell as they wield their swords. Initially, within the cramped confines of cell number 7, Chen Dao's frenzied sword swings would land 3 or 4 hits on Lu Xiankai within 10 minutes. However, now, his results amount to a mere single strike at most within the same time frame. Moreover, Lu Xiankai's front kicks and low sweeps, employing Muay Thai techniques, are delivered unexpectedly like a specter. The transition of weight between the front and back foot is the most crucial technique for merging 2 entirely different styles. The sound of snoring resonates throughout cell number 7, While Lu Xiankai sits cross-legged on the frigid concrete floor, his chaotic thoughts gradually coalescing. Ultimately, he seamlessly intertwines the weight shifts of the three-step movement in Muay Thai with the power generation methods in boxing. Congratulations to the host, footwork fusion achieved. Evaluation, entering the realm of mastery. The green subtitles flash before Lu Xiankai's eyes once more, indicating that his footwork has finally gained the system's recognition. Rise. Lu Xiankai channels strength into his legs, propelling himself upward like a spring. Then with a flick of his toes, the wooden sword beside him carves an elegant arc, striking the deeply slumbering Chun Dao. Continue. Lu Xiankai beckons with a finger at the now-awakened Chun Dao, whose eyes are filled with despair. Observing Lu Xiankai's developed leg muscles and touching his still swollen cheek, Chun Dao, in a fit of frustration, charges forward. The other awakened inmates initially glance at the frenzied Chun Dao under the dim light, then almost simultaneously pull their blankets over their heads, flipping over to resume their slumber. Every second counts. Who knows how long this king of hell, Lu Xiankai, will remain in a frenzy. At this moment, seizing the opportunity to sleep is the collective desire of all. The prison remains tranquil, while outside, turbulent undercurrents surge. On Hong Kong Island, at a hillside villa. In this land where every inch is precious, families possessing such vast plots of land in the hills are invariably either affluent or noble. The owner of this entirely Song dynasty-style edifice is none other than the current fourth master of the Zhou family, Zhou Shanhe, renowned for his unyielding resolve in business. Among the second generation of the Zhou family, Zhou Shanhe stands out as the most exceptional figure. Whether due to his youthful travels across nations or the cunning strategies he has displayed in the tumultuous sea of commerce, making him the most suitable heir in the eyes of outsiders. Yet, paradoxically, the patriarch of the Zhou family harbors a profound aversion toward Zhou Shanhe. The reason for this disdain may strike many as unfathomable, for it stems from the 4 words assigned to Zhou Shanhe by the illustrious White Dragon King of Nanyang. 7 killings invade the body. At that time, the patriarch furiously smashed millions, ultimately receiving an explanation from the White Dragon King that left him unable to find solace. To kill first is to discuss killing. One can only wield power if the 7 killings are controlled. Without control, wealth and nobility are unattainable. Perhaps had someone else uttered these words, the patriarch would have scoffed. But throughout the Zhou family's rise to prominence, the enigmatic White Dragon King has accurately predicted nearly all of their critical junctures. It can be said that the White Dragon King is the Zhou family's greatest benefactor. Since then, many of the Zhou family's resources have begun to tilt toward the eldest branch, namely Zhou Murang, the dandy. The reason is equally superstitious, as the White Dragon King bestowed upon Zhou Murang an evaluation starkly different from that of Zhou Shanhe. The vermilion bird rides the wind, yet the wind is insufficient. Though possessing moderate talent, wealth and nobility are inherent. Insufficient in expansion, but secure for 30 years, absolutely worry-free. The Zhou family's assets have already surpassed hundreds of billions, controlling several essential industries on Hong Kong Island, ensuring that as long as they maintain their hold, they face no worries. This means that moderation is not inherently a detriment. In contrast, the patriarch believes that maintaining stability is the foundation for the family's longevity, implying that passing control to the fiercely ambitious Zhou Shanhe may not be prudent. Rather, Zhou Murang is the more fitting choice. Originally, the patriarch's plans would not have encountered any issues, provided he remained in good health. However, despite Zhou Zhaoji's meticulous care and excellent medical conditions at nearly 80 years old, he ultimately succumbed to a stroke. The chances of regaining consciousness are exceedingly slim. After the hospital delivered this verdict, Zhou Shanhe, who had long suppressed his inner fury, almost immediately began to seize power. After all, many of the old ministers of the Zhou family have always held Zhou Shanhe in high regard. Now presents the perfect opportunity. The ruthless nature of imperial families is undeniable. Yet it is no different for the wealthy elite at the 100 billion level. Zhou Shanhe is acutely aware that should his father awaken, the patriarch will undoubtedly hasten the process of stripping away his support. Thus, a desperate counterattack is his only option. Zhou Murang must die. He must perish before the patriarch regains consciousness. Chapter 22 Zhou Shanhe. Why is Zhou Murang still alive? In the study on the first floor of the villa, the 4th master of the Zhou family sets down his paintbrush, casting a glance at the elderly butler behind him. Xing has not made a move. Instead, a few days ago, Chun Bin invited me to dinner, and his words were filled with the usual platitudes. The elderly butler bows in response. Is Xing still intent on establishing a gambling ship? Zhou Shanhe's expression remains calm, betraying no hint of emotion. It seems that as Xing grows larger, his ambitions swell correspondingly. I have heard that young Master Zhou has procured a formidable individual as a bodyguard while in prison, indicating that Chun Bin possesses some coveted assets. The elderly butler carefully considers his words, Chun Ben informed me that aside from the left hand, it is quite challenging for anyone to deal with the eldest young master in a short period. After a moment of hesitation, the elderly butler continues, with a gambling ship. XING would essentially open up a new source of revenue, reducing dependence on the fourth master. A hint of ruthlessness surfaces on the elderly butler's weathered face. Chun Ben cannot be retained. What of Magu? The fourth master of Zhou shifts the topic, remaining non-committal. Now, as the second in command of XING, will he be able to contend with Chun Ben in the next election? Magu's methods are excessively ruthless, leaving no room for maneuver. The elderly butler hesitates, but ultimately responds candidly. If Chun Ben successfully establishes the gambling ship, given his style, he would likely share the profits evenly. Magu is no match for Chun Ben. It is up to human endeavor. Zhou Shanha nodded slightly, diverting the topic. My nephew has indeed made some progress. What kind of character could persuade the new era to believe that I, Zhou Muron, would be at a loss? A young man from Kuntong, according to our intelligence, possesses remarkable fighting skills and is rather formidable. A Kuntong fellow. Zhou Shanha frowned, wondering if he could be swayed. These people of the underworld are driven solely by profit. Quite difficult. The old steward clearly had a thorough understanding of everything occurring within the prison. He offered an exorbitant sum with his left hand, yet the other party still refused. What era are we in, to still have so many foolish simpletons? Zhou Shanha waved his hand, instructing to find Mago and have him send a few individuals in so I could ascertain whether this Kuntong fellow truly has the credentials to negotiate with me. The old steward bowed. Zhou Shanha, who had not spoken further, picked up his brush again. Recently, Master Zhou has developed a fondness for the imperial landscapes. He relishes the scent of the sea breeze wafting through the window as he paints vigorously while listening to the waves. Such an environment sharpens his intellect. The steward stood behind Zhou Shanha, bowing respectfully, intently watching as the majestic tiger descending the mountain was gradually brought to life on the exquisite Xian paper. After a moment, Zhou Shanha spoke softly. The old master said, I prefer to take unconventional paths. The pigments of the empire allow me to cultivate my mind and spirit. What do you think of this painting? Receiving the tea from the steward, Zhou Shanha, while flexing his wrist, inquired, in the past 6 months, I have painted 7 tigers descending the mountain, and I am particularly satisfied with today's effort. The old steward pondered for a few seconds before articulating carefully. The painting style is harmonious, devoid of the previous sharpness. Master Zhou has undoubtedly made significant progress. A hint of a smile appeared on Zhou Shanha's face as he replied. The old master encouraged me to pursue this art to temper my character. I wonder what he would say upon seeing this piece. The steward did not respond. He could hardly fathom the old master's thoughts. Zhou Shanha tilted his head, scrutinizing his work, admitting, to be honest, I do not believe that painting can alter my character. It merely enables me to remain more composed. After taking a sip of tea, Zhou Shanha continued, the form is difficult to depict, yet the essence remains elusive. My second brother and the others have been bustling about for my big nephew, fearing that once I obtain the inheritance rights, I might settle accounts regarding their years of embezzlement. Arrange a meeting with him. I wish to see him. Zhou Shanha moved to the window, where the vast floor-to-ceiling window and prime location allowed the tumultuous sea to unfold entirely before him. Chun Ben. Zhou Shanha grasped the painting paper, tearing it down the center with a sharp motion. The freshly completed artwork was shredded and carelessly discarded. I can lift him up, but I can also bring him down. Zhou Shanha turned to his steward, his tone remarkably calm. Today, New Era has a shipment arriving at Central Pier. Contact Guanzhou from O Group and instruct him to clear that batch. The steward nodded. If Mago can handle this, we shall set aside the gambling ship. If that Kuntong fellow proves to be truly troublesome, it presents an opportunity to remind Chun Ben. Zhou Shanha inquired, how are the connections at the hospital progressing? The old steward's eyelids twitched as he responded, word by word. The old master has secured the area tightly. The entire medical team is impenetrable. Clearly, the old master has been on guard against us. Zhou Shanha smiled nonchalantly. Everyone has their weaknesses. When the old master awakens, some may appear compliant. But that may not hold true now. It merely depends on the price. The old steward bowed and stated, I am already in communication. It requires more time. One must be prepared for both outcomes. This is wisdom imparted by the old master. Zhou Shanha nodded, then withdrew another sheet of Xian paper from the bookshelf. He spread it out and ground the ink. I recall the old master telling me that only when I can depict the tiger descending with retracted claws shall I be worthy of painting the grand landscapes of 1,000 miles. He is of such an age now. Zhou Shanha smiled, thinking, perhaps the time has come. Throughout, the proud Zhou Shanha had not even inquired about the name of that Kuntong fellow. A day later, the influence of the Zhou family once again widened the horizons of Lu Xiankai, who had retained several habitual thought patterns from another realm. You three, step forward and bring your belongings. We are switching cells. Just half an hour prior, The iron door of cell number 7 had swung open again, revealing a stern-faced officer who hastily gestured to several prisoners still stunned in place. Move faster. 10 minutes after these individuals were escorted away, 3 robust, grim-faced men entered cell number 7, carrying their luggage. These are your new cellmates. Do not cause any conflict. You understand what I mean. As per usual protocol, the prison guard issued a warning before turning to leave. The moment the iron door clanged shut, the 3 men tacitly discarded their belongings and fixed their gaze on Zhou Muron, their eyes betraying unmasked ferocity. In such haste? Did no one inform you before entering that this cell has a madman like me? Lu Xiankai, enjoying a massage, slowly rose to stand in front of young Master Zhou. I need to verify the success of recent events. Your arrival is quite timely. Observing the 3 men already reaching for their waists, Lu Xiankai licked his lips, revealing an intriguingly meaningful smile. He then launched a sudden attack. Chapter 23, Enlightenment. Lu Xiankai struck with the straight punch he had been practicing lately. The punch, a fusion of Muay Thai and boxing, had already developed into Lu Xiankai's distinctive style, eerie and swift, like lightning. The 3 men who had entered to kill were henchmen of New Era's Mago, renowned figures outside. Even though they had been warned about a fearsome Kuntong fellow by young Master Zhou, they had dismissed it. Can he fight? Is he fierce enough? What a joke. If he were truly that formidable, why would he still be an unnoticed Kuntong fellow? Although the underworld is rife with deception and danger, one thing remains fair. If you are fierce and capable, you will rise to prominence. In their minds, they had never taken Lu Xiankai, who had muddled through for so long and still remained a Kuntong fellow, seriously, until the moment Lu Xiankai made his move. They realized their grave error and how wrong they were. Fast. This was the only sensation coursing through Zhao Xianlong, the leader among the 3 thugs. The opponent's fist appeared as though materializing from thin air. He had prepared to strike the moment he saw the other rise, yet as his hand reached for his waist, the opponent's heavy punch shattered his jaw. Zhao Xianlong was sent flying. Under the dim light, the blood gushing from his mouth arced beautifully through the air. After landing a blow, Lu Xiankai sidestepped effortlessly, evading the long knives swung by the other 2 men. Sidestepping, his footwork executed a Muay Thai 3-step. Lu Xiankai's left hand struck like lightning, landing a blow to the throat of the remaining thug. The latter clutched his throat, staggering backward. There was still time to breathe. The angle of force needed adjustment. The angle of that punch had indeed been problematic. In the eyes of outsiders, Lu Xiankai resembled a ferocious tiger, yet within, he remained a picture of tranquility, even as he relentlessly reflected on the shortcomings of his own punches amidst the chaos of battle. The instinctive choices he sought to engrave upon himself eluded him still. Clearly, my strikes harbor flaws. It seems that the reward for defeating the ancient martial arts of the left hand will rectify my technical deficiencies. Despite the myriad thoughts swirling in his mind, Lu Xiankai's movements were unimpeded. As he beheld the final knife-wielding assailant charging at him with a fierce howl, he stood his ground, allowing the uniquely crafted dagger to descend upon him. This was the very sensation he craved. In Lu Xiankai's perception, the dagger loomed larger, while the adversary's actions appeared to slow down. Then came the punch. With precision, Lu Xiankai's left fist struck the opponent's wrist. The dagger fell. The assailant staggered backward, while Lu Xiankai's footwork was as elusive as a specter. With a powerful push from his toes, he closed the distance, and his arm muscles tensed as his right fist landed heavily beneath the opponent's armpit. The knife wielder doubled over in agony. Lu Xiankai's left fist, seemingly anticipating the opponent's trajectory, twisted his body, channeling all his strength from his waist, and unleashed a third punch. Crack! The sound of bones fracturing echoed clearly within the confines of the cramped cell. The final knife wielder was brutally interrupted, suffering the shattering of an indeterminate number of ribs by this fusion of 2 martial arts techniques. Following this, Lu Xiankai took a step back, his leg muscles tensing as he transitioned into the 3-step movement of Muay Thai. The entire sequence transpired in a flash. Within less than a minute, the 3 formerly fierce knife wielders lay unconscious on the ground. Even the onlookers, including young Master Zhou, were taken aback, witnessing the 3 men being hurled out, while Lu Xiankai nonchalantly wiped the glaring dark red from his hands. Clean the floor, hamster, Lu Xiankai remarked, stretching his neck, the crisp sound of his bones echoing ominously. Young Master Zhou, do not tell me your connections cannot resolve the matter of these fellows being grievously injured. No problem. No problem, replied young Master Zhou, nodding vigorously, his gaze averted from Lu Xiankai's piercing eyes. He was genuinely terrified. He had never anticipated his uncle would reach such a desperate state. This was a clear sign of shedding all pretenses. The thought of his Uncle Zhou's myriad tactics caused cold sweat to bead on his forehead, leaving him feeling somewhat weak. Lu Xiankai regarded the pale-faced young Master Zhou with a sense of reflection. He saw a mirror of himself from another time and space. What did it matter to belong to a family of billionaires? What significance did a distinguished background hold? It was the inherent fragility within that rendered young Master Zhou as fearful and humble as an ant when confronted with death. In another realm, Lu Xiankai had watched a film titled As Solid as a Rock. Though the film was somewhat convoluted and left him unsatisfied, one line resonated deeply. There is wealth beyond wealth, and power beyond power. In the film, two figures, whom ordinary people could only gaze up at in awe, wore expressions of profound weariness and helplessness, merely pawns desperately struggling for survival on the chessboard. What did he truly desire? After traversing into this world, Lu Xiankai faced his inner self for the first time. In his previous life, though many peers labeled him as cunning, who had seen him groveling before the powerful, desperately seeking favor, the influential figures he had to appease were but trivial pawns in the eyes of those greater than them. The dual evolution of body and spirit, ultimately achieving the capacity of one man to rival an entire nation. For reasons unknown, the ultimate goal of the system surfaced in Lu Xiankai's mind. An enlightenment dawned upon him. He realized he had genuinely come to embrace the notion of resolving all matters with sheer force. Regardless of your towering power, your immense wealth, or your devious schemes, a single punch from me shall render all into oblivion. This unfamiliar world is vast and splendid enough. Lu Xiankai comprehended his desires clearly. Just 4 words, clarity of thought. Suddenly, he erupted into laughter, while Hamster approached him with a sycophantic grin. Brother Kai, what is so amusing? Because I have come to understand something. I know what I want, Lu Xiankai replied, his eyes gleaming ominously, causing Hamster to feel an inscrutable disdain. From that moment forth, Lu Xiankai was no longer tethered to the calculating persona of his former self, nor was he bound by past grievances. He was no longer merely striving to survive. Having acquired this system, he would not cower or tremble. He would navigate life on his own terms, seeking a meaningful existence. Chapter 24, The Time to Strike. The commotion within cell number 7 did not escape the observant eyes of those attuned to their surroundings, especially when 3 unconscious figures were carried out. Their pitiful state elicited gasps of astonishment from all. To offend the king of hell was tantamount to courting death. Many wore expressions of schadenfreude among the uninformed prisoners. This was merely another grand achievement for Lu Xiankai, a consequence befalling those who dared cross him. Only the left hand, privy to the truth, reveled in delight, his boisterous laughter echoing faintly throughout the prison. The left hand maintained a close connection with Uncle Ben, and with a wealth of resources at his disposal. It was not difficult to make a few phone calls each day. Thus, he was well informed. It seems that Ma Gu is about to lose several venues on Boland Street. These 3 fellows were decent fighters. At the very least, their hold on the turf in the Magic City will crumble. The left hand's expression was one of glee, for he had always regarded Ma Gu as the greatest rival within the organization, hence he was acutely aware of the situation. Bring me the phone. After indulging in laughter, the left hand turned to the patrolling officer, his demeanor devoid of humility, exuding arrogance instead. Be quick about it. The officer nodded. The cost of each call the left hand made was a staggering 30,000 Hong Kong dollars, although he would only pocket a few thousand. For a constable earning a mere 10,000 a month, it represented a substantial windfall. Thus, the phone was swiftly delivered. Ma Gu's men have failed, I told you. Unless he allows that knife-wielding Sakura to enter and kill, no one else will suffice. But he dares not. Without Sakura, his 12 racetracks will be swept clean by the Magic City's underlings, believe it or not. Despite being incarcerated, the left hand's judgment of the underworld remained razor-sharp. He understood that Uncle Ben was unwilling to see Ma Gu grow too powerful, hence his tone was particularly direct. I initially planned for you to take care of these 3 fellows first, but now it's a relief. Ma Gu's antics merely aim to seize the Dragonhead staff. Unfortunately, he is too hasty. I will not grant him that which he cannot possess. This principle seems lost on him after all these years. Uncle Ben's voice was aged, imparting a lesson. Remember, in both action and conduct, one must be like simmering soup. Only when the time is right does it acquire flavor. Rest assured, until we confront the formidable madman, I have no interest in your position. The left hand scratched his nose, finding Uncle Ben's incessant admonishments tiresome. Josiah had deployed personnel from the 6 doors to investigate a shipment of mine, intending to bring Ma Gu's crew in to take action, clearly indicating his reluctance to fulfill his promises. Yet, unfortunately, one cannot always predict the unfolding of events. Uncle Ben continued. Today I received word that old Master Zhou's EEG readings have been fluctuating significantly. Is he worried then? We have paved the way to Macau, at the cost of dozens of lives, solely for that gambling ship. Left hand remarked. Yet Master Zhou has stubbornly delayed for 3 years, clearly intending for us to remain his night vessel. Mago's vision is rather limited. He is content to be a petty hustler for life, oblivious to the fact that with this ship, we might one day leap to greatness. Uncle Ben's voice, rare in its anger, conveyed the struggle of new record. which has fought so hard to earn the right to compete with the 4 major syndicates. Such an opportunity is exceedingly rare. Flowers do not bloom forever. Opportunities must be cherished. I will heed your counsel, Left Hand replied affirmatively. Do you have confidence in that Lu Xiankai? Mago's few blades are exceptional. But how could we lose so miserably against 3 of them? Uncle Ben expressed his concern. Rest assured, in Hong Kong, the number of those I can defeat is not many, but certainly, none hold the position of that 49er, Left Hand replied with great confidence. Let us wait another 2 days. Within that time, we shall acquire our rightful ship. I will keep my promise to entrust its management to you. Uncle Ben once again offered a condition filled with sincerity. As for who manages the gambling ship, I have no preference, Left Hand stated earnestly, but let it be known. Once this matter is accomplished, the syndicate must fully support my ascension into Jordan. Agreed. Uncle Ben hung up the phone. Everyone was puzzled as to why Left Hand, one of the 5 tigers, would willingly abandon such lucrative ventures to serve time as a mere blade. The reason, however, was quite simple. Ever since he was forcibly expelled from Jordan by the ruthless Li Kuang-tu, he had been relentlessly plotting his return. The scars on his face and the humiliation he endured burned incessantly in Left Hand's proud heart. He paid such a heavy price to enter prison solely for that man. Li Kuang-tu, the most fearsome individual in Hong Kong and Kowloon, the second in command of New Record Mago, is a man in every sense of the word. He earned the moniker Mago due to his pockmarked face and a voice as sharp as a woman's. The underworld is fraught with danger. How much time will it take for you to incapacitate Ah Zhong and his 2 companions? Mago inquired, observing Yamashita, who was practicing his swordplay in a dojo located in Causeway Bay. Since receiving the news, his expression had grown somewhat grim. Mago had underestimated Lu Xiankai's 49er status. In his view, 3 of his top blades should suffice to handle that dandy. Yet, he had not anticipated such a blunder. The most critical detail was that the opposing side had taken down his 3 men in a mere 2 minutes. Yamashita executed a graceful sheathing of his blade before responding earnestly. If I use my knife in a confined space and do not hold back, I would estimate about 1.5 to 2 minutes. Unfortunately, you cannot bring Muramasa into that place. The situation in Shanghai is too perilous for you to leave. After receiving a satisfactory answer, Mago nodded, having once again outwitted that old fox. Over the next 2 days, life in Stanley was unusually tranquil until a piece of news arrived. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Did you know, Brother Kai? The hamster, with an expression of envy, exclaimed, it is said that New Record has acquired a gambling ship, and Left Hand is in charge. A gambling ship. The hamster's tone grew increasingly fervent. That enterprise flows with golden streams. Lu Xiankai, who was currently enjoying a massage, glanced at the somewhat bewildered young Master Zhou beside him. What is it? Young Master Zhou felt a chill as Lu Xiankai's piercing gaze fixed upon him. New Record and your 4th uncle must have reached an agreement. Left Hand is about to act. Chapter 25. A propitious time for life and death. The old man is about to awaken. After a restless night, due to Lu Xiankai's predictions, young Master Zhou received a visitation notice early in the morning. Indeed, the power of wealth knows no bounds. During non-visiting hours, it is likely that young Master Zhou is the only one in Stanley with such privileges. Upon returning to his cell, young Master Zhou's face was alight with barely concealed excitement, and he could not resist sharing this clandestine news with Lu Xiankai. Is the news accurate? Lu Xiankai, practicing upper body strength against the wall, wore a serious expression. Of course, young Master Zhou's face still bore the marks of excitement. Once the old man awakens, Zhou Shanhe will no longer have the audacity to act against me. It seemed young Master Zhou's hatred for his 4th uncle had reached its peak, as he no longer wished to refer to him as such. Once the old man awakens, I shall be free. However, the time before my release will be the most perilous. My 4th uncle will surely be desperate. After all, if I die, the old man will feel that the die is cast and choose him. Sometimes, the trials of hardship can indeed catalyze rapid growth in an individual. Young Master Zhou had surprisingly analyzed his predicament. You will get out, Lu Xiankai said, ceasing his workout and rising to stretch his entire body. Young Master Zhou turned to him. Despite having witnessed it numerous times, he still found the sound of bones cracking unervingly terrifying. I want to promise. After he had finished stretching, Lu Xiankai slowly spoke. Speak. Young Master Zhou understood the gravity of the moment, his expression grave and earnest. New Record will act against you in the square. Left Hand is a man of the underworld. He will not adhere to any rules or decorum, employing every means necessary to eliminate you. He will likely receive word of this. He is more anxious than you. At the thought of Left Hand's ruthlessness, young Master Zhou's face turned pale. If I protect you, I will have to fight without holding back, which may result in many casualties. Although there is no death penalty in Hong Kong, I would prefer not to be burdened with an extended sentence of decades or even centuries. I need you to guarantee that after your grandfather awakens, you will use your Zhou family's influence to prevent my sentence from being lengthened. Lu Xiankai fixed his gaze on young Master Zhou, speaking each word deliberately. The prison is too small. The world is vast. One day, you must rescue me. I promise. Although Lu Xiankai's piercing gaze instilled some fear in young Master Zhou, he straightened up and made his pledge. Excellent. Lu Xiankai nodded and resumed his punching practice. His hands moved with a slight tremor as he raised one fist, twisted his waist, bent his knees, and exerted force. A straight punch cut through the air with a whistling sound. The speed of this punch was so swift that all in the cell could only perceive a fleeting shadow. No matter what happens, do not step outside my 1-meter radius. As long as the opponent does not resort to firearms, I guarantee you will survive. Lu Xiankai executed the same motion with his left fist, producing another fleeting shadow before everyone's eyes. There were still half an hour until the end of the lockdown. Lu Xiankai is perpetually honing his straight punch, striving to engrave this seemingly ordinary strike into his very instincts. For only by embedding it within his instinct, bypassing the mind, can he make the most judicious choice in the blink of an eye. I implore you to assist me, Brother Kai. Young Master Zhou has completely shed the demeanor of a wealthy scion. His gaze towards the square is filled with trepidation. The agonizing wait is the most excruciating ordeal. At this moment, that extraordinarily robust man embodies his sole hope, gazing at the terrifying tattoos and the beads of sweat cascading down his opponent's back. Young Master Zhou inexplicably finds a semblance of calm within himself. Time passes swiftly, and the moment for exercise arrives. It is evident that many prisoners are well informed. When the sharp, piercing sound of the exercise bell resonates, many eyes inadvertently flit between the expressionless left hand and the composed Lu Xiankai. Clearly, they all understand that the time for these two to determine their fates has finally come. If Lu Xiankai prevails, he shall ascend to become the foremost power within this demonized prison. If left hand triumphs, both young Master Zhou and Lu Xiankai shall meet their demise. Young Master Zhou. I am called Left Hand. The two factions stand less than 3 meters apart, allowing Left Hand's voice to distinctly reach Zhou Murong's ears. My true name is Song Lichuan. Wrongs have a source, and debts have an owner. Do not mistake the wrong person when your time comes. Young Master Zhou's complexion pales, and he scarcely dares to meet the fierce gaze of the notorious Left Hand, since they have shown me the courtesy of addressing me as King Yan. Your life and death are not for you to dictate. Lu Xiankai stands protectively in front of Zhou Murong, under the watchful gaze of a terminally vicious prisoner. The two unparalleled fiends lock eyes, their mutual disdain for one another unmistakably palpable. To slay you would indeed be a pity, yet each individual has their own destiny. Left Hand casts a glance at the approaching patrolling guards, retracting his gaze as he quietly returns to his ranks. The path you choose is yours, do not blame me. I await your arrival. Lu Xiankai uttered a phrase that Left Hand could not comprehend. Winning against you is the key to unlocking the door to my new world. A sharp whistle pierces the air. Several patrolling guards have reached the space between the two, and the leading officer, Killer Xiong, wears a stern expression, admonishing. Do not create chaos here. You ought to understand the rules. We have shown you respect, and you must adhere to our regulations. Confronted with the menacing Left Hand, Killer Xiong, the most ruthless of the guards, surprisingly tempers his demeanor, at least refraining from brandishing his baton with the usual ferocity, instead holding it firmly in hand. Perhaps satisfied with the prevailing silence, Killer Xiong surveys the crowd before pressing the switch to the iron gate. As the gate swings open, sunlight floods into the eyes of all present. A gentle breeze stirs, and the sun shines brightly. A fitting day for life and death to be determined. Lu Xiankai, the first to step into the square, spreads his arms wide, tilting his head towards the heavens as he inhales deeply the briny air. Chapter 26. The Raised Middle Finger. The prisoners throughout the prison are likely to feel disheartened. For, as Lu Xiankai had anticipated, Left Hand is fundamentally a man of the underworld. He will not indulge anyone in a mere game of one-on-one combat. His every motive is driven by self-interest. Today is destined to be a multi-against-one skirmish, where any method or tactic may be employed. This is the harsh reality of the underworld. In any significant event, there is never a shortage of cannon fodder and pawns. In the anticipated melee, Amin serves as the pawn, a mere tool in Left Hand's quest for opportunity. Prior to his incarceration, he was a blade wielder for the new society, engaged in unsavory tasks. It is precisely for this reason that Left Hand selected him as one of the 5 responsible for the execution of their plan. Selecting individuals for tasks within the organization is straightforward. They must be capable and ferocious. That is all that matters. Your personal willingness is of no consequence. The rigid rules of the organization dictate that, until the 4-9 gang rises to prominence, one must gamble with their life. Perhaps aware of the fear these men harbor towards Lu Xiankai's ferocity, Left Hand generously offers an irresistible condition: As long as they survive, they shall ascend to lead. It is imperative to comprehend the significance of this opportunity. The chance to lead is a chasm that most 4-9 gang members can scarcely hope to traverse in their lifetimes. Eyes brim with fervor. The principle of one step towards kingship and another towards death is understood by all. They must grit their teeth and fight for their futures. Thus, upon exiting the square, Amin's destination is the short knife concealed beneath the bench of his gang's territory. To become a blade wielder within the organization is to be deemed a fierce individual. Only those with such ferocity can withstand Lu Xiankai's brutal assaults without fleeing, thereby securing an opportunity for Left Hand. One opportunity is all that is needed. This is Left Hand's perspective. As for the lives of these pawns, are they significant? Not in the least. Lu Xiankai's analysis is correct. The news of Old Master Zhou's imminent awakening has reached Left Hand's ears. By any means necessary, it must be swift. During last night's conversation, Uncle Ben's tone was unusually urgent. I have prepared the necessary items for this operation. They will be delivered to you. Perhaps fearing Left Hand might fall into the trap of personal heroism, Uncle Ben's tone was exceedingly stern, reminding him that the gambling agreement has been signed. In this treacherous underworld, who does not extend their thumb? Should things go awry, we cannot bear the losses. Understood. Left Hand comprehends the gravity of the situation. He does not act impulsively, but rather responds decisively. Amin and the 5 others have acquired their weapons, each cautiously concealing them within their palms. Amin's mind is consumed with memories of his conversations with the only true brother in the prison, Achiang. Left Hand has instructed them to eliminate the formidable Lu Xiankai. This madman is fiercely protective of that wealthy young master, and thus he must be dealt with. Perhaps sensing Amin's trepidation, Achiang lowers his voice and continues, "Fear not. That madman King Yin is no superhuman. He cannot take on dozens of men. However, once you make your move, exercise caution." The two share a solid bond. And Achiang's eyes reflect a hint of regret as he earnestly offers his advice. And when the blood flows, ensure the guards do not witness it, and avoid entering the camera's view. Thank you. Understanding that Achiang is genuinely concerned for him, Amin nods earnestly. Tomorrow, I will initiate. With a sigh, Achiang pats Amin's shoulder. May Lord Guan grant you protection. The silent Amin is merely the tip of the iceberg of the prison's night. Nearly all of the eligible low-ranking members of the new society have received the notification. Clearly, Left Hand remains a man of the underworld rather than a mere martial brute. Achieving his goals by any means necessary is his true style. Otherwise, in the ever-shifting landscape of the underworld, he would not have attained his current status. The exercise period lasts for an hour and a half. Initially, everyone gathers in their designated territories as usual. The only difference being that many eyes are drawn irresistibly to the northeastern corner of the new society. From the moment young Master Zhou steps into the square, he remains steadfastly at Lu Xiankai's side, never straying an inch. Yet his uncontrollable gaze remained fixated on the elevated watchtower, prompting the astutely perceptive Lu Xiankai to swiftly discern the underlying anomaly. Your eyes betray you, young Master Zhou, he remarked, draping an arm over Zhou's shoulder. After the incident with those bodyguards, surely your faction must have taken additional measures. You must have bribed numerous prison guards for your protection, correct? If chaos ensues, they should intervene, no? As he spoke, Lu Xiankai squinted, attentively surveying their surroundings. From the stern expressions of many, he had solidified his assessment. Perhaps it was the lingering echoes of a past life or the recent skirmishes that had ignited his fascination with resolving conflicts through violence. In any case, Lu Xiankai now felt not trepidation but exhilaration. A visceral craving for combat surged within him. How is it that someone as astute and capable as you has remained merely a lackey for so long? Indeed, there were contingencies in place. Yet due to Zhou Shan's influence, the number of bribable guards was limited. In this situation, only one could be of assistance. Zhou's expression grew complex as he leaned closer to Lu Xiankai, lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. Do you see that guard on the watchtower with the sniper rifle? Lu Xiankai cast a glance and nodded. According to prison regulations, the first 3 shots fired during a major riot would typically be tear gas. But should the warnings prove futile, live ammunition would follow. My third uncle has bribed him. If live rounds are fired, he will protect me and will shoot at my assailant if my life is truly in danger. It was clear that no scion of a wealthy family was devoid of wit. Young Master Zhou, seemingly pale and devoid of cunning, had managed to keep such a secret hidden, earning Lu Xiankai's newfound respect. However, one should not harbor excessive hope. These individuals might accept payment, but might hesitate to kill an assailant, for the repercussions from the Sun family would be dire should a red pole fall. Zhou candidly replied, increasingly convinced that Yin Wang was indeed a formidable figure, far from the brute many in his family believed him to be. Your third uncle is quite the fool. Why would he leave such a crucial position unbribed when everyone else has been compromised? Lu Xiankai's expression grew grave. Chaiwan prison housed violent offenders. and the authorities were well versed in handling various violent outbreaks. Even if the Sun family or Josai had managed to bribe a number of individuals, granting 20 minutes was already a stretch. Otherwise, the situation could spiral out of control. The prison authorities would not risk their positions, of that he was certain. Yet, even so, he sensed a real danger of being shot. This was his instinct, for it was highly probable that the train guard's target would not be the assailant, but himself. How increasingly intriguing. He found himself surprisingly unperturbed by the dire circumstances, instead feeling a rush of excitement, an adrenaline-fueled thrill. Remember, if that guard fires at me, you must shield me with your body as soon as I eliminate my assailant. No guard would dare shoot at you. That is my only peril. After reiterating this caution to young Master Zhou, a sinister grin crept across Lu Xiankai's face as he undertook an unexpected action that left onlookers astounded. He stood atop a bench in the northwest corner and brazenly beckoned to the assailant with a finger. "I'm hungry, left hand," Lu Xiankai bellowed, simultaneously flashing an extremely vulgar gesture, challenging the man to act swiftly, lest he succumb to boredom. In the southwest corner, the assailant's expression turned icy as he glanced at a Chong, who immediately leapt up, shouting at a nearby guard, "Instructor, I want to play basketball." The mention of basketball rendered the entire square silent. Any seasoned inmate who had endured 3 months in this hell understood the implications of that phrase. Approval. The assassin, arms crossed, nodded. Chapter 27. The sound of bones cracking. Many newly incarcerated prisoners looked on in confusion, while the veterans wore expressions of tension and seriousness. Several gang members had already stealthily reached for concealed iron objects or shards of glass, sharp enough to serve as weapons. The atmosphere was charged with an ominous tension that instinctively made many newcomers huddle in fear, their eyes wide with terror. This atmosphere was born from those 3 words, playing basketball. In any other context, those words merely referred to a sport, yet in Chaiwan, they signified a premeditated slaughter, sanctioned by the prison authorities. To illustrate the gravity of this phrase, consider this statistic. In Chaiwan's exercise yard, cameras are placed in each corner to monitor their respective areas. According to incomplete data, an average of 3 cameras are inadvertently damaged each year during inmate basketball games. The locations of these damaged cameras vary, depending on where the fights break out. Each damaged camera not only claims numerous lives, but also provides the prison with substantial financial gain. In this dark realm, shadows loomed thicker. The basketball had been retrieved, and the members of various gangs fixated their gaze on the weathered sphere, showing signs of age. On the surface, it appeared that the impulsive Lu Xiankai was openly challenging the formidable left hand. Yet until the first shoe dropped, no one dared ascertain whether this was a genuine confrontation or merely a ruse. After all, not long prior, the towering figure from the 14K had been swiftly dispatched by the combined efforts of the left hand and Yin Wang, a scene indelibly etched in everyone's memory. Should it prove to be a ruse, those caught unawares could face dire consequences. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a Chong sauntered toward the northwest corner, and with a sudden, forceful motion, hurled the basketball at the camera perched beneath the eaves. The chosen players, adept in their craft, showcased impressive accuracy. Everyone witnessed the ball trace a graceful arc before striking the camera with precision. This decision immediately relieved the tension among the other gangs. Opting to commence play in the northwest corner clearly indicated that the left hand and the Sun family's target was Lu Xiankai and the noble young Master Zhou. This meant that, regardless of how chaotic the ensuing scene might become, there was but one true battlefield, the northwest corner. All that remained was for everyone to abide by the shared rules, stretch their limbs, and perform a little charade. What rules? In the realm of the Underworld, the unwritten law dictated that once someone initiated play, all gangs would engage. Naturally, the true combatants would clash fiercely, while others would seize the opportunity to vent their pent-up frustrations. The first to join the Sun family in this charade was the 14K, evidently seeking to unleash their pent-up rage following the demise of their towering comrade. Before the On Yi could react, they discarded their weapons and charged forward with a roar. Let us show them what we're made of since they dared to choose us. Without the big guy, how do you plan to fight? Brother Gu stood up, discarding the cigarette he had been smoking. As the notorious 14K gang prepared for a confrontation, the henchmen of Heji subtly lowered their weapons in unison. And soon both factions were locked in a fierce struggle, their roars echoing through the air. The numbers gang had opted for the larger circle of fighters. Yet the enmity between Heji and 14K was palpable, intensifying the atmosphere despite the absence of lethal weaponry. It was evident that genuine fury had ignited. Everyone immediately took cover as the piercing sound of alarms reverberated above the prison, with announcements blaring insistently. Bang! Bang! Officers had already deployed smoke bombs and tear gas. And after observing the escalating chaos, the previously motionless left hand finally rose from his seat. Attack! He bellowed. his voice cutting through the tumult as he glanced at the chaos unfolding before him. At his command, the lackluster members of the new society surged toward the northwest corner with a ferocious cry. "Do you realize how many years it has been since someone dared to give me the finger?" Left Hand boasted, fully confident in his combat prowess. He dismissively rejected the weapon offered by a nearby subordinate and charged toward Lucien Kai with a menacing grin, shouting, "The last person who dared to threaten me met a grim fate." From above, the members of the new society rushed toward the northwest corner like a tidal wave. While the bystanders had long since scattered, only Lucien Kai remained steadfast, resembling a rock against the encroaching tide, his eyes narrowing as he observed the approaching throng. Excitement etched across his face. Young Master Zhou, firmly recalling Lucien Kai's earlier words, stood resolutely within a meter of him, gripped by fear yet unwilling to flee alone. Knowing that such an act would surely lead to his demise, Master Zhou was undeniably ruthless. Not only demanding Left Hand to eliminate him, but also placing a bounty of 1 million on his head within the prison. In other words, Lucien Kai was the sole ally he could trust. Lucien Kai did not disappoint. He stood with an unyielding stance before launching an aggressive punch. In that moment, clad merely in an ordinary brown prison uniform, he exuded an aura of invincibility, as if one man could hold back a multitude. At the forefront was Ming, whose fate would be determined by the smallest details. The moment Left Hand shouted for action, Ming retrieved a sharp weapon crafted from mechanized steel, known as the Iron Knife, charging forward. Yet, despite the presence of several gang members ahead, he found himself inexplicably at the forefront of the charge. In this world, one must be cunning. This was a mantra repeated by his superior, Yao Yang, yet Ming had evidently failed to heed it. "I will slay the king of hell." His mind, clouded with ambition, fixated on the thought that eliminating Lucien Kai would elevate his status. Lucien Kai shifted slightly, evading the strike aimed at his neck with a swift movement. Fool! As he sidestepped, a powerful elbow strike connected with Ming's temple, rendering him unconscious almost instantly. And Lucien Kai had no intention of holding back. "Regrettably, you won't witness your downfall." Before the echoes of his words faded, Lucien Kai's right fist struck hard against Ming's face. Dark crimson blood sprayed through the air like a masterful ink-wash painting, accompanied by the unmistakable sound of bones shattering. Lucien Kai's blow obliterated Ming's dreams along with his nasal structure. Chapter 28, The Fourth Gunshot. Ming's grotesque visage, spewing blood, caused the advancing ruffians to hesitate momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, Lucien Kai stepped forward, delivering a beautifully arced punch that connected with another new society thug's jaw, sending him crashing to the ground. By this point, 3 more ruffians had reached Lucien Kai's side, while the patrolling guards in the watchtower finally pulled their triggers. Bang! Amidst the thunderous gunfire, tear gas billowed around Lucien Kai, obscuring his surroundings. Die! In the haze, one thug lunged with a sharp weapon aimed at Lucien Kai's side, while 2 others coordinated their attack toward his chest. Retreat! Lucien Kai moved with the agility of a specter, evading all assaults with remarkable finesse. His punches flew forth like lightning. His control over the straight punch had reached an extraordinary level, even as the approaching henchmen attempted to dodge. His fists found their targets from the most unexpected angles. With each strike, another adversary fell. To young Master Zhou, Lucien Kai resembled a butterfly dancing gracefully amidst a garden of blossoms. Bang! As Lucien Kai dispatched 3 foes, the second gunshot rang out from the watchtower. Another tear gas canister ignited beside him, thickening the smoke and diminishing visibility. At that moment, Lucien Kai realized he had underestimated the potency of the tear gas. Despite his robust physique, the burning sensation in his eyes and nostrils was unbearable. Meanwhile, Left Hand was now a mere 3 meters away. Retreat! Lucien Kai struggled against the suffocating smoke, which also ensnared the other approaching thugs, many of whom were coughing and tearing up, collapsing under its effects. Lucien Kai tore a strip from his prison uniform to cover his mouth and nose, dragging the semi-conscious Zhou Murong backward as they attempted to escape. "You cannot flee." Just as Lucien Kai managed to retreat to an area where the smoke was less dense, Left Hand charged forward, closing the distance to just a meter. Though he too had wrapped his face with his prison garb, his bloodshot eyes betrayed the same torment Lucien Kai felt. It was indeed Left Hand. As he approached, his right leg unleashed a remarkably precise low kick. Grasping Zhou Murong's collar, Lucien Kai swiftly recoiled. Left Hand's speed was astonishing, with a mere push off his toes. His low kick transformed into a knee strike before his foot even touched the ground. Lucien Kai, while throwing a punch, continued to retreat. Boom! The collision of their forces resonated loudly, audible to many nearby. "I shall defeat you first, then him." Left Hand sneered, his gaze sweeping over the chaotic square and the immobilized officers, his eyes betraying a murderous intent. Clearly, Lu Xiankai's earlier taunt had ignited the fury within left hand. You may try? After taking several steps back in a row, the thick smoke finally eased a bit, and Lu Xian opened his mouth and gasped for breath to answer. Bang! The gunshots of the third warning sounded on the watchtower. The police officer standing on the watchtower responsible for shooting had quite good marksmanship. And this time the tear gas fired accurately at the center position of two people. The tear gas was burning between the left hand and Lu Xian's opening. And both of them could feel the burning sensation on their cheeks and the stinging pain in their eyes. But this time, neither of them stepped back. But they stared at each other like two lone wolves, emitting fierce hostility all over their bodies. The next shot will be live ammunition. Lu Xiankai licked his lips. Hoping you wouldn't be beaten to death. I don't believe the police have the courage to kill me. If he dares, then Shinji must have his family shovel. After saying this sentence, the left hand launched a fierce attack. Like the first attack, the left-handed choice of Muay Thai still uses the most basic and practical low whip leg attack on Lu Xian's lower plate. Obviously, the left hand had already determined that Lu Xiankai was best at boxing and some small southern boxing styles. So he made up his mind to fully utilize his leg technique advantages. Lu Xiankai did not retreat this time, but chose to confront head-on. He threw a lightning-fast punch. Snap! Almost simultaneously, the low sweep kick from the left hand hit Lu Xiankai's knee. And Lu Xiankai's fist also hit the right arm of the left hand heavily. Both sides of the attack were exceptionally brutal. Lu Xian's straight punch hit and stopped it all, followed by two consecutive hook punches and one left hook punch. Under Lu Xiankai's fierce attack, the right hand shield raised by his left hand to protect his head was finally opened by Lu Xiankai's fist. This resulted in the left cheek being heavily hit by Lu Xiankai's last left hook punch. The left hand has strong fighting ability. Although it was a stumble, he immediately shook his head and returned to normal, with a confident look in his eyes that he was certain of victory, because he didn't suffer any losses. On the contrary, in the eyes of experts, the left hand holds a significant advantage. While holding his head in his left hand for protection, he used the most classic and powerful continuous horizontal kick in Muay Thai, hitting all of Lu Xiankai's supporting right leg. Both sides separate. You're sure to lose. Shaking his left hand, he still felt a bit dizzy as he watched Lu Xiankai's trembling support legs reveal a sufficiently ferocious smile. The left hand is very certain of one thing, which is that with 5 or 6 more fierce whip legs, the opponent's supporting leg bones will definitely not be able to withstand it. At that time, Lu Xiankai will only have one outcome. That's being beaten alive by oneself. Come again. Lu Xiankai also showed his ferocity, once again hooking his fingers at his left hand, the contempt in his eyes making his left hand furious. Okay. His left hand roared, and he pounced like a cheetah. Bang. Just as the two sides suddenly collided, the fourth gunshot from the watchtower finally sounded. Chapter 29. Control the crane and capture the dragon. People can never be equal. So the slogan of equality for all can become an ideal and a lifelong goal for many people. In prison, the left hand is very closed, and everyone fears it. Similarly, Lu Xiankai, the king of hell, is no exception. They can have a certain degree of discourse power in prison, obtain privileges that many prisoners do not possess, and be superior. But ultimately, their status is nothing more than a thug. In this world where capital is king, they are just chess pieces, just powerful and useful pieces. Unfortunately, no matter how powerful the chess piece is, it is only a chess piece. So the key factor that truly determines the outcome of this killing against Zhou Gongzi is off the field. It's a competition between the fourth patriarch of the Zhou family and other Zhou family members. He Kong is a prison guard, like other prison guards. He also collects black money and earns many undisclosed benefits from prisoners. He doesn't have much ambition either. And even this man who is almost 40 years old thinks he will live comfortably for the rest of his life. He is very satisfied with his current situation. In his opinion, as long as he listens to the warden's advice and doesn't be too greedy, there won't be any problems. Although he can't make a big fortune. It's also very good to have no worries about food and clothing. After retirement, he will find a way to move back to the mainland. After all, the cost of living in many parts of mainland China is much lower. Unfortunately, he could never have imagined that everything would change after the imprisonment of Lord Zhou. It turned into a nightmare. And the reason for all of this is simply because he is the only patrolman with live ammunition in his gun on the northwest corner of Stanley Prison today. Thick smoke billowed from the prison's ventilation square, but He Kong passed through his hands. Now He Kong's M28 sniper rifle is aimed at two men fighting like crazy tigers. But he hasn't pulled the trigger yet, because he doesn't know who the bullet in the firearm should be aimed at. In Zhou Gongzi's perception, this he sir is already his own person, because during Miss Zhou's visit to the prison, she solemnly told Mr. Zhou that He Kong had received 1 million yuan in cash from the Zhou family, which were old bills without serial numbers. No one dares to take the money from the Zhou family and not do anything. This is the confidence of Miss Tuesday and Mr. Wednesday. In the eyes of his unrestrained left hand, He Kong, who was constantly shooting from the watchtower, had absolutely no courage to shoot that deadly bullet at himself. Not left-handed arrogance. But my left hand knows how many bets my uncle placed this time. Who is Uncle Ben? He is an old fox who stands firm in such a complex Jianghu in the port city and gradually brings Xinji to an equal position with many wealthy families. And in fact, it is indeed the case. My uncle did not offer a huge sum of millions without the intervention of the third patriarch of the Zhou family. He gave Yikong a strand of his daughter's long hair and a sentence. A playboy and Josai who flips his hands for clouds and covers his hands for rain. Even a fool knows how to choose. The Zhou family is very powerful and a wealthy family, but the second generation of the Zhou family who are not successful have forgotten one thing, which is that the Zhou family is too far away from the bottom, and Mr. Zhou doesn't even know what the bottom people are most afraid of. Distance not only produces beauty, but also eliminates fear. Of course, there is one more crucial point. Zhou Gongzi is a playboy, and the reputation of the third prince of the Zhou family is not much better, compared to these two insignificant figures. Josai has a much stronger reputation in both the political and financial circles of Hong Kong. Bang! After aiming the gun at Lu Xian, Yikong took a long breath and suddenly pulled the trigger. The fourth gunshot rang out. The thick smoke on the square and Lu Xiankai's inner alertness saved his life. Maintaining extreme calmness at all times is the most essential quality that a fighter should possess. Lu Xiankai had already felt the soreness of his supporting legs, and the madness in his left eye also made him understand that it was a crucial moment to determine the winner. He never believed the constable standing on the watchtower from beginning to end, because he knew that since the fourth lord of the Zhou family and Xinji could bribe all the prison guards not to intervene in this matter, why would they leave only one? As Lu Xiankai and Zhuo Shou collided abruptly, Lu immediately executed a remarkably graceful kneeling slide, concealing his entire form behind Zhuo Shou. Simultaneously, his hands, akin to lightning, clasped around Zhuo Shou's robust waist. Even so, accompanied by the resounding crack of a gunshot, he felt the searing heat of a bullet grazing past his ear. Indeed, the target of the attack was not Zhuo Shou at all, but himself. Lu Xiankai's countenance twisted into a grimace. He understood that he must dispatch Zhuo Shou, this formidable adversary, in the briefest span of time if he hoped to survive. Zhuo Shou, who had been suddenly embraced by Lu, wore an equally grim expression. He had never anticipated that a person could execute such fluid movements on the ground. His knee strikes and the so-called clinch of Muay Thai were utterly incapable of countering Lu Xiankai's rare kneeling slide and embrace, an action seldom seen in contemporary combat techniques. I control the crane and seize the dragon. If you wish to die, I shall grant you that. Many might not comprehend Zhuo Shou's furious roar. Yet Lu Xiankai grasped its meaning. A cold smile graced his features. In ancient martial arts, there exist 32 stances for standing practice. Among these, the most challenging to master is the crane control stance, for few can truly emulate the grace of a celestial crane. Yet, this very stance is one of the rare methods in ancient martial arts that trains the spine. In the realm of traditional martial arts, the spine is often referred to as the dragon. To seize the dragon signifies that Zhuo Shou possesses an unimaginable strength and agility in his waist. Indeed, those fierce dragons who carve a bloody path in the martial world are cunning beings. Lu Xiankai had long concealed his ground-fighting lethal technique. Likewise, Zhuo Shou harbored profound ancient martial skills. Suddenly, Zhuo Shou's waist surged with power. For a fleeting moment, Lu Xiankai, with both arms encircling Zhuo Shou's waist, felt as though he were grasping not a man, but a writhing crocodile. Down. Lu executed the most common and familiar technique of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, the small outer reap. Bam! Zhuo Shou's formidable body crashed to the ground, while Lu immediately rolled to secure the upper position, his hands coiling around Zhuo Shou's neck like a constrictor. Lu's eyes shimmered with murderous intent, for he knew that whether in a cross choke or a sleeve choke, once established, with his terrifying strength, he would be the one to emerge alive today. Chapter 30. I am old. This world is utterly distinct from the one Lu Xiankai once inhabited, especially in Hong Kong. While the societal structure in another timeline has long stabilized, the martial world here remains exceedingly bloodthirsty. Thus, individuals like Zhuo Shou, who could rise to prominence in a major organization through sheer strength, are by no means benign. Status is earned through combat, wealth is forged through bloodshed. This is a crucial reason for Zhuo Shou's current standing. After Lu Xiankai unexpectedly brought him down, Zhuo Shou showed no sign of panic. His right elbow struck fiercely against Lu's cheek in a flash. Each man knows his own capabilities. Lu Xiankai was well aware of his body's resilience. What might be a significant blow for an ordinary person felt merely like a gentle breeze to him. Yet Zhuo Shou's elbow strike felt as if an axe had brutally cleaved into his face. The impact left him slightly dazed, a testament to Zhuo Shou's ferocity. A hint of a smile emerged on Lu's face, for his arms had fully ensnared Zhuo Shou's neck. Simultaneously, his legs coiled around Zhua Shou's limbs like serpents. To the spectators, the combat between the two had lost all semblance of spectacle, resembling two inept wrestlers grappling ineffectively. Even the most skilled among the larger circles failed to recognize Zhua Shou's life-threatening predicament, instead wearing expressions of disdain. The scene was indeed unseemly. Lu Xiankai pressed his arm and neck tightly against Zhua Shou, employing Brazilian jiu-jitsu techniques to firmly control Zhua's arms and the only movable part of his head. In this state, even someone as formidable as Zhua Shou could not effectively strike Lu's vital areas. Die! Zhua Shou's entire body thrashed desperately, attempting to revert the struggle to a standing position. At the same time, his only functioning left arm rained down blows upon Lu's head. For the first time, Zhua Shou comprehended the terror of this position. No matter how he struggled or how forceful his punches, it was all in vain. The powerful blows that could once take a life were rendered ineffective by the controlling position. They could only strike Lu's nape, and this stance prevented his fists from delivering lethal force. Yet, this was not the most infuriating aspect for Zhua Shou. What he feared most was that Lu Xiankai could gradually tighten his biceps, slowly strangling his neck. Lu's gaze was cold and frenzied. The man allowed his powerful opponent to thrash wildly. His sole focus was to exert force, relentlessly employing his biceps. As the strangulation intensified, Lu could genuinely hear the gurgling sounds emanating from Zhua Shou's throat. This was the sound of the throat bone buckling under strain. I told you I can kill you. Sensing Zhua Shou's diminishing strength, Lu locked eyes with him, squeezing out chilling words from between clenched teeth. In this life, survival is a gamble. Wealth is bestowed by fate. Zhua Shou's gaze did not waver. Instead, he looked directly at Lu Xiankai. His throat struggled to utter the final words of his life. This man, renowned in the martial world for his fierce tenacity, exhibited no loss of pride or ferocity in the face of death. Crack! Lu Xiankai's final surge of strength caused Zhua Shou's body to slump suddenly. In an instant, the surroundings seemed to fall silent. Amid the terrified gazes of the other prisoners, young Master Zhou lunged forward to shield Lu Xiankai, shouting the crucial words to the approaching killers and enforcers. My grandfather is waking up. This statement halted all enforcers in their tracks, preventing them from executing Lu Xiankai. Furthermore, it allowed Lu to lie quietly on the ground. Turning to the pale-faced leaders of major organizations within the prison, declaring his firm establishment in the position of the king of Chihu. I killed Zhua Shou. Who dares to contest? Zhua Shou was dead, slain by the hands of a short mule. This news not only shocked the inmates of Chihu prison, but also sent shockwaves outside. Take advantage of the situation to claim your life. This is a principle many abide by in the martial world. Almost immediately upon the news breaking, the notorious thugs of Jordan struck. Hundreds of men clad in black t-shirts descended upon Zhua Shou's 4 territories under the cover of night. Although many were unaware of the ferocity of the battle at the time, the arrival of over 10 ambulances spoke volumes. The new record did not even attempt to resist. Before Ben Shu could even formulate a response, the formidable Marshal Ma Gu unexpectedly launched an attack against him during the Society's assembly for the first time. With the backing of the 11 leaders, she brazenly seized the remaining territory of the left hand. Initially, Ben Shu sought numerous justifications to deflect her actions. However, a single statement from Ma Gu compelled him to ultimately acquiesce. I will take on the grudges of the left hand, she said, her smile devoid of warmth as she regarded Ben Shu. If I do not assume control over the left hand's domain now, who else is qualified? Who can suppress his subordinates? Who can withstand the likes of the ruthless Li Hua? I am growing old. Ben Shu remained silent for an extended moment, uttering only 3 words in response. This was merely the surface of the tempest. After Ma Gu took over the left hand's territory, Zhou Shanhe, rare in his generosity, sent a golden pig as a congratulatory gift, accompanied by a message from the elderly steward. If you eliminate Zhou Muron, that gambling ship will be yours. Every serpent has its own path, every rat its own way, Ma Gu replied. The old man has awakened. With a clang, the golden pig fell from the steward's hands. Yet, the external storms and the fate of Lu Xiankai seemed to bear no relevance. He was once again confined to solitary confinement. However, this time was different from the last. Despite everyone knowing Lu Xiankai would face decades of imprisonment for murder, the meals provided had become exceptionally palatable, and the guards were notably courteous. The prison's attitude was not one of fear, but rather a recognition that the old man had indeed awakened. What is power? An awakened elder can quell all turmoil without uttering a single word. This is the essence of power. Chapter 31, Superior Beings. The turmoil instigated by the left hand had become irrelevant to Lu Xiankai. He had spent a full 2 months in this solitary confinement cell, which was perceived as hell by other prisoners. During this time, aside from appearing twice for inquiries and court appearances, he had not shown himself to the outside world. The sentence regarding the death of left hand had already been rendered. In truth, it was not just the demise of the left hand. Among the 5 assailants sent by Shinjiji, 2 had succumbed to their injuries on the way to the hospital. Yet, Lu Xiankai felt no remorse. In that moment, to spare the left hand would have been tantamount to courting death. In the world of martial conflict, it is a matter of kill or be killed. Since all had embarked on this irreversible path, it was akin to the left hand's final words. Life and death are fated. Wealth and nobility are decreed by heaven. Do not blame others. Fortunately, in this imperial world, there is no death penalty. Otherwise, Lu Xiankai's heinous act of murder would likely have resulted in a death sentence. Even so, he was sentenced to an additional 125 years. In other words, the authorities of the port city and Shinjiji intended for him to wither away in prison. What astonished many was the somewhat ambiguous attitude of young Master Zhou. Given the continuous supply of medications delivered to the cramped 5-square-meter cell, it was evident that young Master Zhou was still fulfilling his promise. However, during the proceedings that resulted in Lu Xiankai's severe sentence, the Zhou family's influence had shown no sign of involvement. It was quite perplexing. 9521. Young Master Zhou will be released in an hour. He has transferred all the funds from his account to you. Brother Xiong expressed his admiration for you. So this sum will not be subject to deductions. Hold on for a few more days, and I shall treat you to drinks, the guard delivering meals said. Peering through the narrow window of the confinement cell, watching Lu Xiankai madly slam various parts of his body against the wall after applying medication. Despite having witnessed Lu Xiankai's self-destructive behavior numerous times, the intensity of this impact was still shocking. He could not fathom how one could inflict such harm upon oneself. Especially when he observed Lu Xiankai using the debris from the peeling wall to rub against his abdomen and armpits until they bled. He could not help but gasp in horror. This was a man who had trained to the point of madness. Old Master Zhou had remarkable patience. He had delayed for so long before allowing his own grandson to leave prison. It seemed that public opinion and Old Master Zhou had been effectively placated, a truly formidable old man. Lu Xiankai ceased his actions of slamming his back against the wall, slowly opening his eyes to gaze outside the door. The current Lu Xiankai was no longer the fool of his predecessor, for someone as cunning as he. Discerning this situation was not difficult. He even recognized that the guard delivering his meals was attempting to curry favor with him. After killing the left hand, he had effectively been sentenced to life imprisonment, which was a grim reality for Lu Xiankai. Yet, it was good news for the prison authorities. What could be more useful than a prisoner with sufficient deterrence who would never be released? This piece on the chessboard not only made it easier for the prison to manage other unruly inmates, but also ensured that the illicit profits he garnered would never be disclosed. However, Lu Xiankai was not averse to this arrangement. He needed money, a substantial amount of wealth to support his training. Young Master Zhou was still filled with gratitude. Thus the medications would continue to flow. But what about the future? In the eyes of these capitalists and magnates, a pawn who only knows how to kill is undoubtedly akin to a chamber pot. A chamber pot, when no longer needed, is destined to be discarded. Therefore, Lu Xiankai must carve out another avenue for wealth, and collaborating with the prison authorities was undoubtedly the most viable path. As for the 125-year sentence, Lu Xiankai had faith in his abilities and believed that the damned system within him would never confine him to such a cramped existence indefinitely. That's right. I heard young Master Zhou has been dispatched to a state in the Federation to develop new markets, a place rife with daily homicides. I estimate he will never have the opportunity to return to the port city. This time, young Master Zhou instructed me to convey a message to you. Lu Xiankai's analysis surprised the meal delivery guard. He had always thought this martial lunatic lacked intelligence, but the words just spoken indicated he had underestimated him. Thus, his tone became increasingly respectful. What did he say? Lu Xiankai inquired slowly. He stated that his promises remain unchanged. He will transfer money to you monthly. So you need not worry, the guard relayed with a look of envy. Unfortunately, he was not the decision-maker of the Zhou family. Lu Xiankai shook his head and offered a response that left the guard puzzled. Those who can uphold their word are heroes, yet heroes rarely amass wealth. Those who accumulate hundreds of billions are often tyrants. How could the heir of that old man possibly be a hero? Especially since I, who can never escape, hold almost no value for the Zhou family. Too lazy to bother with you, the guard muttered before shutting the small window of the solitary confinement cell, plunging everything back into darkness. Only the faint sound of impacts echoed from within the cell. The guard, having walked a distance, could not resist glancing back. In his eyes, that cell, situated deep within the corridor, resembled a cage holding a legendary beast, evoking both dread and terror. Clad in an exquisite suit and adorned with a wristwatch worth millions, young Master Zhou turned back to cast a fleeting glance at the hell he perceived. Amidst the envious gazes of onlookers, before spitting disdainfully and walking through the iron gate without a backward glance. The envy was not confined solely to the prisoners. Even the guards, who had a view of the outside world, looked on with longing. The inmates coveted young Master Zhou's freedom, while the guards envied the immense wealth of the Zhou family. Several black Bentleys were already parked at the prison entrance, and the road had been cleared. Two statuesque young women crouched at the entrance, igniting a fire pit, patiently awaiting young Master Zhou's approach. All of this silently conveyed to everyone present: equality among men is an illusion. Those who wield power and wealth will always rise above the rest. Chapter 32. A Ruthless Tycoon. Old Master Zhou of the Hengxing Group is a peculiar man. From the inception of his fortune, he has exuded a chilling ruthlessness that inspires both fear and admiration. Even in his advanced years, he has not softened. Rather, his visage has grown increasingly formidable. This fierceness remained undiminished even after a serious illness, with his gaunt cheeks rendering him almost skeletal, a living skeleton. Yet, despite his frail condition, Old Master Zhou commands formidable influence among the prominent families in both Hong Kong and the mainland. A glance at his business history reveals why he has earned such respect. Rising from the son of a fisherman, Hengxing evolved from a modest shop to a behemoth spanning 9 traditional sectors in Hong Kong, boasting an astonishing market value in the hundreds of billions. Is this not deserving of respect? Now, consider the bones that lie beneath his path. For partners have long since exited the group under Old Master Zhou's meticulous planning and decisive actions, and the reasons behind the deaths of 2 remain shrouded in mystery. Many adversaries have met their demise, their families shattered. Without ruthlessness, great achievements are unattainable, is a phrase Old Master Zhou frequently imparts to his kin. He is merciless not only to outsiders, but to his own family as well. Even in his weakened state, he exerted his influence to involve the judiciary in the upper echelons of the Zhou family, swiftly dispatching 11 executives to prison with the most ruthless of measures, effectively dismantling the power base of 4th Master Zhou within the group. Among those imprisoned were veterans who had devoted decades to his service, and even those who had contributed significantly during the group's most challenging times. Yet, Old Master Zhou showed no mercy. One elderly minister, confronted with evidence of his misconduct from years past, was left speechless before being taken away. "Why do you still possess evidence from so long ago?" he asked Old Master Zhou. "To ensure that when I am no longer here, there remains something to keep you in check," was Old Master Zhou's response. Such a figure, capable of orchestrating plans over a decade, naturally instills fear in everyone. When 4th Master Zhou departed, Old Master Zhou provided an explanation. "I have been unconscious for so long, and you have been scheming for over a decade. Yet you have failed to deal with your worthless nephew in a month's time. You must be prepared to accept the consequences." 4th Master Zhou fell silent. "Go to Mexico and learn to paint. Your underlings have yet to sharpen their claws." This was Old Master Zhou's sole piece of advice to his son. The pinnacle of luxury is often revealed in the details. The top floor of the Hengxing building offers an unparalleled view of the entire island, yet in this precious space, Old Master Zhou insisted on having a bathroom. To stand tall is to see far. He once told his successor, Zhou Muran, "You must grow accustomed to the notion of convenience above all others. Only then will you comprehend what it means to stand over everyone." Today, Zhou Muran, now clad in a sharply tailored suit, entered an office that had remained unopened for quite some time. The moment his gaze fell upon the wall adorned with the Last Supper by the great 18th century artist, Mr. Bell, valued at over 100 million imperial coins, he was struck. "Mr. Zhou," he began respectfully, adhering to the family's rule of not addressing seniority in public. After enduring his recent tribulations, young Master Zhou had become notably more subdued. "Sit and speak. There are no outsiders here." Old Master Zhou gestured to the sofa before him. After his recent illness, he weighed less than 100 pounds, a mere shadow of his former towering stature. Nevertheless, even in such frailty, when the old man cast his gaze upon young Master Zhou, the latter felt a cold sweat break out across his brow. "Your 4th uncle has gone to Mexico, but I have afforded him an opportunity for a comeback. 7 years ago, we partnered with the Hua family to acquire the world's 3rd largest copper mine. However, due to the chaotic conditions there, despite significant investment and loss of life, progress has remained sluggish. Has he not always believed in his ability to conquer? If he can elevate the mine's profits to 9 figures, the document I have prepared will allow him to reclaim his position as an executive director of the group." Before Old Master Zhou sat a cup of pale yellow tea, its fragrant aroma wafting throughout the office, accompanied by a thick stack of documents. "This document has been notarized through lawyer Ouyang's firm, so you need not overthink the matter." Observing the seriousness and determination in young Master Zhou's eyes, Old Master Zhou finally smiled. "It seems adversity truly accelerates personal growth. Your desire to destroy this document makes the past 3 months in prison worthwhile." Young Master Zhou remained silent. "To be honest, you, along with your 3rd uncle and that aunt obsessed with designer labels, have all disappointed me." Old Master Zhou showed no regard for young Master Zhou's pride. After a moment of praise, his tone turned icy. "I have gradually begun to transfer power to you. Yet you've allowed Fourth Master to retain such significant influence, an utter failure. Tell me, are you worthless? Under Old Master Zhou's reprimand, cold sweat trickled down young Master Zhou's forehead, dripping onto the luxurious cashmere carpet, creating unsightly stains. Were it not for the White Dragon King, I often feel that Fourth Master would be the best heir for the Zhou family. However, I am aware of the White Dragon King's formidable nature, which is why I still choose you, perhaps due to his extreme frailty. Old Master Zhou did not continue his usual tempestuous tirade, but instead offered a bitter smile and shifted the topic. However, you have impressed me this time. Fourth Master set a trap, and yet you survived the assault from Ah Ben of the New Ji. That truly caught me off guard. The old man, trembling, raised his teacup and took a sip before posing the most critical question. So, tell me, what do you plan to do next? I lost this time due to my leniency, young Master Zhou pondered before meeting his grandfather's piercing gaze. Many departments would benefit from fresh talent over the elderly. The family's management structure has become somewhat outdated, and I intend to implement some reforms. In the course of reform, I shall elevate some fresh talent, gradually diminishing the grip of the elders. At the opportune moment, I will allow my people to take their place. Zhou Muron's response was remarkably forthright. What about Zhangxi, Dongfeng, and Lancheng? The old gentleman posed the next question without hesitation, one fraught with traps. For the three names Zhou had mentioned were indeed the confidants placed within the group by his supportive aunts and uncles. One must be ruthless to achieve great things. The words of Zhou's grandfather echoed in Zhou Muron's mind, prompting him to instantly modify the nearly uttered words. With the fate of the 7 killers, breaking the stalemate will lead to triumph. This was the decree bestowed upon Zhou Muron by the White Dragon King, and Lu Xiankai's judgment was equally astute. The one who can command the Hang Seng group, Zhou Muron, would undoubtedly not emerge as a hero. He could only become a ruthless overlord, a merciless tyrant. Chapter 33, Divergent Lives. The same. Zhou Muron clenched his teeth, his expression cold, seeking to appease before finding someone to replace them. Why? The old gentleman's demeanor remained as calm as still water, betraying not a hint of turbulence. Because the ones they serve can only be my uncles and aunts, never me. Zhou Muron had evidently matured considerably. From this perspective alone, I would not permit them to remain in their current positions. I have now grasped this truth. Without the arrangements of your aunts and uncles, you would have perished in prison. This is the debt of gratitude you owe. The old gentleman continued. Doesn't this amount to rendering your elders obsolete? Will you not feel guilty? I recall you once loved to proclaim that we are family. Guilt? Family? Zhou Muron lowered his gaze and slowly shook his head. They assist me because they understand that if I falter, my fourth uncle's next target would be them. Compared to my fourth uncle, I am so naive and foolish. By supporting me, they secure their own opportunity. Moreover, I believe that should anything happen to you again, the one sent to deal with me would shift from my fourth uncle to my third uncle and second aunt. Zhou Muron scoffed. The most heartless are the imperial families. Although our Zhou family is not imperial, in the face of several billion, what does kinship amount to? A rare smile flickered across the old gentleman's skeletal visage. There are some talented individuals whom I have long suppressed. Beneath that document are their names and positions. This is your foundation, thus expediting many of your matters. He continued. And remember this, your second aunt and third uncle possess little talent, but they are still family. While power may be shared, do not let them suffer financially in the future. As for your fourth uncle, the old gentleman pondered briefly before articulating a more callous conclusion. Should he manage to return from Mo province victorious over you, or if you can completely eliminate him, either victor would ensure my legacy. The old gentleman had firm faith in the White Dragon King. Yet he still provided Zhou Sai with an opportunity akin to raising a venomous creature, a chance that would baffle outsiders. Your survival in prison was significantly aided by that diminutive mule of a helper. What is your opinion of this individual? The subsequent inquiry from the old gentleman caused Zhou Muron's expression to momentarily falter. He could never forget the terror of those from Xing rushing towards him. Nor could he ever erase the image of Lu Xiankai standing protectively before him. This memory was indelibly etched in his mind. Yet, the humiliation inflicted by Lu Xiankai was equally unforgettable. Who was he? He was the heir of the Zhou family, the future helmsman of a multi-billion fortune. And what was the other party? A diminutive mule, a mere foot soldier of the lowest rank. Yet this very foot soldier had the audacity to command him like a dog in front of all the inmates, making him obediently rise and sit. Such disgrace had never been thrust upon him by Zhou Shana. One must acknowledge the acting prowess of the scions of wealthy families. At that moment, facing a life-and-death crisis, Zhou, the young master, managed to suppress his inner humiliation and play the role of a dog. His superb acting and humble demeanor not only deceived Lu Xiankai, but also fooled everyone around him. But now, having regained his status, all Zhou wished to do was to ensure that this individual vanished from his world entirely. I owe him a debt of gratitude, so I left him substantial funds. However, the promise to extricate him will not be fulfilled. After a few minutes of contemplation, Zhou Muran provided his answer. This individual is quite capable and can assist you with some unsavory tasks. Should the Zhou family rescue him, you would gain another weapon, just like the control your fourth uncle has over a Ben. Moreover, due to this person's lowly status and meager power, he would be easier to manipulate, as he would need to be entirely dependent on you. Why? The old gentleman's gaze once again bore a hint of intrigue. Firstly, this individual is far too arrogant and fierce, unwilling to submit to anyone. Zhou Muran had matured rapidly after this brush with death. He met the old gentleman's eyes, stating, "This world is never short of hired killers. Why raise a wolf?" Secondly, "He has insulted me," Zhou Muran replied. "If it is merely a petty trick, why not eliminate him for the insult?" The old gentleman pressed. "I left him a sum to silence all tongues. Prisons are rife with gossip, and I cannot allow news of my ingratitude to circulate. Keeping him forever in prison serves as a means for everyone to forget my past. After all, I am destined to be a figure on the cover of Time magazine. Some matters must remain undisclosed, and with enough time, no one will remember the blemish I carry. Excellent. From today onward, you shall be the master of this office." The old gentleman chuckled, his frail form pointing to the office he had occupied for decades. "Based on your performance, I am beginning to trust the White Dragon King's judgment." He continued, "There are several acquisition projects in the pipeline, along with some village housing initiatives for which you will take personal responsibility." Waving his hand, the old gentleman, pushed in his wheelchair by bodyguards, approached the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows. This venerable figure, pivotal in the commercial history of the port city over the past few decades, gazed greedily at the stunning Victoria Harbor. "Every individual has their moment of exit. Do not let me down." Zhou Muran bowed deeply. Throughout this exchange, the two titans of the capital sphere in the port city did not once mention the name of the diminutive mule destined to remain in prison for life. It was not that they were unaware, but rather that they deemed it unimportant, a mere triviality. Time passed day by day, and Zhou, after assuming control of the Hang Sun Group, exhibited a demeanor so transformed from his previous self. Not only did he successfully acquire several promising tech companies, but he also secured prime real estate in Tuen Mun for an enviable price of 2.7 billion imperial dollars, leaving other real estate magnates green with envy. Please warmly welcome Mr. Zhou Muran, Executive Director of the Hang Seng Consortium, to the stage to speak. At the largest conference center in Tuen Mun, amidst the envious glances of countless reporters and onlookers, Zhou Muran, resplendent and charismatic, stepped onto the flower-strewn podium, gracefully waving to all present. In that moment, he was no longer the meek second-generation heir struggling for survival in prison, but had ascended to become the esteemed Mr. Zhou of the port city. The once boisterous cells of Stanley Prison now lay in eerie silence, where even the faintest sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Whether they were members of the triads or various gangs, nearly every gaze was fixed through the thick iron bars towards the deepest recesses of the corridor. For the entire prison was acutely aware of one fact: the man who had brutally killed with his left hand, the one who single-handedly challenged the infamous Yen Wang of the new record, was set to emerge. This silence was the way these desperate souls expressed their fear and reverence for this fearsome figure. As the clock struck 8 in the evening, after a lengthy absence of 6 months, Dongfang Lucien appeared once more before all the prisoners. Chapter 34. Emerging from the shadows, the terrifying man. Sean was of mixed heritage. His fair skin and prominent nose lent him a striking masculine allure, making him appear to be a quintessential winner in life at over 30 years of age. Yet, contrary to what his education and appearance suggested, he found himself regarded as the most despised and hopeless prisoner in the eyes of others. How did he arrive at such a grim fate? Let us rewind to 3 months prior. At that time, Sean was blessed with a stunningly beautiful, gracious wife and a coveted position that others envied. Working as a manager at a financial firm ranked among the top 10 in the empire, his annual salary soared into the millions, and it was all but certain that he would soon attain the prestigious K3 level due to his capabilities and performance. However, just as he basked in the glory of his success, calamity struck. He had attended a charity gala, and in a moment of indulgence, having been recognized by influential figures and seeking to forge new friendships, Sean, whose drinking capacity had always been commendable, found himself inebriated. Despite his staggering steps, he cleverly managed to avoid embarrassment at the event by tipping a waiter a few $100s, which led to him being escorted to a secluded room to rest. In his mind, Sean believed he would simply recuperate for a few hours before quietly departing. Until that moment, his life remained unblemished. But everything changed the instant Sean awoke from his slumber. Before him stood several stern-faced detectives, and beside him lay the naked corpse of a woman. To his horror, he recognized the pale, despairing visage of the girl. It was his assistant, a young woman named Chen Wanting, just 22. She possessed an exquisite face, her gentle eyes always adorned with a hint of warmth, complemented by her delicate and soft eyebrows. A rarity in the cutthroat world of finance. Yet now, her once lustrous black hair lay disheveled, and dark crimson stains flowed incessantly from the corners of her mouth, presenting a ghastly sight. What terrified Sean the most, however, was the realization that at some point, he too was devoid of clothing and entangled with the girl in a most compromising position. The blood smeared across his hands was a chilling testament to the horror that had unfolded. I don't know anything. I didn't do it. The only thing Sean could do, as his mind raced with fear, was to scream in desperation. But all was in vain. The evidence was irrefutable, with witnesses attesting to his drunken state as he forcibly dragged his beautiful assistant into the room, and several waitstaff had heard her pleas and cries for mercy. Furthermore, the fingerprints on the woman's body and the traces left throughout the room left Sean with no defense. With such overwhelming evidence, Sean was sentenced to 20 years for murder, and the presiding female judge, particularly ruthless, condemned him to the infamous Stanley prison, notorious for its brutality. You scum. Though spared the death penalty, I believe you ought to endure hell on earth. These were the judge's exact words. Thus, Sean, who had been a model citizen throughout his life and had scarcely encountered the darker sides of society, found himself as a part of Stanley. Now in his second month of imprisonment, Sean had finally come to comprehend the true meaning of hell, the law of the jungle, the very essence of suffering. Here, sexual offenders occupied the lowest rung of the food chain, and given Sean's previously charmed life, he inevitably exhibited certain naivete that led to his brutal beatings. His misguided belief that fairness existed in this prison prompted him to report the misconduct of some inmates, resulting in near-fatal consequences for him. Were it not for his wife, that woman who wept daily and invested substantial sums to secure his safety among the guards, Sean would have long been reduced to a mere shell of a man, tormented beyond recognition. Yet today was unlike any other. Previously, he would curl up in the corner of the most unsanitary toilet to sleep each night, and upon awakening each morning, he was compelled to prepare all the personal grooming items for the other inmates. Any hint of dissatisfaction from the members of Cell 19 would result in immediate and severe repercussions. Today, however, in a moment of trembling anxiety, he accidentally spilled the toothpaste of the cell's leader, a member of the Hongji gang named Kowloon, onto the floor. As he desperately trembled and pleaded for mercy, to his astonishment, the leader refrained from administering any violence, instead gazing vacantly towards the dim recesses of the corridor. Having learned to read the subtle cues of others, Sean discerned the fear and trepidation reflected in the leader's eyes. What is going on? Why is everyone looking outside? Is something significant about to happen? He inquired, lowering his quivering voice to the only other inmate willing to speak, an old prisoner known as Lao Bao. Lao Bao, with his graying hair, was said to have been incarcerated for 21 years after accidentally killing a debt collector from a gang. The king of hell is about to emerge, he replied. His clouded eyes flickered with the same terror as the leader, suggesting that chaos was imminent upon the arrival of this notorious figure. As Sean stared on, a mixture of confusion and dread enveloping him, he beheld a man slowly emerging from the shadows, surrounded by 6 fully armed guards. The previously raucous cell fell into a deathly silence. Heavy shackles, weighing dozens of pounds, adorned the man's form, each step echoing with the clanking sound of metal against the ground, a rhythm reminiscent of a bygone era. It's been years since such instruments of punishment have been seen, Lao Bao whispered, his voice barely audible to Sean, much like the distant buzz of a fly, as if afraid that even a slight increase in volume would alert the man, still some distance away. Sean could feel the weight of those shackles, and with that realization came an understanding of the man's formidable strength. Despite their heft, he moved with an ease that belied their weight. Yet, in his ignorance, Sean overlooked a crucial detail. There were no signs of blood or injury where the shackles made contact with the man's ankles. The heavy, coarse chain seemed incapable of inflicting any harm upon his skin. Who is he? Sean instinctively recoiled a step back, unable to suppress the burning curiosity that compelled him to voice the question that plagued his mind. He is known here by but a single name. The response from the warden, almost a groan, was Yama. Chapter 35. You may give it a try. Amidst the gazes of all the prisoners, Lu Xiankai continued his leisurely stroll, his expression as tranquil as still water, devoid of anger or madness. 6 months. 180 days. Lu Xiankai was unaware that he had silently shattered a prison record. The previous holder of the record for solitary confinement, having endured over 100 days, was Wang Jiang, a man infamous for his brutal moniker of the Butcher. This individual had been incarcerated in Stanley Prison not only for annihilating an entire family, but also for turning their remains into buns to obliterate evidence. This heinous act had stirred quite a tempest in the 8 Immortals restaurant, and throughout the port city, even the empire at large. Devoid of the death penalty, Such a man was confined to Stanley, and naturally, he attracted the ire of others. Following a tumultuous incident, he was placed in solitary confinement for a full 120 days. Upon his release, he had descended into madness, terrified of darkness, fearful of any sound, and lacking the courage to continue living. As expected, during a night of medical parole, this deranged individual stealthily used a hidden shard of glass to sever his own throat. His silent demise beneath the covers attests to the horrifying psychological torment inflicted by solitary confinement. Yet, remarkably, Liu Xiankai had managed to endure for a full 6 months. In the initial month, the guards would occasionally converse with him, but as the influence of Uncle Shinji grew and the Zhou family turned a blind eye, communication with Liu Xiankai dwindled to nothing. Rumors circulated within the prison that a significant figure wished to see Liu Xiankai, this madman known as Yama, completely unravel. Speculations abounded regarding the identity of this figure. Some suggested Uncle Shinji, others claimed it was Fourth Master Zhou, while still others spoke of young Master Zhou. However, the identity mattered little to the other inmates. What was significant was that many had once again opened bets, with Liu Xiankai's odds of emerging from 6 months unscathed reaching an astonishing 30-1. Each individual's tolerance for solitude and spatial confinement varies, influenced by myriad factors including personality, mental health, environmental conditions, and personal interests, among others. 3 months is the limit for the average person. Beyond 4 months, even Yama would likely experience hallucinations, with time and space becoming utterly distorted. I do not foresee Yama emerging from this ordeal unscathed. The ability to fight and kill is a manifestation of physical prowess, while enduring solitude in confined spaces reflects mental fortitude. These two attributes are entirely distinct. This analysis was provided by a fellow inmate known as the Doctor. Despite his notorious past and the blood on his hands, his credentials as a medical doctor were acknowledged by all. This explains the high odds in the betting market. Of course, not everyone dismissed this option. Liu Xiankai's victory over his left-hand opponent in the courtyard had already deified him in the eyes of many inmates, including the shrewd hamster. He wagered a staggering sum of hundreds of thousands. Liu Xiankai remained oblivious to this gambling affair. Yet, he persevered. The reason for his endurance was singular: his system. During this period, the system was remarkably active, not only providing optimized versions of various combat techniques, but also offering astonishingly effective tonics for physical enhancement that left Liu Xiankai incredulous. Successful individuals are often obsessives. 180 days, Liu Xiankai honed his body and combat skills within that cramped cell of less than 5 square meters. The moment he stepped out of the cell, he felt an overwhelming certainty that, without resorting to ground techniques, he could effortlessly defeat anyone with his left hand alone. Despite his rigorous training, Liu Xiankai keenly sensed a troubling issue. Young Master Zhou had undoubtedly reneged on his promises. This was not difficult to deduce. In the initial 3 months, the promised funds from young Master Zhou were deposited into his account monthly. Due to the Zhou family's connections and the attempts of certain prison officials to curry favor, a steady supply of precious medications continued to arrive. However, in the 4th month, the sponsorship from young Master Zhou ceased. It could be said that Liu Xiankai was left to squander the wealth he had amassed. Had it not been for the substantial resources gifted by young Master Zhou at the outset, he would have been unable to continue his physical training with the aid of medications. Nonetheless, just 5 days prior to his release from solitary confinement, Liu Xiankai's account had dwindled to nothing. In a realm where all that mattered was profit, naturally, the medications ceased. What surprised Liu Xiankai was the unexpected support from Hamster. This astute individual had not sought a new master. Instead, he utilized all his connections to procure some medications for Liu Xiankai. It was through this assistance that Liu Xiankai's iron cloth technique finally received a modest commendation from the system at the last moment. To the naked eye, Liu Xiankai's outward appearance had not drastically changed. His skin had become more resilient, and while the full extent of other effects remained unknown to him, the rough iron spikes of the heavy shackles no longer posed any threat. With each step, he felt no pain, only a slight tingling sensation. Breathing in the long mist fresh air, the gentle breeze of the corridor tousled Liu Xiankai's unruly hair. As he passed by various cells, many inmates instinctively lowered their heads, some even bowing in fervent admiration. Amidst this solemn atmosphere, the expressions of the guards surrounding Liu Xiankai grew increasingly tense. This peculiar situation did not change until Liu Xiankai reached the entrance of cell number 3. Everyone knew that this was the stronghold of the notorious gang led by Big Circle, with the ringleader, Li Zhendong, residing within. Yama, you remarkably survived inside. And now you walk so slowly. Are you attempting to provoke me? Li Zhendong, with his square face, regarded Liu Xiankai with a gaze that lacked the fear exhibited by others, instead reflecting a sense of equality and caution. Do you long for my demise? Liu Xiankai halted, turning his neck amidst the guard's tense encirclement to face Li Zhendong. I intend to become the king of this prison, so consider this your last opportunity to speak to me in such a manner, otherwise, I shall end your life. The modest success of his iron cloth technique and the unexpected support from young master Zhou propelled Lu Xiankai to hasten his dominion over the prison. Within this lawless environment, no method proved more efficient and direct than violence. These desperate criminals could only be subdued through utter fear. A recent string of brutal confrontations had led Lu Xiankai to a more profound understanding of violence. You wish to kill me? You may certainly try. Li Jindong and the Yi brothers, having thrived in Hong Kong and Kowloon, undoubtedly possessed their own confidence. His gaze turned icy in an instant. Chapter 36. Is this truly Yama? What a lunatic. To emerge from confinement only to confront Brother Jindong. The originally quiet prison immediately turned into a vegetable market, with various low-pitched discussions buzzing around the various cells like flies. Many people almost twist their necks into fried dough twists just to put their heads out and see what will happen in front of the number 3 prison. The old treasure with gray hair is no exception, and behind him, Sean was completely stunned. Laziness was not due to fear, but was startled by the madness and ferocity of the King of Hell. During his time in prison, he lived a life worse than death, but it was also a complete eye-opener. Various powerful individuals emerge one after another, especially those in the big circle who have completely overturned all of his cognition. How can people be so indifferent to life? This question is something that Sean, who was born into a middle-class family, will find difficult to understand throughout his life. He still remembers clearly the murder that happened right in front of him now. At that time, it was one of the members of the big circle who took action. Due to the small number of people involved, these individuals have almost pushed the limits of exile and madness within this prison. With Sean's position in Stanley, there is naturally no channel to learn about the news behind this battle. Nor is it clear what kind of conflict of interest would turn a person into a bloodthirsty beast. But this doesn't affect his shock. It was a windy morning, and the location happened in the square, less than 3 meters away from Sean. The two of them were still chatting with a smile. And then Sean saw one of them, known as Changgu, take a dagger when he passed by the other person by mistake. It is said to be a dagger, but in fact, it is just a small piece of angle steel stolen from the hardware workshop in the prison. The angle steel that should have played its role in a building has been polished for countless days, and the original stubble has been sharpened to a snowy white level. Especially the sharp corners, which are the best tools for harvesting life. There is something I want to say to you today. Changgu hugged the other person's shoulder with a smile on his face. Chang, what do you need to take care of me for? The latter also had a smile on his face, completely unaware of the impending death. Jindong wants you to die. As the words fell, Chang Ji's first knife had already pierced the latter's neck. The rupture of the main artery immediately caused blood to gush out, which reminded Sean of the fountain he saw when he played in Kowloon Square as a child. 2 knives, 3 knives, 4 knives, 5 knives in the dull eyes of Sean. Changgu has turned into a wild beast. He crazily plunged in. Even though the other person's neck had turned into a blurry mass of flesh and blood, he didn't stop until the constable rushed over. Then, with a sinister smile, he threw down the dagger in his hand and obediently lay there. Amidst the cheering and laughing crowd, the stunned Sean stood out particularly. Then the middle-aged man who witnessed the murder for the first time actually vomited and didn't eat any food for the whole day. Changgu is so terrifying that he still needs to obey Li Jindong's orders. So in Sean's eyes, Li Jindong, who never smiles and always has a cold gaze, naturally became one of his most feared prison demons. But today, the order of the prison's food chain in Sean's mind was once again broken. That man, who looked like a ferocious beast, actually faced the most terrifying Li Jindong while wearing dozens of pounds of shackles and being heavily guarded by several constables. This made Sean, who was not qualified to look up and observe the situation from a lower position, bravely squeeze over for the first time. And what he saw was truly shocking. Because he saw that Changgu was also by Li Jindong's side, the killing had a great impact on Sean's values. Even though he was so far away, he couldn't help but shiver. Yin Wang, others are afraid of you, but our big circle has never been afraid of you. Let me tell you something from our side. Listen to it. That is, if you are a dragon, you played it for me. If you are a tiger, you lie down for me. Li Jindong stared fixedly at Lu Xiankai, who was arrogant and rebellious in front of him, without saying a word. While Changgu standing behind him couldn't help but angrily curse out first. Pouch the street. Don't think that killing anyone with your left hand would do it. Perhaps to demonstrate one's courage, or perhaps to conceal a slight fear within oneself. Chang Ji's body language is particularly exaggerated. After angrily scolding Lu Xiankai a few words, he even reached out and gestured with his middle finger at Lu Xiankai. And it was this action that gave Lu Xian a chance. You've just dug your own grave. No one, including the 2 catchers who were tightly clinging to Lu Xiankai, expected that this man would move as agilely as a cheetah while carrying dozens of pounds of shackles on his body. With force on his left foot, Lu Xiankai, who had already approached the opponent's invigilator's iron bar with an arrow step, grabbed it with his right hand like lightning. Unfortunately, no one cheered, because Lu Xiankai has already mastered the sliding technique in boxing through these simple movements, and his right hand also uses the most common downward grip in the grappling hand. Shadow, posture, rhythm, and strength, these 4 points are almost perfectly applied in Lu Xiankai's action. Chang Ji's reaction was also quick, but even so, his outstretched hand was still tightly held by Lu Xiankai. Bang dang. Lu Xian released the shackles on his body and collided with the iron bars of the third prison, making a loud noise. Immediately after, Chang Ji's screams also rang out at the same time. At that moment, Lu Xiankai's right hand suddenly exerted force and forcefully twisted Chang Ji's fingers into a strange shape in front of everyone. Stop. Several frightened catchers almost without hesitation started beating Lu Xiankai's back with their batons. Bang bang, bang. The sound of 4 or 5 batons hitting the body was clearly audible in the hallway, and Lu Xiankai didn't even tremble. As if this level of beating was just a child's play for him. I want to depose you. As Lu Xiankai spoke these words, he forcefully pulled down with his right hand. Amidst Chang Ji's heart-wrenching screams, his thick arm was also forcefully twisted by Lu Xiankai using the iron fence. Yin Wang. Our beam has been formed. Li Zhendong's facial muscles trembled as he watched his horse's head being forcibly disabled with one arm. But he still expressed his attitude in a cold tone. If you don't die, you won't be able to solve it. I'll wait for you. Lu Xiankai finally let go of Chang Ji's arm and raised his hands high. Is this the king of hell? Sean has been scared to death by the fierce confrontation between these strong men. Yes, this is the king of hell. The expression on Ah Kuen's face, which remained silent, was as if he had been punched, appearing particularly bitter. Chapter 37. Nothing can be just superficial. Although Lu Xiankai was already obediently lying down, he was completely controlled by several fierce catchers, but all the prisoners who saw the scene just now took a deep breath. The smell of blood permeated the air, and everyone's eyes became increasingly fearful as they looked at the man who was pinned down by several constables. This madman not only did not show any weakness in the confinement room, but also became increasingly insane and vicious. Many members of the club have turned their attention to their own bigwigs. They know why the crazy king of hell would do such a thing. This guy's goal has never changed from beginning to end. He wants to stomp on everyone. He aspires to achieve what none of the various factions have accomplished over the years. He aims to become the king of Chaiwan, whether by mere coincidence or not. Both the Number Gang and the leaders of the New and Old Qi, who hold sway within the prison, have collectively chosen to remain silent. What a madman. Uncle Bao in cell 19 appeared pallid, and the other inmates nodded in agreement, their faces reflecting a shared sense of trepidation. A madman? I beg to differ. One must never judge solely by appearances. Sean, who had quietly concealed himself in a corner, furrowed his brow and muttered to himself. He had witnessed the eyes of that beast-like man when he was taken away, calm, sharp, yet he discerned an absolute lucidity in those eyes, devoid of any hint of madness. Perhaps Sean's standing within the prison was lowly, but he was undoubtedly an astute individual. Moreover, he had encountered such a gaze before, one belonging to a significant figure renowned for their fearsome machinations. 9125, Lu Xiankai, dubbed the most notorious of the Kuntong gangs. A year prior, he was sentenced to 7 years in prison for manslaughter during a gang brawl. Inside the prison, he killed 3 and severely injured 7 others, resulting in an additional 120 years tacked onto his sentence. Frankly, I have been in this prison for nearly 15 years. And you are the most extraordinary individual I have ever encountered. You are also the most vicious. 10 minutes later, Lu Xiankai, surrounded by several officers, appeared in the chamber of the prison's third authority figure, the assassin Hung, with meticulously combed hair and a cigarette dangling from his lips. Hung squinted at the formidable man before him, whose eyes shone with a deeply concealed wariness. Though notorious for his ruthlessness within the prison, he dared not exhibit any complacency in the presence of such a man, who could kill at the slightest provocation. Speak, why is that? Just released. And you've already broken someone's arm. Do you find solitary confinement so enjoyable? After casting a glance at the handgun in his drawer, Hung gained his confidence. Gesturing for the apprehensive officers to lower their stun guns, and courteously offered Lu Xiankai a cigarette. What do you perceive this prison to be? Upon receiving the cigarette, Lu Xiankai raised his gaze and countered with a question, the clinking sound of his shackles making the officers behind him tremble once more, raising their stun guns in alarm. Clearly, they were still shaken by Lu Xiankai's earlier outburst. They were no fools. They sensed the raw power he had exhibited in the corridor. Many had thought him akin to an enraged tiger, with such strength and speed. Should Lu Xiankai go berserk in this cramped room, their stun guns would offer them no sense of security whatsoever. I am not one for disingenuous pleasantries. Hung, slightly taken aback by Lu Xiankai's question, pondered for a few moments before replying. According to media reports, this is a place for reform. However, from the perspective of the authorities, it is merely a den of scum. To the warden, it is his treasure trove. And to me, It is simply a job, a position that allows me to maintain a respectable livelihood outside. Murderers, enforcers, robbers, addicts, deviants. Lu Xiankai savored the acrid taste of smoke filling his lungs, finding the term den of scum quite apt, yet in his eyes. It was merely a forest, a dark forest enclosed by iron fences and towering walls. Displaying a surprising elegance and composure, Lu Xiankai began to speak. To survive in this forest, one must adhere to the law of the jungle. From the moment I stepped out, everyone has been assessing whether my claws remain sharp, whether I have lost my ferocity and edge. Thus, I must demonstrate that I am still the king of hell. As for why I would act against the Big Circle gang, Lu Xiankai chose to remain silent, instead surveying the officers around him before falling into contemplation. People underestimate you. You must be smarter than they can imagine. Hung narrowed his eyes, grasping Lu Xiankai's implication. This defiant individual not only had something to discuss privately, but was also testing his mettle. A clever man would not kill an officer without any conflict of interest. I trust you this time. After a few minutes of deliberation, Hung gestured for the other officers to leave for their own safety. Brother Hung, this man is too dangerous. One officer hesitated. Leave. Hung's icy tone and impassive demeanor compelled the officers to abandon their protests and gradually exit the room. Your reputation precedes you as a martial enthusiast, a reckless madman. Once alone with Lu Xiankai, Hung slowly began. Now I see that this is merely a facade. You possess a cunning that astonishes me, and I prefer to engage with intelligent individuals. As he stepped out of solitary confinement, Lu Xiankai fixed his gaze firmly on Hung's eyes. I need to prove two things. First, I must establish to all the inmates that I am still that madman, still the king of hell who kills at whim. Second, I must show certain individuals that I can deal with the Big Circle gang. This was precisely why I deliberately slowed my pace near cell 3. I knew that regardless of which of the first 5 cell doors I stopped at, those in power would feel compelled to respond for the sake of their pride. Confronting the Big Circle gang was not a mere coincidence. I broke that street punk's arm solely to create a scapegoat for others to see. When referring to certain individuals, Lu Xiankai deliberately emphasized his tone. Are you speaking of me? Hung's expression remained unchanged. Indeed, Lu Xiankai flashed a grin. Brother Hung, the warden has consistently suppressed you. The Big Circle gang is merely a blade wielded by the warden among the inmates. Those factions will not assist you. I am your best choice. Your only choice. Chapter 38. 12 Intentions. Why do you choose me? The warden has always favored those like you, who will spend their lives behind bars. He should be your best option. To the outside world, Hung is perceived as a greedy scoundrel, ruthless in his dealings, yet lacking in intellect. However, few consider the question, how does a man devoid of wit manage to remain in such a lucrative position for a decade? Life is but a play, relying on performance. Lu Xiankai's experiences from another realm enabled him to seize this opportunity, prompting him to confront the Big Circle gang immediately upon exiting his cell. This world belongs to the astute. Lu Xiankai, while inheriting the ruthlessness of his predecessor, had not discarded his inherent cunning and resolve. When faced with an opportunity, Lu Xiankai is the boldest of gamblers. I require substantial funds, and to amass such wealth, I must monopolize the business of the inmates. This alone is something the warden would never permit. He is accustomed to managing prisoners through a system of checks and balances. How could he allow one individual to dominate? Lu Xiankai's tone dripped with disdain. In the eyes of the powerful, individuals like us are merely expendable, nothing more than a chamber pot. The comparison Lu Xiankai drew between himself and Hung caused a flicker of displeasure to cross Hung's face. However, you are different. You possess the capacity to endure such circumstances, and with my ascendance to this position, your earnings could substantially increase. Moreover, the warden will not linger here for much longer. Whereas, Brother Xiong, you shall remain in this prison indefinitely. Lu Xiankai was not mistaken. The constables are as steadfast as iron, while the wardens are as transient as flowing water. In the port city, due to the existence of the Independent Commission Against Corruption, no warden can remain in a single prison for more than 6 years. This current warden is already in his 5th year. From this perspective, Lu Xiankai's choice is astutely wise. I possess no allies. My only support is you. Lu Xiankai has played his final card, and since I am condemned to dwell in this wretched place for eternity, I am indeed your best option. Remember this. I can elevate you, but I can also bring you down. Chen Xiong was evidently displeased by Lu Xiankai's control over the narrative and issued a warning. I understand this principle, Lu Xiankai replied. Chen Xiong failed to notice the contempt hidden in Lu Xiankai's gaze, while Lu Xiankai perceived the malice in Chen Xiong's eyes. Both parties were acutely aware that this honeymoon phase would not endure for long. Yet, Lu Xiankai remained unconcerned. He now placed his utmost faith in the enigmatic system within him, believing that upon completing the task of becoming the king of Stanley, this meager prison would no longer confine him. After confirming that young Master Zhou had not fulfilled his promise, Lu Xiankai began to entertain thoughts of escape. Moreover, he harbored a vague intuition that escape would undoubtedly be the system's next task, which clearly intended to pit him against the entire world. Thus, Lu Xiankai would not cower. He anticipated the day when he could once again stand before Zhou Murang and, with brutal force, convey a singular truth to this prominent figure of the Zhou family. Some promises must never be betrayed. Lu Xiankai surprised everyone once more. After being taken away by the constables, all believed he would be confined again in that terrifying isolation chamber. However, to their astonishment, within just over an hour, the King of Hell reappeared before them. Not only that, but the heavy shackles that once bound him had been removed, and he appeared unscathed by any form of punishment. This scene caused the faces of several gang leaders to darken immediately, while others might not perceive any underlying issues. These individuals were well aware of the collusions between the prison and its officials. The King of Hell had aligned himself with the authorities, uncovering who was supporting him. Brother Ge glanced at Li Jindong in the opposite cell, their expressions mirroring one another's severity. These leaders understood that the King of Hell's greatest vulnerability was his lack of official backing. Should he rectify this shortcoming, with his current formidable lethality, it was entirely plausible that he might ascend to the pinnacle of this prison. Lu Xiankai paid no heed to the frigid gazes directed at him. Instead, all his thoughts were consumed by the sudden appearance of a line of green text from the system before his eyes. Congratulations, host, for earning the fleeting friendship of Chen Xiong. Reward: practice method of the ancient martial art, heart intent style. Without any preparation, a torrent of images surged into Lu Xiankai's mind at a breakneck speed, the impact overwhelming even a man as resilient as he. The system clearly disregarded Lu Xiankai's feelings, continuously refreshing the green subtitles before him, the velocity of which made him feel as though he were bathing in a deluge of green rain. The most ruthless and venomous heart intent style, also hailed as the King of 10,000 Fists, is a secret of the Shaolin and under the system's optimization. Upon mastering all 12 forms, one could become invincible in close combat. The 12 forms include Shake and Brush, Eagle Grasp, Tiger Pounce, Lift and Strike, Hand Slash. Cloud hides the moon, Hawk enters the forest, Phoenix welcomes the sun, Snake strikes, Dragon shape wraparound, forward wraparound, and backward wraparound. After this blunt exposition, the green text coldly displayed another line, seemingly imbued with a hint of emotion. The ancient does not necessarily equate to the obsolete when the direction is erroneous. The truth only recedes further away. Brother King of Hell, are you alright? In present-day Stanley, Hamster Boy might be the only inmate who genuinely hoped that Lu Xiankai would encounter no further troubles. Upon witnessing the suddenly pale visage of the robust King of Hell, he could not suppress his concern. I am fine. Lu Xiankai gradually began to flex his joints before raising his hand in a manner that appeared particularly bizarre to the other inmates. He lifted his right hand, then turned to the side, mimicking an old farmer drawing water from a well, his palm swiftly carving an arc through the air. Yet, this somewhat peculiar and unsightly motion wielded astonishing power. Hamster Boy, standing beside him, was flung aside by this action, crashing into the corner of the cell before landing heavily on the ground. The first form of hard intent style, Shake and Brush. Lu Xiankai's eyes gleamed with surprise. His physique was indeed astonishingly gifted, having acquired all the system's techniques. His years of training in boxing and other martial arts allowed him to instantly grasp the essence of this technique. For the first time, Lu Xiankai felt a profound respect for ancient martial arts, transitioning from disdain to awe. He was no longer a novice devoid of martial foundation. It was precisely because of this that he could fully appreciate the intricacies of the 12 forms of hard intent style. Posture, stance, rhythm, and power, all of it left him astounded. Chapter 39. He is on the brink of death. Ever since Lu Xiankai's emergence, an undercurrent began to stir beneath the surface of the prison's tranquility. This was Sean's most immediate impression. His 2-month incarceration had significantly matured this once gilded elite, setting other matters aside. He had now come to comprehend the distribution of power within the prison and the many unspoken rules therein. In this place, the mingling of fish and dragons fails to convey its complexity. This was Sean's greatest realization. Previously accustomed to high-end venues, he was aware of the presence of numerous gangs in the port city and recognized the darkness at the base level. Yet he never anticipated the societal underbelly could be so intricately convoluted. Take this prison, with barely 10,000 inmates. It harbored over a dozen gangs, coupled with various lone wolves and murderers. Describing it as hell would be entirely apartment. Now, Sean understood the food chain within. The new record, the Ho-Ho, the Number Gang, and the 14K should be positioned at the top tier. They possessed the most members and wield the most significant decision-making power. Crucially, Sean could discern the corruption within this prison. Many officials were in collusion with members of these 4 gangs. The second tier consisted of smaller gangs such as the Righteous Group and the Water Room. As for the Big Circle gang, they could not be counted among the others due to their incompatibility with other gangs. However, despite their limited numbers, their characteristic of being a band of outlaws afforded them a uniquely transcendent position. Each gang treated them with utmost courtesy while maintaining a respectful distance. Yet, these were not the points of interest for Sean, as he understood that they could not elevate his standing within the prison or provide him with better protection. Even should he grovel to the utmost degree, he would merely be a dog to these individuals. It is said that in this world, the most vital aspect is to be cunning, and this is evident in Sean's demeanor. He harbors a profound disdain for the members of the association, directing his focus instead toward the factories within the prison. Sean possesses a keen intellect and has managed to estimate the approximate profits of this penitentiary during this period, calculating them to be between 70 million to 80 million Empire coins. The nearly 10,000 inmates, laboring for meager wages across a dozen workshops, generate profits comparable to those of a medium-sized publicly traded company. The most alarming aspect is that the cost structure leaves no room for potential losses. Gifted with a remarkable business acumen, Sean even surmises that if it were not for the warden's remarkably foolish decisions in numerous ventures, these profits could potentially double. Sean has formulated his own analysis regarding the warden's ineptitude. Although the prison is exceedingly lucrative, a significant portion of these profits belongs to the government, which consequently leads each warden to adopt a policy of maintaining the status quo as the safest course of action. However, it is precisely this behavior that has unveiled an opportunity for Sean. One must possess a value that can be exploited by others. This is a sentiment once expressed by a mentor, and Sean currently resonates with it deeply. He understands that as long as he can provide the warden with profits exceeding $1 million, he will lead a comfortable life in this hellish environment. After all, the most formidable power in Stanley is not held by the inmates, but by those seated in offices, sipping tea while perusing financial reports. Initially, he had devised a few plans, but the audacious display of the King of Hell exiting the solitary confinement unit yesterday instigated new thoughts. Sean's gaze remained fixated on the figure that evoked a sense of trepidation. Clearly, many shared Sean's sentiments, including those desperate individuals who typically flaunted their strength through muscles and tattoos. The corner where Lu Xiankai resided felt eerily vacant, with only a small hamster trailing behind him. The man, oblivious to his surroundings, incessantly practiced a peculiar movement that, to Sean, resembled an old farmer tilling the soil, raising his hand, drawing an arc with his arm, and then abruptly flipping it. Yet, despite its oddity, the howling wind generated by Lu's motion made Sean acutely aware of its lethal potential. He even questioned whether he might be struck dead by a single blow from it. "What are you staring at?" queried a gang member known as Fishpond Boy, squatting beside Sean. A member of the E group, he expressed considerable friendliness toward Sean, revealing that he had only a year left before his release and intended to learn some financial knowledge from Sean in his remaining time. Among these ruffians, Fishpond Boy stood out as one of the few who admired Sean's education and intellect. "I'm watching the King of Hell. His movements are peculiar, yet undeniably lethal. This must be a form of combat. Is he a martial arts enthusiast?" Following Sean's gaze, Fishpond Boy observed Lu Xiankai in the northwest corner of the square, where everyone else kept their distance. Despite the awkward appearance of Lu's actions, each swing produced an air-splitting sound that sent a shiver down Fishpond Boy's spine. Returning his gaze to Sean, Fishpond Boy spoke earnestly, "Stay out of it. Many will die when the King of Hell emerges. Your physique is too frail. Be exceedingly cautious." Sean nodded, turning his attention to Fishpond Boy. "You mentioned something to me before. Sometimes understanding the rules is more crucial than possessing skill." Fishpond Boy nodded seriously. "But what about the King of Hell? He disregards all rules and fears no one." Sean sought to glean information about the King of Hell. After the bloody spectacle yesterday, the inmates had fallen silent regarding Lu Xiankai, leaving Fishpond Boy as the sole source of information. "He is terrifying," Fishpond Boy shuddered. "If you can brutally defeat Left Hand, then you have the right to disrupt everything. However," he lowered his voice, "he won't remain arrogant for long. The 4 major societies won't allow anyone to ride over them, and most importantly, New Record will surely seek revenge for Left Hand. If the rumors are true, he will die soon." Fishpond Boy's final remark left Sean breathless. "I wish to meet the King of Hell. I need your assistance." After a pause, Sean presented a proposition. "Before I entered, I learned of a stock poised for a significant rise. If you can facilitate this, I can reveal which one it is." Allocating the best resources to the most critical opportunities is a cardinal rule that every financial elite must respect. Sean had contemplated using this insider information, acquired before his capture, to approach the gang leaders, but he understood that if the person in charge within the prison relayed the information to the gang, it would attract too much capital involvement. In such a scenario, not only would he fail to benefit, but he might also find himself in mortal danger. In Stanley, life is not valued highly. Thus, he had been waiting. Despite Fishpond Boy's loquacity, he exhibited a timorous nature. He lacked substantial capital investment. Yet Sean's intuition urged him that aligning with the King of Hell could yield maximum profit from this information, at least a threefold return. Lowering his voice, Sean continued. You are about to be released, and you mentioned your wife operates a restaurant. Don't you desire wealth? Under these circumstances, I cannot deceive you. With this money, you need not linger in the gang. You're a clever man and understand the fate of the short-legged mule. After a few moments of contemplation, Fishpond Boy finally leaned closer to Sean's ear and divulged a piece of information. Today, someone will introduce a large quantity of anesthetic into the King of Hell's food, providing an opportunity for someone to strike. Thank you, Sean replied, patting Fishpond Boy on the shoulder. He took a deep breath and proceeded toward the corner where no one dared tread. Fate can exhibit peculiarities at times. At this moment, Sean's sole aim was to secure a certain status and improve his living conditions within the hellish confines of Stanley. He could never have anticipated that this encounter would irrevocably alter the course of his life. Chapter 40. The Power of Ancient Martial Arts. Brother Kai, why did you choose to trust me back then? Sean inquired. Because I sensed no traces of the underworld about you. I could ascertain that you were not affiliated with any gang, Lu Xiankai responded. Is that all? Sean found it hard to believe that Lu Xiankai would place such simple trust in another. You've never seen blood, thus you lack the audacity to deceive me. Lu Xiankai laughed heartily in reply. This exchange would later become a defining moment between Sean, who would rise to become the chief steward of Stanley, and Lu Xiankai. Unbeknownst to Lu, a deadly trap had been quietly set for him. However, he was acutely aware that after eliminating Left Hand, he had become a target feared by all within the prison, and that certain gangs would inevitably seek to take action against him. Nevertheless, Lu Xiankai was indifferent to the number of his adversaries. Since acquiring this damned system, he was destined to tread a path in opposition to the entire world. The Iron Cloth Shirt's minor success instilled him with absolute confidence in conquering this small territory. And the unique techniques and angles of the 12 intentions made Lu Xiankai acutely aware of what he must do next to master these 12 techniques to perfection. The innate talents of the body revealed to Lu Xiankai that these 12 techniques should undoubtedly open a new door. Once he thoroughly mastered these 12 moves, his combat skills would ascend to an entirely new level. The ferocity and ruthlessness of the heart intent 12 techniques led Lu Xiankai to believe that once he ingrained these into his very instincts, few could triumph over him in one-on-one encounters. Such arrogance and defiance were of little concern to Lu Xiankai. Upon emerging from the confines of the isolation room, he devoted himself to practicing the various power exertion techniques of the 12 moves, despite the fact that some of these maneuvers appeared peculiar and frenzied to others. After having incapacitated his left hand, all the desperate souls before him exhibited a palpable trepidation. Naturally, the long stone bench in the northwest corner of the plaza became Lu Xiankai's domain, and Hamster Boy, by association, enjoyed the rare privilege of being one of the few who could sit and take a breather. With palms pressed down, tracing arcs, and synchronizing with the power exertion methods provided by the entire system, Lu Xiankai unleashed another punch. He could even feel the very bones of his body warming slightly with the force of the blow. This experience was utterly distinct. Previously, he had been somewhat ignorant, realizing that while modern combat had achieved remarkable heights in human development, it lacked the utilization of breath and chi found in ancient martial arts. This singular disparity was monumental. Lu Xiankai launched another punch, captivated by the wholly different power exertion imparted by the first move of the heart intent 12 techniques. This ancient martial art condensed his entire being into a cohesive whole, starkly contrasting with the techniques of modern boxing and Muay Thai, granting Lu Xiankai a newfound confidence in standing firm in this world. Punch after punch, monotonous yet demanding, Lu Xiankai gradually became aware of the emergence of a sense of chi in various parts of his body. Though faint, he was certain it was no mere illusion. These sensations were concentrated in areas crucial for practicing the techniques and exerting power, and he could feel that these aspects, which modern combat found difficult to develop, would be under the control of his intentions. No wonder there were sayings in another dimension about a responsive touch. Lu Xiankai waved at Hamster Boy, who immediately sprang from the stone bench as if jolted awake. Strike these areas on me without holding back, Lu Xiankai instructed, pointing to certain vital points on his body. Hamster Boy, though terrified, tremulously threw punches. Bang! It was insufficient. The force was lacking. After just a few strikes, Lu Xiankai frowned. Despite Hamster Boy exerting all his strength, it felt like mere tickles to him, utterly failing to achieve the desired effect. Find some iron objects or something similar to bring into the cell. Your punches cannot provoke my body into a heightened state of tension, Lu Xiankai remarked with a grin at Hamster Boy, who appeared as though he had committed a grave error. This isn't your fault. After all, you've never fought before. However, I must ensure my body is in a heightened state of tension to cultivate my instinct for counterattacks. Originally intending to continue speaking, Lu Xiankai suddenly halted. his previously thrown punch coming to a standstill. The system, having lapsed into silence, reappeared before him once more. No addition can be made to a feather. No insect may alight. The green subtitles materialized with these 8 words, followed by a thoughtful scientific explanation. Striking the areas with a sense of chi trains the body's 6th sense. Once the sensitive neurons are fully integrated into instinct, one can attain the first level of mastery in ancient martial arts. Continue. Crackling sounds erupted. Hamster Boy was practically gritting his teeth in a frenzied assault on Lu Xiankai, drawing the attention of numerous onlookers in the northwest corner. However, most averted their gazes under Lu Xiankai's piercing stare. Clearly, the image of a madman held its advantages. Everyone was apprehensive that this lunatic might perceive their eye contact as provocation. With his left hand incapacitated, no prisoner believed they could withstand an unpredictable outburst from Lu Xiankai. Satisfied, Lu Xiankai withdrew his gaze. 20 minutes later, he finally gestured to Hamster Boy, who immediately collapsed to the ground as if granted a pardon. Lu Xiankai, employing the principles of the hard intent, continuously massaged various acupoints on his body with his fingers while swallowing saliva. Moments later, the miraculous recovery method of ancient martial arts left him once again in awe. His energy restored rapidly. He could even feel his mind becoming much clearer. Rising on his toes, performing plank holds, push-ups, sit-ups, kicking, and stretching, all under the astonished gazes of everyone present. Lu Xiankai's training reaffirmed to all in the prison what true strength entailed. Nervously, Sean swallowed hard. The closer he got to Lu Xiankai, the more he could sense the latter's terrifying presence. He had never witnessed a person so robust, especially when he beheld the bizarre tattoos on Lu Xiankai's back, while the latter squatted with Hamster Boy on his shoulders, causing Sean's legs to feel weak. Trembling. When he found himself merely 3 meters away from Lu Xiankai, he lost all courage to approach any closer. Who are you? Just as Sean contemplated fleeing, Lu Xiankai called out to him, Do you need something from me? I have news to share with you. Sean had initially intended to concoct a reason to engage Lu Xiankai, then discreetly inform him of the impending trap. After all, this would avoid raising suspicion. Yet, under Lu Xiankai's ferocious aura, he found himself devoid of any alternative thoughts. Chapter 41. Watch me kill. What news? Lu Xiankai noted the fear in the mixed-blood man's eyes, which only piqued his curiosity further. A person devoid of the essence of the underworld, yet possessing such courage. How significant could the information be to embolden him to stand before Lu Xiankai? After all, his notorious reputation was not unfounded, and according to Hamster Boy's accounts, during his 6 months of solitary confinement, his image had been exaggerated to the likeness of a demon. What amused Lu Xiankai was the absurd rumor claiming he had bitten off the left hand's throat and devoured half of its neck, while separating 2 individuals. What kind of ridiculous gossip was this? Lu Xiankai was unaware that, due to the smoke bomb, many had not witnessed the actual combat process, and when the left hand, which he had severed, was taken out, it was already covered with a white cloth. Naturally, various stories circulated. This morning, as he queued to enter the plaza, Lu Xiankai distinctly sensed the fear emanating from several newcomers. In that long line, aside from Hamster Boy, not a single individual dared to approach within 3 meters of him. Many preferred to move slowly in another line rather than stand behind him. The most outrageous was a fellow who trembled for several minutes, unable to walk due to being too close to him. Someone is going to kill you at noon. It is said to be a setup orchestrated by Left Hand's underlings. For the first time in his life, Sean felt as though he were sitting on pins and needles. Although he lacked the courage to survey his surroundings, his instincts told him that all the big shots in the plaza were undoubtedly fixated on him. This news is worthless. Lu Xiankai did not cease his exertion of strength. The man, observing the pallid Sean, curled his lips into a derisive smile, remarking that within this prison, there were no fewer than 800 individuals wishing to take his life, yet none possessed the requisite merit. Perhaps to bolster his own conviction, Lu Xiankai suddenly surged to his feet, and the diminutive hamster he had hoisted upon his shoulder was inexplicably flung 5 meters away by his formidable power, landing bewildered on the ground. To the untrained eye, it appeared merely as a spectacle, but to the knowledgeable, it signified profound mastery. Sean, astonished, was oblivious to the implications of this act. The hamster, though somewhat frail, still weighed nearly 70 kilograms. To propel such a substantial creature merely by a tremor of one's waist, while ensuring it landed with perfect balance, spoke volumes of Lu Xiankai's impeccable explosive strength and unfathomable control. Presently, Lu Xiankai could be deemed unafraid of any confrontation in the absence of firearms. Today's luncheon would be laced with a considerable quantity of sevoflurane. Perhaps noticing the renowned king of hell's confusion upon hearing the term sevoflurane, the highly educated Sean quickly provided clarification. Sevoflurane, with the chemical formula C4H3F70, is an odorless, colorless, and potent anesthetic. Typically, An individual succumbs to unconsciousness within 3 minutes of administration, and even someone as robust as the King of Hell could scarcely endure beyond 10 minutes. During the time your consciousness fades, someone will be poised to strike. Gradually acclimating to Lu Xiankai's oppressive aura, Sean's tone steadied considerably. It was indeed perilous. This was a substantial risk. The information Sean divulged caused Lu Xiankai to narrow his eyes. He was acutely aware of the challenges in smuggling such substances into a prison. It was evident that the new faction had paid a considerable price to orchestrate his demise. What do you desire? My protection? Lu Xiankai regarded Sean with newfound seriousness. The man's fair skin and slender fingers suggested he had not endured life's hardships prior to entering this prison. However, the lingering bruises on his cheeks indicated his recent plight was far from favorable. I seek collaboration. Sean's response took Lu Xiankai somewhat by surprise. Collaboration? Lu Xiankai scrutinized the seemingly defenseless foreigner. This information was indeed valuable, but what was his justification? You are a martial enthusiast, are you not? Sean, suppressing his inner trepidation, slowly spoke. I have unearthed some information. Your account has expended over 1,900,000 imperial coins in the past 6 months, all allocated for the procurement of certain substances. Precisely, I require these substances to enhance my physique, Lu Xiankai replied. Thus, you find yourself in dire need of funds, and your sole source of wealth presently lies with this hamster. However, relying on him to trade in contraband will undeniably fall short of sustaining your expenses, a fact that cannot be disputed. Yet, I possess a means to generate income, substantial income. Gradually regaining his former composure as a business elite, Sean straightened his posture. The 4 major factions and the Big Circle are far more formidable than I, a solitary figure. Why choose me? Lu Xiankai harbored no doubts regarding Sean's words, aware that there was no incentive for him to deceive in matters that could be swiftly validated. His current uncertainty lay in Sean's motivations. Precisely because you are a solitary figure, Sean inclined his body, you would not dismantle the bridge after crossing it. Do you believe I shall prevail? Lu Xiankai's ambition to become the king of Chai one was no secret, thus Sean's wager on him was hardly surprising. They were merely wolves, while you are a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Sean's gaze traversed Lu Xiankai's meticulously sculpted muscles. And you managed to exit the den of the killer unscathed after snapping off Brother Chong's arm. Therein lies the opportunity for victory. You are an astute individual, and I have an affinity for clever minds. Lu Xiankai nodded, bestowing upon Sean genuine respect for the first time. The man extended his hand. Amidst the astonished stares of the other inmates, a hand, calloused and knotted, clasped another that was long and fair. Join me for lunch. Lu Xiankai gestured for Sean to sit upon a nearby stone bench, his tone commanding. Observe how I take life. Chapter 42, A Mouthful of Knives. Hands full of bells. In the vast expanse of the world, nothing surpasses the importance of a meal. Chaiwan prison may be rife with bullying, corruption, rampant contraband, and exploitation of labor, devoid of human rights. These are the criticisms hurled from the outside. Yet, one aspect stands out. This prison epitomizes the industry standard, particularly regarding its dining environment and quality. The inmates yield substantial profits and are sufficiently formidable. Thus, ensuring they are well-fed is a requisite strategy for maintaining order. Moreover, this serves as the optimal means for the Chaiwan administration to cleanse its image. Any journalist seeking to document the prison will be escorted to this nearly 3,000 square meter dining hall, replete with an ample array of food. The external narrative is rife with falsehoods. The profits we generate each year are utilized to enhance the lives of these individuals. The warden will eloquently address the cameras, confident that this imagery suffices to address all concerns. Naturally, the warden will never mention the countless violent encounters that have transpired in this seemingly pristine and bright establishment. King of Hell. The young worker responsible for serving the meals regarded the expressionless figure before him with an air of deference, deftly ladling a generous portion of meat onto Lu Xiankai's plate, selecting the most visually appealing fruits to accompany it. Lu Xiankai's overflowing plate incited envy among the onlookers. Not everyone is afforded such lavish treatment from the kitchen staff. Prior to Lu Xiankai's arrival, only the leaders of the 4 major factions and Li Jindong, the Big Circle's head, had enjoyed such privilege. After all, the quantity of meat is finite. The more others consume, the less remains for those unable to secure their share. With Lu Xiankai's presence, the meat on the plates of others now appeared lamentably scarce. Tomorrow, there will be steak and fried chicken. The young worker, noticing Lu Xiankai's unwavering gaze, lowered his voice further. Brother Kai, please don't pressure me. I promise to save the choicest cuts for you tomorrow. Were you once a sparrow? Lu Xiankai finally spoke, observing the young worker's anxious expression. Sparrow, a term specific to the southern underworld of the empire, designates a pickpocket. However, not every pickpocket earns this title. Only the most skilled thieves, who have never faltered in hundreds of thefts, can lay claim to such a name. Only by becoming a sparrow can one pilfer from the fields without detection. It is said to be the original words of the king of sparrows, Situme. Indeed, king of hell. The young worker hesitated, but ultimately nodded in affirmation. I once worked with Brother Jinbua in West Kowloon. A mouth full of knives, hands full of bells. Lucien Kai remained undeterred, casually tossing an apple from his plate into the air with nonchalance, as if leisurely strolling through a market, utterly unconcerned that lunchtime permitted only 30 minutes for dining. Fortuitously, Lucien Kai's reputation was sufficiently intimidating. Otherwise, the inmates behind him would have already begun to stir restlessly. With 4 knives concealed in his mouth and 7 bells on his hands, the young man's expression grew somewhat tense, yet he dutifully provided an answer. What does it mean? Sean, unfamiliar with the underworld jargon, curiously lowered his voice and inquired of the hamster boy. The sparrow refers to a pickpocket, and their weapon of choice is a blade. Despite his youth, the hamster boy was already a seasoned figure in these matters. He whispered in explanation, revealing that their blades are typically hidden beneath their tongues, only to emerge when the time calls for action. It is said that the most formidable sparrows can conceal up to 9 blades beneath their tongues. Why conceal so many? Sean still looked bewildered. A blade that can slice through your clothing can just as easily sever your throat. The hamster boy smirked, explaining that the young man was affiliated with Jinbua, whose leader, Brother Chi, had once killed 9 people in Causeway Bay. This was a fact known to all. Sean gasped in astonishment. What do the bells signify? Unable to suppress his curiosity, Sean posed a second question. The essence of being a sparrow lies in having swift hands. The hamster boy did not disappoint. He swiftly replied that these individuals practice their techniques using a binding adorned with bells. The young man claimed to possess 7 bells, indicating that he could pilfer everything from others without causing even 1 bell to ring. Impressive, Sean thought, casting a look at the seemingly simple-minded young man. His eyes filled with disbelief. Impressive? The hamster boy shook his head, stating that for a true sparrow, the minimum standard is to have 16 bells. He still had much to learn. However, if his skills were sharper, he would not have been caught. Just as the hamster boy and Sean were conversing, Lucien Kai uttered the most crucial statement. No wonder you were tasked with serving food today. Lucien Kai flashed a particularly menacing smile at the young man, asking if the slight tremor in his wrist earlier belonged to the sparrow faction. What did you put in my food? The young man's expression immediately shifted. He had never anticipated that his prideful skill would be recognized by this deadly figure before him. Brother Yin, I don't understand what you're saying. The young man bit his lip tightly, hoping to bluff Lucien Kai into believing he had fully seen through his technique, which was his pride. After all, this very technique had once earned praise from Brother Chi himself. Eat it, or I will kill you. Lucien Kai revealed his familiar brutality, coldly gesturing toward the beef on his plate. This is against the rules. The young man slowly retreated, 5 meters away from the kitchen door, where 2 law enforcement officers stood to maintain order. What if Brother Yin is ruthless? The young man thought that Lucien Kai, having spent 6 months in confinement, would surely not wish to kill such a minor character in front of the officers. Thus, he believed he still had a chance to escape. If you won't eat, I'll force it down your throat. Lucien Kai suddenly flicked his wrist, sending the apple he had been toying with soaring precisely like a shooting star, striking the overhead camera. In an instant, he leapt like a cheetah. The young man's reflexes were quick. As Lucien Kai threw the fruit, he had already turned to flee. But he could never have anticipated such astounding speed. Just as he took his second step, darkness enveloped him. Lucien Kai's cold, merciless face appeared before him. The man executed a motion reminiscent of a boxing duck, then forcefully twisted his shoulder, sending the young man flying, crashing heavily onto the food distribution table. The movement was boxing-inspired, yet the force was entirely derived from the principles of Cine 12 styles. With each rise and fall, every breath driven by the strength of his waist, legs, and spine, the young man with 7 bells had been rendered utterly defenseless. The system's martial arts training, coupled with Lucien Kai's astonishing innate talent, meant that his understanding of martial arts advanced by leaps and bounds each day. Chapter 43. Coincidence? Accident? The wisdom of the ancients is truly unfathomable. Their understanding of bodily movement has reached its zenith. Compared to boxing and Muay Thai, the power generation in Cine 12 styles is far more intricate, engaging a greater array of muscles and bones. Amid the fearful gazes of onlookers, the young man who had crashed onto the food distribution table lay seemingly unconscious, showing no signs of struggle to rise. None could comprehend the intricacies of Lucien Kai's earlier strike. At the very moment of impact against the young man's chest, Lucien Kai's right index finger discreetly and swiftly pressed against his Shan Zhong acupuncture point. Lucien Kai had mastered his control over strength. If the system's data was accurate, this pressure would render the young man completely limp and incapable of rising for several seconds. What are you doing? The assassin Hong reprimanded the few officers who had drawn their stun guns, intending to subdue Lucien Kai. Chen Hong, leisurely lighting a cigarette, even wore a knowing smile. Recognizing that this madman, having been locked away for so long, naturally needed to vent his frustrations. Once the anger subsided, things would settle down. With a wave of his hand to his subordinates, Chunhong jested that if prisons could hire prostitutes, he could guarantee that all desperate criminals would become soft-shell shrimp. The officers chuckled sycophantically at Chunhong's joke. Lu Xiankai approached the young man, casually grasping his jaw, causing him to open his mouth wide. If there's no issue, why are you running? Lu Xiankai began shoving the lunch from the plate into the young man's mouth. What? Don't you like to eat? The young man's mouth was stuffed full of beef, his eyes wide with terror. He desperately tried to use his tongue to expel the food, now laced with enough sedative to incapacitate a cow, but Lu Xiankai employed a particularly peculiar technique, leaving him no room to resist. With a squeeze and a shove, the beef was forced down his throat, while Lu Xiankai continued to stuff more in, prompting the young man to swallow frantically to avoid choking. You are a sparrow, yet not a doctor. After ensuring the young man had completely swallowed the food, Lu Xiankai wiped his hands on the young man's clothing and leaned down to whisper in his ear, Do you know why sevoflurane, this anesthetic, has been banned? The young man, wide-eyed in dread, shook his head frantically. Because it is highly toxic, an overdose can lead to central nervous system issues, and in severe cases, it can be fatal. Lu Xiankai's smile appeared particularly menacing in the young man's eyes. At that moment, he truly felt that Lu Xiankai was the king of hell controlling his life and death. I don't know how much you administered, but if it's too much, you might still have a chance to survive if you vomit it out now. Lu Xiankai firmly pressed down on the young man, who was regaining his strength and attempting to struggle, while laying out his terms. If he wanted to live, he needed to tell him everything. The Chihu from Shinji sent me to do this. Ahei and the others will make their move shortly. In the face of life and death, terror loomed large. The young man who knew how much sevoflurane he had made in these foods really spoke up without hesitation. He pointed to the direction he had just noticed in the crowd, which was that these people wanted me to administer the medicine. Great, you have a chance to survive. Lu Xiankai released the young man, who immediately vomited desperately. It wasn't until then that Chen Xiong, who had already understood everything, lazily spoke up and fell to the ground. Lu Xiankai's reaction speed is very fast. He obediently lay down first, and then grinned at Big Chihu, who had a pale face. I don't know whose way you're looking for, but this drug can be very serious if it goes to prison. You've played with it too much. Don't talk nonsense. Chen Xiong pretended to handcuff Lu Xiankai and lowered his voice, indicating that he was following the path of Hiyong. This was a good opportunity. A chance to kick Hiyong out. Lu Xiankai immediately understood Chen Xiong's meaning. There are two captains in Stanley Prison. Although Hiyong is only a deputy and has to obey Chen Xiong's orders from his position, he is the warden's confidant and a pawn used by the warden to balance the dominance of Chen Xiong's family. So Chen Xiong is trying to borrow a knife to kill. Do you want me to make things bigger? Lu Xiankai's voice was also very low. So when you take me away later, you will specifically pass by those people in Shinji, and I will tell them the consequences of doing so. At most 1 month. I guarantee that you will come out. After a few seconds of contemplation, Chen Xiong made a promise that it would be best for you to take advantage of this opportunity to harm the trading man of Shinji. Without him, the hamster boy could take over Shinji's business, which would benefit both of us. The angle chosen during the conversation between the two was very good, and no one noticed that Killer Xiong and Yin Wang Zai had reached a consensus within a few seconds. There is something to report. 9521. I will tell you who is the manager of this prison. Chen Xiong rudely lifted Lu Xiankai, whose hands were handcuffed, from the ground. His voice was particularly loud. I will take those foods to the laboratory, but now you can go to the detention room for me first. The prisoners watching were standing in 2 rows in a very orderly manner, and just as they passed by Shinji Daikyu, Chen Xiong opened his hands, tightly twisting Lu Xiankai's arms. And in that moment, Lu Xian started moving. No one could have imagined that a Yama with a backhand and handcuffs still had such fierce combat power, including Brother Daikyu. Chihu, who was lost in thought, didn't even react, and was already stuck in front of him by Lu Xiankai. 1 drill, 1 fall, 1 pounce. Lu Xiankai's hands, even handcuffed behind his back, showed no movement. His bones and muscles were completely twisted into a rope, and then his shoulders sank, and he suddenly gave a forceful impact. Bang! In the clear and audible sound of physical impact, the latter immediately flew out like being hit by a truck of several tens of tons. The world of rivers and lakes is treacherous. Lu Xiankai is no longer the physically gifted and outstanding playboy of his predecessor. He is cunning and will not trust anyone, even Chen Xiong, who already has an agreement with him. Originally, with his current skills and strength, he was able to forcefully smash Daikyu Ji's ribs and heart with this Iron Mountain-like movement, but he still added a spinning technique. It is exactly the same as Lu Xiankai's prediction. Chihu, who had completely lost his balance in the air, hit the tip of a dining table with his temple just as he fell. Dark red blood splattered from Chihu Ji's temple, until he fell into darkness. Chihu probably didn't know if he had died by accident or if Lu Xiankai had unimaginable power to control everything. Chapter 44. Scorpions wagging their tails. Chihu is not considered a very strong martial arts figure, and even in the eyes of the left hand, he is not a qualified big brother. But that's the left hand. It is the left hand that turns North Point into a uniform, and the left hand that can fight back and forth with the fierce madman who has the title of the first red stick in the 50 years of Hong Kong City. In the eyes of ordinary people, Chihu can be considered a rather frightening presence. At a height of over 1.8 meters, he is as fat and robust as a wild boar, especially with a full face of beard and triangular eyes, which is really intimidating. But it was such a big guy who was forcefully hit by the King of Hell and flew up. And the visual impact of this scene can be described as astonishing. For a moment, everyone's gaze followed Big Chihu's figure. When they saw Tegu brothers splashing dark red behind the corner of the table, everyone gasped in surprise. And just as everyone's attention was focused on Big Chihu, Lu Xiankai did not stop his jaw-dropping attack. His goal is very clear, which is the most loyal little brother on his left hand. The black old man who was deliberately imprisoned to avenge his left hand. That's what the younger generation calls ahe. Squat down and sweep. Lu Xiankai made an action that was absolutely impossible to do in a street fight. Click. When Lu Xian kicked He Guzai's calf with full force, he made a crisp bone-cracking sound. Then, amidst He Guzai's fierce and high-pitched cries of pain, Lu Xian kicked his left leg into the air, using his right leg to support his body. He looked like a huge scorpion wagging its tail. The killing power of this move, which only appears in martial arts performance routines, made He Guzai understand why Lu Xiankai could actually kill his boss's left hand, who was like a war god in his mind. Lu Xiankai's left leg kicked heavily like a scorpion's venomous hook into the back of the head of He Guzai, who stumbled and fell to the ground. This kick of Willow first released 7 force components. He is not being lenient. Firstly, because Lu Xiankai believes that Chen Xiong may not be able to handle the negative impact of killing 2 people in a row, and secondly, because he shows respect. Although He Guzai wanted to kill himself, in Lu Xiankai's opinion, He Guzai's friendship in this deceitful world was also rare. So, driven by the other party's loyalty, he left 3 parts of affection. The 3 parts of affection given by men are the loyalty and righteousness shown by He Guzai. However, the inherent ferocity of Lu Xiankai allowed him to completely kick out the rising star, He Guzai, who was also considered the #1 character in Shinji, even though he did not kill him, because Lu Xiankai knew the consequences of severe damage to the back of the head. With his strength, He Guzai can no longer engage in any heavy physical activities after regaining consciousness. Even any emotional excitement could make him dizzy and faint. The fierce and ferocious performance of Lu Xiankai, who had knocked down 2 people in a row, made the other members of the new team gasp in surprise. For a moment, no one dared to counterattack Lu Xiankai. Even the other notorious thugs in prison, known for their ferocity, took a tacit step back. However, Lu Xiankai has no intention of stopping. He still has one target left, the trading guy. In prison, there are many middlemen who work as brokers to earn the meager wages of prisoners. And the trading guy has always monopolized the business of a commodity, relying on the power of Shinji. And this product is precisely one of the most profitable goods in prison. Then let's talk about the Smurfs. A blue pill, in Lu Xiankai's memory of receiving it. The effect of this pill should be similar to the methamphetamine he once had in time and space. In this temporal realm, the corruption of the empire has reached a staggering level. So much so that it is difficult for the common populace to fathom the audacity with which a substance as insidious as smuff is being brazenly trafficked within the confines of a prison. Clearly, Chen Xiong is eager to seize control of this lucrative channel, and he intends to wield Lu Xiankai, the sharpest of blades, to usurp the dominion that XING has maintained for a decade. Lu Xiankai does not dismiss this opportunity. He understands that, until he has mastered the art of facing firearms without trepidation, forming alliances is the most effective means to accomplish the task assigned to him by the system, becoming the king of Chihu. Unbeknownst to him, the trade boy, who is the next target of the King of Hell, continues to retreat. Although he has found a measure of success within the prison walls, backed by XING, he is acutely aware that he has never been a fighter. In fact, before his incarceration, the man known as Zhou Tong had scarcely wielded a blade. Were it not for his financial troubles that led to his imprisonment, his astute mind and financial acumen, which set him apart from other thugs, would not have afforded him such a prominent position, one clearly orchestrated by the upper echelons of the gang. Thus, upon witnessing Lu Xiankai's violent outburst, Zhou Tong immediately resolved to distance himself from this madman. However, his attempts to retreat were futile as Lu Xiankai lunged forward with remarkable swiftness. After delivering a kick that rendered the black thug a mere shell of his former self, Lu Xiankai's left leg elegantly rolled into position before Zhou Tong. "Stay out of this, big shot," Zhou Tong exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. unable to comprehend that someone of the King of Hell's stature would target his minor antics. Bang! Lu Xiankai did not afford him the luxury of further speech. With a leg strike that resonated with a chilling whistle, he struck Zhou Tong in the chest, causing the latter to curl into a shrimp-like posture, gradually collapsing onto the ground. At that moment, Chun Xiong seemed to awaken from a stupor, bellowing in fury. "Seize that lunatic!" As Chun Xiong's command echoed, two officers who had already pounced into action swiftly drew their stun guns and pulled the triggers. Lu Xiankai was acutely aware that the officers would resort to using stun guns, whether for theatrics or to appease their superiors, before he could make a move. He did not fear the outcome. Rather, he was intrigued. Although the system was somewhat cold-hearted, the likelihood of the term eradicate appearing in green letters was not negligible. Yet, Lu Xiankai had to concede that the contraptions provided by this damned system were indeed remarkable. He was curious to see how his modestly developed martial arts would fare against such a technological invention. Lu Xiankai acknowledged that he had underestimated this technological marvel. As the two needles pierced through the thin fabric of his prison uniform, he could distinctly feel the superficiality of the punctures. Clearly, the impact of the stun gun was considerably less damaging to him than it would be to an ordinary individual. However, the subsequent surge of 50,000 volts coursing through him made Lu Xiankai acutely aware of his vulnerabilities. The excruciating pain radiating from his central nervous system compelled even this robust man, as fierce as a beast, to let out a primal roar. Chapter 45. Does admiration require justification? Without engaging in unnecessary resistance, Lu Xiankai, having gauged the potential harm of the 50,000 volts, promptly collapsed to the ground. To deceive all present, he exaggeratedly convulsed, appearing to be in considerable agony. His performance was commendable, at least to those watching. It seemed as though even a formidable figure like the King of Hell could not withstand the effects of the stun gun, while only Sean, standing at the back of the crowd, appeared deep in thought. A true financial elite possesses the ability to discern issues from the minutiae. Sean, who ascended to the K3 level before the age of 30, had once identified a regional financial crisis from a seemingly trivial detail, a single observation that transformed his destiny. He not only helped the Empire's fourth-largest investment bank, the illustrious Chilan Fund, amass billions in profit, but he also emerged as a sought-after financial prodigy. Today, he once again recognized the terrifying aspects of the King of Hell. This man, who seemed to rely solely on brute force in the eyes of others, possessed an insidious cunning that eluded everyone else. Sean had witnessed the power of a stun gun before. In the inherently predatory realm of finance, there was never a shortage of individuals seeking employment at investment firms. Although the King of Hell appeared to behave similarly, his movements were too rhythmic and methodical. This starkly contrasted with those who had been incapacitated before. Why? Sean had no intention of exposing the King of Hell's ruse, yet he pondered the man's motives. Was it a display of weakness? But why feign weakness? Sean found himself perplexed. After all, if a person were so formidable as to be impervious to a stun gun, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the ranks of the prisoners. Sean believed that Lu Xiankai must surely comprehend the significant advantage such a display would grant him in becoming the king of Chihu. Yet, the King of Hell still chose to perform an act of submission. As Sean stroked his slightly unshaven chin, a sudden epiphany struck him, leading to a startling theory. The King of Hell harbored plans for escape. Thus, he was deceiving the guards into believing they could control him with their technological weaponry. Sean surmised that even if the King of Hell had no immediate escape plan, the notion was undoubtedly swirling in his mind. 120 years. This was the sentence imposed upon the King of Hell, a duration that effectively amounted to a death sentence. Could someone as defiant and arrogant as he remain content within such a confined space? Even if he were to become the king of Chihu, what would it matter? He would still be a king confined to a minuscule domain. Sean's eyes gleamed with newfound determination. He might appear somewhat meek in the face of violence, but his intrinsic gambling nature was undeniable. Otherwise, he would not have engaged in such audacious maneuvers in numerous financial transactions, engaging in deep synergies and altering plans. Sean too wished to escape this wretched place. He had a daughter and a devoted wife. He longed to uncover who had conspired against him and to flee with his family to the Federation or another small nation to live out their days. However, escaping this prison alone was utterly impossible. Thus, his only chance lay with Lu Xiankai. How could he persuade Lu Xiankai to take him along? The answer was simple: become a person of value, someone who could assist him, whether within or beyond the prison walls. If he could establish himself as an indispensable collaborator to the King of Hell, everything would naturally fall into place. The once bustling dining hall had returned to a state of tranquility. A dozen medical personnel entered, while members of various gangs, chiding one another as they resumed their meals, cast varying expressions at the scene of the formidable De Chio being carried away. Why do I feel that after Lu Xiankai killed the left-handed man, he has become even more terrifying? Did this madman practice combat during his time in solitary confinement? Truly a lunatic. Li Gu, also a thug by upbringing, recognized the sheer horror represented by Lu Xiankai's swift and lethal movements akin to a predator. He had only been out for a few days, yet so many had already perished. This rascal would undoubtedly seek him out for collaboration. As Brother Gu chewed the unappetizing beef, his gaze drifted towards the corpulent figure of Fat Cow, who had taken over the position of the formidable big brother from the 14K. The gravity of the situation was mirrored in Fat Cow's expression, and the two men's eyes met only briefly before averting. Within the confines of the prison, the leaders of various factions had reached a tacit understanding. The madman known as the King of Hell would inevitably seek out every individual. For to reach heights that even the likes of the infamous Nine could not attain, he must compel all to bow in submission. The leaders of the four major factions had become prime targets of this lunatic. With the demise of Big Brother Daikyu and the astonishing defeat of the formidable Black Guzi, who fell to the King of Hell's 3 strikes while handcuffed, an air of precariousness enveloped the others. In the realm of the underworld, especially in Chihu, where the use of firearms was prohibited, the might of one's fists reigned supreme. The formidable prowess of Lu Xiankai had instilled a sense of despair within these ruthless individuals for the very first time in their lives. In the ensuing days, following the announcement of Lu Xiankai's solitary confinement for a month, a calmness settled once more. Nevertheless, numerous changes had silently begun to take shape. The most significant alteration was the inconspicuous hamster, who had assumed control of the trade operations. When Chun Xiong subtly proposed this decision to the major factions, not a single soul dared to oppose him. Even the typically haughty Li Jindong remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. It was a widely accepted notion that Hamster was a staunch henchman of the Mad King of Hell. Eliminating a hamster would pose no challenge. Each of the assembled leaders possessed the means to do so. The true difficulty lay in enduring the wrath of the lunatic Lu Xiankai. No one could withstand it. Finding another small-time broker like Hamster would be effortless for Lu Xiankai, but each individual had but one life to lose. The grotesque image of Big Brother Daikyu's head, resembling a smashed watermelon, lingered vividly in everyone's minds, and they were unwilling to engage in a life-and-death struggle with the King of Hell over such a minor figure. This realization brought immense satisfaction to Qin Xiong. His recent collaboration with Lu Xiankai had yielded considerable benefits. He swiftly leveraged his connections within the judicial system to eliminate his greatest rival, Deputy Captain Hiyong, under the guise of a narcotics incident. Shortly thereafter, he received dividends from Lin Kuan outside the prison. Lin Kuan had long been the supplier of contraband within Chihu prison, and as one of the 4 major drug lords in Hong Kong, he was well informed. On the very night following the demise of the trade broker, an early month's dividend along with narcotics had quietly been placed into Chun Xiong's trunk by Lin Kuan's right-hand man, Ollie. In high spirits, Chun Xiong remained oblivious to another shift occurring within the prison, the hearts of the inmates. Now, whenever the name of the King of Hell was mentioned, the expressions and eyes of the prisoners reflected a peculiar subtlety. Alongside fear, there was a hint of reverence. Previously, when discussing the King of Hell, most members of the factions within the prison exhibited hostility and disdain. After all, no one believed that a single individual could contend with all the factions. Lu Xiankai had been branded a murderous lunatic, yet now impressive, had become the prevailing sentiment among the majority of inmates. Clearly, when an individual's martial prowess transcends that of others, the fear they instill transforms into admiration. In a world governed by the law of the jungle, the act of idolizing someone requires little justification. Chapter 46. The Deification Plan? Equality is a notion absent from the moment of birth. Many may not share this belief. And it is not just humans. Even deities are not exempt from hierarchies of power and status. But how is power and status attained? Sean had his own answer to this question, seizing every opportunity to rise with the tide. Sean was a sufficiently astute inmate, possessing both education and experience that set him apart in this environment. It was precisely this acumen that allowed him to keenly observe the subtle shift in the inmates' attitudes towards Lu Xiankai, the King of Hell. Consequently, he took the liberty of orchestrating an initiative, a surprising move that would sufficiently demonstrate his capabilities. Sean spread a rumor. Or perhaps it would be more accurate to say he guided the subconscious thoughts of many. We are finished. The factions have abandoned us, and society no longer accepts us. Why must we continue to fight amongst ourselves? Perhaps having the King of Hell unify the factions isn't such a bad thing. At the very least, we wouldn't have to perish due to the conflicts among the big bosses, and we could survive to see our families and loved ones. Somehow, these words began to circulate. The effect was remarkable. In many instances, members of smaller factions began to refer to Lu Xiankai as the leader of the prison's factions in hushed conversations. Moreover, the number of individuals endorsing this notion continued to grow. The leaders of the 4 major factions were furious. Unfortunately for them, Sean had been exceedingly cautious. which resulted in the faction head's earnest attempts to uncover the mastermind behind the scheme, ending in futility. After all, these men, whose minds were steeped in the experiences of violence, could scarcely fathom that a seemingly soft individual in their midst had stealthily eroded their very foundation. The world has always favored the clever. While Sean was engaged in this endeavor, he stumbled upon a curious observation. Lu Xiankai's confinement in solitary was actually quite beneficial for establishing his formidable and enigmatic image among the inmates. A beast perpetually imprisoned in the deepest recesses of the prison, poised to kill upon release. Sean regarded Hamster with an expression reminiscent of his own spirited days at Chihu Investment, a visage that embodied terror, crime, and mystery. While ordinary people outside might recoil from such a figure, within the prison, it symbolized absolute strength and fearsome power. Brother Ge had always been formidable and undeniably terrifying. But was this a good thing? Hamster appeared befuddled, echoing Sean's assessment. From this perspective, despite Hamster's successful business dealings, he could hardly be deemed a talent. It is indeed a good thing. In a place that recognizes only violence, mystery, and fear can generate greater personal adulation, Sean asserted with conviction. He had studied psychology. And from that standpoint, the reasons for personal worship generally boil down to a few key points. First, individuals project their desires, fears, or needs onto the one they idolize. Does the king of hell possess such qualifications? Certainly. Lu Xiankai's unrestrained and arrogant demeanor resonates deeply with these desperate souls who seek strength. As for his propensity for violence, this only serves to provide them with an indescribable sense of fulfillment when they identify with Lu Xiankai's persona. The second point is that a profound emotional bond must exist between the worshipper and the idolized. The idol can derive power from the worshipper, who craves the sensation of being controlled. I wish to meet the king of hell, Sean declared to the bewildered Hamster when he felt the moment was ripe for his request. I am aware that you can now converse with the formidable killer, and this situation will be immensely advantageous for both you and me in the eyes of King Yen. After much contemplation, Hamster ultimately acquiesced. Thus, on the 17th day of Lu Xiankai's incarceration, the individual delivering meals at the imposing Iron Gate transformed into Sean. This is how events transpired. Yet for the forthcoming deification scheme, I require your cooperation, King Yen. After Sean nervously recounted his actions, he expressed an opinion that left Lu Xiankai profoundly astonished. A deification scheme? Lu Xiankai was taken aback, and for the first time, he genuinely regarded Sean with significance. Originally, Lu Xiankai's plan was straightforward and ruthlessly brutal. It entailed subduing everyone one by one. At that point, he would naturally ascend to the throne of the prison. With the system's backing, he had never doubted his potential for failure. Consequently, he had never contemplated alternative approaches. Sean's suggestion illuminated a new pathway for Lu Xiankai, one that would mitigate unnecessary risks while significantly conserving time. What do you want me to do? Lu Xiankai inquired slowly. Whether it was an illusion or due to the weight of the iron door, his voice resonated with a particularly ominous depth, causing Sean, despite his preparations, to involuntarily shiver. Soon after, a flicker of wild joy appeared on Sean's face. If he, as Lu Xiankai's subordinate, could still harbor such fear of the man behind the iron door, then the perceptions of others would surely be even more drenched in terror. Do not assume that fear is merely a negative term. The innate human instinct reveres the strong. Even the terrifying presence of the demon king Satan has never lacked followers. You need to create a significant uproar, allowing your legend to echo through the prison with an even greater sense of dread, Sean proposed. How about you cause a commotion? As he spoke, Sean could not resist reaching out to touch the rusted iron door before him. Tales of inhuman strength would compel many to worship you entirely. Unconsciously, Sean began to address Lu Xiankai with honorifics. Very well, Lu Xiankai mused, providing his response. No one knows what Sean and Lu Xiankai discussed during this encounter. Yet from that day forth, a legend began to circulate within the prison, a tale concerning the depths of Chihu prison, known to all inmates as the hellish solitary confinement room. Chapter 47, a television show? Is deification difficult? Not at all, at least from Sean's perspective. Success is half achieved by performing the right actions at the appropriate moments. The remaining tasks hinge upon two pivotal points. The first is to effectively leverage the rumors surrounding Lu Xiankai. Although everyone is aware that rumors cease with the wise, how many can genuinely discern truth from falsehood? This is not Sean's arrogance, but rather a conclusion drawn from history. The annals of the past, spanning 7 millennia, are replete with countless lies. And it is these very falsehoods that have propelled numerous tyrants to greatness. The second aspect is human nature. The innate desire for expression, combined with the tendency to exaggerate, will render Lu Xiankai's image into an entity that none dare to oppose. The saying 3 men make a tiger exemplifies how collective belief can solidify his standing. Sean offered Lu Xiankai a rather peculiar yet straightforward suggestion. Simply make your existence known. Through the heavy iron door, Sean lowered his voice. Noting that human imagination is boundlessly rich, let them envision whatever they will. I understand how to proceed, Lu Xiankai responded thoughtfully. Thus, from that day forward, every night at the witching hour, the depths of Chihu prison would reverberate with tremendous crashing sounds. Bang, bang, bang. The noise was deep and resonant, akin to a legendary beast battering against its confines. The faint echoes, coupled with the howling winds outside, often roused sleeping inmates from their dreams, enveloping them in an indescribable sense of oppression. It is that killer, Yin Wang. This was the immediate conclusion many inmates reached upon awakening, identifying the source of the sound. What could create such a cacophony? What is he doing? These were the questions lingering in many minds. The source of the noise was that iron door. Naturally, some would proudly proclaim an answer, albeit their pride was solely derived from their extensive tenure within the prison. Yet, humans are peculiar. When given the opportunity to boast, they often embellish and exaggerate, leading to ever more exaggerated tales over time. In the initial days, the versions of the crashing sounds were quite mundane. That lunatic Yin Wang is banging against the iron door. What a joke. That door is a full foot thick. How could it possibly be breached? However, as time passed, the rumors morphed into something entirely unrecognizable. Deep within Chihu prison resided a murderous fiend resembling a demon. This individual reveled in slaying during his sleep, and none could withstand his wrath, hence his confinement. To contain this Yin Wang, the door's thickness was purportedly increased to 3 feet. 3 feet couldn't he hold him? You know, just last night, I saw the guards reinforcing that terrifying solitary confinement cell. They say the 3-foot iron door has already warped, and they plan to increase it to 5 feet. Lu Xiankai remained oblivious to the increasingly absurd rumors circulating about him. His reputation had become remarkably bizarre. Many trembled in fear at the mere thought of him, while a curious faction inexplicably became his most fervent admirers. Nevertheless, Lu Xiankai was indifferent to all of this. He continued to toil away like an ascetic, honing his physique, warming up, practicing the flexibility and resilience of his joints, utilizing the impact of the heavy iron door in the solitary confinement cell to shape and torment his muscles. Following this, he engaged in weight training, stretching, and exercises to enhance his balance and flexibility. Upon completing these routines, Lu Xiankai did not rest. He diligently practiced the various techniques and force applications prescribed by the system for the 12 intentions. Throughout this training, Lu Xiankai sensed that once he fully integrated these 12 techniques, his combat capabilities would ascend to an unimaginable level for an ordinary person. This regimen placed significant strain on his body. Fortunately, Hamster had secured the smuff business, while the profits were modest. The daily supply of bitter medications still allowed him to rejuvenate his spirit. Days passed, and Lu Xiankai's demeanor grew increasingly tranquil. The practice of the 12 intentions transformed him. He shed the previous ferocity and embraced a newfound calmness. Just one day before Lu Xiankai was to be released, an unexpected occurrence transpired. The elusive Chun Xiong stood at the threshold of the solitary confinement cell. Open the door. The potency of rumors is indeed astonishing. Although Chun Xiong understood that the notion of a 3-foot-thick iron door was sheer nonsense, gazing at the rusted marks left by Lu Xiankai's impact on the 1-foot-thick door still caused him to gasp inwardly. Are they letting me out ahead of schedule? After spending an extended period in this place, where no gaze is ever visible, Lu Xiankai's skin has become extraordinarily pale, and this unhealthy pallor, when paired with his chiseled muscles, gives him an otherworldly appearance. Chun Xiong surprisingly averted his eyes from Lu Xiankai. No, it is your sentence that must be extended. Perhaps fearing that Lu Xiankai might erupt in violence, Chun Xiong instinctively took a half-step back before continuing. This is the warden's directive. Reason? Lu Xiankai's expression remained tranquil, betraying no hint of emotion. Because of a damned television program, because of a damned female host. Chun Xiong's expression darkened, having tasted the profits from the Smurfs. His ambition had grown exponentially. Originally, Chun Xiong's plan was to leverage Lu Xiankai's lethal reputation to seize control over another lucrative sector within the prison once Lu was released. But this wretched program had derailed his plans. Moreover, according to the information he had received, this program was likely to run for 2 to 3 months. How much would that cost him? A television program? A female host? A rare look of confusion flickered across Lu Xiankai's typically impassive face. This was a prison. What relevance did the entertainment industry hold? Ratings and votes, Chun Xiong replied. The warden recognizes you as a dangerous individual, hence his intention to detain you for a longer period. Naturally, he is also reluctant for you to cause greater troubles in the future due to resentment. So he intends to compensate you in other ways. For instance, your share from the most expensive medications will be reduced by 30%. Chun Xiong's voice dropped to a whisper. Chapter 48, The Leader of the Jade Maiden Sect. The prison is a world unto itself, while the outside realm constitutes another. The inmates, devoid of a tomorrow, are indifferent to who might become the next governing official of the harbor city. For them, it matters not who ascends, as all election promises and welfare pledges are mere nonsense. From the perspective of the prisoners, rather than concern themselves with such trivial matters, they would prefer to contemplate whether they can procure an additional piece of meat for their lunch. The indifference of the inmates does not imply that the outside world shares the same sentiment. The world is rife with coincidences. In this harbor city, two persistent social issues are dubbed as chronic ailments. The first concerns the elderly's pension, while the second pertains to gang-related matters. On this island of nearly 30 million inhabitants, there exist hundreds of gangs, with official statistics indicating that there are as many as 3 million individuals with gang affiliations. This suggests that 1 in every 10 people possesses such an identity. This ratio is astonishing. The harbor city resembles a dark forest of steel and concrete, where humanity's warmth is notably scarce. The gap between rich and poor is vast, and the pathway for the lower class to ascend is exceedingly narrow for a significant majority. A lifetime of toil may not even afford them a modest abode that shields them from the elements. In such a grand environment, many young individuals inevitably stray onto the wrong path when faced with a lack of opportunities. As the economic situation grows increasingly dire, this trend intensifies. In households where parents lack the time to attend to their children's psychological issues, this trend has begun to permeate downward. In recent years, incidents of extortion, knife assaults, robbery, and bullying have surged within various junior and senior high schools in the harbor city. How impressive! Why bother with education? I can simply beat up anyone I dislike and not be bullied. What use is studying? Attending university merely depletes family finances, and ultimately one ends up with a job that pays a meager salary. I might as well join a gang. Not only can I earn money, but many beautiful women will admire me too. This was an unexpected response from many students during a street interview concerning the dangers of gang affiliation. This response sparked significant societal repercussions. The pursuit of popularity and viewership has always been the media's goal and the quickest to react. The harbor city's largest television network, Jade Television, immediately sprang into action. The executives at Jade Television swiftly resolved to create a program titled Metamorphosis. In this show, they would seek out rebellious youths to enter prison for rehabilitation, allowing the entire youth population to witness the harsh realities of gang involvement. They aim to enlighten these irreverent youths that gang affiliation does not come with the adulation and prestige they envision, but rather leads to the calamity of imprisonment and a life devoid of freedom, a brutal existence marked by bloody conflicts. To generate greater interest, the program's host was selected to be the illustrious Joe Muron, a multi-talented star who has achieved considerable success in film, television, and music over recent years. Initially, Joe Muron was reluctant to cross into hosting this program. However, at this moment, the harbor city government was undergoing a reshuffle, and one candidate, Lu Ming, recognized that this topic could garner him votes. Thus, under the banner of supporting the youth, this program was ultimately confirmed. Consequently, Jade Television promptly commenced a vigorous casting and promotional campaign. The media's relentless pursuit of sensationalism is well known. The prison originally designated was merely an ordinary facility. Yet to attract more attention, Stanley Prison naturally became the prime choice. Indeed, no other prison could rival Stanley in terms of allure. Over the years, rumors have transformed Stanley Prison into a place perceived by the harbor city's populace as akin to hell. In the minds of ordinary citizens, this prison is filled with deranged killers and fugitives, shrouded in an aura of mystery. Naturally, the harbor city's most infamous and ruthless Stanley Prison entered their sights. The strikingly red-haired female host, the most likely candidate for election, and the most enigmatic prison combined to create an irresistible allure. Thus, a program that had yet to air astonishingly achieved a projected viewership rating of 27%, a feat even the most popular national drama struggled to attain. Joe Muron's rise to fame is indeed justified. This 23-year-old girl possesses an exceptionally beautiful visage and skin as fair as jade. Particularly, her exquisite features paired with an oval face create a perfect amalgamation of gentle and ethereal qualities. Beauty is but one facet of Joe Muron. She is the type favored by fate, being a graduate of the harbor city's prestigious music academy. Coupled with her ethereal voice and long, flowing black hair, she has become the dream girl of many young individuals since her debut. Perfect physique, impeccable education, stunning appearance, and a captivating voice. This was the assessment from the harbor city's leading newspaper following Joe Muron's triumph at the 39th Golden Melody Awards. Although I initially held disdain for this program, I have come to realize that it possesses significant meaning. Within the makeup room of Jade Television's 19th floor, the girl, clad in a simple white collared shirt paired with fitted trousers, and with her long black hair cascading down, epitomizes elegance and beauty with her skin as smooth and white as jade. Did you not claim that this program is merely a tool for garnering votes? Why are you genuinely concerned now? The manager, Sister Wang, bore a rather displeased expression. Currently, Zhou Muron stands as the leading figure at Xinhua Company. In her view, this momentum should be utilized by her artists to release a few new songs and participate in major film productions to solidify their status. However, under the pressure from influential figures, she is compelled to take on the role of a host, which feels like a sheer waste of her life. Yet, there is little she can do. While stars may appear resplendent in the eyes of ordinary people, to someone like Lu Ming, a heavyweight in the political arena, they are merely robust ants. They cannot refuse, nor dare to turn down such opportunities. Hosting a program is one thing, but being forced to choose a location like Chihu is another. Sister Wang has been Zhou Muron's manager for 6 years, truly regarding the girl as her own daughter. As she scrutinizes Zhou Muron's makeup, a hint of concern laces her voice. That place is hellish. Is it really that terrifying? Zhou Muron, the obedient girl raised in a privileged family, has heard numerous terrifying tales about Chihu, but remains somewhat oblivious to the harsh realities of the underworld. Her tone tinged with curiosity. That place harbors the city's most desperate criminals, murderers, and rapists. Sister Wang's voice was grave. Do you remember Chen Rue, our retired sound engineer? Of course, what about him? Zhou Muron replied, her beautiful eyes wide with confusion. His son died in Chihu. Sister Wang explained. 11 stab wounds. When he was brought out, he was utterly unrecognizable, a bloody mess that haunted my dreams for a month. Chapter 49, Nothing is Simple. Why was he killed? I remember that young man. He seemed fierce. Uncle Chun would sigh every time he mentioned his son. Something about street fights leading to murder, right? I always found it terrifying. He is really dead? Zhou Muron gasped, covering her mouth in shock. Fierce. In that hellish place, Chen Rue's son was merely a lamb, Sister Wang scoffed. You can never fathom the dirt and cruelty of that place. Remember, while recording, you must keep the security personnel within 3 meters of you. I will also request the higher-ups at Jade Television to find some connections in the underworld to ensure your absolute safety. Muron, your life has been too smooth. Perhaps witnessing it firsthand isn't a bad thing. Observing the girl's pale complexion, Sister Wang sighed. With her considerable experience, she refrained from revealing the truth. She knew that the real danger lay not in the prison itself, but in her naive artist being thrust into a brutally fierce competition. The political maneuvering, though lacking the bloodshed of the underworld, is far more ruthless. As the election period approached, Jade Television accelerated its program preparations. They agreed to all of Xinghua's conditions, not only investing heavily in 6 elite security personnel from the renowned Tianlang Security Company, but also leveraging connections to communicate with several gangs in the prison. For this, Xinhua Company generously offered substantial red envelopes. After ensuring absolute safety, a crew of 10, accompanied by several carefully selected children, finally ventured into the city that ordinary people deemed hellish. The media knows how to capture attention. The 6 selected teenagers were embodiments of chaos. Smoking, drinking, and skipping school were almost second nature to them, and they not only bullied classmates but also assaulted teachers. One particularly egregious case involved a child who, after a quarrel with their parents over academic issues, stabbed their mother, leaving her hospitalized. Based on the sinister nature of these children, the program was already a hit before it even aired. Youth issues cannot be overlooked. At the program's outset, legislator Lu Ming appeared as a special guest on camera. It is often said that the best acting occurs in politics, a sentiment that holds true. Just moments ago, Lu Ming had displayed disgust, yet before the camera, he donned an expression of heartfelt anguish, even the muscles in his cheeks quivering. He appeared genuinely concerned for the youth of the city. Of course, no one knew that just a second before the camera turned on, he had been berating the ignorance and foolishness of those children. Children, your future is bright. Do not stray onto the wrong path. Lu Ming exuded charm before the lens. He understood the immense benefits this program could bring should it gain popularity. Thus his speech was meticulously crafted. To you, skipping school, fighting, and smoking may seem cool, and some even resort to tattoos and gang affiliations. But have you considered the consequences? I believe this program will enlighten you on what constitutes a proper life. Remember this. Your parents' selfless love is not a license for your recklessness. The harsh reality of society offers no opportunities for mistakes. Lu Ming concluded with a motivational gesture. Out of the camera's view, a secretary held up a sign displaying the number 31, his face beaming with delight. He had a premonition. This program could very well be his greatest asset in the upcoming election. Where there are people, there are interests. Where there are interests, there is the underworld. While Lu Ming spoke eloquently to the live camera, his fiercest rival, Guo Baochuan, wore a face as dark as a storm cloud. What is the current viewership rating? Unlike Lu Ming, who always donned a formal suit, Guo Baochuan preferred a more approachable image, often appearing in sportswear, a tactic he executed successfully. His amiable demeanor had almost become his trademark. Yet, The voting public would never suspect the cruelty and ruthlessness that lay beneath the surface of their seemingly humble legislator. 31 points. A nearby secretary responded promptly, based on past television experience. If the program content is truly captivating, the ratings will rise. Excellent. Guo Baochuan possessed a peculiar habit. The angrier he felt internally, the brighter his smile became. After suppressing his fury and lighting a cigar, Guo Baochuan posed the first question. Why couldn't you all think of such a fantastic angle? Why? Dozens of subordinates stood before him, each bowing slightly, the silence in the opulent office palpable. No one has an answer? Guo Baochuan rose and approached the head of the campaign planning team, coldly inquiring, is it your right hand that wrote the campaign proposal? The right hand, the graying team leader stammered. Extend your hand. Guo Baochuan's tone was even, betraying no emotion. The latter obediently extended his right hand. In the next moment, Guo Baochuan slowly extinguished the burning cigar against the man's palm. The glowing ember gradually dimmed, the acrid scent of burnt flesh filling the air. Despite the excruciating pain coursing through his palm, the team leader gritted his teeth, maintaining his bowing posture without flinching. He is acutely aware of his superior's temperament, thus understanding that only by acting in such a manner can he elicit satisfaction from the other party. Indeed, after the cigarette butt was extinguished, Guo Baochuan merely cast a blank glance at the others before turning and resuming his seat. The second question. Guo Baochuan continued with a sardonic smile. How much will their polling numbers surpass mine after this program airs? Do not tell me you have not made any predictive estimates upon learning of this show. Approximately 7 points, replied Secretary Xiao Chun, her gaze lowered. The primary audience for this program consists of middle-aged individuals aged 30 to 40, hence the impact is considerable. Very well, the third question. Guo Baochuan turned to his secretary, Zhang Shu. Tell me how we shall break the deadlock. Create an incident involving the filming crew. Then utilize the media to besmirch our opponent, Zhang Shu replied, a smile revealing his pearly white teeth. The inmates of Stanley Prison are indeed desperate individuals. Losing a few rebellious youths would be entirely justifiable. This way, the initiative will revert to us. I was quite satisfied with the response. Arrange for this matter. Guo Baochuan instructed, casually removing a Patek Philippe watch from his wrist and tossing it to Zhang Shu. This is an early birthday gift for you. Rewards for merit. Punishments for mistakes. This explains why Guo Baochuan, despite his ruthless nature, continues to attract numerous followers. In the city, any individual who ascends through the corpses of others is far from simple. Chapter 50. The Yi Brothers. Stanley Prison's notoriety rivals that of towering edifices such as the Empire State Building or the Peninsula Hotel, yet when compared to these globally renowned structures, Stanley Prison appears rather small and rudimentary. This disparity led to the incredulous reactions of most individuals in the filming crew upon reaching the infamous prison's entrance. Zhou Dang was among them. The girl had never ventured to this remote location, for residents of the harbor city often regard it as a particularly frightening place. Over time, many have only heard its name, remaining oblivious to the prison's true nature. How shabby. The prison is entirely gray, with towering walls and electrified fences glistening ominously, instantly instilling a sense of oppression. Beyond the high walls lies an additional layer of protective netting, with several watchtowers established for vigilance. The firearms carried by the guards stationed in those towers add an air of gravity to the locale. What beauty does one expect in a place that houses scum? Was the jovial response from director Wang Pengzi. Let's capture a wide shot, then provide a close-up from a low angle. Using a dark filter will immediately convey the terror of this prison and the severity of the law. Wang Pengzi, a prominent director from Jadeite Television, was a notable draw for this project. Indeed, his expertise proved invaluable. Within mere minutes, the bustling crew had completed all exterior shots. Zhou ran, observing the oppressive imagery unfolding on camera, couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Insert these children's clips into the program later. Now we need Miss Zhou to conduct one-on-one interviews, and after that, let these youngsters board the prison transport. This episode had evidently invested considerable effort to generate buzz. The production team not only secured the prison transport, but also procured a plethora of prison uniforms, clearly intending for these children to thoroughly experience the grim realities of prison life. What sort of life do you envision for yourself? Today, Zhou Ran had intentionally eschewed her usual fashionable attire, opting instead for a more neighborly style. Yet even in a simple white casual shirt paired with jeans and sneakers, her disciplined physique and striking beauty commanded the attention of all. Whatever. Among the 6 children being interviewed, the most vile one was a 13-year-old who had already mastered the art of leveraging his age to commit acts of violence and theft. His parents had completely lost control over him. The most shocking detail in Zhou Ran's research was that he had attempted to stab his sleeping desk mate. The motive stemmed from an utterly trivial quarrel. Why would you want to kill your desk mate? Haven't you shared many years of friendship? Zhou Ran posed her second question. Because he looked down on me, so I needed to show him who the real boss is, replied the boy, Cheng Jie, with an air of indifference. Are you afraid of prison? Zhou Mu Ren gently inquired. No, I don't think I would fear any place. Cheng Jie even eagerly displayed his shiny handcuffs to the camera, proclaiming, this is capital. The highest academy of the syndicate is Stanley. Many bosses have achieved great success after emerging from here. Remember, not everyone can adapt to evil. Many things are not as idyllic as you children imagine. Zhou Mu Ren exhibited remarkable patience. In the show's framework, the girl was cast as a character embodying gentleness and kindness to juxtapose the wickedness and cruelty surrounding her. Thus her attire and tone adhered to a decidedly tender approach. Most reality shows broadcasted to the world are, in essence, mere spectacles, a spectacle crafted for profit. The interview continued. And half an hour later, the entire crew boarded the light yellow prison transport wrapped in iron mesh, slowly driving through the imposing iron gates of Stanley Prison, which measure a thickness of 70 centimeters. To the audience, this marked the official commencement of the program. Yet to many astute observers, it signaled the beginning of a strategic game. During this period in the harbor city, if one were to inquire among the underworld denizens regarding the most prominent figure in their realm, the responses might vary. However, if asked about the most fearless and reckless of criminals, the answer would undoubtedly be singular. The Yi brothers. The elder, Yi Jihuan, and the younger, Yi Guohuan. Particularly over the past 5 years, the series of robberies orchestrated by their gang has instilled terror in the hearts of the harbor city's populace. Indeed, they are formidable. Despite the extensive criminal records left behind in the Six Gates, it cannot be denied that their notoriety reaches a 5-star level of infamy. Within 5 years, the Yi brothers have engaged in confrontations with nearly every elite division of the Six Gates. The Flying Tiger Squad, Special Operations Department, and Major Crimes Unit have all faced off against the gang, with reports indicating that 37 members of the Yez gang have met their demise in approximately 30 skirmishes. Of course, the Six Gates have also suffered significant losses. 7 members of the Flying Tiger Squad perished. 12 from the Major Crimes Unit were severely injured and reassigned to administrative roles, and even the elite Special Operations Department lost 3 brothers. The Century Thief King is the moniker bestowed upon the Yi brothers by the harbor city's tabloid media. This title was earned primarily due to the infamous confrontation on Nathan Road a year prior. The Flying Tiger Squad and the Major Crimes Unit exchanged gunfire with the Yi gang along this mere 3.6-kilometer stretch, resulting in over 1,000 rounds being fired, transforming a bustling commercial street into a battleground. Yet, in the midst of such a brutal battle, the ultimate outcome saw the Yi brothers departing with triumphant laughter, laden with gold ornaments worth millions. What remained were only the gruesome bloodstains and 13 lifeless bodies. From that day forth, the Yi brothers and the Daquan gang seemed to vanish from the port city, their whereabouts shrouded in mystery. Until today, Zhang Yun, the chief private secretary of Guobaochuan, slowly entered a tea house in Mongkok, known for its integrity, and knocked on the door of a tea room located on the 3rd floor. Chapter 51, Successful Integration. Guobaochuan's team, aside from himself, always appeared impeccably dressed in tailored suits and polished shoes. This was particularly true for his private secretary, Zhang Yun. At merely 27 years of age, he perpetually wore a stern expression, and his suit and hairstyle never betrayed a hint of disarray. How to describe him? He resembled a meticulous, old-fashioned Swiss watch, rigid yet unfailingly precise. His remarkable competence and composure in the face of unexpected situations had already earned him considerable renown in the political scene of the port city. There were even prominent figures who remarked, half of Guobaochuan's success today is owed to a Yun. This was a high commendation indeed. While other young men might feel elated by such praise, signifying their emergence from the brutal ranks to carve out their own path, Zhang Yun, in stark contrast, exhibited no trace of pride. Instead, he seemed increasingly humble. No one had ever witnessed a glimmer of arrogance on his face. Such depth of character and restraint were commendable. At a recent gathering, Guobaochuan had, on rare occasion, toasted Zhang Yun in front of many onlookers. However, today, as Zhang Yun entered the tea house, he had entirely changed his attire. Clad in sportswear and with a hood obscuring much of his face, he would be difficult to recognize, even for those who knew him well, as the trusted right-hand man of the affable political tiger of the port city, Guobaochuan. Knock, knock. Zhang Yun casually slipped a $1,000 imperial currency note to the waiter before quietly standing at the entrance of the tea room, named Fortune Blossoms, and knocking on the door. Who are you looking for? The door opened swiftly, revealing a middle-aged man with dark skin who scrutinized Zhang Yun and inquired, "This is a private tea room. Have you come to the wrong place?" Fortune Blossoms, Zhang Yun replied with a slight smile, indicating that he had not erred in his visit. Upon hearing his words, the middle-aged man's eyes narrowed as he stepped aside to allow entry. The tea room was not particularly spacious, furnished with a few lush green plants, a tea table, and several bamboo chairs. As Zhang Yun surveyed the modest surroundings, He found it hard to believe that this seemingly simple place housed one of the most prominent underground intermediaries in the entire port city. Only the young would concern themselves with the flashy trappings of the outside world. Seated at the tea table was an old man with a face etched with deep lines. He smiled at Zhang Yun, remarking that the tea here was excellent. After nodding, Zhang Yun took a seat across from the elderly gentleman, then opened the black leather case he had been holding, revealing a substantial stack of cash that immediately caught the old man's attention. Clearly, Zhang Yun had done his homework, as the currency was not imperial, but rather international federal currency. Very considerate. What tea would you like to drink? The old man's smile broadened. I suggest you try some fine Annam tea. You know, although Annam tea is quite expensive, its fragrance is exquisite, and it is clean from start to finish. The quality of tea is essential, but suitability is paramount. Zhang Yun pushed the case toward the old man. I would like to have 2 cups of Dahong Pao. Upon hearing this request, the old man's previously jovial demeanor darkened instantly. You've trained in martial arts, haven't you? His murky gaze fell upon Zhang Yun's hands resting on the case, noting their thick joints without calluses, clearly a result of hitting the punching bag in training. Zhang Yun remained silent. In the next moment, the old man, who had seemed slow in his movements, exhibited the agility of a hunting leopard. He swiftly stepped back, increasing the distance between them, while a gleaming black handgun appeared in his hand. His previously clouded eyes now glinted with sharpness. Kid, you've broken the rules. The old man had already disengaged the safety on the Black Star pistol. I don't care how you found out about me, but I assure you, there are matters you cannot meddle in. Details determine everything. The old man's swift transition from retreat to gun drawing was a testament to his rich experience in the underworld. Killing isn't a simple task. Faced with the still smoldering barrel, Zhang Yun's expression remained unchanged. This is not the port city of 10 years ago. How will you ensure the scene remains undiscovered? How will you handle the bodies? Have you considered my identity? Zhang Yun gestured toward the window. You might want to take a look outside. The old man signaled to the middle-aged man beside him, who immediately approached the window. The 2 men displayed surprising attention to detail, as the seemingly unremarkable middle-aged man did not carelessly pull the curtains aside, but instead discreetly lifted a corner while pressed against the wall. On the bustling street below, 3 black Dodge SUVs were parked quietly outside the tea house. Although the darkened windows obscured the interior, their sinking stance suggested that several individuals were undoubtedly seated inside. Dodge SUVs? The middle-aged man's raspy voice reached the old man's ears. He's not from the underworld. No gang would use such vehicles. My identity is of little consequence. Zhang Yun replied with a smile. What matters is that I wish to have those 2 cups of Dahong Pao. Do you know who Dahong Pao belongs to? The old man's narrowed eyes flickered with unabashed malice. The Yi brothers, infamous kings of thieves. Zhang Yun stood up. This money is the fee for introducing us. If they are willing to accept my offer, please convey a message to Yi Jihuan. This calm young man will earn 3 times the profit from Nathan Road. The shifting tides outside the prison bore no relevance to Lu Xiankai, who remained confined in the depths of Stanley. At this moment, Lu Xiankai was wholly consumed with the integration of various ancient martial art styles into the essence of the 12 styles of Cine. In the darkness, his expression radiated excitement. He lifted his right hand, forming a spiraling arc, seemingly enveloping, before striking forward with a thrust, a seamless attack that he had perfected. Silent and stealthy, devoid of past ferocity or the sound of rushing wind, this seemingly mundane movement thrilled Lu Xiankai. His exceptional fighting talent led him to believe he had successfully amalgamated boxing, Muay Thai, and various techniques from the 12 styles of Cine into this singular strike. He had a feeling. That means no matter how the opponent advances or retreats, even dodging left and right, they will have nowhere to hide in front of this move. The green subtitles once again appeared in Lu Xiankai's eyes. Fusion successful. Has the host been named? Chapter 52, Life 2. When walking, it is instinctive for people to hang and sway their hands. Without rushing to name it immediately, Lu Xiankai calmed down and instead began to ponder deeply. When encountering any unexpected situation, the first instinct of a person is to immediately raise their hand. Lu Xiankai raised his hand again, but this time his hand was no longer in a circular arc, but instead struck a straight punch like lightning. However, the subtle tremors in his muscles and bones can make any changes anytime, anywhere. All my attack methods are actually reinforcing my instinct to raise my hand and attack to the limit. As my body and hand-eye movements continue to strengthen, the power of this move will become even more terrifying. No wonder the system provided an annotation stating that there will be countless changes in martial arts in this ancient martial art. Taoism has the explanation of 1 life gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, and 3 gives birth to all things. Now my move is far from reaching the level of being able to defeat all things, but it has laid the most solid foundation. Then this move is called Life 2. No one knew that there was a man undergoing a terrifying transformation in the deepest part of Stanley Prison. Now everyone's attention in Stanley is focused on the prisoner's cart slowly entering the prison, and knowing who it is makes many prisoners' eyes sparkle with a faint light. Big Star. She is still a very beautiful and charming female celebrity. These celebrities, even if they are outside, can only be observed from a distance. But now they can have close contact in prison. Think about the physiological conditions of these sows who are like Diaochan. Many prisoners have gone crazy. They were desperately whistling at the prison cart, and many prisoners were making various indescribable vulgar movements without any hesitation towards the cart. Screams, screams, and various roars intertwined in the sky above the square, and such a terrifying scene made everyone in the prison car pale. The camera is focused on those who shout the most fiercely. Wang Pengzi is a great director who has seen the dark side the most, so he can still maintain his most calm state and direct the filming. But everyone else was completely scared. A few children, the eldest and the second, had already shown signs of crying the day before they came in, and even Zhou Muran was not much better. The girl's face was pale, and she tightly held onto Wang Jie's arm with one hand. Even due to excessive force, her fair fingers turned a little blue. It's like hell. This is Zhou Muran's first impression of Stanley. No wonder these people are so scared. For the sake of the program's effect, this prisoner car drove into the lane on the right side of the square, which was less than 10 meters away from these prisoners. The scene of those tattooed men shouting and screaming at the car with fierce expressions is terrifying. As the car delved deeper into the ventilation square, some fierce prisoners had already approached the prison car. These crazy guys kept tapping on the windows, and even a few perverted guys licked the glass near a few teenagers with their tongues, then made caressing gestures. There are no women in Stanley. Chen Xiong, sitting in the passenger seat, spoke coldly. So in their eyes, you teenagers are substitutes for women. Did you see that over there? Chen Xiong pointed out the window. Everyone's gaze turned towards the direction he pointed. At the southeast corner of the square, a muscular guy resembling a bear looked greedily at the prison cart, while beside him were two young men with fair appearances holding specially dug-out pocket liners. That man's name is Huan Yo, and he is a member of the 14K. His sexual fetish is very strange. He likes men. And those two young people holding onto his clothes are his concubines. Chen Xiong explained that there are many people who have been holding back inside for a long time. Don't you care? Zhou Muran asked a very naive question. I can't control it. This is their personal behavior. Chen Xiong's next words left many people gasping for breath, as it was better for these guys to release their energy than to die. Do you know how many people have died in Stanley due to conflicts within a month recently? Everyone was shaking their heads. Even Director Wang, who had been maintaining a calm state, turned pale. Two-digit number. Chen Xiong did not sell the key, but directly stated the answer. He is not exaggerating, but warning these ignorant guys. After all, he cannot change the decisions of the higher-ups. So scaring these guys and making them obediently obey has become the only thing Chen Xiong needs to do now. I don't know why you must be truthful. After seeing that enough footage had been shot and the camera was turned off, Chen Xiong's expression was somewhat dissatisfied. Do you think this place is not dangerous? Still too ignorant. It's for other reasons. Wang Pengzi gave a very vague answer. The terrifying scene outside also made him curse inside. Things can never just look at the surface. In fact, for the filming crew, they don't want to just show off and complete the filming task. If this program is only produced by Jade TV for ratings, then there is no problem with it being a show. It's just about finding some obedient prisoners to act. How exaggerated. What do these children know? Anyway, judging from their trembling appearance now, they should be able to achieve the same effect. And they can also create a few touching scripts to increase ratings. But unfortunately, this program involves elections. Jade TV is a media force of the Lu Ming faction, while its biggest competitor, TVB, is a supporter of Guo Baochuan. If there is any fraudulent show, once the other party finds out, it doesn't matter if the program is criticized, once it affects the failure of the election of Congressman Lu Ming. No one can withstand the anger of this big shot and the wealthy family behind him. You must cooperate with the work and be careful. Chen Xiong is too lazy to ask the reason. He just wants these people to follow the rules. After feeling that the situation was almost enough, he signaled the driver to stop the car. Don't film this section. After instructing the photographer, Chen Xiong opened the door of the prison car and jumped down first. In the horrified eyes of everyone, the prison guards of Stanley Prison, who were promoting scientific and humane management to the outside world, told them with iron facts what the best management method was for these scumbag criminals. It's just one word. Fight it. More than a dozen prison guards swung heavy batons and smashed all the prisoners who were approaching the vehicles head-on. The catchers are particularly ruthless in their actions. The splashing blood caused many glasses to be smeared with a dark red color. Wow. A young man named Chun Hua suddenly burst into tears, and on the glass in his ear, there was a splattered piece of flesh and blood. Chapter 53. Release the King of Hell. The ruthless actions of more than a dozen constables made everyone in the car gasp for breath, and everyone just stared blankly at the bloody side after the collision between the baton and the body. The prisoners at Stanley Prison showed the filming crew in the car what madness is through their actions. The police swinging stick is made of high-strength materials, and the hardness of titanium alloy can ensure that it will not deform while causing sufficient damage. The excruciating pain of this thing hitting the body is not a joke. This can be inferred from the painful expressions on the prisoners' faces. However, even so, some of these prisoners who were completely insane still clung to the car window and refused to leave. Jo Muron's whole body was trembling with fear. The girl hid her body behind several security personnel and trembled as she watched a prisoner screaming her name frantically on the car window. Under the relentless beating of the constables, the prisoner's cheeks were already covered in blood and flesh, but he still licked the glass with his tongue. Greedy, vicious, and ferocious, countless expressions that kept the girl up at night intertwined on her face, making her look like a demon. I said playing like this would cause trouble. After muttering softly, Wang Pengzi, whose expression gradually became tense, became somewhat dissatisfied with the decision made by the senior management of the Jade platform for the first time. He is the director and naturally knows why the scene happened. The prison truck was not supposed to go so deep into the square as originally planned by the filming team. The prison cart will enter through the passage outside the barbed wire fence in the square and then enter the outside of the prison as usual. Finding ways to showcase the terror of Stanley Prison is also a hot topic. I suggest driving the car into the square from the beginning and taking close-up shots of some of the prisoners' terrible behavior. This is very beneficial for the ratings. This is a different opinion proposed by a senior executive of Jade TV. We have conducted a questionnaire survey, and many people want to watch this program not because of the changes in those children, but because they have a great curiosity about Stanley Prison. What is the proportion of people with this idea? Mr. Xiao from Jade TV asked. Very high, around 20. The executive responded. Then do as you say. The big boss didn't even give the filming crew a chance to raise objections and immediately made a decision. In Mr. Xiao's opinion, these 20 of the votes are crucial for Senator Liu. Once Congressman Liu wins, Jade TV will have confidence in completely swallowing up that damn opponent of TVB during his 4 years in office. Unfortunately, these high-ranking officials could never imagine how much chaos a beautiful, pure, and perfectly proportioned female celebrity would cause in this prison. Let alone how those teenagers were also irresistible temptations for some perverts. Damn it, Chen Xiong, covered in blood all over his body, returned to the car in a somewhat disheveled manner. He gasped and complained about the madness of these prisoners, his face somewhat complicated. In a place where the camera cannot see, Chen Xiong has just contacted the warden by phone to request the firing of smoke bombs. If he cannot control these people, he will use live ammunition to suppress them. But the warden strangely rejected Chen Xiong's proposal. Those people are just lying on the car, trying to catch a few more glances at the celebrities. Once they've seen enough, they won't bother anymore. Didn't they make any resistance? The warden's tone was very cold. What do you do for a living? Chen Xiong is speechless. What if someone dies by shooting and suppressing them frequently? I need to take responsibility if this kind of thing is exposed by the media. Press me down, otherwise He Yong will be your fate. The cold and indifferent warden hung up the phone. Chen Xiong's status and social class determined that he could not know the upper echelons of the game. So his judgment of the warden's decision naturally assumed that he had squeezed out He Yong's retaliation against him. He even complained a few times about the warden's short-sightedness. After all, if there is a big problem, he can't escape on his own, but as the head of the prison, where can he be better? When I called just now, 5 or 6 colleagues saw it. The difference in social status and class determines that everyone's perspective is completely different. Chen Xiong was unaware that after his phone was hung up by the warden, the person in prison had already dialed another number. Well, I declined the suggestion of shooting to suppress it. Just now, when facing Chen Xiong, the haughty expression of the prison warden has changed from arrogance to flattery. Counselor Gua, if anything happens, I'm afraid I'll be here. If the judicial department cannot stay, they will go to the financial system. Guo Baochuan gave his promise. What is the future in that place full of scum? A casual insider information in a securities firm is equivalent to working in it for several years. I understand. The warden hung up the phone with a wry smile. He is a towering figure in prison. But in front of the legislators jointly elected by several wealthy families, he is an undisputed small role. This is reality. Many prisoners have already been thoroughly beaten by the constables and lying on the ground, creating a particularly cruel scene with the flowing blood and the white ground on the square. But instead of showing any improvement, a strange emotion has quietly begun to spread. Stanley is a dark forest made of steel and concrete. The members of those clubs stood silently in the corners of the square, which was a tacit approval of the behavior of these scoundrels below. Coupled with the prison's delay in using thunderous means, these prisoners' hearts really rose to a different kind of thinking. Finally, after nearly 20 minutes of confrontation, a turning point appeared. It was Lin Guowei who caused this turning point. 7 years ago, he committed 13 rapes in Tunman, and in the process, this ruthless guy even personally strangled 3 of the 19-year-old girls. If I can sleep with you, it's worth dying. Through the glass, Lin Guowei saw the pitiful and charming face of Jo Muron hiding behind the bodyguard completely go insane. This man, known as the Tunman pervert, was already mentally extremely abnormal. Otherwise, he would not have committed 3 murders and still chose to continue committing the crime when he was arrested throughout the city. For 7 years, he not only suffered from bullying in this prison, but also had never seen a woman up close before. Roaring wildly, Lin Guowei turned his head like a wild beast and bit firmly on the ear of a prison guard. Amidst the heart-wrenching screams of the prison guards, Lin Guowei forcefully bit off half of their ear, but he didn't even pay attention to the batons that other constables were crazily beating on him. This guy, who was so insane that he didn't feel pain, was frantically tearing at the tightly closed car door. Chen Xiong's face changed. Wang Pengzi's face also changed. The several security personnel standing in front of the celebrity Zhou also had particularly unpleasant expressions, as they were unarmed due to the prison's prohibition on carrying firearms and sharp instruments. They are not afraid to face ordinary people, but they are afraid of these reckless lunatics. Looking at the prisoners under the powerful sticks, they felt for the first time the difficulty of this security mission. Think of a solution. Wang Pengzi roared at Chen Xiong. I don't believe you have no choice. Chen Xiong looked despairingly at the training post. Although the patrolling constables had serious expressions, none of them raised their firearms, indicating that they had received direct orders from the warden. Is that how you play? It's a big deal to make things a bit more chaotic, but this is the only chance. A thought flashed through Chen Xiong's mind like lightning. And then he dialed the phone of his most trusted confidant. Release the murderer king of hell and ask him to do me a favor. This is the first time in Zhou Muron's life that he has heard the name of Lu Xiankai. Chapter 54. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps the king of hell? Director Wang, who remained calm in the end, leaned over to Chen Xiong. Is this your prison's emergency unit or the code name for the plan? None of them. Chen Xiong shook his head and answered, his hand already touching the electric shock gun at his waist. This is his last resort to save his life. What is that? Wang Pengzi continued to speak. He is a prisoner imprisoned in the deepest part of the prison. Chen Xiong's tone was subtle. The car was quiet, and the gaze towards Chen Xiong was unbelievable. Hurry up and find a solution to all of this. There are uncontrollable signs of the situation. Don't tell me you can't tell. Director Wang, who has the widest knowledge, is really scared now. He knew too well that once the door of the prison car was torn open, the prisoners in front of him would completely transform into what kind of character they were under the stimulation of women and children. Fear can make a person hysterical. You should immediately have those street thugs shoot. Let the vigilant constables on the square participate. This is a conspiracy. Let them shoot and kill these lunatics. Someone is trying to mess with us. Stupid. Did your brain get soaked? You are just a pig. Those guys on Jade TV are also pigs. Procrastinating time. If someone wants us to be in trouble, then naturally someone will protect us. Don't be afraid to make things bigger. This is what you should do. Not bring out some unknown criminal. Unlike Chen Xiong, Wang Pengzi, who was cursing wildly, had already stepped into the top of the pyramid with 1 foot. So he could smell the scent of conspiracy. He was well aware that under the high pressure of the senior management of Jade TV and Congressman Lu Ming, the prison authorities could not have made such a light-hearted handling. There must be a big shot hoping that something would happen to his filming crew. As for who Wang Pengzi is, he is too lazy to guess. Anyway, he didn't have the courage to retaliate against someone who had such a great influence on the prison. His only hope now is for this $1 million prison cart to be more sturdy. After all, the other party was caught off guard by the attack on Mr. Xiao and Mr. Lu from Jade TV. As long as these people react, there is still room for recovery. But what disappointed Wang Pengzi was that Chen Xiong, who clearly had some influence in Stanley Prison, was obviously the one who was sacrificed. The only solution he offered was to release a prisoner. A damn idea. Didn't you investigate Stanley Prison before your filming team planned to move in? Chen Xiong, who had made the decision, instead calmed down. He even managed to light a cigarette in his spare time, and 3 people died in Stanley this month. These people all died at the hands of one person. In this prison, no vicious criminal would provoke him. This person is Lu Xiankai with the number 9521, nicknamed the King of Hell here. Perhaps it was the scolding from Wang Pengzi just now that made Chen Xiong feel a little angry. He rarely roared at Director Wang, whom he needed to look up to. Now I can't command those damn bastards. I can only let this serial killer come out. This is the only fucking way. Don't think these prisoners are crazy right now, but this is an arena. When the most ferocious beasts come out, they will naturally calm down. In a world where the law of the jungle prevails, obeying the strongest hunter is their instinct. Chen Xiong's voice grew louder and louder. But suddenly the car fell into a deathly silence. Is there such a terrifying person in this world? In silence, one of the teenagers who had undergone program transformation couldn't help but ask his own doubts. Every boy's face is filled with regret. Although the program encountered such a special, unexpected situation, from an educational perspective, the result has actually reached the most perfect level. The teenagers were trembling with fear, and there was not even half of the rebelliousness before entering the prison. Their so-called ferocity and dominance melted away in Stanley, a hellish place. As fast as an iceberg thrown into magma, disappearing without a trace. Unfortunately, they had no choice. Otherwise, every teenager would probably cry in front of the camera and say the phrase, "I want to go home and study hard," which they would never have said before. Have Chun Xiong's mind flashed with the shocked and fearful expressions of all the prisoners when Lu Xiankai forcefully killed his left hand, and he gave a sufficiently affirmative answer. Will he also suddenly go crazy? Agent Wang asked another question that made everyone's faces turn pale again. Lu Xiankai is a fierce beast. He probably doesn't have much interest in you rabbits. Chun Xiong grinned bitterly, but that was just my judgment. The situation has become increasingly out of control. Lin Guowei, who crazily tore open the car door, had astonishing strength when his mind lost control over the sperm. He actually tore open a corner of the tightly closed heavy car door. Many insane prisoners cheered out. Seeing the dawn of hope has attracted more people. The two catchers who were blocking the front also fell down in the push of the prisoners, and the prisoner with red eyes stepped on them. The eyes of the two prison guards curled up were both filled with gratitude. They were grateful that these people had gone crazy for the female celebrity in the car, so they didn't vent on themselves. Otherwise, there is a high possibility that you will be killed alive by these lunatics. Bang! The dull gunshots rang out for the first time. All the insane prisoners instinctively turned their gaze towards the direction of the gunshot. It's the entrance to the square. Chun Xiong's most trusted confidant, Zhang Cheng, did not disappoint him. As soon as he led Lu Xian out of the detention room and into the square, he didn't pay attention to the rules and pulled the trigger immediately. Everyone in the car's eyes also focused on the past. Zhou Muron finally saw the murderer in Chun Xiong's mouth, the prisoner named Lu Xiankai. Perhaps it's a coincidence. It's windy. The strong wind rolled up the gray-white dust on the square, making the visibility at this moment somewhat blurry. And in the midst of the sandstorm, everyone saw a man who looks as strong as a fierce beast. The man was very tall, standing there quietly, with heavy shackles on his hands and feet that were almost torture-like. It's definitely torture. After all, no ordinary person can withstand the torment of shackles as thick as a child's arm. The intense pain caused by the friction between rough iron and skin during movement is enough to make an adult collapse. Wang Pengzi took a cold breath while his artistic inspiration in his mind was almost exploding. He hadn't made a movie for over 2 years because of a lack of inspiration. But at this moment, the man standing in the sand and dust gave him countless inspirations. Terrifying, and spine-chilling. Unlike Wang Pengzi, the girl Zhou Muron's heart rose with an indescribable fear. The prisoners also stopped all the movements that were aimed at the prison cart in an instant. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, the man took measured steps towards them. With each stride, the iron chains, as thick as a man's arm, scraped against the ground, emitting a deep, grating sound reminiscent of metal's labored breaths during friction. Step by step, he advanced. 1, 2, 3. Chapter 55. My surname is Yi. The Stanley Prison stands atop a lofty mountain in the northern part of the harbor city. Although its location, backed by the sea, provides a natural advantage for security against escapes, it must also contend with the ferocious gales that sweep through during the windy season. Particularly, the plaza cannot be paved with stone slabs for safety reasons, resulting in a swirling torrent of dust and sand. At that moment, time appeared to stand still in the square, as everyone stood transfixed, watching the man, shackled with heavy chains, slowly approach the prison transport. The jarring clank of the chains scraping against the gravel echoed clearly amidst the howling winds. From a bird's-eye view, the prisoners encircling the transport appeared as if pushed back by an unseen force, the crowd parting like waves before a sudden blow. Many prisoners dared not gaze upon this man, who bore an aura akin to a demonic figure. Instead, they obediently bowed their heads, which had previously brimmed with hostility. After what felt like both an interminable and fleeting few minutes, the man stood before the transport. However, not all prisoners were so docile. Lin Guowei, with blood streaming from his forehead, glared defiantly, his expression manic, as he licked his parched lips and staunchly guarded the transport's door. There are so many of us, yet only one of you. Your blood flows like a torrent, making you appear as a vengeful spirit. A pack of dogs can kill a wolf. A swarm of ants can take down an elephant. We will all perish in this prison, and you truly wish to serve as a dog for the guards? Oh. Lu Xiankai's expression remained calm, and suddenly, his hand moved, merely a simple gesture of raising it. In a flash, his arm struck Lin Guowei's throat with the swiftness of a hunting king cobra. Bang! The relatively tall Lin Guowei had no time to react, as he was sent hurtling backwards, crashing against the heavy transport door with a resounding thud. The massive vehicle shook violently. What terrifying force! The eyes of all present filled with increasing trepidation. For it was only when Lin Guowei writhed on the ground in agonizing convulsions that the sound of the shackles clanking in the hands of the man reached their ears, a fatal strike. The man, hardly sparing a glance at Lin Guowei, who was now gasping for breath, turned instead to the prisoners who were quietly retreating, declaring, "Who dares to defy? Step forward." Silence reigned. The prisoners, who moments ago had exhibited manic fervor, now lowered their heads, retreating like obedient schoolchildren. Crouch down with your heads covered. My patience is limited. Lu Xiankai flashed a chilling grin at the few prisoners at the front, revealing an unsettlingly sinister smile. The foremost prisoners, unable to swallow their apprehension, hesitated momentarily before dutifully squatting down. With their submission, the throng of prisoners quickly followed suit, heads buried, as if compelled by an unseen force. Swift in arrival, swifter in departure. Lu Xiankai, indifferent to the transport, dragged the heavy shackles through the swirling dust and sand, step by step, returning to the eastern entrance of the plaza. Before long, his silhouette vanished from sight. Is this still a human? Upon witnessing the guards regain control of the situation, Wang Pengzi was left in a state of shock. His voice akin to a groan. Wow. Several youths spontaneously burst into tears. Jean, a bone sister from a massage parlor in Mongkok, possessed an unremarkable appearance with ordinary features. Due to her aversion to heavy makeup, her business was lackluster, attracting only a handful of loyal clients who appreciated her skills. Everyone was aware that the services provided by Bone Sisters extended beyond mere massage, particularly in the chaotic milieu of a Mongkok massage parlor. Offering illicit services was commonplace. Yet, Jean resolutely refused to partake in such activities. This was her unwavering principle. Her fellow sisters found this stance incomprehensible. One sister bluntly remarked, "Once you enter this industry, whether you engage in such acts or not, to others, you are already a courtesan. They will disregard the truth, choosing instead to believe what they wish." As she spoke these words, the sister, cigarette in hand, wore a face devoid of the usual allure, replaced instead by an expression of weariness. "Whatever," Jean replied, embodying a cheerfulness that many lacked in her position. The woman laughed heartily, declaring, "I don't need the approval of the blind. I earn my living through my craft, and as long as I respect myself, that suffices." Jean indeed held herself in high regard. In her line of work, no courtesan would reveal her real name. This had become an unspoken rule. Yet Jean defied this norm. From her very first day on the job, she had never employed a stage name. Among the signs bearing names like Ali Rose, the bold characters of Jean A. Chi stood out conspicuously. "In 10 more years, I should be able to afford a home. And then I will truly be a part of this harbor city." After nearly 8 years in the massage parlor, the woman counted her meager earnings, laughing heartily and blissfully navigating what others considered the most dismal of existences. Jean had one favored client. From their very first encounter, she sensed that this man regarded her without the hidden disdain typical of others. That was sufficient. Thus, each time he visited for a massage, she poured all her energy into serving him. This robust client adhered to decorum, never laying a hand on her, merely lying quietly on the massage table, smoking, with an expression tinged with sorrow that tugged at Jean's heart. "We've known each other for a year. On this day?" As Jean assisted him with a back massage, she cautiously avoided the ghastly scars and gunshot wounds on his back, nervously voicing her most pressing question. "Jean A. Chi is my real name. If we are being fair, might you share your name with me?" "My surname is Yi." The man smiled faintly, offering only his surname before lapsing into silence. The room fell once again into quietude. Chapter 56. The Burden of a Ruthless Bandit. In any industry, be it the underworld or the legitimate realm, regardless of how obscure, there exist established rules. To outsiders, the Yi brothers are renowned as the most notorious bandits of recent years, leaders of the Big Circle, infamous for having orchestrated heists totaling an astounding 50 million. Yet, the reality? The Yi brothers are far from the grandeur of their reputation. In truth, their circumstances could aptly be described as dire. Currently, the combined wealth of Yi Jihuan and Yi Guohuan, who are hidden away in the slums, amounts to a mere $50,000. Perhaps this revelation would leave the Six Doors and various gangs aghast. Yet this is the unvarnished truth of the brothers' financial situation. The life of a bandit is fraught with challenges, especially as one's reputation grows. The more conspicuous the stolen items become, the lesser the profit. If you are a sparrow and have pilfered $1 million gold treasure, you can rest assured and boldly store it away, waiting for the storm to pass before gradually selling it off. Although the immediate gain may not reach $1 million, a return of 70% is still considerable. As for the reason, disposing of stolen goods incurs costs. Attempting to navigate the underground network alone, not to mention the time it would take to convert gold into cash. Any misstep during the selling process could lead to your capture. This is still a scenario where a sparrow, being a pickpocket, attracts little attention, thus allowing for a smoother acquisition of such a ratio. In contrast, those like the big-time gangsters, solitary wolves navigating the bustling streets of Hong Kong, face far more severe exploitation. A mere 30%. This is the actual ratio that these big-time gangsters encounter when disposing of their loot. In other words, the 10 million in gold they fight tooth and nail to seize translates to only about 3 million in hand. Despite this concession, Various organizations relentlessly squeeze the prices of goods from these gangsters. Firstly, the organizations have never favored these fierce individuals entering Hong Kong to make a living, believing they disrupt their established order. Secondly, the time cost is indeed excessively prolonged, particularly with the goods seized by the Yi brothers. Any deeply rooted organization would require 2 to 3 years to gradually sell them off. It's unavoidable. Departments like the Six Doors of Hong Kong have seen so many casualties that their scrutiny over the influx of gold and jewelry has reached an almost perverse level. A year ago, during the Nathan Road battle, the 6 gold shops reported losses amounting to a staggering 14 million. Yet how much did Yi Jihuan and the others actually obtain? 4 million. You read that correctly. Even when the furious Yi Guohuan pressed a gun against the head of a member of the receiving organization, nearly pulling the trigger, the other party did not relent. No one would assume that the most lethal of the gangsters, Yi Guohuan, would fear retribution from the numbered gang, indicating that he indeed had murderous intent at that moment. Had it not been for Yi Jihuan grasping Yi Guohuan's right hand, it's likely Yi Guohuan would have blown the other's head off. Boss, even if you kill me, the price remains the same. The tomato-faced individual, drenched in cold sweat, stammered. The 4 chief inspectors from the 6 doors personally negotiated terms with the various organizations, backed by the chief inspector, offering conditions that forbade anyone from accepting their goods. Without such substantial profits, no one would dare touch those items. Pay up, and we'll be on our way. Just as Yi Guohuan and the tomato-faced man were embroiled in a dispute, a member of the big-time gang slumped in agony, breathing his last on the chair nearby. Dark red blood dripped steadily onto the floor of the trading room, creating a particularly gruesome scene. This prompted Yi Jihuan, who had been feeling despondent, to make a decision. Is 4 million a lot? For an ordinary person, it may constitute a fortune sufficient to last a lifetime. However, for the Yi brothers, it's merely a drop in the bucket. The burden of being a leader is heavy. Do not assume that being a boss means wielding power effortlessly, with subordinates readily executing your commands. They bear responsibilities. Do those weapons need funding? Do brothers who risk their lives together require financial support? Do deceased comrades need assistance for their families? Should the money owed to captured brothers be returned? All of these burdens rest squarely on Yi Jihuan's shoulders. In the Nathan Road battle, 7 members of the big-time gang perished. These so-called fierce bandits in the eyes of Hong Kong citizens are, in fact, veterans without any means of livelihood aside from their military skills. It is this lack of alternatives that drives them to take risks. They are human too, and naturally have wives and children to support, as well as aging parents to care for. With the pillar of their household gone, the assistance money becomes their only means of survival for many years ahead. While Yi Jihuan may face roaring bullets with composure, he cannot bear to confront the faces of those who call him brother. 210,000 was sent out as assistance money, and then the remaining brothers divided what little was left. Even the most they could obtain was a meager 50,000. During this year of lurking in the slums, the 2 fierce men had long been in a deficit. Jean continued to diligently massage, harboring affection for the man whose name she did not even know. The atmosphere grew increasingly intimate, just as Jean, blushing, contemplated whether to refuse any excessive demands from him. The abrupt ringing of the man's phone shattered the silence of the room. The sudden phone call interrupted the quietude. What is it? The man rose and gestured to Jean, who promptly left the room. Only after ensuring she was out of sight did he cautiously answer the call. Someone had ordered 2 cups of Da Hong Pao tea. However, unlike before, this time the client wanted to meet in person for a detailed discussion. The elderly voice on the other end sounded somewhat anxious. I know this is against the rules, but there is no alternative. The client is offering a substantial amount and has considerable backing. Is there any foul play involved? The man furrowed his brow. Many were aware that he was in dire need of cash after his last heist. So could this be a trap? No. I'm not blind. Hearing that the man showed no signs of refusal, the elder's tone relaxed. The cops wouldn't risk 2 million Hong Kong dollars for a setup. And the client wants me to convey a message to you. What message? The man inquired. The client promises a reward 3 times what you earned on Nathan Road. The elder paused briefly before continuing. Although the other party has disguised themselves, the shoes they're wearing appear to be custom-made by Moncler. So it's safe to say they can afford this price. Such a high reward comes with great risk. The elder expressed his opinion. I can forego my cut. The choice is yours. If I accept, I'll inform you once I've arranged the meeting place. The man ended the call. Indeed. The figure appearing in the inexpensive massage parlor was none other than the infamous Yi Jihuan, once a member of the Empire's Night Tiger Special Forces. He is now the most notorious figure among the big-time gangsters. Chapter 57. There will be a solution. Are you leaving? Jean, who had been waiting outside, watched the man in a red jacket and sunglasses exit the room, then quickly ran to greet him. Until next time. Yi Jihuan nodded, his expression still cold. This is the soup I made for you, a secret recipe from my grandmother. I spent a lot of time sourcing these ingredients because I know your legs and back must have old injuries, so please don't refuse me. Holding a pot of soup, the woman's not-so-pretty face bore a rare shyness for someone in her line of work. Yi Jihuan paused, silently scrutinizing her eyes as if discerning her true intentions. As a seasoned figure in the underworld, Yi Jihuan's gaze has always been sharp. He can easily detect whether someone harbors malice or ulterior motives. This ability is one of the reasons the Yi brothers have managed to avoid failure for so many years. For the first time, Yi Jihuan saw neither fear nor deceit in someone's eyes, only pure concern. All right. Just as Ajin was about to turn around and run away, the man grinned happily and took the rice cooker from the woman's hand. Ajin stared blankly at the man's rapid departure, only jumping up happily when she couldn't see his back. I'm so happy. Ajin, who never hid his emotions, yelled, while all the sisters sitting at rest smiled. Without irony or contempt. Although they are in hell, they have kindness that those demons in suits and leather shoes on the clouds do not possess. Eldest brother. When Yi Jihuan walked into room 1204 of Chongqing building, Yi Guohuan immediately stood up. Although Yi Guohuan and Yi Jihuan are biological brothers, their appearance and physique are completely different. Yi Jihuan is already very tall, but his appearance is tough with a hint of elegance. And his muscles are also the most streamlined for speed. But Yi Guohuan is completely different. With a height of 1.9 meters and well-developed block muscles all over his body, he looks like a tank that can destroy any tank blocking his progress. And his fighting skills are most suitable for his physique. Sturdy as a cow, like a forest-like mountain, pushing forward horizontally. In Yi Guohuan's perception, it has always been okay for you to punch me 100 times, but as long as I seize the opportunity, I will kill you in one go. If these two brothers weren't so rebellious, perhaps their fate wouldn't have been to become bandits. After all, his older brother, Yi Jihuan, once won first place in the side-moving target of the Imperial 7th Army's major competition, while his younger brother, Yi Guohuan, also achieved second place in the Army's unarmed combat. Don't underestimate this second-place result. You should know that at that time, Yi Guohuan lost to Lin Xuanzi, who was known as the Tiger of the Army. The latter is now one of the most mysterious and vicious black-clad guards in the Empire, and from this point of view, it is not an exaggeration for Yi Guohuan to be called a humanoid weapon. Even the leader of the 7th Army at that time, Zhang Sanyan, caused a scene in the Central Hospital after realizing that the two people under him were only dismissed for assaulting a scion of a noble family. The matter ultimately came to nothing. If I had known in the first place, I would have had fewer fugitives and 2 more of the best soldiers. Zhang San sighed with emotion. Unfortunately, there are not so many ifs in the world. Someone wants to see us, and based on the analysis given by the old man, I estimate that some big shots are going to do dirty work. Yi Jihuan threw the roasted goose he bought on the way to his younger brother, who offered a very high price, so I plan to move on. Be a cleaner for these guys? Not bad too. When a dog bites its fur, it can be considered as having a clear idea when killing someone. A hint of excitement appeared on Yi Guohuan's face. After enduring it for a year, he could gather his brothers again and make this city kneel at our feet once again once he got the money. The problem now is that big shots are ruthless, and we need to make some preparations before we can meet. Yi Guohuan's words also made an excited expression on Yi Jihuan's face. We need 2 bulletproof vests. You need a heavy weapon, and I also need a short flame that is easy to handle. With these, no matter what tricks big shots want to play, we don't have to be afraid. We don't have much money now. When it comes to banknotes, Yi Guohuan's expression immediately became somewhat depressed, perhaps to vent his frustration. The small dumbbell in his huge palm was lightly selected between his fingers. However, recently I discovered a target, a Southeast Asian man who has recently made a fortune and is ready to take action. Details reflect everything. Unfortunately, there were no discerning individuals present. If Lu Xiankai saw that Yi Guohuan could play with a dumbbell weighing 20 kilograms with just a few fingers like a spinning top, he would probably immediately get excited. Because this only represents one thing. This man has already mastered his power to a very extreme level. It has been so long since our incident on Nathan Road. As long as our hands and feet are clean, the constables should not suspect us. What business does he do? Is it a wealthy family in Nanyang or a clan? Yi Jihuan did not oppose his younger brother's opinion, but instead asked about his background. Ordinary people have good luck. I started a processing factory, and now I wear a Rolex in front of me every day. Yi Guohuan casually dropped the heavy barbell in his hand, and the latter's contact with the ground caused a dull, loud noise in the room. The guy you've seen is the one who likes to greet everyone with a strange tone of imperial language. Snap. Without any hesitation, Yi Jihuan gave Yi Guohuan a heavy slap. Although the latter's figure did not shake at all, the fierce look in his eyes weakened. What have I told you since the day I decided to pursue a career in the martial arts world? Yi Jihuan spoke coldly. Kill the person who should be killed, steal the money that should be stolen, and repay the debt. Yi Guohuan, as strong as a bear, answered honestly. The Quanzai, especially after the Yi brothers scandal, was praised by Hong Kong and Kowloon people as the most fierce bandit in the past 30 years. Everyone only saw these guys who came to steal like the wind, robbing one jewelry store after another. But no one ever realized that the seemingly chaotic cases committed by the Kwanzi actually had a common thread. That means all the robbed shops belonged to wealthy families on Hong Kong Island or inland. That is to say, under the leadership of the Yi brothers. The big circle never deals with ordinary people's business. The factories of Nanyang people are one of the few places in this slum where wages are relatively fair. Where are those women who killed him going to make money? What about so many workers? Yi Jihuan rejected Yi Guohuan's murder plan. Then what should we do? Yi Guohuan scratched his head. Now our brothers are all in the mainland, and we have no friends here except for enemies. The guys in the club only deal with us for money. There will be a way. Under the night sky, the Yi brothers, who were known as the thief king of the century, both had bitter expressions on their faces. Chapter 58, just a cough. Lu Xiankai had no idea that the prison he was currently in would become a battleground for the Hong Kong city government election competition. Now he has been released from the confinement room by Chun Xiong due to physical discomfort. Obviously this is the reward given by Chun Xiong. What made Lu Xian laugh and cry was that Chun Xiong actually managed to get him to the medical room, and even had the medical staff make him hang some liquid on his body. However, Chun Xiong, including the prison authorities, was clearly scared by Lu Xiankai, because after coming out, instead of taking off the shackles on his body, he replaced them with a heavier set of shackles. There's no other way. The weakest part of Stanley Prison is the medical room, where any prisoner must wear handcuffs. Chun Xiong also gave an explanation. Now, from top to bottom, everyone thinks that you are a fierce beast. Without getting this even scarier thing, you won't be allowed to come out. Perhaps Lu Xian did a big favor to Chun Xiong, as he no longer had his previous aloofness and instead started joking. This thing is hard to find. The warden sent someone to forcibly retrieve it from the Lantau Island Museum. What was this lock for before? This is something that is meant to kill. Lu first moved his wrist, and he could feel the terror of these shackles. Not only are the wrist and ankle shackles devoid of any polish, brimming instead with sharp iron spikes, but their weight could easily prove fatal to an ordinary individual. Lu Xiankai, now exceedingly familiar with human anatomy, deduced that any common person forced to wear such contraptions and walk several kilometers would be utterly incapacitated. This piqued his curiosity somewhat, for neither his past nor his present held any memories pertinent to such devices. It was rumored that these were once employed by ancestral halls to punish traitors. Silent instruments of execution. It is indeed a challenge for the warden, as the current societal climate does not permit the existence of such violations against human morality. Presumably, only the old families within the entire port city still possess them. Chun Xiong, once again marveling at Lu Xiankai's formidable physique, could not resist testing the shackles upon first sight. The excruciating sensation compelled him to surrender instantly. Yet, this terrifying apparatus seemed to have no effect whatsoever on Lu Xiankai. This spectacle rendered him unable to suppress a smirk. Strangely, Lu Xiankai had become the most peculiar sight within the medical ward. Amidst the unusually crowded medical facility, the man was afforded the luxury of a private room, a privilege no inmate could resent. Doctors and prisoners passing by could not help but steal glances through the ajar door. Without a doubt, the sight of the man reclining on the sickbed, with his heavy shackles on hands and feet, sent chills down their spines. The previously boisterous medical room now lay in eerie silence. Many prisoners, who typically jested with nurses and doctors, had suddenly subdued their raucous demeanor, behaving surprisingly well, as if fearful of awakening the beast within the room. There was no alternative. When Lin Guowei's body was removed, everyone witnessed the devastating power of the King of Hell, Lu Xiankai. With a single punch, delivered even while shackled, he had utterly shattered Lin Guowei's throat, and the collision with the prison cart had fractured a fifth of his bones. Such strength was inhuman. Who could predict whether this god of death might take offense at the medical staff's light-hearted banter, perceiving it as a disturbance to his rest? No one believed they could withstand his wrath. This was perhaps the most comfortable day of my 3 years on the job. If only they would remain this compliant in the future. Yume deftly administered fluids to a prisoner suffering from diarrhea and could not help but express her thoughts to a colleague. Her companion, Xiao Li, nodded vigorously in agreement. The two unremarkable girls, nurses in the medical ward of Stanley Prison, would likely attract no attention from men outside, yet here, they were indisputable beauties. The extreme longing in every prisoner's gaze rendered them almost predatory. Consequently, in previous workdays, even the most debilitated inmates would endure their pain to flirt with the two girls, with some audacious souls shamelessly taking liberties despite the imminent threat of punishment. However, today, all signs of harassment seemed to vanish in an instant. The prisoners stood silent as statues, even the most loquacious among them transformed into mute figures, with no exceptions. The two female nurses were, of course, aware of the cause. It was merely a cough from the man resting in the ward. Yume completed all her tasks in a fraction of the usual time and returned to her seat. Such an effortless workload left her feeling somewhat out of sorts. After brewing herself a cup of coffee, Hiyume's thoughts drifted back 3 hours to when the inmate Lu Xiankai had been escorted in by a dozen guards. Upon first glance, she felt paralyzed with fear, her mouth agape, and her expression vacant, as if struck dumb. As a healthcare worker, she empathized most acutely. Setting aside the agony of chains as thick as her calves, the sight of the iron spikes on the wristbands scraping against his skin sent a shiver down her spine. He was the most feared inmate in the prison, reputed to have killed nearly 30 fellow inmates. The nature of rumors is to amplify with each retelling. A nearby doctor whispered conspiratorially in her ear, suggesting he was a hypermasculine patient with severely pronounced symptoms. Killing seemed to be his greatest pleasure, and for no apparent reason. Hiyume shuddered. Little did she know she had become yet another victim of the increasingly sinister rumors surrounding Lu Xiankai. Her sole desire at that moment was to distance herself from him as much as possible. If her initial sympathy towards those dreadful shackles had morphed into a lingering sense of insecurity, she felt he should be restrained with the most advanced electronic shackles available, those that could immobilize all joints. Though such devices would render a person utterly incapable of movement. For a murderer like him, it would be a fitting end. Yet, half an hour later, her perception of Lu Xiankai began to shift subtly. All of this stemmed from a mere cough. Chapter 59. What does one seek in life? There once existed a theory suggesting that the most crucial aspect of courting a woman lies in igniting her curiosity. As for why such curiosity arises, be it from strangeness, fear, or other factors, it matters not. What is significant is that if a woman is intrigued, an opportunity arises. In this theory, women are not rational beings. Their actions are predominantly driven by emotion. Despite her profound fear of the man in the room, Hiyume found herself unable to resist stealing glances, driven by curiosity. As time passed, she began to notice discrepancies. Although the man was robust and imposing, he exhibited none of the symptoms associated with hypermasculinity. At the very least, there was no sign of volatile emotions. Rather, he appeared extraordinarily calm. Lying there like a statue, he couldn't even be bothered to open his eyes. The only moment she witnessed him doing so was when a yellow oriole landed on the window, its cheerful chirping eliciting a faint smile from him. Women are indeed emotional beings, a truth that cannot be disputed. Bathed in sunlight, the man gazed quietly at the yellow oriole outside, his rugged features and yearning expression radiating a melancholy that quickened her pulse. Hiyume had heard numerous tales about this man. With a sentence of over 100 years, he was condemned to languish in that dreadful cage and slowly wither away. Surely, this was why he gazed so wistfully at the free-spirited oriole, she mused, interpreting his actions with a hint of sympathy or fondness that rendered her particularly gentle in his presence, unlike her fellow medical staff who trembled in fear. Lu Xiankai remained unaware that his nurse had mentally transformed him into a melancholic figure, a prisoner deprived of freedom. Melancholy? Such emotions seem almost inconceivable within the heart of this defiant and formidable man. The sole reason he gazed at the oriole perched on the windowsill was a singular pursuit, learning. The man lamented once more the tremendous prowess of his physique in the realm of combat. To call it formidable is perhaps an understatement. The term monstrous might be more fitting. Even though heavy shackles adorned his wrists, his mind incessantly conjured and refined a technique that fused the essence of the 12 intentions into a singular one becomes two. Simultaneously, he marveled at the wonders of the system. The 12 intentions were hailed by the system as the pinnacle of all martial arts, encompassing 17 distinct methods of exertion, including rise, fall, flip, twist, wrap, crash, advance, retreat, shift, flash, surprise, stomp, and shock, each of which utterly eclipsed the Muay Thai, boxing, Southern styles, and Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu that Lu Xiankai had once mastered. As for why he fixated on that oriole, the yearning for freedom? No, that would be a grave misunderstanding. At the moment the bird descended, an epiphany struck him like a lightning bolt, illuminating his understanding of the stepping and shocking powers inherent in martial arts. In the wind, the oriole stood lightly, deftly dissipating the onslaught of the fierce gusts with the mere quiver of its body. Lu Xiankai's fingers twitched slightly, which, in Hiyume's eyes, merely reflected an emotional stir. Yet, in truth, he was mimicking the bird's every movement. If he were to strike Lin Guowei now, the impact might lack the previous grandeur, but its lethality could be amplified threefold, enabling him to pin the man against the prison transport. Hitting someone would become akin to painting a masterpiece. In a buoyant mood, Lu Xiankai smiled at the gentle nurse, Hiyume, as she delicately wrapped his wrist in bandages, nodding in gratitude. Hiyume returned a smile before turning to leave. The medical room in Chihu was perpetually bustling. In the words of the prison staff, these scoundrels were always shirking their duties, with many prisoners resorting to self-harm just to secure a few days of rest on a hospital bed. Soon, Hiyume became engrossed in her tasks. The news about the King of Hell in the medical room had long been circulating among the prisoners, Yet with Lu Xiankai's continued silence in his ward, many inmates grew restless. Whispers gradually escalated, transforming the once quiet medical area into a cacophony reminiscent of a morning market. Finally, a prisoner named Zhang Wei could no longer contain himself and stealthily reached for the nurse, who was bending over to administer an injection. Just then, a cold cough emanated from Lu Xiankai's room. Cough. It's too noisy. I need to rest. In an instant, all sounds ceased, and Zhang Wei hastily withdrew his hand. Beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead from sheer terror. In the past, he relished the shrieks and scoldings of women after his lecherous advances, deriving a perverse satisfaction from it. But now, Zhang Wei felt an overwhelming relief that he had refrained from his actions. He understood all too well that should the king of hell be in a foul mood, he could easily find himself with a shattered throat in the blink of an eye. 10 minutes later, "Do you have a favorite song?" He asked, observing the man lying quietly. In the medical room, many inmates opted to listen to music, as it was the most effective means of relaxation. Though such comforts were scarce in prison. "Any recommendations?" Lu Xiankai spoke for the first time, unaware of the world of music, as his previous life had been consumed by martial pursuits, devoid of any musical memories. "What do you yearn for in life?" He smiled. "I adore Johnny Tsai's song." This ordinary-looking girl, who spent her days interacting with prisoners, revealed her artistic side for the first time in front of a stranger. "To me, this song speaks not of despair, but of release." Lu Xiankai did not grasp the emphasis she placed on the word release. Yet the familiar title and artist prompted him to nod in acknowledgement. Moments later, a song that mirrored one from Lu Xiankai's otherworldly existence played in the medical room. The warmth and chill cannot find rest. How many autumns have passed in reflection, though sought after, yet lost. What was not anticipated is now in hand. "Do you enjoy this song?" Simultaneously, in a massage parlor in Mongkok, Yi Jihuan gazed at Ajin. "I love it." Ajin grinned. "I haven't read much, so I don't understand the meaning, but I know what I want in life." "What is that?" "To marry a good man." Lying on the massage table, Yi Jihuan extinguished her cigarette. "Marriage isn't my desire. I'm a bit foolish, and who would like me? I dream of having my own storefront, a dessert shop. My skills are exceptional. Life is so bitter, so why not let people indulge in a touch of sweetness? The world is perilous once you retire from it. Come enjoy my desserts, and I'll brew you tea." Ajin laughed heartily, her gaze on Yi Jihuan's scarred back revealing a love that only a woman could possess. Chapter 60, Rainbow Candy. This time, the culinary journey brings us to the harbor city adorned with the Oriental Pearl, where we spotlight a delightful confectionery named Yiji. Clad in traditional attire, the female host stands before the camera, while behind her is a nostalgic shop located at 18 Hennessy Road in the harbor city. The production team has received numerous requests to feature this candy shop. With a beaming smile, the host introduces the establishment, noting its handcrafted production methods and uniquely delightful flavors. Many have remarked that the candies carry the essence of time, both bitter and sweet. As the camera shifts, Ajin, now donned in a pristine white uniform, appears on screen. This is the owner, who personally selects all the ingredients for the syrup each day and meticulously prepares them away from sunlight, which has garnered such a stellar reputation. By the way, let me share an inspiring story about our owner. The popular host from the Empire Food Channel expresses admiration. "Our female boss has risen from the lowest echelons of a massage parlor to her current success, so viewers facing setbacks should not despair. Perseverance will yield rewards." Although Ajin's face no longer bore the weariness of the past, she remained cheerful, laughing heartily, unbothered by her appearance. Everyone is curious about one particular aspect of Yiji's candy shop. Why are the rainbow candies not for sale, but instead displayed prominently? Is there a deeper significance? In the closing moments of the show, the host, savoring a fluffy white marshmallow candy, poses a question that has intrigued many. When discussing this shop, people often mention this curious quirk. The owner has a peculiar habit of placing several beautifully crafted rainbow candies at the entrance each morning, yet they are never sold, only to be discarded by evening. The next day, she continued with this strange behavior, having not been lazy for a single day in all these years. Even when a woman once broke her arm, because someone likes to eat, Ajin's cheerful face suddenly became sad, and the woman with one hand blocking her eyes waved her hand towards the camera. "It was a little story that happened to me. There was nothing to say." After explaining, the woman ignored the camera and turned around and walked into the store. In the center of the store, under the camera, there is a rainbow candy that Yiji Candy Store will never sell. The photographer skills of the Empire are naturally excellent. In the camera, under the sunlight, the rainbow candies in 7 different colors are particularly beautiful. Starting from a deep blue, it gradually transitions to a fresh green, and then cleverly interweaves colors such as yellow and red, truly like a rainbow appearing in front of us, brilliant and charming. This is the content of a food program broadcasted on Empire Television 3 years later. The heat is high, but unfortunately no one will ever know why Mr. Jean did it. Some stories will eventually become secrets over time and be forgotten by everyone. Bring the timeline back to the present. Is it profitable to be a bone girl? Yi Jihuan continued smoking and casually lay on the massage bed, asking. Compared to being in the countryside, it's very profitable. When it comes to making money, Ajin is particularly happy. Although I am not the one who earns the most in the store, I am the one who saves the most money. Yi Jihuan looked at the other person who was as happy as a girl, and his mood inexplicably became somewhat joyful. Since leaving the imperial military and coming to Hong Kong for a meal, he has been living a life of licking blood with his sword, and can't even remember how long it has been since he last relaxed like this. This made him speak more. What is a money-saving method? Perhaps due to relaxation. Yi Jihuan's Hong Kong dialect also carries a hint of his hometown accent. I don't wear makeup, so I can save a lot of money. I also share the house with several sisters. Ajin is holding his fingers and cooking for himself. Every morning when I go to the big market, I can find the cheapest dishes. You don't know how good those uncles are to me. I just help them clean up the stall sometimes when I have nothing to do. The kindness that a woman unintentionally showed made Yi Jihuan laugh again. I prefer candy to desserts. A look of memories appeared on Yi Jihuan's face, especially a type of rainbow candy, which was the most unforgettable taste in my life. It was very sweet, but unfortunately I never ate it again after the old man passed away. Do you have a recipe? Ajin's expression is particularly serious. My hands are very skillful. I can make it for you to eat. I know many candy recipes that I can write for you. Yi Jihuan's relaxed expression turned into desolation, hoping to have the opportunity to eat the candy you made. It won't be long, 3 years. Ajin has an optimism and cheerfulness that even a fierce martial artist like Yi Jihuan cannot match when facing hardships. If he can save for 10 years without illness or disaster, I will have the money to buy a small shop. You can come then. You won't make money as fast as houses rise. Yi Ji smiled and remained silent. In this low-end massage room filled with erotic undertones, two struggling men and women calmly enjoy the subtle warmth between each other. Since this time, Ajin remembers very clearly that Mr. Yi came to find him 5 times. And each time he would write down the recipe and making method of a candy. However, he still did not tell his name or leave any contact information. Despite Ajin's clumsy attempts to seduce the other party, unfortunately Mr. Yi refused. I remember very clearly the last time I saw Mr. Yi and Ajin. Are you interested in making an investment? Mr. Yi suddenly spoke to Ajin after the massage. What investment? Ajin's heart is like a deer running wild. Do you want to do business with me? Lend me 300000. Mr. Yi shook his head and gave me a card number. I will return it to you on your birthday, along with unexpected interest. Do you know my birthday? The brain circuits of women are completely different from those of men. As Mr. Yi, who was thrilled to know his birthday, almost without any hesitation, handed over almost all of her savings to the man in cash. Aren't you afraid I'll lie to you? Ajin remembered Mr. Yi's strange expression at that time. He looked at him and smiled before hugging him for the first time. Don't worry, I won't. Looking at Ajin, who was foolishly looking at himself, the man turned around and left with only one sentence. I have been dominating the world for my whole life, and I am not afraid of anything except for not being able to repay my debt. Since that day, Ajin has never seen this man again. Until a long time later, a tall and strong man like a fierce beast found himself massaging. She can no longer remember the man's appearance. The only thing she remembers is his terrifying muscles and a very scary pattern tattooed on his back. 9-headed evil spirits pulled a black shadow with iron chains. This terrible guest found himself on his birthday, and after a quiet massage, he didn't say anything but left behind a black suitcase. Inside the box were 6 million yuan in total, along with a note that read one sentence. Return the love. Ajin doesn't know why tears suddenly fell like rain. Chapter 61. I only want one. Yi Guohuan doesn't know how his elder brother got 300,000 yuan. He doesn't care. After all, for the Yi brothers who crisscross Hong Kong and Kowloon, what does this 300,000 yuan mean after having firearms? But he felt that his brother seemed a bit strange. Remember this card number, on October 28th, no matter what happens to us. We will try our best to get 6 million to call over. Yi Jihuan handed Yi Guohuan a card number from the Imperial Bank. If I die, you don't have to help me seek revenge, but you must do it. As long as this place doesn't provoke the encirclement of the blackguards. No one can kill us. Wearing a bulletproof vest and skillfully dismantling the M52 Federal submachine gun in his hand, Yi Guohuan's face was wild. Even if he really wanted to die, I would die in front of you. I am the elder brother. Yi Jihuan patted Yi Guohuan on the shoulder and didn't say much. Instead, he dialed the underground agent's phone number and met at the coffee shop in front of Wanheng Square at 2:00 p.m. tomorrow afternoon, telling him that he wouldn't wait until later. Be careful. I recently asked someone about that Dodge car. The intermediary's voice was kept low, and several powerful characters were found, but none could be found. Obviously, the client's background is very deep, so be careful. It's just some powerful figures. Yi Jihuan sneered coldly. No matter how powerful he was still flesh and blood, bigger than a bullet. As for tearing down bridges after crossing rivers, shut us up. Don't forget. The reason why I don't kill customers is because I follow the rules. If he has the courage, he can give it a try. I am Yi Jihuan. Big circles Yi Jihuan. Don't forget this. The man laughed and hung up the phone. When they decided not to hide anymore, the Yi brothers remained as fierce and arrogant as ever. The viewership rating is 39, which is calculated by Nielsen Data Processing Center. I will give each of you a big red envelope. The headquarters of Jade Television is situated at 77 Jun Choi Street, Seongkwan O Industrial Estate, in the Saikung district of the New Territories. In this city, where every inch of land is precious, a towering building that reaches 38 stories speaks volumes about its financial prowess. Within the executive office on the 34th floor, Li Rubing, a seasoned figure who has navigated the film and television industry for nearly 2 decades, wore a radiant expression. However, in stark contrast to his beaming demeanor, both Wang Pengzi, seated to his left, and the illustrious Zhou Daming across from him bore expressions of palpable distress. Continue filming. Jing, Li Rubing first directed his gaze towards Wang Pengzi. Haven't you always sought the rights to Mr. Jin's blood sword? The station is considering it. He then turned to Zhou Mu Ran. For this year's anniversary, Miss Zhou, you can make a grand entrance following Miss May. The station's eagerness to secure the involvement of these 2 prominent individuals stemmed from the astonishing viewership ratings, prompting Li Rubing to present an offer they could hardly refuse. Brother Ben, even if you grant me the rights, I still need my life to shoot. Wang Pengzi fervently shook his head. That place in Stanley is nothing short of hell. You have no idea how perilous it is. The inmates there are lunatics, and it truly could be fatal. Zhou Mu Ran nodded vigorously in agreement. For reasons unknown, the image of a figure emerging amidst a raging sandstorm flashed through her mind, sending a shiver down her spine and draining the color from her face. Mr. Lu Ming has already liaised with the judicial system, Li Rubing reassured them. Due to the unique educational value this program holds for the youth of Hong Kong, the prison has increased the number of allowed filming personnel to 40, meaning you can bring in double the security staff. Yet, both Director Wang and the stunning Zhou remained resolutely shaking their heads. The last encounter with those menacing inmates had left them thoroughly traumatized. Although it had been resolved satisfactorily, the memories were indelibly etched in their minds. What use is 12 security personnel? Wang Pengzi, with far more experience than Zhou Mu Ran, spoke candidly without hesitation. At that time, there were over 100 men heading towards the prisoner transport. 12 security? In the absence of firearms, even 120 would be barely sufficient. Firearms are out of the question, Li Rubing replied, furrowing his brow. You know very well that if firearms are involved, no one can keep things under control. Rest assured. Boss Xiao has already engaged with several major triads, he continued. Moreover, Mr. Liu has exerted some pressure. This time, we will not encounter the same issues as before. In a moment of desperation, Li Rubing subtly divulged matters that were beyond the purview of Wang Pengzi and Zhou Daming. The phrase effort lies outside poetry perfectly encapsulated the situation at hand. Shortly after the incident, not only had Boss Xiao sought out the local underworld leaders for discussions, but Lu Ming's influence had also led to the sweeping closure of 13 nightclubs by the authorities. All of this was orchestrated for one singular purpose, to ensure the smooth filming of the program. Brother Ben, I've been in this industry for over 20 years. Wang Pengzi began, rising from his seat and ensuring the door was firmly shut before continuing his grievances towards Li Rubing. Many of the prison guards merely stood by and watched as we faced our troubles. That is not something a triad possesses the capability to manage. We are all intelligent individuals, and you know who it could be. Even though only Zhou Mu Ran and her manager, Sister Wang, were present, Wang Pengzi lowered his voice to a near whisper. Mr. Liu can exert pressure on the triads, but Mr. Gua can do the same. The risks are too great. Zhou Mu Ran's complexion immediately turned ashen. Lack of experience does not equate to a lack of intelligence. On the contrary, although the girl had enjoyed a smooth upbringing, both her emotional and intellectual quotients were undoubtedly above average. She picked up on Wang Pengzi's insinuations, leading her to grasp just how perilous the upcoming filming would be. You are afraid, and I am in a difficult position as well, Li Rubing admitted, his expression now one of bitterness. Now that the big players are determined to proceed, what can we do? State your conditions, and I will negotiate. A heavy silence enveloped the room. Wang Pengzi continued to smoke one cigarette after another, the acrid scent of tobacco quickly permeating the entire space. Is it impossible to refrain from this? Zhou Mu Ran interjected, unable to contain herself. If Mr. Liu were to lose due to this program, do you think the powerful family behind him would not retaliate against us? Although Li Rubing held the title of executive president at Jade Television, he was acutely aware that he was not fundamentally different from the 2 individuals before him. Under the wrath of the powerful, none would enjoy a favorable outcome. Those in power seldom empathize with the struggles of those beneath them, they only seek results. This is the law of survival in the jungle. We can go. Zhou Mu Ran's mind conjured the terrifying figure even more vividly, leading her to a sudden realization. We do not require so many security personnel. I only need one individual to maintain order and ensure our safety within the crew. The girl proposed her condition. Who? Li Rubing's eyes lit up. Rest assured, Mr. Liu and his associates will certainly be able to manage. Yama, Zhou Mu Ran replied. Disregarding Sister Wang's discreet tug at her leg beneath the table, boldly uttering the name of that fearsome figure. A prisoner known among the inmates of Stanley Prison as Yama. Chapter 62. You underestimate power. The arrogance of the Yi brothers has become their defining characteristic. Throughout their criminal exploits, the two have epitomized this term to its utmost. Though they had not made an appearance for over a year, the scene captured by Jade Television remains a topic of lively discussion among the public to this day. Amidst a hail of bullets, Yi Guohuan, bare-chested, laughed maniacally as he wielded an assault rifle, effortlessly suppressing 10 times the number of lawmen who could barely raise their heads. His maniacal laughter and cold, indifferent gaze were forever immortalized on screen. From that day forth, the Yi brothers earned the moniker the century's Thief King. Ordinary citizens may perceive the Six Doors and the Major Crimes Unit as inept, but only those who truly understand the Yi brothers are aware of a profound truth. Arrogance. It is merely a protective facade for the Yi brothers. The sole reason these two brothers, who have wreaked havoc in Hong Kong and Kowloon, remain unassailable is one, caution. Along with an almost excessive attention to detail. People only witness their ferocity and slaughter, yet remain oblivious to the meticulous contingency plans Yi Jihuan devises prior to each crime. This occasion was no exception. The rendezvous point for Yi Jihuan and Zhang Yun was a cafe. The choice of this particular cafe was simple. Yi Jihuan was aware of a very discreet hidden door within, known to very few aside from the owner. This was his escape route. Should a trap be laid against him, Yi Jihuan had complete confidence in his ability to evade capture, even while surrounded by lawmen. Of course, Yi Jihuan's caution extended beyond this. He had scrutinized all the routes surrounding Wanhang Plaza and ensured that Yi Guohuan was thoroughly familiar with every emergency scenario. After completing all necessary preparations, Yi Jihuan arrived at the agreed-upon meeting place an hour early. He did not immediately enter the cafe, but instead crouched in front of a newspaper stand in the plaza. After discreetly observing his surroundings without any apparent issues, Yi Jihuan casually dropped a few coins and purchased a gossip newspaper before stepping into the cafe. After entering the CAFA, Yi Jihuan did not walk straight to the designated corner, but instead took a detour as if strolling around. When passing by table 3, Yi Jihuan seemed distracted and accidentally dropped the newspaper he was holding under his arm onto the ground. Sorry. Realizing the situation, Yi Jihuan politely greeted the guests at table 3 and naturally bowed to pick up the newspaper. After finishing all of this, Yi Jihuan sat in the corner of seat 13 and waved his hand at the waiter. A cup of coffee without sugar and milk. Nowadays, Yi Jihuan looks very much like a white-collar worker who steals half a day of leisure after being busy with work, both in appearance and expression. No one knows. Just as the man was bowing, he had already placed a mirror, only the size of a palm and inconspicuous, in a hidden corner under table 3. Yi Jihuan's caution and meticulousness were once again fully demonstrated by him. He has already studied the layout inside the coffee shop in enough detail, so he knows that there will be blind spots in any place under this layout. So he needs a mirror. A mirror placed in a specific position that allows him to inadvertently observe the situation in all corners behind him. The coffee came up quickly. Yi Jihuan squinted his eyes and slowly tasted the bitter liquid, but he still didn't let down any guard. The man now is observing all the guests for any discordance or details that make him suspicious. After years of fighting in the martial arts world, he could no longer trust anyone except Yi Guohuan. Zhang Yun came on time, just as Yi Jihuan's first cup of coffee was about to bottom out. He had already walked into the CAFA surrounded by 4 tall and burly bodyguards. Unlike the last time he went to the tea house, this time Zhang Yun restored his usual attire. The sharp black suit and elegant gold-rimmed glasses made him look a bit weak. But Yi Jihuan's gaze remained fixed on the other person's obviously thick and bony hands. Mr. Yi still maintains his charm. Zhang Yun politely reached out his hand with a smile on his face. I don't like shaking hands with others because my reaction is slowed down by a few tenths of a second when my palm is controlled. Yi Jihuan looked at the other person expressionlessly, not to mention that your hands should have practiced grappling, and the risk would be even greater. Port City is a place of turbulence, filled with gold everywhere. Over the years, many dragons and snakes have crossed the river to feast, but among them, Mr. Yi is the one I admire the most. Zhang Yun was not angry either, and even the smile on his face remained unchanged after he withdrew his arm and sat down. No need to talk about friendship. Yi Jihuan coldly replied, you pay, I'll kill. Afterwards, everyone went their own way. If someone hires me to kill you in the future, I will not show mercy. If you want to kill me in the future, don't hesitate. With reason. Zhang Yun nodded and snapped his fingers at a bodyguard behind him. The latter immediately placed a black suitcase in front of Yi Jihuan. I know your rules. Pay half before everything is done. Zhang Yun rotated the black suitcase and opened it to Yi Jihuan. He received 3 million federal coins in old bills, not numbered. Mr. Yi, you can click. No need. Yi Jihuan shook his head. I don't believe anyone would have the courage to deceive me. Since Mr. Yi has no doubts about money, can he specifically explain the content of the business? Zhang Yun said. Yi Jihuan nodded and made a gesture of invitation as he closed the box. 3 days later, the location is Stanley Prison. And the people to be killed are several teenagers and a celebrity. Zhang Yun lowered his voice and spoke. This is all the content of the task. If Mr. Yi has any questions, you can ask now. Stanley? Yi Jihuan narrowed his eyes. Yes, Stanley. Zhang Yun nodded. 6 million federal coins are equivalent to 30 million imperial coins. We are willing to pay such a high salary to kill a few powerless targets because the location is in Stanley. The atmosphere suddenly cooled down. Let's 2 wanted criminals go to prison to kill someone? Are you looking for death? As he spoke, Yi Jihuan leaned back slightly, and his action immediately made the expressions of the 4 bodyguards nervous. 2 of them unconsciously touched their waist. It's not that I'm provoking you, but that you're underestimating power. Zhang Yun waved his hand at the few people behind him, still smiling. Chapter 63, Dragon and Tiger Fight. Mr. Yi is not familiar with power. What seems impossible to you is not difficult for us. Zhang Yun shrugged his shoulders and continued. We will arrange everything. I need to know the specific arrangements. Yi Jihuan's expression was somewhat incredulous, but he still maintained enough patience in the face of 6 million federal coins. There are 4 prisons and 7 correctional institutions in Ganqing. Zhang Yun continued. According to a judicial regulation issued 6 years ago, if natural disasters or highly contagious diseases occur in these places, their prisoners will be temporarily placed in the nearest prison. And 1 day later, some problems will occur in the 3 correctional facilities located near Stanley Prison. As long as you violate some security regulations with any other identity before this, Mr. Yi, you will become one of these prisoners. I believe your identity is not insignificant. Don't worry about these prisoners not being transferred to Stanley. After all, we have this power. Seemingly aware of Yi Jihuan's concern, Zhang Yun grinned and gave an explanation. As for how to kill the target after entering Stanley, I believe it won't be difficult with your means and the help of those big circle guys inside Stanley. Zhang Yun finally revealed his true intention of hiring the Yi brothers only at this point. Even if there are some minor issues with your prestige, there will naturally be a large circle of people coming forward to take the blame. Yi Jihuan's eyes were already somewhat tempted. That's right. It's just dealing with a few powerless teenagers and a celebrity. If operated properly, even he doesn't need to take action. After temporary placement, you will naturally return to the disciplinary center where there are no more issues. As for whether you left the disciplinary center with money or continued to roam the port city, it has nothing to do with us. Zhang Yun, who had relaxed his mood, even joked that wealthy families make money faster than robbery, so I don't mind if you do a few more tickets. This way, our newspaper can sell more. No strong man who has stood firm in the martial arts world for so many years is a fool. After you mentioned Stanley Prison, I've been wondering why you didn't find a club to do this and why you had to go through so much trouble. Now I understand. After pondering for a long time, Yi Ji burst into laughter. So, did you want this killing to turn into an accident? A big circle of people taking the blame can lead to unexpected public opinion. I enjoy interacting with smart people. Zhang Yun did not avoid the topic of Yi Jihuan, but directly revealed the answer. He did not choose the club because they had too many connections with local wealthy families and various forces to keep a secret. And the big circle guy who has no connection with any power becomes the best choice. Even if the news is leaked in the future, who would believe the words of a wanted criminal who kills countless people in the port city? We are not afraid to put in extra effort to lay out, but we are afraid that things will be discovered. Zhang Yun endeavored to slow his speech, rendering his tone exceptionally sincere. I have exerted every effort to address your inquiries, and now I require Mr. Ye's response. As he posed the final question, Yi Jihuan fixed his gaze upon the other man and spoke slowly. How can you ensure that you will not silence us after this? That is precisely why I ordered 2 cups of Dahong Pao, Zhang Yun replied with a smile. Shrugging his shoulders, in the bustling city, no one would place their trust in the words of the Yi brothers. Thus, we would not dare to undertake this endeavor, risking the peril of Yi Guohuan's sniper from a kilometer away. With these words, Zhang Yun gestured for the bodyguard beside him to step back, then pointed towards the overpass outside the window. Yi Guohuan should be up there. For years ago, during your heist at the Zhouji jewelry store, he shot and killed an elite detective from 800 meters away, an incident well documented in the records. There is no such thing as a foolproof defense against thieves, and this reflects our utmost sincerity. Zhang Yun demonstrated the resolve that had enabled him to ascend to the second highest position within Guo Baochuan's faction at such a young age. He tapped his temple, stating, "It would be all too easy for him to kill me now. I accept." Yi Jihuan finally nodded. Meanwhile, Wang Pengzi encountered Lu Xiankai, an almost otherworldly presence. This was how Wang Pengzi defined Lu Xiankai after being thoroughly intimidated by the latter's display of lethal prowess during their last meeting. Yet even with this mental preparation, when Wang Pengzi beheld Lu Xiankai once more through the thick, bulletproof glass, a visceral fear surged within him. The man, though quietly seated across from him, exuded a feral aura that was palpable. The heavy shackles did little to instill a sense of security. Rather, they made Lu Xiankai appear even more predatory. It could be said that were it not for the impenetrable barriers separating them, Director Wang would have doubted his own courage to remain in that room. Interesting. Lu Xiankai mused, his instinctive perception detecting the opportunities that Wang Pengzi's arrival presented him. While he understood the complexities of the situation, the man was wholly unconcerned about the potential consequences of his involvement. He had come to trust everything the system had conveyed to him, and thus, Lu Xiankai's singular objective was to enhance his own power. Seizing every opportunity to bolster his strength was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. Lu Xiankai stood atop the world, yearning to witness vistas unseen by humankind. You wish for me to protect the film crew? After listening to Director Wang's description, Lu Xiankai did not decline. What compensation can you offer? I may not know your specific needs, but I understand one principle, Wang Pengzi replied, smiling broadly and striving to appear particularly sincere. If you want someone to risk their life, then you must present them with an offer they cannot refuse. Aside from the impossible task of securing your release, we can arrange for anything else. If you desire women, I can facilitate the entry of aspiring starlets. That is within my power. As Wang Pengzi uttered these words, the several officers in the visitation room maintained grave expressions, resembling statues. Even the security camera in the corner shifted its focus, rendering the bold proclamation of fairness and justice inscribed on the wall ironically sardonic. I do not require women. However, I do need a significant quantity of pharmaceuticals. Lu Xiankai remarked, directing his gaze at Wang Pengzi. If you can provide the medications I require, I would not hesitate to assist you. Certainly. Any medication you need can be arranged. With the assurance of a powerful figure backing him, Wang Pengzi felt emboldened to make this promise. One takes money for services rendered. After Lu Xiankai nodded, he added, I will compile a list for you. If possible, please help me find the best masseur outside. I will specify my requirements in writing. These medications hold considerable value, Lu Xiankai interjected, but I assure you, the worth you receive will far exceed your investment. Lu Xiankai was unaware that this decision would inevitably lead him into a fierce struggle with the Yi brothers. A confrontation that would determine not only victory or defeat, but also life and death. Chapter 64, Just Like You. Bullying. This sufficiently sordid term plays out in every corner of the world. But if one were to inquire where this term appears most frequently, it would not be in the workplace or the classroom, but rather in prison, within the confines of incarceration. The survival of the fittest is the doctrine adhered to by all. Both bullies and their victims etch these words into their very bones within this brutal hell. No one perceives anything amiss. In prison, the sole ambition of everyone is to ascend from the bottom and become a bully. No one naively seeks to disrupt this structure. Save for Lu Xiankai's former self, a figure both formidable yet remarkably foolish. Even Lu Xiankai's predecessor succumbed to the backlash of defying this unwritten rule. There will always be outliers in this world, such as Sean. In the eyes of this former financial elite, he did not perceive bullying. Rather, he saw opportunity. Recently having gained a bit of weight, Sean quietly occupied the northwest corner of the square, his cold gaze surveying everything. Despite Lu Xiankai's confinement in either the isolation cell or the infirmary, the northwest corner remained solely occupied by Sean and the diminutive hamster, both recognized as the underlings of the formidable king of hell. In a square teeming with inmates, this notably vacant corner stood out starkly. Yet, despite its emptiness, not a single prisoner dared to encroach upon this territory, indicating that the ferocity and dominance of the king of hell were deeply ingrained in the minds of all. This was a positive sign, or at least, that was Sean's belief. In the grand scheme of his power-building initiative, the fear instilled in others was merely the first step, yet it was a crucial foundation, and it was evident that this foundation was now remarkably solid. Sean understood that it was time to proceed to the next phase of his plan. What are you planning to do? Observing Sean's intense focus, Hamster could not contain his curiosity and inquired, You've been watching the gang bully the newcomers, an issue so trivial that even the guards ignore it, for nearly 10 days now. Aren't you bored? Recently, Hamster had become utterly perplexed by Sean's behavior. In his eyes, this individual seemed almost possessed, fervently recording the actions and words of the prisoners in the square, and even conducting investigations. Hamster had seen Sean's notebook, filled with densely packed names and backgrounds of inmates, along with remarks about their words and actions. Following these names were Sean's analyses of their personalities and behaviors. I excelled in psychology, not finance. Before my tenure at the investment bank, Sean replied, leaving Hamster bewildered. Thus, I need to analyze certain elements to serve our leader better. Just help the boss make money. Hamster scoffed, unimpressed. Every gang in this prison shows respect to the boss. What use is it to study the trash at the bottom of the food chain? You must have really lost it in here. You wouldn't understand, Sean countered, shaking his head. Because you lack the intelligence. Then speak, and I shall comprehend. The tone of the young hamster tinged with dissatisfaction. God requires believers, Sean replied. The young hamster's expression was a complex mixture of confusion and realization. For he understood that Sean's words were devoid of deceit. Yet, he remained perplexed. Lu Xiankai was unaware that Sean, in his quest to affirm his own worth, was already progressing to the second step of deifying himself. His entire focus was consumed by the pharmaceuticals that had been delivered. Power, these two characters once again manifested their might. The medications, which previously necessitated exorbitant costs and arduous efforts to acquire, now lay openly in his hospital room, crafted into massage ointments tailored to Lu Xiankai's specifications to curry his favor. Lu Xiankai lifted one, inhaled its scent, and after sampling a touch with his finger, his eyes sparkled with uncontainable excitement. The consistent flavor and the tingling spiciness on his palate assured him of its authenticity. It seemed that Wang Pengzi had indeed spared no expense. Not only had he supplied a year's worth of restorative evolution potions, but the more costly iron cloth shirt massage ointment would also support Lu Xiankai's training for 3 months. This meant that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would experience rapid physical enhancement with these items. Rest assured, they are excellent products. Observing Lu Xiankai inspect the medicines, an elderly man with graying hair curled his lip, remarking, 2 of these ingredients are from my pharmacy's stock, which I've always been reluctant to part with, and yet they have ended up benefiting a mere prisoner like you. The disdain in his tone was unmistakable. This was hardly surprising. As one of the premier massage therapists in the harbor city, Zhang Shoulin not only operated a top-tier wellness center, but also charged exorbitant fees for his services, seldom offering his expertise due to his advancing age, thus making him a highly sought-after figure. Yet now, because of his fame-seeking son, who pressured him to lower his standards and attend to a prisoner, it was understandable that his demeanor was less than amiable. In the time to come, I shall require your expertise once more. To others, Lu Xiankai may have appeared a ruthless beast, yet he exhibited remarkable humility in the presence of such a skilled master. Unfazed by the elder's sarcasm, Lu Xiankai even bowed slightly in gratitude. Unnamed exotic herbs, wood oil, frankincense, myrrh, earth dragon, and sapanwood. Zhang Shoulin's expression softened a bit. Though I am unaware of the source of your formula, these few ingredients clearly indicate a tonic for physical conditioning. What are you training for? The iron cloth shirt or the 13 Tai Bao horizontal training? You comprehend these matters? Lu Xiankai expressed surprise. My massage parlor is the only designated nurturing site for martial arts among the 36 schools in the harbor city. I once helped Master Che of Hung Kun, diagnosed as half-paralyzed by the Federal First Hospital, regain his health. Do you question my knowledge? Zhang Shoulin's temper flared at Lu Xiankai's skepticism. I know even more. Longan flesh and earth fire lotus are potent drugs. While these substances may offer some benefits for your physical enhancement, the accompanying agony is not something most can endure. It's the first time I've seen such an aggressive formula. It must be an ancient recipe. I can endure it. Lu Xiankai replied calmly, his gaze steely rather than ferocious, as he sought to understand the limits of the human body. Young people often believe they can leap over the dragon's gate. Let me see if your physique has any flaws. The elderly man, disinclined to speak further, approached Lu Xiankai, first examining the area where the shackles met his wrist before nodding. He then pressed his thumb and index finger at a precise point along Lu Xiankai's spine, tapping it a few times. For the first time, there was a glimmer of shock in the elder's gaze as he regarded Lu Xiankai. It has been many years. You are only the second young person I have encountered capable of mastering horizontal training to this extent. Your talent is exceptionally high. It's evident you are a practitioner. Yet, your spine shows no signs of deformation. This is impossible. Why is it impossible? Lu Xiankai was perplexed by the elder's astonishment, having trained strictly according to the system's guidance. The spine is the great dragon within the body. All force is transmitted through it. I can see your level of physical exertion is substantial. With such a high volume of exercise, even with perfect technique, it would ordinarily reach the limits of the spine and cause deformation. You are training alone in prison. Without guidance, I cannot fathom the extraordinary talent that allows you to instinctively avoid such risks. May I inquire, Master Zhang, if there are any areas in which I require improvement? The depth of Zhang Shoulin's knowledge illuminated for Lu Xiankai just how fortunate he was to have this massage therapist, prompting him to adopt an even more humble tone. Alas, we live in an age of firearms. Even if you could master the iron cloth shirt to the sound of clashing metal, what would it matter? The elder refrained from answering Lu Xiankai's question, his gaze dimming as he became lost in memories of a martial genius from the harbor city who nearly reached this level, only to have his heart shattered by a gunshot from behind. I still recall his eyes. The elder's tone was melancholic. They resembled yours. Chapter 65. The sky is blue. A canvas devoid of clouds. The ability to read facial expressions and discern emotions is a vital skill for the white gloves. Only in this way can the vultures that cling to the powerful extract the intelligence they seek from the fleeting micro-expressions. Despite having traversed into this world, Lu Xiankai did not lose his innate instincts. Almost immediately, he deduced that this elder named Zhang Shoulin held a special sentiment for the genius he had mentioned. This presented an opportunity to access the elder's inner thoughts. The path must be traversed by someone. After careful consideration of his words, Lu Xiankai gradually spoke. This is a legacy of spiritual will, and I believe my talent will allow me to continue onward. Without directly stating it, he subtly invited Zhang Shoulin to see himself in the shoes of that unfortunate soul. Lu Xiankai's rhetoric evidently bore fruit. The man's gaze shifted to the elder, filled with a deeper sense of regret, before he placed a weighty bet, perhaps believing that in doing so, countless fallen pioneers would find solace. How much can you endure? The formula you provided is exquisite, yet it will not enable you to train successfully in the shortest time. What you lack now is time. The elder's expression towards Lu Xiankai had shifted significantly from their initial encounter. I can introduce an additional medication, though while this substance will greatly enhance your training efficiency, the accompanying pain is something few can withstand. You may wish to give it a try. A hint of defiance surfaced on Lu Xiankai's face, the arrogance he had long sought to conceal. I hope you can endure it. The elder's eyes bore a hint of sorrow. Had he been able to endure in the past, perhaps he would not have perished. As the elder projected his feelings for certain individuals onto Lu Xiankai, his efficiency surged remarkably. In less than 3 hours, the newly prepared massage ointment was in his hands. I specifically inquired, and I can only remain in prison to assist you in nurturing your body for a mere 2 weeks. Not only has the attitude shifted, but Zhang Shoulin's words have also become somewhat verbose. To optimize efficiency and minimize time, I will employ acupuncture to enhance the absorption of the medication, albeit at the cost of an almost unfathomable degree of pain. Should you find it unbearable, you may relinquish the endeavor. Zhang Shoulin sighed as he observed Lu Xiankai, whose streamlined muscular physique lay sprawled upon the bed. Some matters cannot be forced. I am eager to ascertain the extent of the suffering. A flicker of ruthlessness crossed Lu Xiankai's face, for since the day he ventured into the martial world, he had grasped a fundamental truth: to ascend to great heights, one must be unyielding towards oneself. In the next moment, without uttering another word, Zhang Shoulin swiftly inserted the needles, followed by a milky medication being applied to the man's body. The pain. Despite Lu Xiankai's thorough preparations, a grunt escaped his lips. An indescribable agony surged through him with every strike of Zhang Shoulin's palm, especially when the needles pierced his flesh. It felt as if a sharp dagger had been plunged into his being. But that was not all. This dagger twisted relentlessly within him. The sensation of the ointment seeping into his skin was akin to having chili powder or other intensely irritating substances poured onto an open wound. Outside the infirmary, numerous prisoners gazed in shock at the tightly shut door of Ward Number 7, their expressions betraying disbelief, for they had seemingly heard the terrifying cries of that madman. The King of Hell. Lu Xiankai paid no heed to the external environment. His entire body was tense, his eyes wide with fury. The whites of his eyes had become bloodshot from excruciating pain. Endure. Zhang Shoulin had thoroughly coated Lu Xiankai's body with the ointment, and then his hands began to strike vehemently. The most agonizing part was yet to come. I will employ a method of shock to facilitate your absorption of these medications. When the substances permeate your very marrow, the pain will reach its zenith. I understand. Lu Xiankai's voice was hoarse, akin to the sound of iron scraping against iron. I am unaware of which lineage your horizontal training belongs to, but you may now channel your energy to absorb these medications. As Zhang Shoulin's words fell, Lu Xiankai instinctively commenced the muscle movements prescribed by the system. Evidently, the method for the iron cloth shirt provided by the system was exceedingly adept, unwittingly alleviating the pain considerably. Zhang Shoulin was somewhat taken aback. As an expert in human anatomy, he understood the implications of Lu Xiankai's sudden relaxation. A glimmer of joy surfaced on the old man's face, for he realized that the other might indeed withstand the impending excruciating torment. This was the very goal his most cherished disciple had yearned to achieve. Without hesitation, Zhang Shoulin altered his technique and pressed his thumb firmly into Lu Xiankai's lower back. For the first time in his life, Lu Xiankai clenched his teeth with all his might, relying on this method to withstand the agony. Even the man's teeth rattled as if they might shatter from the pressure. Congratulations to the host for acquiring an improved version of the iron cloth shirt medicinal formula through fortuitous circumstances. Calculations indicate that the time required for the host to master the iron cloth shirt will be reduced by a factor of 3. Just as the substances permeated the man's bones, the system rarely emerged in his mind. Without granting Lu Xiankai any moment to react, green letters cascaded before his eyes, akin to a verdant waterfall. According to the simulation, The side effects of this improved formula would lead to abnormal hormonal responses generated by the biomechanics between the host's cellular structure and skeletal muscles. A reward for administering the improved medication. The Great Corpse Meditation of the Chihu Shocheng sect. After a few seconds of calculation, green letters reappeared in Lu Xiankai's line of sight. The Great Corpse Meditation allows the host's deep neural cortex to completely relax. In this state, any adverse cortical responses induced by the medication will be restored. The Great Corpse Meditation can enable the host's endocrine system to achieve a state of perfection, adjusting the degree of cellular metabolism to the most suitable pace, thereby extending lifespan. Note: the Great Corpse Meditation carries a certain probability of enhancing the host's sixth sense, potentially leading to qualitative changes upon reaching a perfect realm. Without allowing Lu Xiankai any time to process, a peculiar form of cultivation seamlessly integrated into his memory. Meditation? Yoga? Lu Xiankai was unaware of what the Chihu Shocheng sect entailed in this timeline. Yet the cultivation method implanted in his mind bore a striking resemblance to meditation from another realm. Although the name of the Great Corpse Meditation was somewhat peculiar, the practice itself was not. It was essentially a form of restorative sleep. However, the sole difference was the necessity of maintaining conscious awareness, envisioning oneself as a corpse. No intentional focus or visualization, merely existing in the present awareness to feel everything and practicing to cultivate this sensation into instinct. This is becoming increasingly intriguing. Lu Xiankai murmured to himself. Zhang Shoulin's technique lived up to his grand reputation. Though his hands struck rapidly, the pressure was impeccably measured, allowing Lu Xiankai to sense the medication penetrating his skin with fervor. Whether it was an illusion or not, Lu Xiankai even felt that his skin, muscles, and bones were undergoing monumental transformations. As fluid as water, as soft as cotton, as hard as iron, as strong as steel. These 8 words flashed through Lu Xiankai's mind. The dependence on medication in martial arts practice is substantial, and it requires a highly skilled practitioner for adjustment. Zhang Shoulin, standing behind Lu Xiankai, spoke slowly. For my disciple, I once provided 4 formulas to acquire this technique. I will assist you with adjustments twice daily for the next 2 weeks. But should you manage to escape this prison in the future, you must repay this favor. Zhang Shoulin may be aging, but he is not foolish. He does not believe that a mere prison can contain a martial genius capable of enduring such extreme agony. Disciple, I have found a method for you to take revenge. Zhang Shoulin gazed out the window. The sky was a brilliant blue, devoid of clouds. Chapter 66. Count to 10. A laborer from the mainland, go clean my car. This is your remuneration. This was a statement made by Boss Zhang, who, after casually tossing a banknote, perceived no issue with his words. Many young workers from the mainland come to the port city for employment. These young men share a common characteristic, identifiable by their accented Cantonese and a style of dress that starkly contrasts with that of the city's youth. Due to historical reasons, a segment of the population in the port city harbors disdain, even animosity, towards those from the mainland. Boss Zhang, a millionaire, is among them. This mindset has led him to express contempt whenever he encounters mainland laborers, often with an air of arrogance. Yet, over the years, he has faced no repercussions. After all, many laborers come here solely for monetary gain, and they tend to overlook his disdain in light of the cash he offers. As usual, Boss Zhang tossed a $500 bill at the feet of the worker before opening the car door and slowly exiting the vehicle. This was intentional on his part, because in this way, the other party will bend down in front of him, giving a feeling of salute that makes Mr. Zhang particularly like and even obsessed with. Mainland children are very tall. After getting the car, this was Mr. Zhang's first feeling. His height is already a little over 1.7 meters, but he still needs to tilt his head to see the other person's chin. Obviously, this mainland guy's height has reached 1.9 meters or even higher. What surprised Mr. Zhang even more was the strength of the other party. In such close proximity, he even felt like they were like a wall. Can you understand what I'm saying? Pick up the money, or I'll file a complaint against you. The difference in individual strength between the two sides did not make Mr. Zhang afraid, after all. In today's civilized and rule of law society, wealth and power are the key to determining strength. He did not feel that the other party had the courage to commit violence against him. It's not easy to work here in the Imperial Inland. Various tedious proofs and sufficiently long application times can make an ordinary person despair. And this hard-earned opportunity was destroyed with just one sentence. Mr. Zhang knows that if he just fabricates some other behaviors when complaining about the other party will be dismissed, and all his efforts will be in vain. So this bear-like guy will definitely give in. But it's different from what he guessed. The mainland guy didn't speak, just stared at Mr. Zhang with a strange expression. It's like a dozing tiger seeing Teddy barking wildly in front of it. Just you. The mainland man spoke a sentence that the boss did not understand. He rubbed his chin and observed the slightly obese target, muttering to himself, "We cannot beat you to death, nor can we beat you too hard." Otherwise, we will not be able to go to the correctional institution and instead go through other judicial procedures. It's really frustrating. Apologize immediately. Mr. Zhang felt a little uneasy when he was stared at by the other party, and his tone no longer had the initial aloofness, but rather stuttered a bit. Is this your daughter? The mainland boy ignored Boss Zhang and instead looked at a little girl holding a furry rabbit toy as she got off the car. Yes, it is. Boss Zhang doesn't even know why he obediently answered. The mainland boy walked up to the girl and squatted down. Shall we play a game? Okay, brother. The little girl answered obediently, with 2 dimples appearing on her face. You go back to the car first, then close your eyes and count to 10. There will be surprises for you. The mainland boy touched the girl's head with a particularly gentle expression. 1. The girl obediently walked back to the car and closed her eyes. What are you doing? I'm going to call the police. You molested a girl. You're dead. Boss Zhang was a bit embarrassed and angry because of his inexplicable obedience just now, but the next second, that mainland guy had already pounced like a cheetah. 2. The little girl in the car continued counting numbers with her eyes closed. Bang! The mainland man's right hook fist struck Mr. Zhang's abdomen like lightning, and the 5 fingers of his other hand hooked tightly on Mr. Zhang's throat, causing him to scream and swallow back. Mr. Zhang bowed like a big shrimp thrown into boiling water, and the cramping in his abdomen made his eyes bloodshot. Eldest brother. In the face of absolute violence, Mr. Zhang's pride is like snow under the scorching sun that has long disappeared without a trace. He desperately wanted to beg for mercy, but the inhuman force choked by the other party's throat made it impossible for him to even utter a plea for mercy. Looking at the pale face of the other party, the mainland man grinned and forcefully lifted Mr. Zhang up with one hand, then smashed him fiercely to the ground. Bang! The severe pain in the waist immediately made Mr. Zhang faint. This strength should be about the same. There may be some problems with the spine, and the charges are not significant. The mainland boy slowly bent down and casually patted Mr. Zhang's cheek. Call the police. As Mr. Zhang slowly regained consciousness, the mainland man uttered a vocabulary that he had never thought of before. I don't have money to compensate you, so I can only stay in the correctional facility for a few days. After pulling out Mr. Zhang's phone and dialing 999, the mainland man threw it to him. At this point, the little girl only counted to 7. Mr. Zhang is worth millions of dollars, and the incident occurred in the commercial district of Mongkok. So the catchers came quickly. After more than 10 minutes, the mainland police officer, escorted by several uniformed constables, stepped onto the car with flashing police lights. No one noticed that his gaze was on the left side of the sidewalk before he got on the car. In the crowd of onlookers, Yi Jihuan nodded at Yi Guohuan, who was looking at him, showed a reassuring smile, and then turned around and walked into the crowd. Men turn left. Police cars turn right. The crowd of onlookers quickly dispersed in boredom, as if nothing had happened. The Yi brothers can only enter one. The reason why Yi Jihuan let Yi Guohuan take risks is also very simple. Firstly, Yi Guohuan has mostly been responsible for long-range sniping during previous robberies, and his rarely seen photos are not in the computer of 6 doors. Secondly, no one knows that Yi Guohuan's terrifying sniper skills all come from Yi Jihuan. In the eyes of the rebellious and arrogant Yi brothers, killing a few people in prison is not difficult. But what is difficult is how to leave and collect follow-up fees after completing the task. So staying outside is the biggest guarantee for Yi Jihuan. What about Guo Baochuan? Even though he is a big shot in the port city, who dares to deceive a century thief king who is skilled in sniping and assassination hidden in the dark? Chapter 67 Perception Enhancement. I am on the most correct path. Lu Xiankai, who was staying in prison, naturally did not know that the famous Yi Lauer had already started his plan to kill. Now his face was full of excitement, and his mind was filled with the gains of the past 2 days. The great bodyguard technique gave him the biggest surprise. As the old saying goes, the talent of this body and cultivation is simply terrifying. The most difficult aspects of the meditation method provided by the system are nothing but mindfulness, visualization, and completely turning oneself into a lifeless body without thinking. But everything went smoothly during Lu Xiankai's practice process. There are no difficulties, everything is just like instinct. Repairing the tiny trauma that Lu Xiankai himself couldn't perceive is something that men don't feel much about. What really wakes him up inexplicably is perception. Yes, it's perception. This mysterious thing surprisingly made Lu Xiankai feel its existence and enhancement after extreme pain and ultimate relaxation. Give me an analogy. Many ordinary people may also notice the gaze fixed on them from behind in certain environments or emotions. This is the most basic perception application. However, this mysterious intuition is not always present in ordinary people, and sometimes it can be wrong. But in just 2 days, Lu Xiankai had already realized the difference in his intuition. A few days ago, he definitely couldn't detect the ability of others looking behind him from a visual blind spot 3 meters away. But now, Lu Xiankai was surprised to find that whenever someone stared at him from behind for more than 5 seconds, an indescribable feeling would emerge in his heart. This is not an illusion. Lu Xiankai is very certain. Of course, The improvement in perception brings benefits to Lu Xiankai far beyond that. Though Lu Xiankai currently practices the art of one becomes two while still burdened by heavy shackles. He has not only shed the obscurity of his past, but has gained profound insights. His innate talent allows him to recognize his own shortcomings. Although he has mastered this technique through nearly 10,000 daily repetitions, there remain many subtleties still in the exploration phase. For instance, some applications of force still appear somewhat rudimentary. However, with the enhancement of his perception, he finds that these methods are gradually becoming clearer. Lu Xiankai is resolute. As long as his perception continues to improve, his embodiment of the essence of one becomes two, infused with the spirit of the 12 intentions, will ultimately achieve perfection. What does Lu Xiankai consider perfection? It is etched into his very bones. He envisions that his attacks will become as instinctual as breathing, executed with such ferocity that they will leave the average person utterly bewildered. Yet, Lu Xiankai remains unsatisfied. In another realm, he is fond of a saying, attack must conquer. Defense must be solid. He aims not only for his fists to be unstoppable, but for his defenses to be as impregnable as a fortress. Within the 12 intentions lies a plethora of defensive techniques, which Lu Xiankai gradually integrates into his boxing style with meticulous precision. A strike can guard the head, while a twist of the hand must dissipate force. In the confines of the hospital room, the man's hands move with the swiftness of lightning, murmuring incantations under his breath. When he retracts his hands, it signifies evasion, and every thrust and dodge allows him to shield his entire body. The heavy chains sway, their cold metal links clashing to produce a series of crisp, rhythmic sounds. The echoes reverberate within the cramped space, akin to a demon's soft chant. Retreat and regroup. Once I master these key points, I shall be well on my way to mastery. Lu Xiankai halts his movements, gradually withdrawing his fists. Although he relaxes his fists, the strength within his muscles continues to pulse rhythmically, and the chains that coil around him resemble a giant serpent, lending an eerie aspect to his appearance. His cessation of practice is not due to reaching his limits. Rather, just moments ago, his heightened perception alerted him to the presence of someone at the door. Indeed, the next second, the door bursts open. A group of constables stares in disbelief at the animated chains enveloping the man, speechless for a time before one finally speaks. Brother Xiong, we are to escort you out. The filming crew has arrived, and they wish to meet you first in the visitation room. Very well. Lu Xiankai exhales deeply before responding. Having received the payment, I shall naturally fulfill my obligations. Compared to the last time, this filming crew's entrance into Chihu is significantly more subdued. They do not attempt to have the second batch of children participating in the program undergo the full prison experience. Instead, they quietly enter the prison through official channels. No one opposes Wang Pengzi's decision. Clearly, everyone is still haunted by the madness displayed by those prisoners facing the transport vehicle during the previous episode. If it were not for the immense pressure presented by this program, the crew might have sworn never to film again. Zhou Muran has also learned from past experiences. This time, she has completely discarded her image. The persona of the neighborly big sister and the intellectual facade have been thrown into the trash. Her current only demand is to dress as conservatively as possible. Now, she dons an oversized black long shirt reminiscent of Hakka attire from 60 years ago, completely concealing her beautiful figure. Yet, this is still not enough. Had it not been for Wang Pengzi's intervention, the timid leader of the Jade Maidens would have insisted on the makeup artist applying a grotesque layer of makeup. Do not fear, there are 12 security personnel present, all equipped with stun guns. Everyone is aware that the ineffectual warden has been investigated, thus no issues should arise. Stay alert. This time, 10% of the advertising revenue will be distributed among you as bonuses. Wang Pengzi is not only encouraging Zhou Muran, but also uplifting the entire crew. After all, the morose expressions of those below will only hinder progress. He must invigorate them. However, Wang Pengzi, who has not glanced in a mirror, is unaware of his own pallid complexion. Otherwise, he would surely recognize the lack of persuasiveness in his words. Has that person arrived? Zhou Muran, weary of cooperating with the director's deceptions, cautiously reiterates, you assured me he would not harm the crew and would protect me throughout. Soon, very soon. Wang Pengzi grits his teeth. To appease that individual, I even relinquished the lead role in my next film. There will be no issues. Just as the crew members chatter like a bustling market, the dull sound of metal clashing penetrates their ears, silencing the room instantly. It is the unmistakable sound of a person walking in shackles. Clang, clang. Chapter 68. Cool. The sound of chains scraping against the floor grows louder, and the faces of the crew members pale further. It is merely a prisoner, yet they react with such fear. Compared to the adults, the newly joined youths exhibit no signs of anxiety, their expressions still brimming with youthful defiance. Surrounded by the group of boys, Aimee speaks with a hint of sarcasm. We all have one head and two arms. It's just a matter of life and death. How boring. Aimee is the sole girl among the delinquent youths participating in this episode. Her appearance is particularly striking. Not only has she dyed her short hair a vibrant shade of Death Barbie pink, but her youthful complexion is also adorned with heavy gothic makeup. In fact, if one were to strip away her exaggerated and bizarre makeup, many would likely be astonished by the exquisite beauty of this 17-year-old girl. Aimee's real name is Zhong Sini, born into a prestigious family of intellectuals. Of course, her selection for this program is due to her other identity, the most renowned and formidable leader among the 7 high schools in Yunlong. It is no exaggeration to say that when small groups in Yunlong require personnel to bolster their numbers, they often call upon Aimee. This alone speaks volumes about her extraordinary influence among high school students. Be quiet. Wang Pengzi turns to glare at Aimee. If you provoke him and end up hurt, the production team will not be held responsible. This is explicitly stated in the contract, and no amount of legal representation from your parents will help. Aimee reluctantly shuts her mouth, though her eyes still reflect a hint of defiance. Having gained considerable fame at such a young age, her personality is naturally quite fierce. And she is also the goddaughter of the renowned Pastor Qin Shinji, having encountered many figures from the underworld. Thus, she considers herself seasoned and unafraid. With a creak, the door swings open as several constables enter. The moment Aimee lays eyes on the tall figure, she instinctively steps back, resembling a startled cat. Not only he, but even the portly Wang and several other adults who had crossed paths with him could not help but hold their breath. Before everyone's eyes stood a towering figure, his bulging muscles nearly straining against the fabric of his prison garb, with heavy shackles binding his wrists and ankles, amplifying his presence like that of a ferocious beast. Mr. Lu did not utter a word. At this moment, he exuded an air of absolute tranquility, yet to anyone's perception, he resembled a silent, yet savage king of the jungle. Far more menacing than any beast of prey. Mr. Lu, you seem somewhat different, Wang remarked with a nervous chuckle, his demeanor surprisingly humble, lacking the typical disdain one would reserve for a prisoner. It seemed that their last encounter had not carried such an oppressive weight. Mr. Lu understood the reason behind this. Although the concept of aura does not formally exist within modern scientific disciplines, it does not imply that it is absent. Many ordinary individuals instinctively feel restrained or intimidated in the presence of prominent figures, a reaction stemming from the oppressive aura bestowed upon them by the power dynamics at play. Currently, Lu Xiankai's imposing presence was entirely due to the tumultuous flow of energy within him. The recent days of massage and acupuncture, combined with a torturous potion that even he found unbearable, had initiated a subtle transformation within his physique, most evident in the accelerated flow of his blood. This not only rendered his stature more formidable, but also imbued him with an overwhelming sense of pressure. However, this state would not persist for long. Once Lu's iron cloth shirt fully matured, everything would revert to its original simplicity, perhaps even becoming unassuming and mundane under the influence of the great corpse-guarding technique. Yet, all of this required time to settle. Let us proceed with the task at hand. There is no need for such formality. Lu's gaze swept across the faces of everyone in the room. Having promised to ensure your safety, I will undoubtedly uphold that promise. Well, you see, Wang began, noting how others had huddled behind him like quail, compelling him to muster the courage to communicate with Lu. We have consulted numerous security firms, and upon their advice, we should first discuss our destination and filming methods with you. After all, it is only by familiarizing you with our workflow that we can determine the most suitable positions for our protection. No need for that, Lu proclaimed, uttering a statement that left everyone in disbelief. As long as you remain within 10 meters of me, and without any firearms, you shall not suffer harm. That's quite an exaggeration. The cornered Aimee could not restrain herself from interjecting once more. In the next moment, surrounded by 4 constables, Lu Xiankai made his move. The crew members merely sensed a colossal shadow darting past, and by the time they registered the scene, Lu had already appeared before Aimee like a flash of lightning. The beast-like man effortlessly lifted her chin with 2 fingers, raising her into the air. From a distance, it appeared as if a fierce tiger had caught a rabbit. The sharp, forceful sound of a bullet being chambered echoed immediately, causing several apprehensive constables to raise their weapons, their expressions etched with trepidation. Yama, don't act recklessly. One constable, a confidant of Chen Xiong, urged, his face betraying his anxiety. You understand the consequences of such actions. Lu Xiankai once more experienced the heightened awareness that accompanied his transformation. He could even feel a prickling sensation along his back, an instinctive response to the threat of death looming nearby. Rest assured, I am merely imparting a lesson on adhering to rules. I wish to avoid any unfortunate incidents stemming from their ignorance, Lu said as he casually tossed the now pallid Aimee, who had turned as white as a sheet from fear, onto a chair 3 meters away, as though discarding refuse. Even more astonishing was how the girl seemed to settle onto the chair without any jarring impact, not even causing it to tremble. After days of relentless practice, Lu's technique had transcended the comprehension of ordinary individuals. Their only impression was one of sheer wonder. I can only ensure your safety within a 10-meter radius, Lu explained to Wang, lowering his hands. It goes without saying how alluring a blossoming young woman can be to those prisoners, should she run amok. Do you believe there won't be those who would dare to act, fully aware that they would face my wrath afterward? Wang nodded in agreement. What took everyone by surprise was May's reaction as she slumped into the chair. The admiration and adulation in her eyes nearly overflowed as she boldly exclaimed a phrase that none had anticipated. Cool. Chapter 69, The Instinct of a Beast. Reality shows, at their core, are merely a spectacle. Following the previous unexpected incident, both Wang and the entire crew were left utterly petrified. Consequently, Wang was determined to avoid any genuine risks this time. He had made ample preparations, discreetly leveraging his connections to secure assurances from high-ranking officials at the wireless television network that his deceptive practices would not be exposed. Moreover, to ensure absolute safety, he signed contracts that guaranteed the inclusion of favored artists in his forthcoming major productions. While he was aware that such actions could yield unforeseen consequences, he deemed them acceptable compared to the alternative of perishing within the confines of a prison. Thus, upon entering the prison, Wang abandoned any intention of pursuing authenticity. A decision met with unanimous agreement from others. The entire crew shared a tacit understanding, closing their mouths in unison. They intended not only to deceive the Jade television network, but also to keep the youthful participants in the dark. However, these youths were far easier to handle than the network. Though they appeared fierce, they were merely naive fledglings. As long as the crew remained silent and recruited a few intimidating individuals adorned with tattoos and scars to perform erratically, they could achieve the desired program effect. Now, should that fail to intimidate the youngsters, they could always resort to more extreme measures with the prisoners. After all, the contracts were signed. As long as no lives were lost or disabilities incurred, the crew could maintain control. Finally, they would draft some scripts, ensuring that the prisoners adhered to the narrative, promising that the educational content would not only be profoundly moving, but also yield excellent program results. The first day of filming unfolded seamlessly under this shared understanding. Lu once again demonstrated his exceptional worth. He remained remarkably quiet, standing calmly at the periphery of the crew, while not a single prisoner dared to disrupt the established order, leaving Zhou Muran, Wang, and others to question whether their previous experience had been a mere figment of their imagination. The program's effectiveness was undeniable. Under the fervent performances of several prisoners, 2 children were left in tears, utterly unaware that the individuals they deemed the most fearsome murderers were, in reality, the lowest echelon within the prison system. Excellent. The lighting for this shot needs to be dimmed further, focusing the close-up on the face of that child named Abing, capturing the sheer helplessness in his tears and the sincerity of his remorse. As we approach the final few frames, the mood of Wang, the director, who has had a smooth day, is particularly buoyant. Director, these prisoners exhibit remarkable acting skills. I believe they rival seasoned veterans, showing no signs of performance at all. Zhou Muran, having completed her linking duties, scrutinizes the monitor and provides her assessment. It's undoubtedly impressive. How could there be any issues with such talented actors as Qianmin Beong? Wang lowers his voice. Do you recall the incident from a few years ago when that scion of the Zhao family was swindled out of 29 million? These individuals orchestrated that scam. They are con artists, and those whose acting fails to impress often meet dire fates. Zhou Muran is taken aback. The longer she spends in Stanley, the more her understanding deepens, exposing this star, who has navigated life without confronting the darker facets of society. The diverse array of prisoners serves as a stark reflection of the world's most shadowy corners. Here, there exist crimes that would elude the imagination of any girl. And there are certainly no lack of peculiar inmates. However, what captivates Zhou Muran's curiosity the most is the prisoner who stands at the periphery of the filming crew. The one known as the King of Hell. After a day of interaction, she has discerned his uniqueness. Zhou Muran had never anticipated that the phrase "as quiet as a calm sea" would apply to such an individual. His robust physique and lethal methods stand in stark contrast to the serene demeanor he displays in moments of stillness, reminiscent of a gentle breeze. Such extreme contrasts within a single prisoner provoke an unexpected urge within this leading lady to understand him better, perhaps even to compose a song about him. Drink more water. Stay hydrated. Interrupted her manager, Sister Wang, who fussed over Zhou Muran like a mother hen, applying expensive moisturizing lotion to her cheeks while incessantly chattering. After this recording, we have a fan meeting. Dry skin will not only disappoint the fans, but will also impact your negotiations with several cosmetic brands. I know. Zhou Muran replied obediently. Just as everyone was about to wrap up, a sharp, piercing, and continuous alarm suddenly blared overhead in the prison. The previously relaxed expressions of the guards turned tense. Zhou Muran even noticed several guards in the watchtower retrieving their sniper rifles from their backs. What is happening? The ever-anxious director Wang exhibited agility comparable to Lu Xiangkai, as this nearly 230-pound man quickly leaped from in front of the camera to behind Lu. It's nothing, replied Chen Xiong, who had been responsible for maintaining order, his demeanor surprisingly calm. He flashed a reassuring smile. I just received word that 2 correctional facilities have experienced fires, and we need to temporarily transfer the inmates here to Stanley for a few days. No need to fear. Chen Xiong even patted Wang's shoulder. The inmates from the correctional facilities could hardly be called criminals. They were merely insignificant characters, akin to quails, lacking the courage to cause chaos in this place. Wang's expression finally relaxed. Don't pack up just yet. Keep filming. This could prove useful material. Moments later, 4 prisoner transport vehicles entered the corridor of Stanley Prison. As usual, the inmates erupted in furious shouts, many gesturing threats and obscene gestures at those disembarking from the transport. There indeed exists a hierarchy among inmates. Those from correctional facilities who have committed minor offenses are like lambs compared to the prisoners of Stanley. Initially, Lu Xiangkai noticed nothing amiss. Such situations had occurred before, with these prisoners temporarily placed in Area A of Stanley before departing after a few days. During this time, they often behaved so well that one might wonder if the 6 doors had apprehended the wrong individuals. However, when a man stepped down from the transport, Lu Xiangkai's previously calm demeanor transformed, his gaze sharpening like a blade. It was as if a ferocious beast had suddenly detected another predator encroaching upon its territory. Instinctively, Lu felt the presence of the other. At that same moment, the hunched prisoner seemed to sense Lu's scrutiny. For the first time, he halted, then turned around. Chapter 70. He intends to kill you all. Before Lu Xiangkai's gaze fell upon this prisoner, no one had noticed anything unusual about him. Although tall, he deliberately hunched, his gaze fixed on the ground. He moved slowly, keeping pace with the others in line. Even when jostled by another inmate from behind, he did not retaliate. From these characteristics, he appeared to be an utterly ordinary criminal. Yet, the instant Lu's eyes locked onto him, the man ceased moving. A tiger that has no intention of hunting would not attack a rabbit hopping in front of it, but when that tiger perceives a challenge from a fellow beast, its suppressed ferocity would ignite in an instant. The prisoner slowly straightened up, then met Lu Xiangkai's gaze. Damn it! The inmate who had just shoved this prisoner now cursed and attempted to strike him again. However, upon meeting the gaze of the man known as Dejin, all his rage and dissatisfaction evaporated, replaced by a chilling sensation that surged within him, causing him to involuntarily retreat a few steps. In his eyes, when this prisoner stood upright, he transformed entirely. It was as if a sheep had suddenly morphed into a formidable Tyrannosaurus Rex. Especially those eyes. Dejin swore he had never encountered such a gaze. He was certain that no ordinary person could possess such an expression. A beastly glare. The fierce eyes of a predatory creature sizing up its prey. Dejin's hands trembled, finally falling limply to his sides. He had an instinctive sense that should he throw a punch at this moment, the next second could very well be his last. Yi Guohuan paid no mind to the insignificant insect behind him, instead furrowing his brow at the disquieting figure, his eyes swirling with tempestuous rage. He never anticipated encountering someone so formidable in Stanley Prison, someone who evoked a sense of crisis in him. Why would such a person appear beside the targets of the filming crew? Yi Guohuan scrutinized the imposing figure shackled in heavy chains standing beside the filming crew. Unaware of his identity, yet his instincts told him this individual would become the greatest obstacle to his mission. No longer concealing himself, Yi Guohuan's gaze intertwined with Lu Xiangkai's. And both men wore sinister smiles. How intriguing. Understanding his purpose for being there, Yi Guohuan sighed. He cast a glance at the filming crew's targets behind Lu Xiangkai, slowly lowered his head, and stifled the suffocating aura surrounding him as he melded into the crowd. As Lu Xiangkai withdrew his gaze, he resumed a tranquil state akin to still waters, as if nothing had transpired. The idol, that fellow, appeared rather impressive as well. Although the exchange of glances between Lu Xiangkai and Yi Guohuan lasted only a few fleeting seconds, 2 members of the production crew had nonetheless noticed the man's momentary peculiarity. The first was Ame, who had never taken her eyes off Lu Xiangkai. This acknowledged Queen Bee of Yuanlong High School transformed entirely after Lu Xiangkai had unceremoniously dismissed her like refuse. The initial taunts and mockery were replaced by an unexpectedly docile demeanor. The girl remained quietly at a distance of approximately 3 meters from Lu Xiangkai, observing him almost continuously. Save for when they were recording, she dared not approach too closely, yet her chatter was incessant. By the end of the day, Ame had posed hundreds of questions regarding Lu Xiangkai's height, weight, hobbies, and preferences, but regrettably, he had never deigned to offer a single reply. The man remained as silent as a stone that could not speak. Was that challenging glance he had cast meant to provoke? Ame had grown accustomed to Lu Xiangkai's indifference. In her heart, she even felt positively inclined. believing that his failure to discard her into the trash once more was a sign of improvement. I must be quite beautiful, she mused. Unfazed by the lack of response to her declaration, Ame boldly took a small step closer to Lu Xiankai and playfully lifted her bangs, asserting, I have done my research. Boys your age tend to prefer my appearance without makeup. Yet Lu Xiankai still did not shift his gaze toward Ame. The man resembled a robot, tirelessly swinging his right arm, employing a myriad of techniques that caused the iron chain on his wrist to tremble slightly. While Lu Xiankai paid no heed to Ame, many other members of the crew had shifted their focus to the girl's face. The girl spoke the truth. Once stripped of her frightening gothic makeup, her natural beauty was striking. With a high nose and delicate features, the pink hair accentuated her fair and tender skin. Smooth as jade. A remarkable foundation indeed. Nearby, Fat Wong gestured with both hands to form a frame reminiscent of a camera lens and interjected, innocent yet playful. Indeed a type favored by many. Would you be interested in pursuing a career in showbiz? I know of a rather decent talent agency. Ugh. Ame shot a middle finger at the esteemed director Fat Wong, declaring, I have no desire to be a star. Don't think I haven't seen how you all behave behind the scenes. Do you truly believe I would want to turn into that ghastly figure? The girl showed no regard for the middle-aged men present, continuing, it's not like I enjoy being approached by old uncles who come up to flirt with me. It's utterly bothersome. Ignoring Fat Wong, Ame turned back to Lu Xiankai and earnestly asserted, I'm not a problematic girl. I'm quite intelligent, so please don't ignore me. Aren't you interested in what I'm saying? How about we change the subject? What if I help you escape? With that, Ame's expression grew serious. I have ways to obtain the prison's blueprints and analyze the flaws within. Oh, and I forgot to mention, I'm quite the computer genius, having won numerous prestigious awards. Mr. Lu, may I pose a question to you? Nearby, Zhou Muran stood not far from Lu Xiankai, interrupting the girl's incessant chatter. Her gaze remained fixed on Lu Xiankai. Thus she too had noticed the earlier peculiarities of the fierce-looking man. However, unlike the startled Zhou Muran, who was shaken from her previous encounter, Ame's naive exuberance was in stark contrast. Zhou Muran felt an uncanny resemblance between the gaze Lu Xiankai had cast and that of the lecherous figure who had previously attempted to attack her. He won't pay you any attention, despite your status as a star. Clearly, Ame was somewhat displeased with Zhou Muran's interjection. Zhou Muran disregarded the problematic girl and continued. I can't shake the feeling that he harbors significant malice toward the production crew. Perhaps I'm overthinking it, but my intuition regarding such matters has been quite accurate. Zhou Muran felt a bit embarrassed, as she too believed her previous fright had led to an exaggerated paranoia. Your sixth sense is commendable. To Ame's astonished and wide-eyed gaze, Lu Xiankai, whom she perceived as no different than a stone, surprisingly offered a response. He intends to kill you. The man ceased his punching motion, contemplating seriously before continuing, my perception should not be mistaken. Chapter 71, The Reason for Independence. When Lu Xiankai uttered those words, everyone seemed to be enchanted, abruptly halting their actions. The expressions of the production crew members were a mix of astonishment and skepticism. They acknowledged Lu Xiankai's formidable presence as a convict, yet to assert that he could determine intent to kill merely by a glance seemed rather fantastical. What precisely transpired? Fat Wong had not noticed the exchange of glances between Lu Xiankai and Yi Guohuan, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Moments ago, a transferred inmate had cast a few glances our way. Zhou Muran cautiously began, and it appeared rather menacing. So I asked a few more questions. Just a few glances? Fat Wong inquired seriously about the detailed sequence of events before ultimately shaking his head. Muran, don't be overly anxious. The previous incident was merely an isolated occurrence. Not every convict is a murderer, especially not someone from a correctional facility. With Mr. Lu beside us, we're certainly safe, aren't we? After reassuring Zhou Muran, Fat Wong turned to the silent Lu Xiankai. The latter nodded but remained silent. Lu Xiankai understood Fat Wong's perspective. Despite the outward veneer of respect, the latter likely believed he was trying to sound the alarm for personal gain. However, he could not be bothered to argue. It was merely a transaction. As long as the production crew adhered to their designated boundaries, he possessed absolute confidence. In truth, aside from the slight discomfort in his perception, what confirmed Lu Xiankai's suspicion of the man's extraordinary identity was the reaction of another group in the open yard, the Big Circle Gang. The moment that convict appeared in the square, the members of the Big Circle Gang exhibited unusual behavior. Although they quickly composed themselves to feign nonchalance, Lu Xiankai had still caught sight of their momentary reactions. Whether it was Li Jindong, the influential figure of the Big Circle Gang, or several of his formidable subordinates, their expressions were akin to those who had seen a ghost. Particularly Li Jindong, a fierce and defiant figure capable of standing toe-to-toe with the four major triads in Stanley, bore an expression that conveyed not only shock, but also the trepidation and submission of an underling before a superior. I believe in you. Ame boldly approached Lu Xiankai. Tilting her head earnestly, They are fools, unaware that a man like you would never stoop to deceive us. Lu Xiankai shot a cold glance at the girl, still refraining from answering her question. Why do you even care about that big star? Women are a species that men can never truly comprehend. Despite her profound fear of Lu Xiankai, Amei's inexplicable jealousy caused her to momentarily forget her inner trepidation. I am no less capable than she. I too shall grow. Moreover, I possess legs that would evoke envy even in models. Amei is aware that she falls short in certain aspects compared to Zhou Muran. Hence, she deliberately highlighted her most satisfactory feature. For the first time, Lu Xiankai's gaze fell upon this perplexing girl who irritated him. To his astonishment, he discovered that Amei was not merely boasting. Her legs were long and slender, with a graceful line that bore no excess flesh, resembling two perfectly straight pencils. More importantly, Lu Xiankai, well-versed in human anatomy, discerned the golden ratio in her legs. This was his assessment. Perhaps it was the way Lu Xiankai scrutinized her legs that emboldened Amei, prompting her to pose her second question. During our first encounter, your gaze towards me was one of complete disregard. I could tell. This feeling cannot be deceived. In fact, my sixth sense is far more acute than that of any celebrity. Since childhood, I have been able to perceive the true emotions of others towards me. Yet later, although you ignored me, your gaze no longer held that sense of indifference, but rather an acknowledgement. This is the true reason I have persistently engaged you in conversation. Do not deny it. Why? The girl chuckled triumphantly. Many believe I am merely a little girl. But have you ever seen a little girl capable of managing over 5,000 high school students? I am quite formidable, you know? Amei's unexpected inquiry genuinely surprised Lu Xiankai. It was astonishing that this mischievous girl had accurately guessed the shift in his perception. Because of your sense of responsibility. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Xiankai finally regarded the multifaceted girl before him and provided his response. Responsibility? Amei appeared momentarily taken aback. 5 hours prior, a group of prisoners had deliberately attempted to intimidate a young boy through acts of violence. Lu Xiankai pointed towards a boy sitting alone, tears streaming down his face, and noted that Amei had instinctively shielded him. This surprised me and earned you the respect you rightfully deserve. He is my little brother, after all, and quite pitiable. Amei, feeling a bit bashful, adjusted her bangs. So, I must take care of him. What does brother you want? Meanwhile, in the southeastern corner of the square, Li Zhendong voiced his greatest internal concern. Being a seasoned figure in the underworld, he understood that Yi Guohuan would never be apprehended in a correctional facility under his true identity. This was quite straightforward to analyze, setting aside other matters. The crimes committed by the Yi brothers in the harbor city ensured that the Six Gates would never allow such a dangerous individual to be confined in a virtually unguarded location. Brother Yi just made a gesture, indicating we should meet in the infirmary. One of the members of the large circle lowered his voice, suggesting that there was an urgent matter requiring their attention. Who will go? Li Zhendong looked at the few utterly trustworthy brothers surrounding him. I will. A dark-skinned, somewhat frail man volunteered. I've been performing well in Chihu, so the guards won't suspect me. A Bing, thank you for your hard work, Li Zhendong replied, patting the man's shoulder. The next moment, A Dao, standing behind Li Zhendong, swiftly drew a weapon from beneath his chair and plunged it into A Bing's abdomen, twisting it forcefully. Dark red blood gushed forth immediately. Rest assured, I struck with precision. A Dao whispered in A Bing's ear. However, this blade has accumulated quite a bit of rust, so we must ensure it is disinfected promptly upon reaching the infirmary. Understood. Gritting his teeth in pain, A Bing nodded, and then suddenly cried out to the oblivious prison guard in the distance. Help! Someone's trying to kill me. This exemplifies why the large circle could stand its ground in Chihu. These individuals are not only ruthless and desperate, but also possess a unity unmatched by any gang in the harbor city. Chapter 72. 20 knives are not enough. As night descended, the crescent moon hung in the sky, casting a cold, eerie light over Chihu prison. Under the moonlight, the glinting barbed wire added an extra layer of chilling terror to this place, regarded by outsiders as hell. Brother Yi indeed had matters to discuss with them. A Bing, having just returned from the infirmary, despite knowing that all present were his brothers, couldn't help but lower his voice. He plans to mobilize the filming crew. To kill those protected by Yin Wang? Li Zhendong frowned. Yes, A Bing affirmed. Brother Yi is guaranteed that for each of those individuals who perish, 1 million will be sent to our families. Upon hearing this, the eyes of everyone, including Li Zhendong, lit up. They trusted the credibility of the Yi brothers. Over the years of cooperation, the reason the large circle held such allegiance to the Yi brothers was not merely their ferocity, but rather the fairness and unwavering commitment they exhibited in their dealings. A promise is a promise, Yi Jihuan. This was the consensus regarding Yi Jihuan. Throughout the years, he had never broken a promise, regardless of the challenges he faced. The last time so many brothers perished on Nathan Road, Yi Jihuan, in order to provide for their families, not only withheld his share of the profits, but even disposed of firearms left on the mainland to meet his promised figure. This was also the crucial reason why Li Jindong remained silent upon his capture. Acts of righteousness are seldom found among the treacherous, while the heartless are often scholars. The members of the large circle are criminals, fugitives. Yet one undeniable truth remains. These individuals are among the few remaining gangs that uphold the concept of brotherhood in an increasingly self-serving underworld. Brother Ye's arrival must be in accordance with Brother Huan's intentions. He would undoubtedly ensure that each person would receive the promised million. There was no doubt about that. Li Jindong surveyed his brothers. I understand that your families are in need of money right now, but I must say this up front. If we do not undertake this task, we can live quite comfortably inside. In fact, if the empire were to replace the emperor, there might be a chance of some of our crimes being pardoned. We might even have the opportunity to see our families again. However, if we go through with this, we will never be able to leave this place. And the prison authorities will inevitably collaborate with other gangs to suppress us, resulting in many deaths before we can regain our footing. Donggu. I still have a few brothers at home. One representative from the large circle provided the most honest response on behalf of everyone. The only way I can help my family is through money. A Biao gazed longingly out at the waning moon, perhaps believing that not seeing each other might be for the best. Without me as a son, my mother would no longer have to live in fear. As for whether anyone would die, A Biao smiled wryly. Since the day I picked up a gun to earn my keep. Asked the brothers if anyone intended to see it through to the end. Li Jindong's gaze swept across the faces of everyone present. Not a single soul exhibited any trace of fear or hesitation. Rather, they all displayed a chilling indifference. An indifference towards life itself. Now that a decision to act had been made, there remained one crucial question. The muscles on Li Jindong's face twitched slightly. What about that lunatic, Yin Wang? Eliminate him. Under the moonlight, the expressions of all the men in the cell turned somewhat grotesque. Among the gang, the foremost fighter, Zhou Kuang, wore a gaze that was unmasked in its madness. I refuse to believe he can contend with all of us. In close combat, a sharp weapon can inflict maximum damage. I am aware of his formidable skills and ferocity. Zhou Kuang grinned menacingly, claiming that dealing with a single knife was easy for him. But what about 20 knives? Laughter erupted among the crowd. In street fights, the role of a knife is well understood by these seasoned rogues. They do not believe that anyone can reach such inhuman extremes. Xiao Lu, understanding that a consensus had been reached, Li Jindong turned towards a young man on the periphery. Our numbers are insufficient. You need to procure some angle steel from the factory, sharpen it a bit more. The latter nodded in agreement. Bing, bring some quicklime. If we can manage to blind Yin Wang, it will make things significantly easier for us. In that moment, Li Jindong appeared to revert to the notorious bandit he once was. Biao, contact the 4 major factions. After instructing the few individuals in front of him, a cunning and sly expression emerged on Li Jindong's face. As he devised a plan to use Yin Wang's dismemberment of Chang Zai's arm as a pretext to unite forces and eliminate this madman. Those fellows are sharper than demons. Will they truly believe us? Biao inquired. No one knows we will involve the film crew. They cannot fathom our true intentions. Li Jindong sneered. Recognizing that Yin Wang was intent on becoming the king of Stanley Prison, inevitably, he would have to confront everyone. This rationale is sufficient, and they may not refuse. Moreover, there is one more crucial point. Li Jindong looked at Bing, whose wounds were still wrapped in bandages, and instructed him to inform Brother Yi to devise a way to incite chaos among those rookies. The more disorder, the better. I will. Bing nodded. 20 knives are still a bit lacking. Since Yin Wang believes he can suppress everyone alone, let us increase our numbers. Li Jindong burst into laughter. Do me a favor. Mei's residence is located in the affluent Kowloon phase 1 of Yuan Long, which speaks volumes about the girl's privileged background. While the gang was already plotting their attack, the girl, hiding in her bedroom, opened her computer and sent a message on a forum filled with federal jargon. I heard you actually agreed to experience life in prison for a server? The reply came swiftly, complete with a barrage of admiring emojis beneath the message. How is Stanley Prison? Is it really that terrifying? Are there really all sorts of perverts inside? The other person was evidently a chatterbox, sending a flurry of messages before Mei could respond. It's quite terrifying, truly lives up to its reputation. There are many perverts, as well as more desperate individuals. Mei sighed and provided the answer. She knew the character of the other person. If she did not respond, an unending stream of questions would ensue, driving her to the brink of exasperation. Go ahead, what do you need help with? But I need a photo of your beautiful legs as payment. The person on the other end clearly found Mei's response satisfactory. Help me obtain the blueprints of Stanley Prison. I need the latest version. Any expansions and renovations must be documented on it. Mei typed away at her keyboard, and also, use your lab to help me design an escape plan. Are you out of your mind? The other side was evidently taken aback by Mei's request. You want me to hack the government server? And you want me to quietly use my mentor-esque quota to assist you in calculating? What on earth did you encounter in Stanley? A series of exclamation marks perfectly conveyed the other person's emotions. Chapter 73. Everyone has secrets. It is as simple as that, nothing particularly special. After May finished recounting the events, as expected, the other side subtitles immediately began to flood in. Are you insane? Cursed? Or has someone placed a hex on you? Black magic? I know a master who is quite adept. I can take you to see him tomorrow. I just checked, and this Lucien Kai is just an ordinary. Somewhat fierce, for 129 shorty. Moreover, his intellect is not particularly impressive. His imprisonment was merely a case of being made a scapegoat. However, he is not bad looking. His prison photo appears somewhat handsome. The person on the other side had evidently done some research and was now wildly ridiculing him. May, watching the frenzied scrolling of messages on her screen, could not help but cover her eyes, allowing the other person to unleash their imagination. It was not until the incessant beeping of new messages ceased that the girl turned her attention back to the screen. As she had suspected, the topic had shifted to aliens, and had she not been ignoring this chatterbox, who knows how much nonsense they would have spouted. After he threw me out. My feeling was not fear. May knew the other person was awaiting her reply, and after a moment of contemplation, she typed, but rather a sense of security. The moment the phrase sense of security appeared on the screen, the other side's messages abruptly halted. After a brief pause, the next question materialized. Why? How is that possible? Believe it or not, just consider it as me liking him, so I want to play a little harder. Is that acceptable? May replied. Stop joking. I want to hear the truth. The seriousness on the other side was palpable even through the text. You play the rebellious girl at home, the delinquent queen at school, and the genius beauty in the underworld. Aren't you done with all these roles yet? I really have feelings for him. He is precisely the man I have been searching for all along. May typed with a tone that carried an air of coyness. Speak the truth. The three words still appeared in the dialogue box, perhaps to emphasize their intent. A rare red exclamation mark followed this phrase. This symbol caused May to hesitate before responding, her expression turning somewhat conflicted. Then I shall tell you. Biting her lip. The girl's once delicate skin turned an unusually pale shade, and her body began to tremble, as if recalling something that filled her with dread. Do you need to think that long? Another message popped up on the screen. I will tell you the truth. Finally resolved, May did not respond immediately. Instead, she stood up to lock her bedroom door before returning to her seat. This time, however, the girl's response was a string of garbled numbers. There's no need to be so cautious. I will erase all traces from the internet. This forum is our chosen chat place, making it easy to accomplish. After the other side responded with a message, the conversation fell silent, evidently focused on deciphering what May had sent. A few minutes later, the computer screen lit up once more. When will your show be finished recording? We need to meet. Tomorrow, there are still some behind-the-scenes shots and reshoots. May typed her final line, stating that if the opportunity arose, he could meet him once. Only by seeing this person will you know whether I have spoken the truth or not. Understood. The screen dimmed. May rose to power off the computer, then illuminated the room by turning on all the lights before lying on the bed with her pet, Abu. The girl stared blankly at the ceiling, her body trembling slightly beneath the pink quilt, gripped by fear. Abu seemed to sense his owner's trepidation and gently licked May's hand. The girl clutched Abu tightly, as if this act could bestow upon her a modicum of safety. The night deepened. In the midst of fear and anticipation, May gradually fell asleep. Everyone harbors their own secrets, and May is no exception. This night was destined to be sleepless for many. Who dares to call me at this hour? Woken abruptly by the shrill ringtone, Chun Xiong answered the phone with a hint of irritation. You better have a good reason, otherwise. After all these years, you haven't made any progress at all. The voice on the other end did not take offense at Chun Xiong's tone. Instead, he chuckled and teased. No wonder you've been stuck as a captain for so long. Boss, why are you calling me? All traces of Chun Xiong's displeasure and drowsiness vanished, replaced by pure astonishment. Change your demeanor. I've told you many times before. The man on the other end corrected Chun Xiong's address. I am no longer the warden, nor your superior. Now we are merely old friends who once worked together. There's no need for such formality. If you prefer, call me Brother Ding. If not, just Ding the lawyer. Boss, what do you need me to do? Chun Xiong beamed. I owe my rise to you. You will always be my boss. Tomorrow is my daughter's 18th birthday. I suddenly long to see all of you old friends. Ding the lawyer chuckled on the phone. So I intend to invite you all over for a gathering. By the way, I recall I should also invite Xiao Wang and a few others to liven things up. Tomorrow? Chun Xiong hesitated. Many will be on duty tomorrow. Several prominent figures from the judicial system will be present. Are you truly not considering a promotion? The former warden, now esteemed lawyer Ding Ming, interrupted Chun Xiong's explanation. I still remember the prison regulations. You all have not used your vacation days this month, have you? What is the matter? Is there something else? Ding's tone had turned cold. There is nothing else. I will definitely attend. Chun Xiong forced a smile and exchanged pleasantries before hanging up. His expression darkened immediately. The former Ding Ming was a warden he could not afford to offend. Now, as a partner in a major law firm after retiring from the judicial system, he was even more formidable. In this realm, only those with substantial connections within the judicial system are sought after by prestigious law firms as partners. It can be said that, in certain matters, their power has not diminished. Rather, it has become even more daunting. A birthday gathering? Chun Xiong scoffed. He was no fool. He was acutely aware of how his brothers were perceived in Ding Ming's eyes, and if Ding truly had any intentions of promoting him, he would not still be a mere captain at Chihu prison. It seems something is about to happen tomorrow. Is this a sign that someone wishes to obstruct my path? Chun Xiong found sleep elusive. The man lit a cigarette, his gaze fixed on the pitch-black prison. Chapter 74. Perhaps a miracle awaits? Time does not pause for any circumstance. As the first rays of sunlight broke through the horizon, the piercing sound of the wake-up bell echoed throughout Chihu prison. One by one, the inmates filed out of their cells, while the guards began to conduct headcounts and organize the line. Once these tasks were completed, the prisoners, under the watchful eyes of the guards, queued to enter the yard, ready to relish their most cherished time of the day, recreation. At first glance, everything appeared unchanged. However, if one were to freeze the current scene and compare it with past occurrences, it would not take long for someone to notice the abnormality. In previous instances, during recreation time, the various factions were distinctly divided. Members of each group would remain in their respective territories, and the main enforcers would not congregate, but rather seek out distractions or engage in lighthearted conversations. Yet today, nearly all the enforcers from the prison's major factions were gathered around their leaders, their faces devoid of any relaxed expressions, replaced instead by seriousness and coldness. Moreover, upon closer observation, it became evident that the leaders of the factions were exchanging furtive glances, seemingly communicating something of importance. Something is amiss, trouble is brewing. The figure known as Hamster, often regarded as a sycophantic and astute little player, was the first to sense the suffocating tension in the yard. His profession as a broker made him acutely aware of what other merchants were up to. This attentiveness allowed Hamster to perceive certain telltale signs. He quietly tapped Sean's arm beside him. Did you notice? Someone is preparing for bloodshed. What? Bloodshed? Although Sean was far more intelligent than Hamster, his lack of experience in the underworld left him oblivious to the undercurrents hidden beneath the calm surface. The act of killing and spilling blood is what we refer to as bloodshed. After providing this explanation, Hamster discreetly pointed out a few individuals. Do you see? They all have something concealed beneath their prison uniforms, and I dare wager that they are weapons meant for killing. Is one of the factions gearing up for battle? No. It can't be that all the major factions are preparing for war. That would be unprecedented. The members of the 14K are actually providing weapons to the New Records faction? Aren't they supposed to be at odds with each other? While Hamster had identified some signs, he remained unaware of the true intent behind these individuals' actions. Amidst Hamster's murmurs, Sean subtly scanned the corners of the yard. Indeed, figures like Tian Ming and Ah Kai, brokers from the major factions, were indeed moving about the yard. And each time they brushed past someone, they would discreetly pass wrapped items into each other's hands. The prisoners receiving these items were remarkably cautious. They exchanged jovial banter before quietly finding a spot to sit down, tucking the items into their prison uniforms. Violence is not the objective, profit is. Sean narrowed his eyes. His mind raced as he calculated the various behaviors exhibited by the major factions in recent days, and his complexion paled considerably. No. Sean suddenly grasped Hamster's hand. These individuals' actions do not resemble hostility. Rather, they appear to be collaborating. It is somewhat akin to that. Hamster gasped in surprise, releasing his grip. When did your strength become so formidable? You fool. Observing Hamster's futile struggle, Sean's expression turned somewhat sinister. Think about it. If these people in prison were to unite, who would be their sole target? This statement caused Hamster to halt all movement, his demeanor instantly morose. Yin Wanggo? He spoke hesitantly, unable to fully comprehend. Even if the little Hamster's mind is rather simple, he has managed to comprehend the situation. At this moment in Stanley, there exists but one individual who can be deemed the common enemy of all. Yin Wang. Lu Xiankai, stop dawdling. Yin Wang will soon accompany the filming crew to the square. Sean lowered his voice and whispered into the Hamster's ear, we must inform him of the situation. Otherwise, if these people suddenly take action, he will be caught off guard. There is a way, there is a way. The Hamster fidgeted like an ant on a hot pan. Had Sean not firmly restrained him, this frightened fellow would likely have leapt up immediately. Take a deep breath and think clearly. Sean felt as though he were calming a naive girl who had been tricked into a night rendezvous. Suddenly, the Hamster's gaze brightened as he noticed a prison guard standing outside the barbed wire. The entire filming crew was in high spirits today. After all, they were merely reshooting some footage and behind-the-scenes clips, and not having to linger in this dreadful place for an entire day was the best news for them. Moreover, The Emerald TV station had already disbursed a substantial bonus in advance, and everyone was eagerly discussing how to spend this newfound fortune. Unlike others, today Yama had discarded her previous persona of a rebellious girl and focused her attention entirely on Lu Xiankai. The girl could see that he appeared somewhat weakened. In Yama's eyes, this once fearsome man now looked pale, as though he were grappling with some insurmountable issue, rendering him slightly dazed. Are you all right? Yama bravely approached Lu Xiankai, standing a meter away, and inquired. I'm fine. Lu Xiankai, regaining his composure, glanced at the girl, acknowledging her concern with a brief response. Before the crew's arrival, the old man had once again increased the dosage of medication due to Lu Xiankai's robust constitution. This had intensified the pain that he had gradually begun to tolerate, even though he could feel the benefits of the drug surging within him. The mental fatigue still rendered Lu Xiankai's expression somewhat grim. Yet, this was not his greatest gain. The most significant insight he acquired today stemmed from Zhang Shoulin's acupuncture technique. Initially, Lu Xiankai was not taken aback. Although the old man had fully showcased his skills, particularly in acupuncture, those seemingly swift and precise methods were merely the result of years of practice. What truly astonished Lu Xiankai was the unexpected rhythm he discerned in the old man's technique, a profound, almost Tao-like cadence. 50 years. I have practiced acupuncture since I was 7. It has been a full 50 years. Perhaps Zhang Shoulin sensed Lu Xiankai's astonishment, for he revealed the secret behind his acupuncture prowess. I once believed my acupuncture skills were already at their pinnacle, with no room for further advancement. However, last year, after witnessing a dance performed by a blind dancer, I suddenly understood what I had been lacking. Dance. Lu Xiankai could not fathom the connection between the two. The great Tao may be traversed through various paths. The old man mumbled before continuing. This blind dancer was not renowned. He merely performed in a local theater troupe for sustenance. Yet, he had reached a state of transcendence, losing himself in the dance. From him, I realized what it truly means to unify essence, energy, and spirit. Since that day, my acupuncture has truly possessed spirit. Observing Lu Xiankai deep in thought, Zhang Shoulin shared his perspective. Although I have not witnessed your fighting style, I can see that your martial arts are nearly flawless. However, perfection is merely a skill, not the Tao. After contemplating, the old man uttered words that struck Lu Xiankai like a thunderbolt. Only when you establish your own Tao can your martial arts possess spirit. At that time, you may truly carve out a new realm for yourself. Gathering his tools, the old man cast a glance at Lu Xiankai, who was meditating with closed eyes. I can see the path you wish to tread. The prison is too small. Throughout the Empire's long history, many martial geniuses have emerged. If you have the chance to venture outside, explore more, and see the world, it is vast. And perhaps there awaits a miracle. Having said this, the old man hunched over and exited. Chapter 75. I have seen the divine. Although director Wang's film Prison King, set in a prison, achieved remarkable box office success, it also drew considerable criticism from film critics. A bespectacled, renowned host sat at the head of a small round table, cheerfully introducing the theme of the roundtable discussion, where the most criticized aspect revolved around the protagonist's climactic battle against numerous foes. Today, the program was fortunate to welcome director Wang, seasoned film critic Tan Luan, and a notable figure from the martial arts community, Master Ma, to the discussion. After exchanging pleasantries with the guests, host Do Tao delved into the topic. Director Wang, the primary controversy lies in the film's apparent documentary style. Why then include such an illogical fight scene at the end? This is precisely why I chose to publish my thoughts in the media, Tan Luan interjected, launching an attack on director Wang. The documentary style is serious, even austere, addressing societal issues. This was executed brilliantly in the first 70 minutes of the film, but Tan Luan's tone grew heated. The final fight scene was akin to forcing the audience to consume something abhorrent. It not only shattered the film's structural rhythm, but also transformed what should have been a cinematic gem into a commercial farce. Director Wang sneered. Moreover, I disagree with one of director Wang's assertions. He claims that it is possible for one person to take on dozens. Thus, his film still aims to portray the harsh realities of the world. Noticing director Wang's silence, Tan Luan's words became increasingly incisive. That is why I specifically invited Master Ma. As we all know, Master Ma is the founder of the Hanyuan Taiji School and has achieved great success in the Sun Never Sets Federation. Tan Luan turned to the elegantly dressed Master Ma. May I ask, Master Ma, is it possible for one unarmed individual, shackled with heavy restraints, to defeat dozens of assailants wielding sharp weapons? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Master Ma shook his head in response. I acknowledge that traditional martial arts are profound. For instance, my Lightning 5 whips can indeed be mastered to the point of fighting multiple opponents. However, no one can train to such an extent. Are your views necessarily accurate? Director Wang finally spoke, regarding the two men with a dismissive tone. Does your ignorance signify that such individuals do not exist in this world? A skilled fighter can handle 7 or 8 ordinary opponents without issue. Master Ma countered, shaking his head. However, if those opponents are armed with bladed weapons, he may not even overcome 3. 2 fists cannot rival 4 hands. In a chaotic situation, any adversary can strike a fatal blow from any angle. Ignorance. What if I assert that such a person does exist? Director Wang's expression incited Master Ma's fury. Then that individual is not human. He is a deity. Master Ma exclaimed in anger. Then I have indeed seen the divine. Fat Wang uttered the final words of the program. After speaking, Director Wang's expression remained peculiarly enigmatic. He appeared to be reminiscing about something, yet he adamantly refused to disclose where he had encountered this incident or witnessed the so-called divine being. This reticence gradually transformed into a topic of speculation within the entertainment industry. Indeed, it was time to hasten their pace. The prison was exceedingly confined. Lu Xiankai retracted his thoughts. Through his conversation with Zhang Shoulin, Lu Xiankai had come to realize a crucial truth. The limitations of this minuscule prison impeded not only the source of drugs, but also the breadth of experience and depth of understanding. The system within him could provide an impeccable training regimen that countless individuals yearned for, yet the enlightenment akin to achieving enlightenment itself necessitated his personal experiences and reflections. Time swiftly elapsed as the production crew engaged with several part-time actors among the inmates. Just as the group finalized their filming content and exited the corridor, Lu Xiankai abruptly halted in his tracks. Before him, Hamster Boy, with a pained expression, brushed past him, supported by an officer. It hurt so much. The dramatically stumbling Hamster Boy fell, flailing his arms in a desperate attempt to prevent himself from hitting the ground, inadvertently grasping Lu Xiankai's arm. Be careful. Lu Xiankai obligingly assisted the sweating Hamster Boy to his feet, who quickly leaned in to whisper the urgent message he wished to convey. The gangs outside have united to kill you. Do not go out. Lu Xiankai's expression remained unmoved. He merely patted Hamster Boy's shoulder, flashed a smile, and then turned to leave. Hamster Boy stared blankly at the retreating figure of his superior. Majestic mountains and towering peaks. This was his sensation. As someone who had always been timid, he could not fathom why his leader remained so composed. Yet, in that moment, regardless of the outcome awaiting outside, the lifetime of struggle for Hamster Boy led him to one undeniable conclusion. Lu Xiankai was the unequivocal king of Chihu. Even if someone were to kill him, or employ any means to torment him, it would not alter his perception. That figure, now standing in the square under the sun, was more defiant and fierce than anyone else. The king of Chihu. The weather today was splendid, the sun shining bright, and the sky devoid of clouds. The production crew remained blissfully unaware of any issues, while the little girl, Aimei, chattered incessantly behind Lu Xiankai, as usual, with her trivial banter. Lu Xiankai stood quietly in the square. With just a glance, he discerned all that was amiss. Chen Xiong was absent. Not only him, but also his loyal subordinates. The prison guards who had staunchly defended the prisoner transport had vanished. The contemplative man shifted his gaze towards the watchtower. Indeed, the officers armed with firearms had changed significantly. The individual who had entered yesterday, the alliance of gangs. The unusual behavior of the big circle. Lu Xiankai glanced back at Fat Wang and the others, who were still oblivious to the danger, and shook his head. It seemed that the political struggles of this world were far more brutal and bloody than those of the past. The man murmured to himself as he moved. The clanking sound of heavy shackles echoed distinctly across the square, drawing the attention of everyone in the production crew towards Lu Xiankai. Throughout the filming period, they had never witnessed this typically quiet man display such a terrifying gaze. It was no longer calmness, but rather a disdainful glare. Zhou Muran and Aimei stared in astonishment at the man who had suddenly transformed into a ferocious beast. To them, Lu Xiankai resembled a tiger poised to roam the mountains and hunt. Chapter 76, The Final Defiance. Fat Wang also paused his directing. What's wrong? Surely there's nothing amiss? Fat Wang observed the man before him, twisting his neck, his voice growing increasingly faint. He swore he had never seen someone's neck emit such a crisp, dense cracking sound, coupled with the shivering chains that rippled like waves upon the other's body. A chill surged within Fat Wang's heart. Do you see that spot? Lu Xiankai pointed to the corner at the northernmost edge of the square, urging everyone to gather there. Why? Fat Wang inquired, puzzled, for that area was narrow and poorly lit. Because that corner is the only place where I can completely shield you. Lu Xiankai's face bore an unforgettable madness that would haunt Fat Wang for eternity, for someone was about to take action, and this time, the commotion would be substantial. I'll immediately instruct everyone to cease filming and organize an exit. Fat Wang possessed a commendable quality. He trusted his people without suspicion. He did not press Lu Xiankai for further explanation. Instead, he swiftly attempted to coordinate their departure. There's no time. Lu Xiankai grinned. delivering a revelation that nearly caused Fat Wong to faint. Do you know why I'm only saying this now? Why? Fat Wong gestured for several assistants to halt while he spoke, bewildered. Because I find it troublesome. This way is quicker. Lu Xiankai replied. Suddenly, Fat Wong felt darkness envelop him. Before he could react, Lu Xiankai pointed around the production crew, revealing a more chilling truth. Do you see? Not a single officer remains. Even those maintaining order have diminished by a third. I would wager that when chaos ensues, these fellows will merely play their parts. Lu Xiankai's tone dripped with disdain. In other places, I may not know, but it appears that in the judicial system or Chihu prison, your backers have evidently suffered a catastrophic defeat. Fat Wong, I advise you to seek another patron when the opportunity arises. Their skills are lacking. Ignoring Lu Xiankai's mockery, Fat Wong's legs had begun to tremble, and it seemed he was resolutely deciding to flee and never return. Don't be foolish, you cannot escape. Lu Xiankai appeared remarkably at ease. The man leisurely pointed to the sole path leading to the prison exit. Do you see those prisoners squatting over there? As you pass by them, they will undoubtedly draw their blades and show you what it looks like when your own entrails spill onto the ground. Although Lu Xiankai's voice was not loud, every member of the production crew had heard him clearly. Each person stood motionless, like puppets, with Zhou Muran in the most distressing state. The girl clung tightly to the equally pale Wang Jie, her eyes glistening with tears. And don't attempt to shout. How many officers do you see around you that you've encountered these past few days? I know you must have been communicating secretly with some officers. Lu Xiankai's words extinguished the last flicker of hope within Fat Wong's heart. Desperately, he scanned his surroundings. Indeed, none of the officers he had previously seen were present. The expansive square, filled with hundreds of officers, now seemed devoid of those prison guards who had promised him safety with camaraderie and assurances. Hey Wong, call Li Rubing and inform him that we're in trouble. Everyone, head to the northern corner. Wang Pengzi is ultimately a great director who has seen the world, and he immediately made the most correct decision. Lu Xiankai ignored the busy treatment of the filming crew and instead looked at the corners of the square with various characters. Obviously, the prisoners on the square also saw the chaotic scene of the filming crew. And these people who knew that the matter had been exposed no longer concealed their murderous intentions. Whether it's the Number Gang or Heiji Shinji, the people involved stood up straight. Behind them, one by one, the knife-wielding soldiers and thugs slowly gathered together. These cold-faced men almost simultaneously touched their waists and looked straight at the man who was shackled all over and had a straight waist. No one can completely submit a prison to their feet with the power of one person. The former Mad Nine couldn't do it. So the current King of Hell can't do it either. This is a rule belonging to the martial arts world. It is also the last rebellion of these fugitives who have no tomorrow left. At this moment when the atmosphere seemed to freeze, the entrance door of the square was once again opened. Hundreds of prisoners who were temporarily transferred from the disciplinary center due to safety issues also appeared in the square. And the man walking in the front lowered his eyes, with a broad and heavy figure like a bear. Yi Guohuan finally entered the event that was destined to be recorded in the history of Stanley at the last moment. I was planning to cause a big chaos for Yi Ergo, but it seems that the murder this time is not simple. Can someone actually handle the official situation? Li Jindong also saw the strangeness of the situation, but he didn't care, anyway, for these fugitives who had no tomorrow. Only the bonus after killing was the most important thing. Let's do it. When Yi Guohuan appeared, Li Jindong, the man who had been sitting quietly all along, finally stood up and grinned at the other members of the club, shouting the trigger for what would later be known as the Bloody Square top secret incident. Ladies and gentlemen, today's game is our big circle kickoff. No one spoke. The atmosphere remained as if frozen. Only a few basketballs were thrown out of the crowd. I'll do it. The first dozen young men in the big circle, Zhou Kuang, slowly walked out of the crowd. It was said that in the city of Gangqing, the dragon head is worshipped, the red stick is led, and the twin flowers are given to the dragon and phoenix among people. I'll just see how much worse I am than them. He slowly walked up to several bouncing basketballs and shouted at several catchers who were watching coldly with their arms wrapped around them. Report, I want to play basketball. Agree. A prison guard nodded. Zhou Kuang bent down and picked up the first basketball, waving suddenly. The orange basketball drew a beautiful parabolic trajectory and then hit the camera where Lu Xiankai was located steadily. Drop dead. Zhou Kuang picked up the remaining two basketballs and suddenly threw them at Lu Xiankai, then roared and pounced on them. Chapter 77 continues. Zhou Kuang is one of the few bandits in the big circle who prefers hand-to-hand combat over using guns. This habit is closely related to his experience of staying in the sports team for a period of time in the Z province of the empire. He has been learning kung fu since childhood and has always believed that hand-to-hand combat is the most powerful way of killing. And this guy who twisted his coach's neck is naturally fierce, so he has been very disdainful of the club's big red sticks since he arrived at Gangqing Xiaofan. Worship the dragon head, receive a red stick, and bestow double flowers. The flowers are flashy, which means I wasn't born in this place. Otherwise, My martial arts level must be the fiercest one. This is Zhou Kuang's favorite phrase to say. So he has always had an idea, which is to have a good fight with those notorious guys in the Hong Kong City Club. Unfortunately, due to Yi Jiwan's iron-fisted rules, he did not have the opportunity to realize his ideas. Otherwise, this guy really has the idea of grabbing a ticket for either Axe June or lie crazy. After all, with Zhou Kuang's arrogance, only these two mountains lying on the heads of millions of low mules in the port city are qualified to be his opponents. Today, Zhou Kuang felt that an opportunity had come. In prison, he didn't even care about these words, but the only thing that caught his eye was his left hand, which was beaten to death by Lu Xiankai. Lu Xiankai can kill his left hand. If he can kill Lu Xiankai himself, it will prove everything. Zhou Kuang wants to use the death of Yin Wang to tell everyone that Daquan Zai is not only able to dominate Hong Kong and Kowloon by emphasizing firepower and acting recklessly. It's really about grabbing territory and competing for the world, and Daquan Zai is also a unique existence. The muscles on Zhou Kuang's arms are bulging. The two basketballs he threw at Lu Xian actually made a piercing whistling sound. It can be seen that this guy's explosive power is absolutely amazing. The orange basketball, with its lingering shadow, struck towards Lu Xian's face like lightning. At the same time, Zhou Kuang's right foot suddenly exerted force, and in the blink of an eye, he had already pounced to a distance of less than 5 meters from Lu Xian's opening. Lu Xiankai's expression was still smiling. The man just raised his right hand slightly, flicked his index finger lightly, and the first basketball immediately flew back diagonally. The man did not lower his hand, but continued to extend his middle finger, and his shoulder trembled slightly as he touched the basketball. The basketball, which was originally swift and violent, immediately turned into obediently landing on his middle finger, and then spun wildly on his fingertips like a spinning top. This left many members of the film crew behind stunned, even though their legs were still trembling. Outsiders observed the excitement, while experts observed the intricacies. In the eyes of the filming crew, they saw Lu Xiankai turning basketball into a circus like a ghost, and they could only experience one feeling: cool. But in the eyes of Yi Guohuan in the distance, what he saw was exertion, an incredibly mysterious power technique. Take in and out. Yi Guohuan confirmed that the prisoner, known as the King of Hell, had used at least 5 types of strength in the moment, just now through a slight shaking of his spine and shoulders, without caring about the gaze of others. Yi Guohuan's massive body suddenly stood up in shock, and his sharp eyes were fixed on Lu Xiankai's waist like knives. When punching, look at your shoulders and focus on your waist with force. This is a sentence that Yi Guohuan, the master of the dead ghost, often warns him of. Although Lu Xiankai's waist was covered by a wide prison uniform, Yi Guohuan still believed that his eyesight could tell the other person's foundation from the amplitude of their body movements. Zhou Kuang is doomed. Yi Guohuan had already given the conclusion when he saw Zhou Kuang cutting the first knife without any effort. Go to hell. When Zhou Kuang was 5 meters away from Lu Xian, his feet exerted force once again, and the explosive force generated by his well-developed Achilles tendon made his already extremely fast speed even more astonishing. No one could have imagined that I could be faster. Zhou Kuang has already pulled out the sharp blade hidden at his waist and used a backhand grip to slash towards Lu Xiankai's throat. This knife, in terms of angle and strength, can be said to be very ruthless. The shadow of the human tree. Zhou Kuang didn't think that Lu Xian couldn't dodge this blow. He was already prepared to take the next step after the opponent dodged. He judged that the other party would definitely retreat, as long as he takes the initiative. Zhou Kuang will completely suppress his opponent by hitting his knee with his elbow like a storm. Find a defensive negligence in this frequency of attacks, and his sharp blade will make the opponent understand what it means to cut their throat at the first sight. Alas, Lu Xiankai did not retreat. The only action he took was to raise his left hand. The sharp clang of the blade, forged from angle steel, in Zhou Kuang's hands, colliding with the shackles on Lu Xiankai's wrist, resonated clearly amidst the cacophony of the vast square. Astonishingly keen vision and foresight. In the next moment, Lu Xiankai moved. His left hand, which had barely trembled to deflect the opponent's strike, seized Zhou Kuang's throat like a flash of lightning. Too slow, far too slow. Lu Xiankai scoffed in anger. The angle was wrong, the force insufficient. You are unworthy to challenge me. Crack. To the astonishment of all, the man effortlessly snapped Zhou Kuang's stout neck with a single hand. A demon. This was the first time Zhou Muran witnessed murder, and her feelings towards Lu Xiankai were tumultuous. She could never have imagined she would see a person's head twisted a full 180 degrees. What was even more unbelievable was that until Zhou Kuang crumpled to the ground like a broken doll, the basketball in the man's right hand continued to spin effortlessly. The ferocity and desperation of the gang members were fully manifested at this moment. Following closely behind Zhou Kuang, Biao exhibited no fear or hesitation. Instead, he immediately lunged at Lu Xiankai, brandishing his knife with fury. Lu Xiankai casually flicked the still-spinning basketball away, slightly shifted his body, and deftly grasped the rudimentary dagger that had fallen from Zhou Kuang's grasp. With a swift sliding step forward, the man's dagger plunged into a Biao's throat. Lu Xiankai afforded a Biao no chance for a final struggle, with a deafening roar. A Biao's body was violently slammed against the iron mesh fence behind him in a suplex maneuver, perhaps by coincidence. The blade that pierced a Biao's throat coincidentally embedded itself within the iron bars. A Biao's nearly 6-foot-tall frame hung there like a specimen, with blood incessantly dripping from the wound. Before long, the grayish-white ground of the square transformed into a dark crimson. Proceed. Lu Xiankai's decisive and ruthless killings caused the several gang members who had rushed up behind Zhou Kuang to involuntarily halt in their tracks. Beneath a blue sky and bright sunshine, the man flashed a grin, revealing a set of pearly white teeth, akin to a beast emerging from the abyss. Chapter 78. Fierce and unyielding. In the hearts of 1,000 individuals, there exist 1,000 hamlets. Behind Lu Xiankai, the crew members displayed a myriad of expressions. Each person gazed at the man's silhouette with a complexity of emotions. Zhou Muron felt fear and trepidation. Wang Pengzi and others were filled with disbelief and dread. The current Lu Xiankai appeared particularly terrifying, with splattered dark red blood pooling at his feet, coupled with his ferocious roar. Even knowing that he was protecting them, how many would not feel a chill of fear? Yet there was one. Among them, the only individual who did not curl away in an attempt to distance herself from Lu Xiankai was Mei. This girl, perceived as a delinquent by others, not only did not retreat, but instead subtly moved closer to Lu Xiankai, especially when she observed the fearsome outlaws retreating a step under Lu Xiankai's scrutinizing gaze. This tall girl with exquisite features involuntarily let out a soft moan from her throat. It was not exhilaration, but an ultimate relaxation enveloped in an indescribable sense of security. Thankfully, in this atmosphere that felt almost frozen, Amay thought she would surely want to bury herself somewhere if it were not for this overwhelming feeling of shame. This girl, who had become extraordinarily peculiar after experiencing an unfathomable incident 3 years prior, finally felt completely at ease. It is worth noting that prior to this, Amay had relied on various disguises to numb herself just to attain a shred of meager security. Thus, her current demeanor is hardly surprising. It turns out that I truly can become infatuated with this extreme violence that provides me with a sense of safety. I wonder how such a formidable man would fare against that thing. The girl fixated her gaze on Lu Xiankai's back, unwilling to divert her eyes. Lu Xiankai cast a scornful glance at the hesitating individuals before him, then beckoned to several men in front with a finger. The man uttered the phrase that made every prisoner's cheek tingle with pain. Proceed. The scene before them elicited expressions of delight from many crew members. The director and Li Lishir had already been contacted. Assistant A. Lu whispered into Wang Pengzi's ear, informing him that Deputy Lu had not anticipated such madness in the wake of dwindling polls. However, he mentioned that Deputy Lu had communicated the situation to several prominent figures in the judicial system, and news would soon follow. He urged them to find a way to buy time. Right now, those individuals were terrified of the King of Hell. They should have an opportunity. Ali's words brought a hint of joy to Wang Pengzi's face. He slowly pointed at the prisoners who were still advancing and remarked that this was Chai Wan. And these outlaws were not easily intimidated. These bastards, if I get out of here, I will make them pay. Wang Pengzi's resentful gaze fixated on the seemingly benevolent officers driving the prisoners away, as if he would devour them whole. As if hearing Wang Pengzi's words, during the stalemate, Li Zhendong coldly approached Lu Xiankai with a dozen gang members. In this world of gangsters, one step could lead to kingship or death. Li Zhen's bloodshot eyes surveyed the hesitant leaders of the 4 major factions, questioning, if we retreat now, how will we lead our people in the future? The expressions of several leaders darkened, yet the veins on their hands gripping the knives bulged ominously. Losing face meant losing everything. Li Zhendong roared. The officers have made it clear they won't intervene. This is our best opportunity. What is there to fear? His voice, strained with fury, echoed, he can take on 10. But I refuse to believe he can take on 100. Cowards. The gang members once again demonstrated through their reckless bravado why they could dominate the Hong Kong and Kowloon territories. After casting a cold glance at the crowd of leaders from the 4 factions, Li Zhendong was the first to charge forward. The 12 men behind him brandished their weapons. Unwavering. Action. If anyone among these factions harbored the deepest grudge against Lu Xiankai, it would undoubtedly be the new Ji. With a succession of their big shots falling to Lu Xiankai's hands, even Ben Shu had released a statement. Whoever takes out this madman will inherit his territory. In this ruthless world where life and death are at stake, what is sought? Wealth. Thus, upon witnessing Li Zhendong's reckless charge, the only individual who could be considered a leader among them, Gulong, let out a sinister laugh and roared, whoever kills him, thunder shall strike the ground. Instantly, the eyes of all the new G's fighters turned bloodshot. Everyone knew the significance of the thunderous proclamation. And the last person to receive such an honor was none other than the axe-wielding Jun, who had crossed over. To do so would mean striking gold. The new G's fighters brandished their weapons without a hint of hesitation. What kind of fight does the little mule enjoy? Just one, more against fewer. With this move, Heji, the number gang, and several big shots from 14K finally stopped hesitating. Take his life while he's sick. Lai Gu gritted his teeth. He couldn't defeat the king of hell. Even if we went out, we would lose our cards. Let's fight. In just a few minutes. The atmosphere on the square suddenly changed. The prisoners, who were originally hesitant, rushed towards Lu Xian as if they were crazy. Come on. Lu Xiankai once again demonstrated his madness and fierceness. This fierce beast-like man actually rushed towards Li Jindong head-on. If viewed from the sky, a man is like a sharp, long knife cutting through the crowd like a huge wave. Every move must be a dead hand. Lu Xiankai understands that he must not be entangled or attacked by anyone. Otherwise, I would really die. Li Jindong's long knife slashed horizontally, and at the same time, his right leg was fiercely swept out. Bang! Li Jindong never thought that his leg would make a sound like hitting leather when he kicked someone's body. What surprised him even more was that Lu Xiankai's hands, shackled, could be so flexible. He only saw the other person's hands wrapped around strangely. And then his long knife had already been taken off. The next second, Lu Xiankai still swung his knife and cut off Li Jindong's throat. The last scenery Li Jindong saw in his life was that madman taking 2 consecutive steps like a raccoon. And his 2 brothers had already been forcibly twisted off their necks by him. Mighty is this. This is Li Jindong's last thought. Chapter 79. How can there be no wine? Lu Xian's eyes turned red with killing intent, and he also became aggressive in killing. Boxing, Muay Thai, Southern Little Boxing. In the heart of the 12, everything was integrated into his second life. Every time he made a move, he gained a deeper understanding of his second life. And by the end, every move by the man was like an antelope hanging its horn, nowhere to be found. Click! The man spun like a raccoon. And the heavy shackles in his hand had already forcefully smashed the skull of a knife hand. The latter immediately collapsed. The roar, splashing blood, and the dull clanging sound of the shackles colliding between the man's hands and feet were like playing a bloody march from hell. You killed me, rich and prosperous. I killed you all, it was fate. How can there be no alcohol? Lu Xiankai roared up to the sky. The man's inner emotions were overflowing. And for the first time, he had the impulse and desire to drink strong liquor. Do you know that he used to dislike alcohol as a white glove that made him unable to control his emotions? But now, what he wants is a clear mind. What he wants is an unbridled one. Killing can cause a person to undergo transformation. This white glove, who used to be better at scheming and using the trend to gain benefits, has ultimately become a madman who tries to oppose the entire world alone. Beside Lu Xiankai, the bodies of more than a dozen men had already fallen haphazardly. In this short 2-minute period, the most vicious group of swordsmen in Stanley have been completely killed by Lu Xiankai. The other prisoners who were still rushing forward finally felt scared. Many people couldn't help but take a step back, and it was this step that brought the members of several clubs to Lu Xiankai's attention. Come on, brother. The killing made Lu Xian's actions even more like madness. Instead of retreating, he took a step forward and firmly pressed against the body of the number helper who was already showing fear. The latter's soul burst forth, and the long knife in his hand was already ruthlessly chopped off without hesitation. Fierce and ruthless, I haven't practiced before. Watching the other party's unorganized knife attack, Lu Xiankai gave his own evaluation. The man's right hand fluttered and caught Lai Ji's prisoner's front collar like lightning. Exert strength. Lai Gu immediately leaned forward, and Lu Xian's left elbow had already hit Lai Ji's temple heavily. The lightning-like combo made Lai Ji's mouth and nose bleed uncontrollably, and he immediately fell to the ground. After killing Lai Gu, Lu Xiankai used the most common sliding move in boxing. The next second, the twisted face of the bone dragon appeared in his sight. Don't kill me. The expression of the bone dragon has lost its initial ferocity, replaced by fear. A deep-seated fear. This vicious person who dared to go to Kowloon walled city with a knife to collect data before being imprisoned was actually scared out of his wits. Despite knowing that he would lose everything if he said these words, the bone dragon instinctively shouted out. Looking at the bone dragon slowly kneeling in front of him, Lu Xiankai's fierce gaze showed no mercy, but contempt. The impact of begging for mercy and kneeling on others was enormous. The fighting suddenly stopped. Everyone remained in a suffocating silence, staring blankly at the man covered in blood as he slowly shook his head in the fierce wind towards the figure kneeling in front of him, and then suddenly twisted his neck. It was this cold and ruthless strangulation that completely shattered the courage of others. The remaining 2 club members with broad identities actually dropped their knives and turned around to escape. Immediately, the waves of people that were originally rushing towards Lu Xian dissipated like a receding tide. Only the man remained standing there alone, like a broken stone after the turbulent sea receded. I know you have alcohol. Ame threw away all her disguises and anxiously grabbed the nose of a film crew's lease. I've seen you secretly drinking it several times. Take it out. I gave you the money. The girl doesn't know why she has an uncontrollable impulse in her heart. May doesn't know if this man will have any interaction with her in the future. Nor does she know what kind of ending this man will have after this battle. But now she just wants to participate in this man's event. Even if this man disappears into her own world in the future, May will still feel that she can leave behind unforgettable memories. 10,000. No, no, no. May shook her head, and the girl's fair and delicate face was filled with requests. 50,000. Give it to me. The drunken nose attendant secretly glanced at Wang Pengzi, who was still in a daze, and then glanced at the girl with a messy bundle of banknotes in her hand. Trembling, he took out an iron bottle and stuffed it into the girl's hand. Hey! On the silent square, a girl's crisp voice sounded. Lu turned around first. How can there be no alcohol? The girl smiled at Lu Xian and then threw the bottle in her hand towards the man with force. The man, covered in blood, took the bottle and gently opened it with a slight rotation of his index finger. Immediately, a pungent smell of alcohol entered Lu Xiankai's nasal cavity. Liquor. In another time and space, with too many social engagements, Lu Xiankai immediately judged that the quality of the wine in his hand was not high. But it was definitely strong enough. Thank you. The man looked up. Under the sunshine, the wine is crystal clear. A blazing sensation burned in Lu Xian's chest. As he felt the boiling blood from the slaughter suddenly smash the iron bottle in his hand towards the other corner of the square. If you're not a coward, come kill me. Accompanied by the voice of a man, the iron projectile traced a beautiful arc, striking down upon those prisoners who had been relocated, yet remained unnoticed by the crowd. A hand suddenly shot out, seizing a bottle that still contained a significant amount of liquor with a grip as unyielding as cast iron. All eyes in the square converged upon the owner of that hand as the bottle came to rest. Another beast had emerged. This was the immediate impression that surfaced within the hearts of many. Fine wine. The formidable stature of Yi Guohuan, standing tall, projected an aura that rivaled even that of the man who resembled a rock. Amidst the admiring gazes of numerous followers, Yi Guohuan poured the remaining liquor into his mouth and fixed his gaze intently upon Lu Xiankai, slowly revealing a bloodthirsty grin. Chapter 80. Black Mamba. Those who practice combat may be brutes, yet those who refine their skills to an extraordinary level are certainly not fools. To outsiders, Yi Guohuan might appear sufficiently ferocious and rebellious, but he was far from being foolish. His willingness to rise and expose himself, to accept Lu Xiankai's challenge, stemmed from his unwavering confidence. Like a tiger among sheep, he was unmatched in his prowess. The slaughter enacted by Lu Xiankai compelled Yi Guohuan, who had been silently observing the unfolding events, to offer a commendably high appraisal. If it sent a shiver down his spine, then the sight of the bone dragon kneeling and others fleeing in terror would hardly surprise him. After all, these individuals, no matter how fierce, were merely thugs of the gang, not seasoned elites of the military. Even within the Imperial Army, aside from the exceptional ace units, how many could maintain their fighting spirit under such a high casualty rate? Yi Guohuan shook his head. What truly astonished him was not Lu Xiankai's efficiency in killing or his beast-like ferocity, but rather the latter's progress. Progress amidst slaughter. Yi Guohuan observed with clarity that Lu Xiankai's methods of killing were becoming increasingly succinct. If initially there had been superfluous techniques, they had now distilled into a series of concise movements. A thrust, a lunge, a pounce, a fall. The simplicity of these techniques, when thoroughly integrated, wielded far greater power than at the outset. For reasons unknown, Yi Guohuan felt an uncanny resemblance to Lin Xuanzi, quite formidable, yet not devoid of opportunity. A stirring desire began to awaken within Yi Guohuan. He was not acting impulsively. He genuinely perceived an opportunity. Otherwise, his nature would never have allowed him to defy Yi Guohuan's admonition and take risks. After all, the elder brother's stern warnings before entering prison had been quite emphatic. Do not engage in any actions without certainty. As long as we remain unscathed, opportunities will abound. Arrange for Li Jindong to handle the killings. Your primary role is to create opportunities for them and represent me in making promises. Yi Guohuan's expression had been particularly grave, emphasizing, never trust those political bigwigs. Their words are nothing but lies. The consequences of being trapped in Chihu prison are unimaginable. What if I find myself in trouble? Yi Guohuan laughed heartily while glancing at his brother. Don't you worry. Even if it's not Chihu, if you're truly in danger, I would rescue you from the Forbidden City. Yi Guohuan shot a glare at his younger brother, but still offered reassurances. In a lifetime, 2 brothers. I am the elder. If anyone is to perish, it shall be me before you. We shall not meet our end. Yi Guohuan grinned broadly. We will traverse Hong Kong and Kowloon, and years later, become a legend. Due to his obedience, Yi Guohuan remained motionless. Even when he realized that Li Jindong's mission had likely failed, he did not stir. A still body did not signify a still heart. Yi Guohuan fixated intently on Lu Xiankai's breathing and the undulation of his muscles, his desire intensifying. He analyzed Lu Xiankai's condition and combat techniques with meticulous scrutiny. Yi Guohuan's gaze was sharp. It was evident that Lu Xiankai was at his most fervent state, both mentally and physically. In other words, his opponent had reached his peak. Yet peak performance does not imply the absence of opportunity. This insight stemmed from the one individual Yi Guohuan had ever lost to, Lin Xuanzi. The body cannot sustain its peak for long, after all. Both the activity of the cerebral cortex and the accelerated flow of blood require the adrenal glands to secrete vigorously. This was a lesson Lin Xuanzi imparted after defeating Yi Guohuan at the martial arts tournament. Why did I not engage you immediately, but instead delay for 5 minutes? Because you reached your peak too early. Lin Xuanzi, gazing at the utterly drained Yi Guohuan, expressed undisguised admiration. And I know that no one can maintain their adrenaline levels for such an extended period to sustain their optimal state. What rises must eventually fall. Lin Xuanzi extended his hand to assist Yi Guohuan. I have conducted extensive research on modern scientific theories regarding cells, kinesiology, neuroscience, and human medicine. I am aware that when your adrenal levels decline, it inevitably leads to disarray within your vitality. In a duel between masters, this is enough to determine victory or demise. Under the gaze of thousands of soldiers, Lin Xuanzi smiled somewhat shyly. Thus, I emerged victorious. Yi Guohuan could endure, but others might not share the same restraint. Just as doubts lingered in Yi Guohuan's mind, a constable behind him suddenly lowered his voice. The boss sent you here to kill, not to spectate. You strike, and I will find the opportunity to shoot. After I take down Lu Xiankai, you seize a few crew members as hostages, and I will arrange for your exit from Chihu. Remember, at least a few from the crew must perish. Rest assured, I will not deceive you. Seeing that Yi Guohuan still showed no inclination to act, the constable pressed his final card. Only one of you brothers can leave. I would not risk being killed by Yi Guohuan to deceive you. This statement prompted Yi Guohuan to slowly nod in agreement. Observing his movement, the constable gradually stepped back, as if nothing had transpired. In the next moment, Lu Xiankai hurled the bottle through the air. Yi Guohuan caught it. How did you know I intended to kill you? Yi Guohuan moved slowly, biding his time. He awaited the return of Lu Xiankai's adrenaline to normal levels, anticipating the moment when his opponent's rhythm of breathing would become erratic. Instinct. Lu Xiankai fixated on the prisoner across from him, whose name he did not yet know. While employing the great corpse guarding technique to alleviate the fatigue and chaotic breath surging within him, he recognized that his adversary was waiting for the moment his momentum waned. From this, Lu Xiankai understood that the combat style of this individual was decidedly more nuanced than the brazen bravado he had initially displayed. Instinct. Yi Guohuan noticed the slight flaring of Lu Xiankai's nostrils and, in an instant, pushed his speed to its utmost limit. Lu Xiankai had guessed correctly. For the moment Yi Guohuan unleashed his first punch, the expression in his eyes transformed. No longer did he resemble a ferocious tiger hunting its prey. Instead, his gaze turned venomous. Like a deadly snake, he was as sinister as a black mamba poised to strike. Yi Guohuan's footsteps shifted laterally, his right hand striking like a sinuous, venomous serpent, suddenly lashing out at the vulnerable stance of Lu Xiankai. Crack! The fist of this beastly man did not emit the howl of rushing wind, but rather the crisp snap akin to a whip. All eyes were fixed on the intertwined figures of the two men, and naturally, no one noticed the constable quietly taking a few steps forward. This constable, with a square face, surveyed the surroundings after reaching the optimal position before stealthily reaching for the Imperial Black Star firearm at his waist. Chapter 81. The Perception of Death? What is a requisite for a superior? The ability to utilize people. Guo Baochuan's reputation in the political arena is far from favorable. Many privately criticize him for his harshness towards subordinates and his ruthless methods. Yet, why does Guo Baochuan remain unshakable in Hong Kong? For 2 reasons. First, generosity. Rewards for merit, penalties for mistakes. Second, the ability to employ talent. Not everyone catches Guo Baochuan's discerning eye, and the sole reason Zheng Chuanfu, with his square face, has been chosen as a remedial measure is that he possesses remarkable marksmanship. Moreover, he has blood on his hands. Integrating such a person into Stanley Prison was no easy feat. It was only through a personally signed transfer order from the Judicial Department Secretariat that Zheng Chuanfu became the temporary guard tasked with transporting prisoners. And this moment is his purpose. The Yi brothers are formidable. However, in Guo Baochuan's perspective, there is nothing in this world that is infallible. Hence, this is his contingency plan. Just as Zheng Chuanfu quietly disengaged the safety on his firearm, the clash between Lu Xiankai and Yi Guohuan had escalated to a fever pitch. Yi Guohuan attacked relentlessly, while Lu Xiankai remained steadfast in defense. Yi Guohuan's arms whipped through the air like supple whips, each strike executed without warning. Ferociously lashing out at Lu Xiankai, the crisp sound of the air cracking like firecrackers, an astonishing display of force. Lu Xiankai's expression remained impassive. The iron chains between his hands rang with a resonant clang, perfectly countering Yi Guohuan's serpentine arms with each of his strikes. Showing no sign of retreat in the face of the tempestuous assault, Yi Guohuan's countenance darkened further. He had always trusted his instincts. From the very moment they engaged, he recognized that the opponent's adrenaline had not fully subsided, and his body's capabilities retained a remarkable level of excitement. This was highly illogical, evidently. This individual still had hidden cards to play. This person had practiced the breathing techniques of ancient martial arts. Yi Guohuan made his assessment. Although defeated by the meticulously scientific training of Lin Xuanzi, Yi Guohuan inherently favored the practice of ancient martial arts, not for any other reason, but because his deceased master had, even in old age, been able to leap over 10 meters to kill. That method of exertion and the secret to maintaining one's physique were realms beyond modern science. Yi Guohuan's steps were swift, in the midst of Lu Xiankai's startled gaze. He let out a fierce roar and completely altered his fighting style. If, in the preceding seconds, Yi Guohuan had been akin to a venomous snake, he had now transformed entirely into a ferocious tiger. His previously cunning attacks targeting weak points now evolved into broad, sweeping strikes. He was still gambling, betting that despite Lu Xiankai's rapid recovery abilities from his breathing techniques, complete mastery was unattainable. He wagered that he could shatter the feeble physical endurance the opponent barely sustained through his own explosive power and offensive might. The old ghostly master had spent 40 years mastering that technique known as inner triad, and at Lu Xiankai's age, even if he had been fortunate enough to receive some teachings in ancient martial arts, he could not have perfected it. I'll see if you yield, Yi Guohuan bellowed. Stepping back, his body bent forward. Many observed in that instant how his well-defined muscles bulged prominently against his prison garb, giving the impression that it might rip apart. His fist descended like a mighty axe, capable of cleaving mountains. Good. Lu Xiankai's calm demeanor transformed into a hint of exhilaration as he twisted his waist, channeling his strength to meet the assault head-on. One becomes two. The frenzied secretion of adrenaline raised the hairs on Lu Xiankai's body, as the four instinctual forms of striking, drilling, dodging, grappling, and releasing merged seamlessly within him. Bang! The fists of both muscular titans collided with a thunderous impact that resonated throughout the entire square. A sharp crack audible to all present. Those further away were fortunate, yet those behind Lu Xiankai felt the ground tremble as if shaken. The system merely provides methods, however. True rapid advancement necessitates combat experience. Lu Xiankai's eyes gleamed with an unnerving brilliance. It was this very collision that had indelibly woven the technique of one becomes two into the very essence of his being. From this moment forth, regardless of the time or position, he would no longer require deliberation. He would unleash his punch instinctively at the optimal moment, akin to the act of breathing. Yi Guohuan retreated. To the keen observer, it might have been discerned that his retracting arm bore a slight tremor. You are incapable. Lu Xiankai refrained from pursuing, instead offering Yi Guohuan a derisive smile. It was not that he was unaware of the extraordinary opportunity that had just passed, but because at the very moment he attempted to exert himself, an uncanny sixth sense, altered by the great corpse technique in drugs, inflicted upon him a sharp sensation of pain. Death. In an instant, he sensed the looming threat of mortality. Lu Xiankai's instincts warned him that had he lunged forward, he would assuredly meet his demise. A firearm. Lu Xiankai had always understood that one day he would confront the firearms of this world, but when that moment arrived, he comprehended why ancient martial arts and combat had fallen from grace. Because firearms are virtually insurmountable when facing the frail human body. Even in his current state, he harbored no confidence in evading a lethal ambush from a firearm. With a stoic expression, Lu Xiankai cast a glance at the square-faced constable positioned to his left. Recognizing the murderous intent in the unwavering gaze fixed upon him and the hand slowly resting at his waist. 7 meters. Lu Xiankai calculated the distance, gradually shifting his footing. Zheng Chuanfu's hand trembled as it grasped the gun. He regarded Lu Xiankai with disbelief. Coincidence? Or had he truly been discovered? Once a CID elite, Zheng Chuanfu understood precisely when the opportune moment to fire would arise. Hence, he had refrained from action, awaiting an unequivocal opportunity for a fatal strike. Just moments ago, had Lu Xiankai even lunged to pursue Yi Guohuan, he would have unhesitatingly pulled the trigger, as long as the opponent remained human. It was impossible to defy the laws of physics and evade while fully committing to a forward charge. This was common knowledge. Thus, this was the opportunity he had been waiting for. Yet, at the very last moment, his opponent not only withdrew his movement, but also cast a gaze in his direction. According to legend, those who train to the point where a fly cannot land on them become attuned to the dangers posed by firearms. Suddenly, a phrase spoken by Chen Suifeng, the chief instructor of the Six Gates Combat Academy, echoed in Zheng Chuanfu's mind. Just then, Yi Guohuan, having steadied his breath, let out another furious roar as he charged toward Lu Xiankai. Chapter 82. How infuriatingly frustrating. Once again, Yi Guohuan lunged toward Lu Xiankai, clearly engulfed in a fit of rage. Anger can be both beneficial and detrimental in combat. The advantage lies in the adrenaline surging through one's body, granting a temporary yet significant boost in strength and resilience. However, the downside is that it clouds the mind's usual agility. Yi Guohuan's advance could more accurately be described as a slow march rather than a lunge. His body leaned forward slightly, yet his steps were agonizingly sluggish, as if he bore the weight of 1,000 burdens. In stark contrast, Lu Xiankai exhibited a demeanor of profound calm, an extreme calmness. The operation of the Great Corpse technique placed him in a state that teetered between life and death, allowing him to meticulously calculate everything in silence. Yi Guohuan was on the verge of unleashing a thunderous assault, not to mention the bullets that the square-faced constable could fire at any moment. This absolute calm enabled Lu Xiankai to face the terrifying specter of life and death with equanimity. And it was precisely this composure that would allow him to uncover opportunities for a miraculous turnaround in such perilous circumstances. For the first time, in response to Yi Guohuan's onslaught, Lu Xiankai took a step back. To the spectators, it appeared as though Yi Guohuan's furious roar exerted pressure akin to a mountain, compelling even the king of hell to concede a step. Yet, few noted that in that very step, Lu Xiankai's right foot had inadvertently aligned with the right hand of a large corpse lying nearby. On that corpse's outstretched hand lay a packet of quicklime, yet to be scattered. Did you not say I was incapable? Yi Guohuan's voice was exceptionally low. The old man had remarked that he was as dense as a wooden block, destined to reach a state of unity in strength and intent only after 30 years. However, he refused to believe it, for he felt something stirring within him. He did not complete his thought. Instead, he seized the moment when Lu Xiankai's focus seemed to waver and launched his attack. Yi Guohuan's right arm swung out like a ferocious ape. The onlookers could not help but widen their eyes, their expressions filled with disbelief. The residual image. That punch from the hulking man was so swift that it created an afterimage in the observer's vision. Lu Xiankai instantly felt the overwhelming might of Yi Guohuan's punch. Without a doubt, the sheer force of that blow was so immense that the gust it generated caused pain to his skin. One becomes two. Lu Xiankai instinctively threw a punch to counter it. His refusal to retreat stemmed from a singular reason. Having arrived in this world and acquired this system, there was but one path before him, a path of no return, a path of enlightenment, a path he must traverse, even if it meant facing countless tribulations and perils. Thus, he would not yield, not just now, but also in the future. When confronted with a hail of bullets and the might of modern technology, he would stand firm. Lu Xiankai sought to cultivate both courage and heart. Regardless of the crises that lay ahead, he could rely solely on his fists. No matter the power or authority he faced, his response would be to strike, with a single punch. This was the very technique of one becoming two. Even when confronted with overwhelming power in the future, it would still be this punch. Against legions, it would still be this punch. Should he meet his demise on this path, it would be this punch. This was the inevitable journey of one who could rival nations. And a crucial trial he must endure to be reborn from the flames. For the first time, Lu Xiankai felt the essence of the punch. A sense of power that could rival nations, albeit currently just a flickering ember. Yet he finally glimpsed the future. Bang! The two fists collided once more. Die for me. Yi Guohuan's face bore an unusual flush, and he immediately unleashed a second punch. At that moment, Yi Guohuan finally comprehended why that deceased old man always sighed when observing his punches. It was only when his will blazed like fire that he could truly feel how to integrate his spirit and energy into his strikes, channeling all the ferocity and ruthlessness he had cultivated over the years into his blows. Crack! Lu Xiankai also retaliated with a punch, and their fists clashed yet again. Come again. Yi Guohuan sensed a fracture in his knuckles, a piercing pain coursing from the nerve endings to his brain, yet he remained undeterred and threw another punch. At that moment, he had a premonition that after this brutal exchange, he might fully comprehend the realm his master had spoken of, the realm of the unity of spirit, energy, and intent. Thus, he forgot the pain, the task at hand, and even the constable behind him, who was meant to assist in taking down Lu Xiankai. The two fists collided once more, but this time Lu Xiankai executed a maneuver that took Yi Guohuan completely by surprise. He swiftly transformed his punch into a grasp, then, like a wraith, yanked his body with tremendous force. The strength of that pull was astonishing. Yi Guohuan's fury rendered him unable to control his power. And despite his quick reflexes to deliver a sweeping kick in an attempt to repel his opponent, the unforeseen events that followed would seal their fates. Yi Guohuan, consumed by rage, had forgotten the mission, but Zheng Chuanfu did not. An opportunity. When he saw Lu Xiankai stagger and retreat a step, Zheng Chuanfu acted without hesitation, drawing his firearm, hand and eye in perfect synchrony. Yet, in the mere fraction of a second before he could pull the trigger, Zheng Chuanfu suddenly noticed Lu Xiankai had kicked a white object at his feet. The scattering clouds of quicklime completely obscured Zheng Chuanfu's vision. In that moment, Zheng Chuanfu lived up to the honor he had earned in the CID. Although the quicklime stung his eyes, eliciting a scream of agony, he still managed to pull the trigger by sheer will and instinct. Bang! The gunshot rang out. Yi Guohuan's expression was peculiar. He stared blankly at the sudden gaping wound in his chest, his eyes reflecting not despair, but confusion. The merging of intent and strength, the unity of spirit and energy. This is what you are currently grasping. Lu Xiankai understood why Yi Guohuan bore such an expression and provided an explanation. Your talent is insufficient, which is why your method of exerting force falters during comprehension. When I received your final punch, I used a downward force to guide your movement. So, did I not help you block that bullet? Yi Guohuan's gaze dimmed. Yes, Lu Xiankai replied. How infuriatingly frustrating. With that, Yi Guohuan fell backward, his massive frame causing the quicklime scattered on the ground to billow into the air. Chapter 83, Conversation in the Restaurant. Situated in Central, the Amber Restaurant appears to be a favorite haunt for many young ladies, and it is not difficult to understand why. The hall's enchanting amber hues captivate the hearts of these girls, while the waves of over 2,000 golden copper tubes suspended from the ceiling evoke an exquisite ambience. Coupled with the romantic French-inspired plating and an array of visually appealing, delicately paired colors, it serves as an ideal backdrop for their social media snapshots. Naturally, the prices here are equally extravagant. What transpired next? 7 days have elapsed since the assassination of Yi Guohuan, and the once trembling starlet, now seated leisurely in this upscale establishment, savors an exquisite afternoon tea. The peculiarities of life are indeed striking. Subsequently, it seems that Counselor Lu leveraged his connections. As a plethora of individuals suddenly poured in, even the flying tigers were deployed. In response to her friend Peng Yan's inquiry, Zhou Miruan, her face still reflecting the remnants of terror, recounted how smoke bombs and tear gas were unleashed from the watchtower, forcing the prisoners to the ground under the onslaught of electric shock weapons. Who inquired about that? I was asking about the prisoner tasked with your protection, the one nicknamed Yama. The young lady from the Peng family, a socialite in the harbor city, was not surprised by the unusual developments surrounding the prison, given her worldly experience. It was merely a matter of higher powers contending with lower ranks. What piqued her interest, however, was the formidable man described by her celebrity friend, a beast-like figure now imprisoned. Zhou Miruan reminisced about the chaos of that moment. Her fear had peaked amidst the gunfire and smoke. Through her tears, she had only glimpsed the man glancing coldly at Wang Pengzi before complying and lying down. In the next moment, the assault rifles of the flying tigers were aimed at Lu Xiankai's body. The film crew remained silent, their gazes towards their savior filled not with gratitude, but with dread and relief, including her own. The only one acting impulsively was the striking young girl, her final memory being of the girl crying and pleading on the man's behalf, shouting not to shoot. Despite having killed so many, wasn't he shot? You are willing to protect him? Miss Peng expressed her surprise. Wang Pengzi, though lecherous, possessed some sense of brotherhood. After the little girl shielded the flying tigers, he intervened, leveraging his connections within the 6 doors to avoid immediate execution. Zhou Miruan disclosed the reason, mentioning that he had been locked away in the deepest recesses of the prison, never to see the light of day again. It was unsurprising. Minor characters often bear the brunt of others' wrath. Being imprisoned for life is a far greater torment than death. Miss Peng chuckled, her tone dripping with disdain for the lower echelons. What does strength matter? My father always says that sheer power is for laborers. Intellect is what begets success. It's a pity for this intriguing toy. Perhaps I shall devise a plan to have him partake in underground fighting. You know how I adore the sight of men's muscles clashing and blood splattering. Zhou Miruan regarded her friend with a cold gaze. Although she too possessed some background that facilitated her smooth navigation through the entertainment industry, she could not match the callousness of these affluent families towards the fates of the less fortunate. Otherwise, she would not have spoken well of that terrifying demon when she went to the 6 doors to gather evidence 3 days prior. Ah, I just remembered, Miss Peng sighed. It seems I cannot secure that fellow. He appears to have offended young Master Zhou, the one with a name quite similar to yours. Just days ago, I heard he donated a set of electronic shackles worth $1 million to Stanley Prison, supposedly for someone's use. I mocked him for being foolish. It turns out this prisoner is quite formidable. Zhou family. Zhou Miruan immediately recognized who she was referring to. The sole heir of the Zhou family, one of the top clans in the harbor city, has recently been making headlines in financial magazines. Indeed, it is him. Miss Peng lowered her voice. After spending some time in Stanley, he emerged completely transformed, no longer chasing girls or indulging in drugs. My father even considered sending my wayward brother there for a while. During this time, that Yama must have crossed paths with young Master Zhou, reportedly subjecting him to significant humiliation. I always said the Zhou family is quite ruthless. What if your brother gets scared to death? Zhou Muruan shuddered at the thought of that hellish place, quickly shifting the subject. That is hardly possible, Miss Peng scoffed. It's merely a thought. Inside the restaurant, the music flowed melodiously. The two beautiful girls, having shifted the topic, giggled as they exchanged various gossip, their faces radiating the beauty of youth. For them, the harsh realities of society were merely fodder for casual conversation, destined to be forgotten in no time. Replaced by an array of fashionable and entertaining novelties, they remained oblivious to the man seated at another table, less than 3 meters away. Throughout, his expression remained as unyielding as a rock against the biting northern winds, his hand holding the coffee steady without a tremor. Clearly, this individual possessed remarkable strength. Only upon hearing Zhou Muruan recount Yi Guohuan's demise did a slight tremor pass through his otherwise steadfast right hand. Moments later, he rose, casting a discreet glance at the two women before exiting the restaurant. Chapter 84. The Seventh Day of Carnage. Rain fell softly, enveloping the air in a misty haze, granting an ethereal quality to the Hung Hom police station at 99 Princess Road, West Kowloon. As night descended and the moon ascended to its zenith, this bustling hub of diverse police activity returned to tranquility. The only sounds were the yawns of 2 guards at the front desk, who, without the presence of coffee, would surely have succumbed to slumber long ago. Even officers are human, they require rest. Just as the two were on the brink of dreams, a man clad in a yellow Kowloon ice room delivery uniform, with an additional raincoat draped over him, knocked on their glass. One of the lean-faced officers, irritation etched on his features, looked up. What's with the loud knocking? 2 servings of stir-fried beef ho fun, along with 2 cups of coffee. I ran 3 kilometers to deliver for you. Where's Officer Liu? The delivery man, equally irate, brandished his delivery box to reveal its contents. His tone brusque. Did you consider that we also need to sleep at this hour? And it's raining. I suggest you adjust your attitude. Or the next time you order, I might just add some extra ingredients. With that, he spat contemptuously. In the dim light, the delivery man, wearing a baseball cap with the brim pulled low, kept his face shrouded in shadows. All right. Responding to the delivery man's complaints, the lean-faced officer was not angered, but rather waved his hand dismissively. The order is likely for Officer Liu on the 3rd floor. He has been quite busy with the influx of corpses lately. You might want to request an extra $10 in tips. It's tough for everyone. The forensic experts are truly morbidly fascinating, capable of dining even in the presence of corpses. As the irate delivery man ascended the staircase, the gaunt-faced detective sighed, only to soon find himself resting his head on the table. Before long, a long breath escaped him. Although the delivery man was quite familiar with the interior of the Hung Hom precinct, upon noticing the absence of others, his pace quickened significantly. And in less than a minute, he arrived at the innermost corner of the 3rd floor. Knock, knock, knock. The delivery man rapped on the door marked Forensic Identification Center. Who is it? The door swung open unexpectedly. In that instant, the delivery man sprang into action, darting sideways like a nimble cat. Before the person inside could react, his right fist struck the opponent's temple with lightning speed. The latter collapsed instantly. At that moment, the delivery man cast a glance inside, and there, on the cold autopsy table at the center of the room, lay the very corpse he sought, Yi Guohuan's lifeless body. The sight of the corpse, fully exposed, with a glaring anatomical wound nearly 60 centimeters long across the chest, was particularly jarring. The delivery man's eyes reddened immediately. In the next heartbeat, he whipped up his wide raincoat and, with powerful boots, propelled himself forward. The man moved with astonishing swiftness. The other forensic expert, wielding a scalpel, barely had time to react before he saw a figure leap into the air. Just before the cry could escape the expert's lips, the delivery man's whip-like kick struck his neck with a fierce whoosh. Bang! The forensic expert's scream was abruptly cut off, reduced to a strange, faint gasp. With fluid grace, the delivery man descended, his hands sweeping to his waist, producing a tri-pointed military dagger, a weapon reserved for the Empire's elite troops. As he landed, he kicked the expert's right leg, using his own leg to ensnare the already unconscious forensic expert's neck. With sheer force, the delivery man managed to drive the target down to his knees. Simultaneously, the military dagger accurately sliced through the expert's neck. Dark red blood splattered into the air. You touch my brother's corpse, and I will kill you. After dispatching the foe, the man did not look back. He simply turned towards Yi Guohuan's lifeless body. And at that moment, the raincoat he had lifted only just fell back down. With swift precision, this notorious outlaw of Hong Kong revealed, for the first time in his rage, his true close combat prowess. Silence enveloped the room once again, broken only by the ticking of the clock on the wall. The metallic scent of blood filled the air. Yi Jihuan did not immediately leave with his brother's body. He stood there, staring blankly at his brother's familiar, now pale face, lost in silence for what felt like an eternity. Today is your 7th day. I will take you home. Rest assured, I shall return to avenge you. Everyone will accompany you to the grave. No matter who they are, whether great figures or the king of hell, they will die. Yi Jihuan promised solemnly. Then, with deliberate care, he gently closed his brother's wide-open eyes. If previously Yi Jihuan's gaze had been as calm as a serene pond, from this moment forth, the cool-headed man transformed into a bloodthirsty beast. With a swift sound, the zipper was drawn up and gripping the military dagger. Yi Jihuan had his brother's hefty body packed into a body bag, slung over his back. To ensure it was secure, he tightly wrapped the ropes prepared in the delivery box several times before he slowly exited the forensic identification center. Sometimes, life and death are simply fate. Just as Yi Jihuan was about to leave through the escape route he had already identified, a drowsy detective, clutching a cup of water, knocked and pushed open the door to the adjacent office. Who are you? What do you want? The detective, still in a daze, failed to react appropriately and merely asked. The one who will kill you. Yi Jihuan, now close at hand, thrust the military dagger forward. Thud. The dagger pierced through the detective's throat as he attempted to scream. The force of the thrust was tremendous. A detective nearly 6 feet tall was pinned against the wall by Yi Jihuan, the dagger having penetrated his throat. Dark red blood dripping steadily. This scene appeared particularly eerie in the silent corridor. The detective's vitality was surprisingly resilient. Despite having his throat pierced, he did not succumb immediately. Instead, he gasped, his eyes wide with despair, struggling as if he were a drowning pig. Everyone has their fate. Today, on my brother's 7th day, one must not die alone. Do not blame me. With eyes still ablaze, Yi Jihuan approached the detective, murmuring softly before covering the man's mouth and nose. Forcefully pulling the dagger free, the detective's body slumped down. After wiping the blade on the man's clothing, Yi Jihuan opened the bathroom door, skillfully locating a window he had marked beforehand. With a deft flick of the dagger, the window swung open. Under the cover of night, the man crawled out like a gecko. Despite the considerable weight of the body on his back, Yi Jihuan moved with remarkable speed, exhibiting no hint of clumsiness. Minutes later, Yi Jihuan, still burdened with the corpse, vanished into the darkness. Chapter 85, Silent Slaughter. The truth of the matter is of little importance. What truly matters is the outcome, a resolution that satisfies all. This was the proclamation made by the judicial system's heavyweight, Cao Cha, as he finalized the investigation into Zheng Chuanfu. This very statement allowed Zheng Chuanfu not only to evade the charge of unjustly opening fire on inmates, but also to emerge as a benchmark for the prison's appropriate response in the report. The punishment he should have faced was transformed into a reward. If all goes smoothly, Zheng Chuanfu would, in 3 months, ascend to the position of senior inspector in the West Kowloon Major Crime Unit, overcoming a hurdle that had loomed before him for nearly 8 years. Struggles are omnipresent. In the prison yard, where bloody slaughter occurred, some sought to suppress it, while others endeavored to escalate the situation. Thus, Zheng Chuanfu, having fired the gun, became a pivotal figure. Clearly, under pressure, Zheng Chuanfu made the right choice. However, he was not pleased. His countenance was grim. The cost he bore was too high. One eye. Due to the delayed treatment, the caustic lime had caused his left eye's cornea and conjunctiva to become congested and swollen, with 70 of the affected area necrotic. In layman's terms, he was left blind in his left eye. Yet, despite such a grievous price, the influential figure, Guo Baochuan, remained dissatisfied. Mr. Guo helped you not because of your eye, but because you managed to keep your mouth shut during the investigation. This was the message conveyed by Guo Baochuan's personal secretary, Zhang Yun, upon his arrival. Mr. Guo stated that although the operation did not go well, loyalty deserves recognition. Take good care of your injuries. There will be opportunities for further advancement. Zhang Yun said little else, and, after leaving a floral arrangement, took his leave. Zheng Chuanfu's gaze, directed at the silhouette of the person before him, was suffused with despair. He was not a fool. What nonsensical promotion and opportunities were being spoken of? These were merely self-deceptions. He had already become a discarded pawn. Otherwise, why would his request for protection be denied? It must be remembered that Yi Guohuan had perished at his own hands. Even a simpleton would recognize that his far more terrifying brother, Yi Jihuan, would undoubtedly seek vengeance. Perhaps only in death could he keep the secrets surrounding this prison affair concealed, allowing the powerful figures he served to rest easy. The room was steeped in silence, interrupted only by the soft patter of misty rain against the window, producing a faint, continuous ticking sound. The door opened quietly. Zheng Chuanfu regarded the figure of a doctor entering his room with an unsettling calm, surprisingly refraining from calling for help or putting up resistance. I am but a knife in another's hand. You should not desire to slay merely me. Zheng Chuanfu forced a bitter smile. He laughed at himself for having been a dog for over a decade, ultimately failing to bridge that invisible yet ever-present chasm, and resigning himself to being a forsaken stray. I will tell you everything. Will you grant me the chance to make a call to arrange my affairs? The elite CID of the Six Doors made his choice. Since he had already been abandoned by those above, he did not mind dragging the other down with him. This was his final act of pride. Very well. Yi Jihuan nodded, waiting quietly for him to finish his call before using a military dagger to sever Zheng Chuanfu's throat. Zheng Chuanfu clutched his throat desperately, slowly collapsing to the ground. Sometimes, slaughter is silent. Lu Xiankai, still deep within the prison, remained unaware that Yi Guohuan's death had plunged Yi Jihuan into madness. For the first time since his transference, a genuine desire to kill arose within him. And this target was none other than the man who once bore himself like a wolf before him and whom he had once saved. Young Master Zhou. Following the plaza incident, the other had surprisingly sent him a gift along with a message. Even in times of misfortune, the heir of capital demands sufficient respect. My prior leniency in sparing you was already a considerable act of grace, yet your recent behavior has compelled me to take further precautions. I hope you will appreciate this. The words came from the Zhou family's steward, whose gaze, filtered through thick bulletproof glass, was filled with derision as he regarded Lu Xiankai. The Zhou family believed that remaining in this hellish existence was the most fitting punishment. After conveying Zhou Murian's message, the steward gestured toward the silent Lu Xiankai, stating, "Even though you protected Mr. Zhou, you must still pay the price for the humiliation endured. Please convey my thanks to him." Lu Xiankai's expression regained its tranquility, and he turned to exit the meeting room. The steward watched the man's retreating figure through the window, under the watchful eyes of several guards. The prisoner maintained an upright posture. What sent a shiver down the steward's spine was witnessing how all the inmates bowed their heads in reverence as he passed through the plaza. For the first time in many years, someone had emerged as the king among these prisoners. An old guard behind the steward's side, reflecting that such a person truly belonged in prison for life. Otherwise, if released, he could unleash untold chaos. He will not escape. The steward scoffed. As long as he wears the gift sent by Mr. Zhou, it is impossible. The gift from young Master Zhou was a set of the Federation's latest electronic shackles. It was said that these shackles were specifically designed for the most notorious drug lords and murderers. Not only were they crafted from the strongest steel, but their surfaces were treated to prevent any form of corrosion or damage. Tests had shown that the shackles could withstand nearly 1,000 kilograms of force without any deformation. Moreover, they featured a complex locking mechanism, requiring a specific key and electronic code to unlock. Any attempt to escape would trigger an alarm, notifying prison security while delivering a 100 milliamperes electric shock to the brain, rendering the inmate immediately unconscious. The only advantage was that the length of the shackles would not hinder Lu Xiankai's movement, as the designers seemingly deemed the prisoner's mobility irrelevant to their safety. This must be quite expensive. All the guards were taken aback when Lu Xiankai, upon seeing the technologically advanced shackles, did not respond with despair or anger, but instead inquired with a teasing tone about something they could never have anticipated. Indeed, it is. Chun Xiong behind him nodded. 1,700,000 Federation coins. Enough to purchase a home that an average person could never afford in a lifetime. I will repay him. Lu Xiankai smiled quietly, extending his hands. Click. The silver shackles locked securely around the man's limbs. Chapter 86, Electric Shock Training Method. As the heavy iron door of the solitary confinement cell in Chihu creaked shut, an oppressive atmosphere seemed to pervade the air. Ultimately, the iron door sealed tightly against the frame, producing a resounding thud. Lu Xiankai was completely isolated in darkness. The guards responsible for his transport, including Chen Xiong, could not help but exhale in relief. Each expression bore a semblance of liberation. The battle in the plaza had not only instilled fear in all the inmates and terrified young Master Zhou, but even those who stood atop the prison's food chain. The guards were filled with trepidation. To this day, Chen Xiong vividly recalled the sight of the plaza upon his return. It was a macabre shade of dark red. Although that corner of the plaza had been cleaned, the rust-like scent of blood lingered pungently. Particularly the ground, once a shade of grayish-white, had been thoroughly soaked by the viscous blood, leaving an eerie pale yellow hue after cleaning. Observing the surroundings nearly made Chen Xiong retch as he spotted the remnants of flesh hanging from the barbed wire, though turned black by the wind. He recognized it immediately as human tissue. This was the reaction of Chen Xiong, a hardened individual who had spent over a decade in prison. The other guards fared even worse. Sometimes, the absence of capital punishment is not a boon. Is the king of hell still human? The murmurs of the guards gradually faded. And in the darkness, Lu Xiankai slowly opened his eyes. He did not feign ease. In the face of these shackles, which appeared dreadful to others, he possessed ample confidence, stemming from the green subtitles that materialized before his eyes. The system manifested once more at the moment all the prisoners bowed before him in the plaza. Congratulations, host, for completing the task of becoming the king of Chihu. Rewards include the ancient martial art of shrinking bones, the practice method of the ancient secret technique of 18 falls of clothing, and the practice method of the ancient martial secret technique of turtle breathing. Additionally, a method for the application of neuromuscular electrical stimulation is awarded. Note, the path of inhumanity does not solely rely on ancient martial arts, as many modern scientific methods can accelerate evolution speed and efficiency. The system displayed an unusually humane demeanor this time. After the green subtitles refreshed the list of rewards, they surprisingly provided a certain explanation. The consumption of the remedy offered by the system, in conjunction with electrical stimulation, causes various muscle tissues to contract and release violently, enabling the host's strength to achieve rapid advancement within a short period. Following the electric shock, the drug enhances the development of the motor nerves within the host's body, significantly amplifying the host's innate talents while also facilitating a subtle evolution of physical faculties. The path to reaching the pinnacle is undoubtedly fraught with unbearable suffering. May fortune favor the host. In the final subtitles, the system presented Lu Xiankai with a second side quest following his traversal, the jailbreak mission, once the skill reaches perfection. What the host requires more is profound insight. The world is vast, and the host must venture forth to explore it. Indeed, the next task was a jailbreak. In the darkness, Lu Xiankai was not surprised by the system's subsequent mission. Rather, his attention was captivated by the third reward mentioned in the system's subtitles. Electric shock evolution training? This specially highlighted reward led Lu Xiankai to suspect it might have a significant connection to the electronic shackles he bore. Determining this connection was crucial. If there was a link, it was evident that the system was not as rigid as he had initially imagined. Instead, it appeared to offer new training methods tailored to his circumstances. The confines of this minuscule prison indeed restricted many of his actions, and he pondered whether, upon his eventual release, he could deliberately create environments for specific purposes. Might he then manipulate the system to provide him with the desired secret techniques or training methods? Lu Xiankai was given little time to contemplate this. In the next moment, a torrent of memories surged in, causing the formidable Lu Xiankai to once again experience the sensation of fainting. Just as Lu Xiankai succumbed to unconsciousness once more, Ame entered a cafe located in Mongkok. Unlike before, Ame felt particularly embarrassed by her attire today. The girl had not adorned her usual gothic makeup that concealed her emotions and appearance, nor was she clad in her school uniform. Instead, she wore a striking anime-style sailor suit. It must be admitted that Ame was undeniably beautiful. Under the sunlight, the girl appeared almost luminous. Especially the exquisite white shirt of her sailor suit and the red bow tie at the collar accentuated her delicate features, making her look exceptionally refined and ethereal. Of course, the most captivating aspect was her slender legs, straight and delicate like pencils. Against the backdrop of her deep blue pleated skirt, pure white knee-high socks, and black leather shoes, her legs appeared astonishingly elongated. Achi, are you really trying to get yourself killed? Why, enduring the gazes of onlookers, approached a table in the corner and, gritting her teeth, waved her fist at the girl across from her. You're a girl. Every day you either stare at my legs or make me wear these damned outfits. When will you behave normally? The girl opposite, with her black hair cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders, smiled slightly at the furious Ame and raised a document in her hand. The latest map of Stanley Prison, including all buildings, duty rosters, and the personalities and preferences of the staff. Zhu Aki's single remark immediately made Ame sit down obediently. I accessed the teacher's server, hacked several government department computers, and even had people chasing me around. Is it too much to ask you to wear a sailor suit? Not at all. Whatever you want to drink is on me. They say beautiful girls can act. In the next moment, Ame's face lit up with a radiant smile. 2 cups of St. Helena coffee, please. Thank you. Zhu Aki unapologetically ordered 2 of the most expensive coffees in the cafe before tossing the document to the beaming Imly. Sister Chi-Chi, you're the best. Beautiful and charming, truly a sight to behold. After receiving the document, Ame did not open it immediately, but, as usual, began to shower Zhu Aki with flowery compliments until Zhu Aki could no longer suppress her eye roll. Enough. Zhu Aki lowered her voice. I checked. Since the establishment of Stanley Prison, there has never been a successful jailbreak. That's others, not him. Ame's response made Zhu Aki regard her as a fervent fan, causing her expression to take on a serious tone for the first time. Wake up, beautiful girl. Zhu Aki's tone turned grave. Do you know of a condition called Stockholm Syndrome? The other party is a prisoner, a murderous demon at that. You must understand this. Sister Chi-Chi. I'm a genius too. Ame replied seriously, examining the document without looking up. Stockholm Syndrome is a psychological dependence that requires 4 specific conditions to potentially develop. Which of those do I meet? An emotional connection? The man has only spoken to me a total of 2 sentences, without any small favors. Moreover, I have never been under his control, nor have I lost my social connections. How could I possibly exhibit such symptoms? Ame's rapid-fire rebuttals left Zhu Aki momentarily speechless, only able to huff as she accepted the coffee delivered by the waiter, rolling her eyes in frustration. Is it really just about feeling safe? Seeing Ame still engrossed in the documents, ignoring her, Zhu Aki finally posed the question she dreaded most after finishing her coffee. Yes, Ame closed the document, her expression serious enough to prompt Zhu Aki, who had been watching her, to sit up straight. We must resolve that matter. Are we to continue nurturing that thing? The mention of that thing caused both girls, despite their warm surroundings in the cafe, to turn pale. Can he deal with that thing? Zhu Aki's expression grew somber. I don't know, but I feel he can. Ame lowered her voice. When those outlaws charged in, I hid behind him. You can never comprehend that feeling. Lu Xiankai, the most notorious 4-9 from the gang. The big shot he followed was Cold Low, trained in combat. And his troubles leading to imprisonment stemmed from street brawls resulting in murder, with clean and decisive methods, openly admitting his actions in court. Zhu Aki recited Lu Xiankai's background, detailing all his experiences since entering the underworld. Prior to this, information on this individual was exceedingly scarce. Zhu Aki's complexion gradually paled once more, as she only discovered that he was an abandoned infant. The words abandoned infant caused Ame, who had just raised her coffee cup, to tremble violently, the dark brown coffee staining her pristine sailor suit with a glaring blotch. Later, he was adopted by an old woman in Tunman, who passed away when he was around 16 or 17. Zhu Aki seemed unsurprised by Ame's intense reaction and quickly continued, based on his experiences. He likely falls into the 6th type of disbehavior assessment. He did not betray Cold Low while in court, and a series of his peculiar behaviors in pursuit of fairness while in prison support this assessment. Therefore, having him assist us is a viable option. Let him owe you a favor. The bigger, the better. This person is likely deeply influenced by the so-called principles and brotherhood in the underworld. This is my judgment. So you agree to let me help him escape? Ame's pale face finally showed a hint of color. You are correct. We must confront it eventually. After all, we have exhausted every possible method, and another failure would be inconsequential. I trust your instincts. Zhu Qiqi nodded, turning to the waiter to order another glass of ice water. This is a habit the girl has when she contemplates. She relishes the invigorating sensation of coldness sliding down her throat, as it helps her maintain a sufficient level of composure. If we are to escape, we must first face this grim news. Zhu Aki skillfully extracted a page from the thick dossier held by Ame, for reasons unknown to me. It detailed how the eldest son of the Zhou family had funded a set of federal K-13 electronic shackles for Chihu, and the unfortunate individual restrained by these shackles, touted as the safest in the world, happened to be Lu Xiankai. Ame scrutinized the introduction to the K-13 electronic shackles, her expression darkening. We must eradicate any potential issues posed by the K-13 before we can contemplate our next steps. When Zhu Aki discusses serious matters, her gaze is invariably crystal clear. After all, the power we girls wield cannot forcibly breach the confines of Chihu, making it imperative to provide assistance to the prisoner Lu Xiankai instead. However, to set him in motion, this obstacle must be addressed. Should we begin with the person holding the key? Ame raised her eyes, acknowledging that every individual possesses vulnerabilities, and controlling a person is not a daunting task. It is worth a try, Zhu Aki replied. This is a breakthrough point. But we still need to undertake one more task, to establish a bridge. A bridge that facilitates dialogue with Lu Xiankai without arousing anyone's suspicion. In the afternoon cafe, soft melodies echoed in the air, as patrons engaged in hushed conversations, savoring the rich aroma of coffee and the sweetness of pastries. No one would suspect that in a corner, 2 sunlit girls were orchestrating a jailbreak event capable of sending shockwaves through the harbor city. Chihu prison. Many inmates had heard the howls emanating from the isolation chamber deep within the prison, which they had come to refer to as the realm of demons. Those were howls born from excruciating pain. Even through the heavy iron door, and from such a distance, the cries remained faintly discernible. Chapter 88. Departing amidst the fireworks. The howls were indeed the product of Lu Xiankai's suffering. This formidable man had anticipated pain, but he could never have imagined that the electric shock training would inflict such torment. No wonder the system had noted a particular phrase. The path to the pinnacle is fraught with unbearable agony. Host, good luck. Initially, Lu Xiankai had been somewhat dismissive before triggering the electric shock, as he had endured considerable pain from massages and acupuncture. Without the great corpse guardian technique and his innate talent, he would never have been able to withstand such suffering. At that time, he had believed he had reached the limits of pain. Yet now, he realized how profoundly mistaken he had been. Tenfold, even 20-fold agony surged through his body with the electric shocks. Were it not for the great corpse guardian technique allowing Lu Xiankai to cultivate to the realm of the living dead, he would have surely fainted once more. Endure. In the throes of anguish, the man's teeth clenched audibly. He could sense the benefits brought forth by the electric stimulation. The restorative potion provided by the system was being absorbed frantically by his body, with many nerve endings experiencing numbness and tingling, seemingly strengthening his neural units and muscle fibers. The training breath and visualization methods offered by the system were equally remarkable. With each inhalation and exhalation, his muscles and organs transitioned between tension and relaxation. And this very transformation, under the influence of the electric current, remarkably birthed a sense of qi. Indeed, a sense of qi. The dizziness from the pain did not rob Lu Xiankai of his rational judgment. He firmly anchored this sensation within his bodily memory, regardless of how rigorous the training. There are always aspects that elude it. The current was fortifying his nerves and exercising the fascia and tendons that had remained untouched. As Lu Xiankai's brain gradually adapted to the pain, he gained insight into the training method. The breath cultivation technique provided by the system resembled the meditation found in ancient martial arts. Clearly, meditation is an exceedingly demanding practice for the circulation of qi and blood. Thus, the electric current served a guiding role. The extraordinary power stems from mental cultivation and spiritual fortitude. The system's green subtitles once again appeared abruptly before Lu Xiankai. But unlike the previous deluge, this time they were succinct, vanishing after just a fleeting second. Although the electric shocks were perilous and excruciatingly painful, they quietly opened another door for him. If he could integrate the method of generating the sense of qi into his instincts. Lu Xiankai's eyes gleamed ominously in the darkness. He slowly closed his eyes, striving to diminish the distractions within his mind, beginning with his breath. Gradually, amidst the intense pain, the man descended into an exceptionally enigmatic state. Some minor figures are adept at uncovering great secrets inadvertently. The world is undoubtedly filled with coincidences. Xiong was in high spirits today. As a salesperson at an electronics store, he had finally arranged a date with the girl he admired, Ollie, and had prepared a surprise for her. Fireworks. To bring joy to Ollie, he took the afternoon off and, at a secluded dock in Saigon, assembled a multitude of fireworks that had cost him half a month's salary. Though his back ached, the thought of igniting the fuse and witnessing the splendid display alongside Ollie's delighted smile made every effort worthwhile. What could possibly exhilarate a 19-year-old boy more than love? Everything initially proceeded smoothly. Under the silver moonlight cast by the crescent moon, the young couple strolled side by side along the beach, quietly assessing one another, feeling the excitement brought on by the surge of hormones. Everything was so beautiful. I have a surprise for you, Xiong said, leading the beaming Ollie to where he had placed the fireworks. All right, she replied. When a girl willingly accompanies a man on a late-night stroll along the beach, many things have already found their answers. However, Xiong's enthusiastic steps toward the fireworks halted abruptly. Who are you? He asked, eyeing the man clad in a red jacket against the night backdrop. His voice tinged with trepidation. The man did not speak, yet the aura he radiated made Xiong feel as though he were confronting a ferocious beast. The boy instinctively shielded Ollie, feeling regret for the first time. Large-scale fireworks displays were prohibited in the harbor city, which was why Xiong had specifically chosen this deserted and remote dock. Here, even if someone spotted the fireworks, he would have ample time to lead Ollie away unnoticed. But it was precisely this remoteness that made him shiver at the thought of potential violence. Did you set up these fireworks? The man in the red jacket asked, pointing at the array before them. Yes, Xiong replied obediently, though he was puzzled by the man's interest in the fireworks. It was only then that he noticed a tightly wrapped box covered in plastic behind the man, and as his father worked at a funeral home, he instantly recognized that it was undoubtedly an urn. This revelation darkened his heart further. Are you planning to surprise your girlfriend? The man continued, his expression calm and devoid of the ferocity that Xiong had feared. Conversely, he was exceptionally courteous, almost like a friend. Indeed, I hold her in great fondness. Xiong replied. Here, take these. The man unexpectedly produced a thick wad of cash and tossed it to Xiong. My brother is departing from the harbor city today. Could you sell me these fireworks? I wish to see him off with a flourish, for he has always relished grand spectacles, believing that a true hero must command an imposing presence. Such a lively farewell will surely delight him. Xiong, momentarily stunned, received the bundle, and the sight of the $1,000 bills immediately informed him that the total must exceed 50 or 60,000. Very well, sir, if you desire these fireworks, they are yours. Concerned that her boyfriend's stupor might provoke the man's ire, Ailey anxiously interjected on Xiong's behalf. Thank you, and may you both enjoy a lifetime of happiness together. Observing the girl once again standing in front of her boyfriend, the man suddenly erupted into laughter before raising his hand to ignite the fireworks. The quality of the fireworks Xiong had purchased was splendid. Instantly, the The tranquil night sky was shattered by the brilliance of the fireworks. Amidst the deafening cacophony of explosions, the fireworks soared into the heavens. Beautiful, isn't it, my friend? The man gazed up at the vibrant colors illuminating the night sky, grinning widely. Then patted the urn behind him, retrieved a military dagger from his waist, clenched it in his mouth without a hint of hesitation, and leapt into the cold, dark sea beneath the night sky. I read in the news that this area is home to many sharks, which is why this port has been abandoned and access is prohibited. Ailey nestled quietly beside her boyfriend, her tone tinged with concern. Will he not perish? I do not know. Axiong's gaze drifted toward the ocean. The man had vanished from their sight, leaving only the rolling waves and the howling sea breeze in view.